Impelled down in the year 1520 of the Haiyuan calendar. On the seabed beneath the windless belt of the first half of the Grand Line stands a colossal underwater prison known as Impelled Down. Countless vicious and heinous criminals are incarcerated here. Impelled Down is divided into 6 levels. The deeper one descends, the stronger the prisoners held within. Those whose very names inspire terror are all confined in the lowest depths. Impelled Down resembles a forest of steel, unbreakable and impregnable, guarded by a warden of overwhelming strength. Yet today a young man named Luffy has broken into this place. In order to save his elder brother Ace, he braved death to come here and fought his way down to the 6th level of Impelled. He had thought he would find Ace here, only to learn that his brother had already been transferred to Marine headquarters at Marineford, where he would soon be publicly executed. Luffy hurriedly led his companions and rushed toward Marineford. Yet Luffy's arrival also brought a flicker of life to the deathly stillness of the 6th level. On this floor there is a special cell where 4 beings are confined, more precisely 3 humans and 1 fishman. When Luffy caused a commotion on the 6th level, 3 of them took in the entire scene with their own eyes. After Luffy left, the 3 turned around, simultaneously gazing at the figure seated in the darkness. It was not hard to tell that he was their leader. Luo Xiu, the one you spoke of, has appeared. We should leave now, shouldn't we? The man called Luo Xiu opened his eyes, a pair of eyes that looked down upon all creation. Luo Xiu slowly rose to his feet and walked to the bars of the cell, reaching out to grasp one of the iron rails tightly. 13 years have passed. It is time we left this place. Let's go. As he finished speaking, Luo Xiu's palm exerted a slight force. A surge of haki wrapped in red and black lightning burst forth, shattering the seastone shackles on his wrists in an instant. The bars confining them crumbled at a touch, as if made of mere plastic. The 4 stepped out of the cell, and a shaft of light poured down through the hole Luffy had blasted open above, illuminating Luo Xiu and his 3 companions. All the other prisoners on the 6th level now fixed their gazes upon the 4 of them. Over the years they had only known that 4 individuals were locked away in that cell, but none knew their identities. All they knew was that their food was delivered personally by Magellan.
At the sight, Mu stared speechless, so vast. By the heavens, what monstrous chakra! Hiramakari panicked inwardly. I didn't mean to do it. I'm on your side, brother Uchiha.
If anything, a bit short. He had short black hair, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. The lines of muscle across his body were sharp and defined his figure, upright and hard, brimming with explosive power, yet not lacking in agility. At his right stood a burly man over 2 meters tall, with a head of fiery red hair. At his left was a man of similar height to Luo Xiu, slender of build. Most striking was the long blade, sheathed at his waist. Behind the 3 stood a fishman nearly 4 meters tall. His back and shoulders were massively thick, his waist and abdomen broad and heavy. His arms were thicker than a normal man's waist, his gaze ferocious, though for some reason his head was oddly pointed. Kid, I don't know who you are, but hurry up and let me out. I'll lead you to a life of pleasure outside. Brother, let me out, and I'll share half my treasure with you. Shouts rose and fell one after another, most begging Luo Xiu to release them. Luo Xiu ignored them completely. He was searching for someone worthy of being taken along. Luo Xiu swept his gaze around. One familiar face after another came into view. Reign of Shilio, 9-tailed fox, Diping, San, one evil wolf, and others. Luo Xiu paid them no heed. These were destined to become Blackbeard's crew in the future, and he had no interest in them. Not until his gaze fell upon a man who had remained quiet and silent all along. Luo Xiu walked up to that cell and looked at the heir of the demon, who sat within, eyes closed in repose. Douglas Barrett, are you interested in boarding my ship? The moment Luo Xiu spoke his name, the 6th level fell into utter silence. Those confined on the 6th level naturally understood what the name Barrett signified. He had once been a crew member of the previous Pirate King and possessed terrifying strength. Some even said he rivaled Rayleigh at his peak. They all wanted to see how Barrett would respond to this mysterious criminal. Yet Barrett gave no reply to Luo Xiu's words, remaining seated quietly in his cell. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. He knew that for someone of this caliber, mere words could never win his allegiance. In the next instant, Luo Xiu's smile faded. Before anyone could react, he appeared right in front of Barrett. Barrett finally moved. He opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and lowered his gaze to look at Luo Xiu, whose figure seemed almost small before him. Barrett stood over 5 meters tall, his sheer presence so oppressive that ordinary people would not even dare meet his eyes. Luo Xiu, however, was utterly unfazed as he lifted his head to meet Barrett's gaze. The next moment, an overwhelming burst of Conqueror's haki erupted from Luo Xiu's body, surging to the heavens. Barrett, closest to him, narrowed his eyes and hastily released his own Conqueror's haki to resist the assault. At the instant their Conqueror's haki collided, a large number of 6th level prisoners collapsed unconscious. Moments later, even those as strong as San, one evil wolf, fell one after another. Very soon, aside from Luo Xiu and his companions, only a few legendary pirates remained conscious on the 6th level. They watched the two with keen interest. This level of Conqueror's haki was something even they would rather avoid heeding. To onlookers, the two seemed evenly matched, but only Barrett knew he had already fallen into disadvantage. What unsettled him even more was the realization that the man before him was not yet using his full strength. At that moment, on the upper levels of Impelled Down, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach also suddenly sensed this surge of
Senior, you. I'm sorry, at the moment of successful fusion, the cells of Hashirama in my body launched a...
So overwhelming was that haki that he halted his steps, deciding to delay his journey to the 6th level to recruit comrade. 2 minutes later, Barrett gradually reached his limit, while Luo Xiu's haki seemed inexhaustible. At last, Barrett took the initiative to withdraw his conqueror's haki and lowered his proud head. Seeing this, Luo Xiu also withdrew his aura. He knew Barrett's submission was only temporary, but that did not matter. In time, he would completely conquer him with his strength. Luo Xiu turned and left the cell, Barrett following closely behind him like a loyal bodyguard. Before we leave, you should at least let me know what kind of man I am following. Luo Xiu slapped his forehead, almost having forgotten to introduce himself. My name is Luo Xiu. You may call me Blood Asura. Hearing this epithet, Barrett was inwardly startled. So you are that Blood Asura. It seems the days ahead will not be dull. Luo Xiu understood what Barrett meant, but he did not mind. After introducing Barrett to the other 3, Luo Xiu roughly estimated the time. The most spectacular point of the war at the summit was about to begin, and he had no intention of missing it. Let's go, my comrades. The Blood Asura pirates set sail once more today.
Leaving Great Yemu and the others to look at each other, they couldn't help but sigh the death of the leader of the Akatsuki, but Waiu's land of rain will...
At the forefront stands the man hailed as the strongest in the world, the possessor of the most formidable paramecia type, Gura no Mi, the Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He leads the mighty Whitebeard pirates and the many pirate crews allied to him, more than 50,000 men in total. Their grand advance upon this place has only one purpose: to rescue their family Ace. To ensure the execution of the so-called demon's child, a son of the pirate king Roger, the Navy has assembled an extraordinarily luxurious force. Besides 100,000 elite Marines of headquarters, there are more than a dozen elite vice admirals on the field. Moreover, the 3 admirals of Navy headquarters, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizuru, sit in person to oversee the battle. On the execution platform, Garp and Sengoku flank Ace on the left and right, ready to prevent any intruder from reaching the scaffold. Not only that, the Navy has also summoned the Shichibukai to assist them, though only 4 have appeared. They are Mihawk, Doflamingo Kuma, and Gecko Moria. Of the remaining 3 warlords, Jinbe and Crocodile are now at Luffy's side, while the last one, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, has not come to Marineford due to certain circumstances. Both sides array themselves in tight formation. This is destined to become one of the most colossal wars in history. The clash is on the verge of igniting. Whitebeard charges at the forefront, immediately unleashing his power to trigger an enormous tsunami attempting to drown Marineford. The Navy, of course, will not allow Whitebeard's wish to be fulfilled. One of the 3 admirals, Aokiji, a high Nomi user, leaps high into the air with a single Ice Age time capsule. He freezes the tsunami born of Whitebeard's power. Aokiji then freezes the sea surface of Marineford's harbor, and this in turn provides the Whitebeard pirates with among Whitebeard's men, the giant Little Oars Jr. charges at the very front. His bond with Ace runs deep. To save Ace, Little Oars Jr. is willing to lay down his life without hesitation. Yet his own strength is not truly overwhelming, and his enormous size quickly makes him the primary target of the Navy. After he fells several giant vice admirals in succession and is about to reach the execution platform, the gathered Shichibukai can no longer remain idle.
That woman Pain excels in various summoning ninjutsu. Although impressive, they pose little threat. The Raikage AI continued, and that Pain who absorbs ninja...
Doflamingo also uses his Devil Fruit ability and with ease slices off one of the giant's legs. Little Oars Jr. lets out a howl of agonized pain, but still he endures and continues his charge for Ace's sake. In the end, his body is pierced through by Gecko Moria's abilities, and he collapses into unconsciousness. On the scaffold, Ace watches everything unfolding before his eyes and breaks down in tears. He cannot comprehend why Whitebeard and the others would risk everything for someone like him, especially when he sees Little Oars Jr. and other family members fall one after another in attempts to save him, even losing their lives, while he can do nothing but witness it all happen helplessly. Little Oars Jr.'s sacrifice is not without meaning. He tears open a gap in the Navy's formation. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates can now advance by using his fallen body as a bridge. The battle enters a blazing, feverish phase, and the strongest fighters from both sides finally step fully into the Navy side is packed with experts anchored by the 3 admirals and several Shichibukai. Yet the Whitebeard pirates boast more than 10 division commanders, each formidable in his own right, especially the ones ranked at the top. Marco the Phoenix, Vista the Swordsman of Blossoms, and Diamond Jozu. Each possesses overwhelming strength. Jozu, by virtue of his Devil Fruit power, even manages to clash head-on with the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk and withstand his strike. With the division commanders engaged, the top Navy fighters are all drawn into battle. Among the 3 admirals, Aokiji is hammered into the ruins early on by Whitebeard and ends up lying low amidst the rubble. Kizuru is entangled by Marco and likewise finds himself effectively sidelined from the main clash. Only Akainu remains truly unrestrained, yet he refrains from rash action, his attention fixed constantly on that man's silhouette. Akainu understands that Whitebeard himself is the greatest threat in this war. Whitebeard calmly surveys the battlefield's shifting tides. As he quietly mourns the fall of Little Oars Jr., a shadow suddenly darts out from behind. Whitebeard, you've exposed a flaw. The attacker is Navy headquarters Giant Vice Admiral Rotz. Wearing a steel mask upon his face, Ronce swings a massive axe in a sweeping arc, aiming to cleave Whitebeard at the waist from his side. Whitebeard is steeped in grief over Little Oars Jr.'s death, and Ronce's intrusion ignites his fury in an instant.
He knew he could neither suppress nor discourage it, instead he'd champion it wholeheartedly. Rain Village's architecture would inevitably suffer, and the resulting
With just one turn of his body, Whitebeard slams Ronce's head down onto the ship's bow, then uses Ronce's skull as the epicenter to unleash the quake's full force. In an instant, the steel mask on Ronce's face shatters, blood streams from his 7 orifices, and within the blink of an eye he loses consciousness. Whitebeard tosses Ronce aside like discarded trash. The battlefield falls silent for a heartbeat as countless eyes turn toward the giant vice admiral lying on the ground like a dead dog. Many cannot help but wonder whether this giant vice admiral has a screw loose. Even the admirals and Shichibukai hesitate to approach Whitebeard lightly, yet he dared to rush in alone. At the very least, his courage is undeniable. Just then a warship drops from the sky and crashes into the bay. The vessel carrying Luffy and the impelled down Breakout Alliance. Among its passengers are former Shichibukai Jinbe and Crocodile, the Okama revolutionary Ivankov, and members of Crocodile's former Baroque Works organization. There is also Buggy the Clown, famed in the pirate world as the King of Luck. Before this, Luffy had unexpectedly learned that the Navy planned to advance Ace's execution. He hurried to Whitebeard's side and delivered this news to him.
The whisker-marked boy nodded, somewhat dejected. Yes, I am the only son of the 4th Hokage, and those kids' parents hold important positions in the village.
He had never expected Luffy to come here. Whitebeard wishes to drive him away, for the enemies gathered at Marineford are far too powerful, foes that Luffy cannot hope to defeat at this stage.
Laying AI admitted his mistake humbly, but with a proud expression. But my recklessness was justified. Ooh, I killed that one called Pain.
Luffy charges into the inner bay alongside a mass of pirates. Once the entire pirate force floods into the bay, Fleet Admiral Sengoku initiates the prearranged annihilation plan. In an instant, countless pacifistas modeled after Bartholomew Kuma enter the battlefield. Beginning from the outer perimeter, they steadily encircle the pirates within the bay, intent on wiping them out to the last man. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu and his pirate crew, having seized a warship of their own, also arrive at Marineford. Yet Luo Xiu does not enter the battlefield. As a transmigrator, he has no intention of excessively tampering with the flow of history, and in truth he believes he cannot. Because of his existence, the pirate empress among the Shichibukai has not come to Marineford, and Luffy has never encountered Hancock. Even so, Luffy has still found his way here. Luo Xiu is certain that if he were to intervene now in an attempt to save Ace or Whitebeard, he would surely attract the attention of the 5 elders, and perhaps even draw him to personally descend upon the scene. The Navy's objective this time is crystal clear: either Ace or Whitebeard must die. Luo Xiu does not yet possess absolute confidence that he can defeat him, not now at least, so he chooses to remain an observer. As the battle reached a stalemate, the captain of a subordinate pirate crew under the Whitebeard pirates, the Turbine Giant Spider Squad, approached Whitebeard. Whitebeard was completely unguarded. In his heart, everyone in the pirate crew was his son, his most precious family. How could a father guard against his own son? However, Squad's former pirate crew was annihilated by Roger, and he harbored deep resentment against Roger. Ace, being Roger's son, was also an object of his hatred. It was precisely for this reason that Akainu exploited this weakness, successfully turning Squad against Whitebeard, leading him to stab Whitebeard in the back at a critical moment. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Squad approached Whitebeard under the pretense of reporting the battle situation, and taking him by surprise, thrust his sword through Whitebeard's body. Cold sweat poured down Whitebeard's forehead, clearly indicating that he had not anticipated any of this. Yet he did not become angry. He quickly understood the reason behind Squad's actions. Faced with his son's misunderstanding, Whitebeard did not explain, but instead held Squad tightly in his embrace. It was only at this moment that Squad realized he had been used by Akainu. Filled with shame and anger, he wanted to cover Whitebeard's retreat, but Whitebeard had not yet rescued Ace. How could he leave just like that? Whitebeard angrily jumped off the ship. At this moment, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, officially entered the battlefield. In the distance, Rosho witnessed everything that had just transpired and did not believe that Squad's stab could inflict any significant harm on Whitebeard. According to incomplete statistics, when Whitebeard ultimately fell, he had suffered as many as 465 injuries, with 267 of them being from sword wounds alone. If Squad's single stab had determined Whitebeard's death, then the title of the world's strongest man would indeed be worthless. Rosho understood that the one who truly killed Whitebeard was himself. He had come to Marineford with the determination to die. After all, he could have chosen not to come, and if he truly wanted to escape, the Navy likely would not have been able to stop him. After Whitebeard joined the battlefield, he directly unleashed the powers of the Tremor Fruit against the elite of the Navy. The balance of the entire battlefield was instantaneously shattered, creating numerous chasms. Even the vast ocean tilted under Whitebeard's might. Rosho watched this scene with trepidation. Even in his later years, Whitebeard still possessed the power to destroy the world. It was unimaginable how terrifying he must have been at his peak. Although Whitebeard's strike devastated a large number of the Navy's elite, it was already too late. The Navy still held the advantage and had even activated the encirclement walls. Walls armed with cannon fire rose from the ground, trapping all the pirates in the bay. However, unexpectedly Ounce's body happened to be situated on one of the encirclement walls, preventing it from rising and leaving a path for the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing this, Akainu unleashed the full extent of his magma fruit, launching meteoric lava at the sky. Countless lava projectiles rained down indiscriminately, bombarding the pirates within the encirclement walls. Moreover, it melted all the ice created by Aokiji, causing all the pirates to lose their foothold and tumble. At this moment, a barrage of cannonballs was fired from the encirclement walls, and the pacifistas in the rear also launched. When the Whitebeard pirates found themselves in a desperate situation, worse news arrived. Sengoku announced that Ace's execution would be carried out ahead of schedule. Rosso watched Sengoku from a distance, quietly muttering to himself, "You old coot, you keep shouting about executing Ace, but why didn't you move when Luffy unlocked Ace's cuffs?" Speaking of Luffy, at this moment he was knocked into the sea by the barrage of cannonballs and lava, but fortunately Jinbei appeared just in time to rescue him. At this moment, Oz also slowly awakened. Rosso's eyes moved slightly. To be honest, he quite liked this little Oz. If little Oz had not woken up, Rosso might have taken him away once the war was over, but contrary to his wishes, little Oz ultimately could not escape the fate of sacrifice. With Jinbei's shoulder throw, Luffy successfully crossed the encirclement walls, clutching a wooden stick as he stood before the... Rosso raised an eyebrow. Honestly, with his current strength, taking down a single admiral was no problem. He could handle two, but taking on three would be a bit strenuous. However, leaving was not an option. At this stage, Luffy dared to confront the three admirals directly. He could only say not everyone has a grandfather named Garp. Kizaru, fully aware of Luffy's strength, could only kick him away to a position far from the center of the battlefield to prevent him from getting hurt. At this moment, Sengoku officially issued the execution order for Ace. In this critical moment, the man who was evenly matched appeared. Crocodile successfully saved Ace. On the other side, members of the Whitebeard pirates boarded the Moby Dick one after another. Little Oz, using the last bit of his strength, managed to push the Moby Dick out from the encirclement wall, successfully reaching the execution platform. On the other side, members of the Whitebeard pirates boarded the Moby Dick one after another. Little Oz, using the last bit of his strength, managed to push the Moby Dick out from the encirclement wall, successfully reaching the exit. But to keep moving forward and to save Ace, he requested Ivankov to inject him with adrenaline. While Luffy was receiving treatment, Whitebeard suddenly experienced a recurrence of his old injuries, collapsing to the ground in pain. Akainu seized this opportunity, striking Whitebeard with a magma-infused punch that pierced his body, leaving a fatal wound. Marco, worried for Whitebeard, rushed towards him recklessly, but was hit by Kizaru's laser and then handcuffed with sea stone by Vice Admiral Spider, losing his ability to move. Seeing this scene, Jozu was also distracted and was frozen into an ice sculpture by Aokiji. The tide of battle instantly reversed, and Sengoku again issued the execution order for Ace. Rosso watched all of this, knowing that the moment he dreaded was about to arrive. It was already too late for Luffy to stop it after he regained his strength. In a critical moment, Luffy let out a heart-wrenching roar, "Aim Luo." The Conqueror's haki uncontrollably erupted from Luffy, stunning not only the navy around him, but also the two executioners on the platform. In an instant, all the strong figures on the battlefield turned their gazes towards Luffy. Sengoku was left in a daze, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead.
At last it was his turn. Yuanshi and Nanji and the others were likewise drawn to the spectacle, all turned.
Just like Dad and Shanks, he also possesses the haki of conquerors. The haki of conquerors. Marco looked in disbelief at the frail figure. Kizaru, Garp, and others reacted differently to Luffy's possession of the haki of conquerors, but surprise was certainly among their responses. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy for the first time. He regarded this somewhat naive young man with new eyes. In the distance, Barrett stepped forward to Rosso's side. "Captain, that kid actually has Conqueror's haki too, but it seems he hasn't fully mastered it yet, and you don't seem surprised by this." Rosso did not answer Barrett's question. Of course, he was not surprised. He had known for a long time that Luffy possessed the haki of conquerors, and that it would erupt here. Just wait and see, the best is yet to come. Barrett was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that this captain was even more mysterious than he had imagined. While everyone was still in awe of Luffy's possession of the Conqueror's haki, Luffy remained unaware, charging towards the execution platform. Seeing this situation, Whitebeard ordered the Whitebeard pirates to fully protect Luffy in his rescue of Ace. The Whitebeard pirates surged forward, shouting as they rushed towards the execution platform. With the swift assistance of the Revolutionary Army, a stone staircase leading straight to the execution platform was created for Luffy. All the navy were blocked. Just when Luffy thought he could reach the execution platform unhindered, a figure appeared before him. Upon seeing this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but utter, "Here it comes." The members of Barrett were puzzled, not knowing what Luo Xiu was referring to. Seeing that it was Carp blocking him, Luffy hurriedly shouted for Carp to step aside. However, as a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Carp could not simply let him pass, but he could ease up just a little. Carp shouted something about justice and how I cannot let you pass. Then in front of everyone's eyes, he was sent flying by Luffy's gear second punch. Barrett stared in disbelief at everything unfolding, questioning whether this was still the Carp he knew, the one who chased Roger across the world. Luffy successfully reached the execution platform and pulled out a key he had somehow obtained, intending to unlock Ace's shackles. Luo Xiu twitched his mouth. Even without Hancock here, Luffy was able to get the key. The world's corrective powers were just... Seeing this, Kizaru accurately shot the key in half with his laser, while Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form and swung his fist at Luffy. In a moment of desperation, Luffy used Gear Third to become a balloon, successfully blocking Sengoku's attack, resulting in the destruction of the execution platform. As Luffy and Ace fell from the sky, the disguised Sanji used his Devil Fruit ability to create another key, handing it to Luffy and successfully freeing Ace from the Sea Prism stone handcuffs. Upon seeing Ace rescued, Whitebeard quickly issued his final command: all members of the Whitebeard Pirates retreat, every man for himself. He planned to stay behind as a distraction. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates tried to persuade him to retreat, but Whitebeard was resolute and uttered that famous line: "I am a remnant of the old era, there is no ship in the new world that can carry me." Though everyone was reluctant, they had to obey Whitebeard's orders. Whitebeard activated his Devil Fruit abilities again, creating an opportunity for others to escape. Just as Ace was about to flee, Akainu could no longer sit idly by. Though he did not know what Kizaru and Aokiji were doing at that moment, he understood that if he did not act soon, Ace would truly... Immediately, Akainu provoked Ace, and sure enough, to uphold Whitebeard's honor, Ace halted his escape and resolutely chose to turn back and attack Akainu. Akainu smirked slightly. That was exactly what he wanted Ace to turn back. Ace unleashed his fire fist against Akainu, who retaliated with molten lava. After a brief stalemate, the lava engulfed the flames, leading to Ace's defeat. Luffy, witnessing this, wanted to rush forward to help, but the side effects of the excitement hormones suddenly kicked in, making it extraordinarily difficult for him to control his own body. Faced with the easily obtainable Ace and Luffy, one being Roger's son and the other being Dragon's son, Akainu decisively chose Luffy and charged towards him. Just as Akainu's molten fist was about to strike Luffy, Ace jumped in front of Luffy to shield him. Ace initially intended to elementalize and evade this blow, but lava was inherently superior to fire. The punch pierced through Ace's body. Ace's internal organs were scorched under the intense heat, and he collapsed in Luffy's embrace, knowing that his journey... However, Akainu was not satisfied with this, and aimed to continue attacking Luffy. In a moment of urgency, Jinbei shielded Luffy from this deadly strike. Marco finally broke free from the restraints of the Sea Prism Stone with the help of Sanji, and along with Vista, they launched an attack on Akainu, barely managing to stop him. On the other side, seeing Ace pierced by Akainu's fist and attempting to attack Luffy, Carp was struck by a thunderbolt, his body uncontrollably moving towards Akainu. Sengoku quickly held Carp down, and he knew what Carp intended to do, but as the fleet admiral, he had to stop him. Luo Xiu observed this scene, once thinking that Carp was merely boasting, but later realizing that if Sengoku did not hold him back, Carp would truly kill Akainu. Luffy felt Ace's body temperature fading away, watching as Ace's life card gradually dissipated, causing Luffy to break down in tears and soon lose consciousness. As Akainu attempted to kill Luffy again, Marco desperately defended him, and at that moment the enraged Whitebeard suddenly appeared behind Akainu. With a single punch, he knocked Akainu's head askew, then activated his Devil Fruit ability, sending Akainu plunging into the abyss. Just as Whitebeard was about to kill Akainu, Blackbeard arrived on the battlefield with companions recruited from the 6th level of Impel Down. Seeing the battered Whitebeard, Blackbeard revealed a satisfied smile and immediately attempted to seize Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. However, he clearly underestimated Whitebeard's strength. Even in his severely injured state, Whitebeard still battered Blackbeard, causing him to bleed profusely and even cry out for mercy. Ultimately, Whitebeard could not kill Blackbeard, not due to mercy, but because his body had reached its limit. Seeing this, Blackbeard grew bold again and led the charge against Whitebeard. In the end, under the relentless attacks of Blackbeard and the others, Whitebeard fell in Marineford. However, before his death, he announced something to the entire world. By the time Sengoku tried to stop him, it was too late. He could only watch as Whitebeard shouted that sentence during the live broadcast facing the world. One Piece. It truly exists. Thus, the strongest man in the world, the Yonko Whitebeard, fell. Luo Xiu watched as Whitebeard died, and although he had long known that all this would happen, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He then looked at Blackbeard, admitting to himself that he indeed hated Blackbeard. Barrett also felt unsettled. Whitebeard's death meant that there was one less person in the world who could be compared to him. Subsequently, Blackbeard covered his and Whitebeard's corpses with a black cloth, beginning his performance under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Luo Xiu understood that Blackbeard was stealing Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. Moments later, Blackbeard reappeared before everyone. As if to show off, Blackbeard mimicked Whitebeard's posture and activated the Tremor Fruit's ability. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes, especially the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates. That ability belonged to their father, yet it was now seized by Blackbeard the traitor. They wanted revenge, but with Whitebeard and Ace already fallen, if they went to their deaths, then Whitebeard would have died in vain. They could only leave with tears in their eyes. After Blackbeard successfully seized Whitebeard's powers, the fallen Akainu suddenly clawed his way back up, sticking to Luffy like a stubborn adhesive, determined to keep Luffy here. Even though Ivankov desperately tried to stop him, he could not make Akainu halt his advance. Ultimately, Akainu caught up with Jinbei, who shielded Luffy from Akainu's attack with his own body. Akainu's attack pierced through Jinbei's abdomen, successfully injuring Luffy. Just as Akainu was about to finish them off, Crocodile appeared just in time to block him. To repay Luffy for helping him escape from prison, he used a sandstorm to send Jinbei and Luffy away. Thus Jinbei and Luffy successfully boarded Law's submarine, preserving their lives. Seeing this, Law finally made a move. Let's go, mates, it's our turn to make an appearance. On the other side, the chaos of war unexpectedly awakened Kobe's observation haki, allowing him to see the horrifying scenes on the battlefield. He didn't understand why the Navy, having already achieved their objectives with Ace and Whitebeard both dead, would continue to pursue absolute annihilation. To stop the bloodthirsty Akainu, Kobe rushed directly in front of him, spreading his arms to block Akainu's path. With tears streaming down his face, he questioned Akainu about the need for such slaughter. Akainu looked down at the naive new Navy recruit before him. Enraged, he unleashed a magma fist aimed at Kobe's. Witnessing this scene, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates who had arrived early, intended to intervene and stop Akainu, but was suddenly blocked by an unfamiliar swordsman. Without Shanks to obstruct him, Akainu's fist easily struck Kobe's head, crushing it completely. Kobe never imagined that Akainu would truly kill him. His headless corpse swayed twice before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Akainu noticed the arrival of the red-haired pirates. He recognized the red-haired pirates, but could not recall who the swordsman opposite Shanks was, though he felt oddly familiar. Shanks, witnessing a vibrant life extinguished before him, furiously questioned the opposing swordsman, "Who are you, and why are you stopping me?" As he spoke, Shanks suddenly noticed the sword in the other man's hand. His pupils constricted, clearly recognizing the blade. "The abyss of the supreme great blade 12 works, who exactly are you?" The swordsman was somewhat surprised that the other recognized the sword he held. Geraldo Nightblack. Hearing the name, Shanks searched his memory for the figure, but could not recall him. The other members of the red-haired pirates, seeing Shanks being blocked, attempted to rush forward to assist, but two figures. One of them was Barrett, and accompanying him was the only fishman in the crew. Ben Beckman raised his pistol at Black, only to suddenly realize he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. Following the aura, Beckman saw another person with bright red hair. Unlike Shanks, this individual felt like a primal. The battlefield fell into silence, as no one had expected the red-haired pirates at Yonko crew to suddenly appear here. Even more surprising was that another group had blocked their arrival. Shanks furrowed his brow and asked Black with dissatisfaction, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Black said nothing, merely standing silently in confrontation with Shanks. At that moment, a series of clear footsteps suddenly echoed across the silent battlefield. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. When Garp and Sengoku saw him, they were momentarily stunned. How could this guy have escaped too? Akainu looked at the newcomer and finally realized the identity of the swordsman and this group of people. "Looks pretty lively, why not add me in?" The newcomer was Law, and the swordsman named Black was the one next to Law who was carrying a sword, while the other three were naturally his crew. Law signaled for his crew to come back, and Shanks returned to his pirate crew, casting a wary glance at Law and his crew. He knew well that the swordsman from earlier possessed strength equal to his own, and the other few were similarly formidable. Such a terrifying force was unknown to him. The high-ranking officers of the Navy gathered together, with Sengoku stepping forward to face Law. "Law, this ends here. If you continue to cause trouble, the world government will personally send people to suppress you." Law shrugged his shoulders. He had two main objectives today: first, to prevent Shanks from saving Kobe, and second, to boldly announce his return. If the red-haired pirates and the Navy teamed up, it would indeed be troublesome. "No problem, old spud, for your sake. Let's go." With that, Law and his crew departed, casually commandeering a Navy ship before leaving Marineford. Once they were gone, Shanks finally sighed in relief. The pressure Law had exerted on him was overwhelming. The following events unfolded as in the original story. Under Shanks' influence, everyone chose to stand down as the Navy's objectives had already been achieved. Meanwhile, in a corner where no one was paying attention, Doflamingo led the pacifistas to surround Gecko Moria. Faced with the world government's relentless pursuit, Moria sought to resist, but against Doflamingo and numerous pacifistas, he could only submit to their onslaught. Ultimately, the world government reported that Moria was dead. However, Law knew very well that Moria was alive, having been rescued by the invisible Absalom, and Doflamingo chose not to pursue. However, Law did not care about this. Whether Moria lived or died had no bearing on him. The epic battle finally came to a close, with the Navy emerging as the last victor. The Whitebeard pirates returned defeated. Both Whitebeard and Ace had fallen with countless casualties. But the Navy did not fare well either. Marineford was nearly obliterated. The red-haired pirates arrived quickly and left just as fast, but they did take Ace and Whitebeard's bodies with them. The Blackbeard crew remained unnoticed for the most part, only making a brief appearance before slipping away, having already secured the Tremor fruit. After all the pirates had departed, the Navy turned their gazes towards Sengoku, as they most wanted to know the identities of Law's group. Sengoku took a deep breath and then began to explain to everyone. "A new Emperor. They are the Blood Asura pirate crew who I, along with Carp, personally captured 13 years ago in Mariawa and imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down." The Blood Asura pirate crew initially consisted of only 4 members, led by Captain Luo Xiu, known as Blood Asura, a devil fruit user who consumed a mythical beast-type fruit, the exact name of which remains unclear. The swordsman is named Blake, wielding a blade known as the Dark Abyss, one of the supreme great swords, and is immensely. Another member with red hair named Anshuin is likely also a mythical beast-type user possessing abilities similar to Sakazuki's, capable of manipulating magma. Lastly, there is the fishman named Lore, who possesses extraordinary physical skills and had impressive strength. Even what was unexpected is that they have even released Barrett. If Barrett joins them, the strength of the Blood Asura pirate crew will become even more terrifying. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. They had just slain one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, and now another Blood Asura has emerged, and he is very young. Seeing the low morale among the crowd, Sengoku could only speak to comfort them. There is no need to worry. Blood Asura is not like other pirates. His hostility towards the Navy is not very strong, and he has even cooperated with us in the past, provided you do not provoke him first. Send a message to the world government. Whitebeard's pirate crew is a thing of the past. The position of 4 emperor is vacant, and I suggest making the Blood Asura pirate crew the new 4 emperors, along with announcing their bounties. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. They had expended great effort to eliminate one 4 emperor, only to have another, even more fearsome pirate crew take his place. Meanwhile, on the warship seized by the Blood Asura, Luo Xiu and his crew were drifting in the calm belt. Luo Xiu had forgotten about the calm belt, and the Navy's warship lacked jet propulsion, meaning they could not go anywhere. At this moment, the fishman Lore approached. "Boss, how about I take each of you to the nearest island?" Luo Xiu glanced at Lore and quickly dismissed his proposal. It wasn't that Luo Xiu doubted Lore's physical stamina. After all, even Rayleigh could swim across the calm belt, let alone Lore, who was a fishman. What Luo Xiu was really concerned about was that Lore was directionally challenged. They had no record pointer, and if Lore led them, who knows where they would end up. Returning to Marineford would be the best case scenario. Lore felt somewhat frustrated, believing that his directional sense had improved over the years. Anshuan walked over to comfort. "It's okay, Lore. The captain is just worried about your safety." Barrett felt somewhat helpless. He had thought that following Luo Xiu would allow him to become a dominant force and continuously enhance his strength, but he never expected to be stymied by a calm belt. Moreover, he is a devil fruit user, making it impossible for him to swim away. He looked towards Blake. During their time together, he had discerned the personalities of Luo Xiu and the others. Captain Luo Xiu, though appearing cold and unfeeling, was merely putting on a facade. He actually possessed a bit of it. The swordsman Blake is most likely their vice captain. Barrett had intended to compete for the position of vice captain until the moment Blake unsheathed his sword, which made Barrett realize the gap between him and Blake. Blake is also the most composed and calm among the group. As for Anshuan and Lore, they can be considered the muscle of the ship, both having straightforward personalities with no hidden agendas. They both acted according to Luo Xiu's instructions, and sometimes they would also listen to Blake for minor matters. Barrett noticed that Blake showed no signs of panic, which made him understand that the latter surely had a way to resolve their current. Barrett approached Blake. "Blake, what should we do now?" Wait for what?" Blake did not answer this time. Instead, he instructed them to check inside the warship for any food. Although their current physical condition could withstand several days without food, having something is better than nothing. After the group left, Blake turned to Luo Xiu. "Xiu, will she come?" Luo Xiu did not turn around, simply nodded. Blake felt relieved. In fact, he was not very certain when faced with Barrett's question earlier, which is why he said just. A moment later, Barrett and the others returned to the deck, with Anshuan reporting to Blake. "Blake, there is still some food on the ship, which should normally be enough for a week." Barrett felt puzzled, wondering what was meant by normally. What about in abnormal circumstances? Upon hearing Barrett's question, Anshuan turned to Lore. "In abnormal circumstances, that food would only be enough for one meal." Lore scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Barrett now felt that this pirate crew was somewhat unreliable, but since he was already on the pirate ship, there was no way to get off. He could only leave it to fate. Luo Xiu did not participate, quietly gazing at the distant sea, as if expecting something to appear. In the following days, everyone relied on the food aboard the ship for sustenance. With control over Lore's diet, they could still manage to eat well. After meals, Barrett routinely sparred with Anshuan, and was shocked to discover that he could not match Luo Xiu and Blake, and even Anshuan seemed out of his reach. Even if he could win, he estimated he would be left with barely a breath. Meanwhile, on Nine Snake Island in the calm belt within the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a short old woman suddenly rushed into the palace in a hurry. "Snake Princess, something terrible has happened." As she spoke, she raised the newspaper in her hand. The pirate empress kicked Nu Popo away and then took the newspaper from her hand. When Hancock saw the content of the newspaper, she instantly lost her composure. She hurriedly instructed her sister Sandasonia to prepare the ship, while she rushed into the dressing room to change clothes repeatedly. Sandasonia and Marigold exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening, but still acted upon Hancock's order. On the ground lay the newspaper discarded by Hancock, which displayed the headline "New 4 Emperors." The new 4 Emperors referred to the Blood Asura pirate crew, with the report stating that their whereabouts were currently unknown, along with the bounties on Luo Xiu and his crew. Luo Xiu, 4,523,000,000 berries. Blake, 3,288,000,000 berries. Barrett, 3,177,000,000 berries. Anshuan, 3,066,000,000 berries. Lore, 3,055,000,000 berries. Hancock naturally knew why their whereabouts were unknown. They were surely trapped in the calm belt, otherwise they would have appeared before her by now. Once everything was ready, Hancock could not wait to set sail. However, Luo Xiu and the others were unaware that their bounties had been issued, and were instead concerned about the food situation. Luo Xiu continued to gaze at the distant sea until evening, when he spotted the shadow of a ship appearing in the distance. Alright guys, pack up, it's time for us to leave. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, everyone turned their gaze towards the distance. The big sister is finally here. Great, I can finally eat my fill. The speaker was Lore, who had been starving for days. Although he had no freedom and impelled down, at least Magellan had not let him starve. Blake also breathed a sigh of relief, then relaxed, quietly polishing his weapon, the Abyss. Although Barrett did not know the people on that ship, he could tell from Lore's reaction that they were likely allies. Soon Hancock's ship approached Luo Xiu's ship. Before the ship had even stabilized, Hancock rushed onto Luo Xiu's ship and leaped directly into his arms. Luo Xiu, I've missed you so much. Luo Xiu gently comforted Hancock in his embrace, as she had waited for him for 13 years, and how could he not feel the same? I'm back. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar on the Red Earth continent in the Holy Land of Mariawa, a boy of about 12 or 13 slowly opened his eyes. What the hell, how did I end up here? Wasn't I just binge watching One Piece all night? This person is Luo Xiu. Indeed, he has traversed into the world of pirates, possessing the body of a boy who was abducted, and coincidentally this boy is also named Luo Xiu. After quite a while, Luo Xiu gradually accepted the fact that he had crossed into the world of pirates. He then examined his body. Although he was only 12 years old, he had already grown to a height of 1.70 meters, which could be considered an adult height. Since he had crossed over, it was likely that he would also have the typical golden finger that all traversers possess. Luo Xiu then called out to his system in his mind. System, are you there? Ding host, I am here. Welcome to use the sign-in system. Upon hearing it was the sign-in system, Luo Xiu felt a bit disappointed, but thought it was still acceptable. If given enough time to sign in, he would surely grow to be the strongest in the pirate world. System, I want to sign in. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations host, you have received an Apple 1. As soon as the system's voice fell, a crystal clear apple landed in Luo Xiu's hand. He wiped it simply on his clothes and took a bite. The apple is quite sweet. System, continue. Ding, the host has signed in today. Please come again tomorrow. Luo Xiu stood there in a daze, suddenly realizing that the apple in his hand wasn't as sweet anymore. Other sign-in systems either give hockey or devil fruits, and you just give me an apple. Do you even want me to survive? But the system remained unresponsive to Luo Xiu's complaints. Since the sign-in rewards are useless, are there any starter packs or something? Ding host, there is one. Luo Xiu let out a sigh of relief. Having a starter pack was good, as it at least guaranteed that he wouldn't die right now. Then let's open the starter pack. Ding, the host must complete the novice task to open the starter pack. A black line appeared on Luo Xiu's forehead as he suppressed the urge to return it and asked about the specifics of the novice task. Ding, the novice task has been issued. Please escape from Mariawa. For every person you successfully bring out, an additional reward will be added. Escape from Mariawa. What does that mean? It was only then that Luo Xiu began to observe his surroundings, realizing he was indeed in a prison cell, and according to the system, this should be the prison of Mariawa. Damn, how did I end up in Mariawa? Am I now a slave of the celestial dragons? The system did not respond to Luo. Luo Xiu forced himself to calm down. The urgent task at hand was to understand the current timeline. Luo Xiu looked at the few people in the cell with him. Apart from himself, there were 3 girls and 3 boys, one of whom was a child of the Fishman tribe. These individuals all appeared to be around the same age as him. The 3 girls quickly caught Luo Xiu's attention as they huddled together trembling. The girl in the middle had long black hair. Although she appeared somewhat disheveled now, it was easy to see that she was a beauty and would surely grow into a stunning woman. The other 2 girls had green and orange-yellow hair respectively. They were looking eagerly at the apple in Luo Xiu's hand, having not eaten anything for several days. When Luo Xiu suddenly produced an apple, they wanted to ask if he had any spare apples, but they did not dare to approach. Having just crossed over, Luo Xiu was not hungry. Seeing their condition, he extended the bitten apple towards them. I don't have any extras. If you don't mind, you can have this. The girls took the apple. After thanking Luo Xiu, they each took a bite. Luo Xiu noticed that the black-haired girl was eating the least. One apple was obviously not enough for them, and soon only an apple core remained. Luo Xiu approached them and tried to ask if, my name is Luo Xiu. What are your names? How did you get captured and what year is it now? After a moment of silence, the middle girl finally spoke. My name is Boa Hancock. To my left is my second sister Sandersonia, and to my right is my younger sister Marigold. We were captured while going out to sea. This year is 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar. Although she did not understand why the boy before her didn't even know what year it was, she told the truth since he had provided them with food. Upon hearing the girls' names, Luo Xiu's breath quickened. Were these not the names of the Empress' 3 sisters? Moreover, their hair colors corresponded perfectly. He didn't expect to have crossed over to the moment when Hancock was just captured. Did this not mean that he had the chance to prevent Hancock and the others from being marked by the celestial dragon? Furthermore, he would have the opportunity to leave an impression on Hancock's heart. After all, who wouldn't want to have the first beauty of the pirate world? However, Luo Xiu did not show it. After getting the answers he wanted, he returned to his place. Before leaving, he instructed Hancock and the others to dirty their faces a bit. Though the 3 were somewhat puzzled, they complied, choosing to trust the man named Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu looked at the other few individuals. 2 human boys were about the same age as him. One had bright red hair and the other purple hair. They seemed to have been captured recently and were still unconscious. As for the remaining Fishman child, although he was called a child, he was already over 2 meters tall. Luo Xiu could tell he was a child just by looking at the snot hanging from his nose. Seeing Luo Xiu return, the fisherman cautiously approached his side. Big brother, do you have any apples left? Looking at this fisherman who was several heads taller than him, yet still called him big brother, Luo Xiu was at a loss for words to describe the feeling. Luo Xiu shook his head. He indeed had no extra apples left. The fisherman lowered his head in disappointment. My name is Luo Xiu. What is your name and how old are you? The fisherman hesitated for a moment before answering Luo Xiu's question. My name is Laurel, and I am 8 years old. Luo Xiu nodded calmly, but internally he was exclaiming, what a guy. Is this really 8 years old? At that moment the other two human boys had also awakened. They first looked around in a panic, and then, as if accepting their fate, gradually quieted down. Luo Xiu brought Laurel to stand before the two boys. They were now like grasshoppers on the same rope. Building a good relationship was definitely the way to go. After some mutual conversation, Luo Xiu learned their names. The red-haired boy was named Antoine, and the purple-haired boy was named Blake. The cell once again fell into silence. Luo Xiu and the three others huddled in the leftmost corner, while the three sisters of Hancock curled up in the rightmost corner. They sat quietly like this with an unknown future ahead of them. Luo Xiu was currently pondering how to complete the new player task released by the system. This task was neither particularly difficult nor entirely easy. If you were to say it was difficult, Luo Xiu currently had no thoughts on how to escape Mary Geos. Not to mention how to leave this cell. Even if he managed to escape, he had no idea where exactly he was within Mary Geos. Even if he miraculously escaped from prison outside, there were the celestial dragons there, enslaved slaves, agents of the world government, and he might even encounter the Knights of God and the Five Elders. Regardless of whom he might encounter, his death was a certainty, as he was currently a prisoner. If one were to say it was not difficult, it indeed was not, and escaping Mary Geos did not require him to do much. As long as he could survive until the arrival of Fisher Tiger 4 years later, he could escape amidst the chaos. However, how to survive here for 4 years was a major issue. Of course, he had not forgotten what the new player task stated. For every additional person he rescued, he would receive an extra reward. Luo Xiu glanced at the others. If he could take them all out, that would be 6 rewards. As for taking more people, Luo Xiu had no such thoughts. He understood the principle of not overreaching. Managing to escape with the other 6 was already the best case scenario. Just as Luo Xiu was deep in thought, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Everyone, including Luo Xiu, tensed up, unsure of what they were about to face. Soon a figure clad in armor opened their cell. Honorable Lord Cornelius Barros, these are the young slaves recently captured. You may use them as experimental subjects. After speaking, he stepped aside, revealing another person behind him. Luo Xiu looked up, and the person named Cornelius Barros looked exactly like the celestial dragon he remembered. Dressed in an extravagant outfit, wearing sunglasses with dark green hair and a beard, his hair towered like the Eiffel Tower, and his beard was so long that it cascaded down to his chest. As Barros entered the cell and saw the prisoners, he disdainfully waved his hand in front of his nose. His gaze lingered over the others for a moment before finally landing on Luo Xiu. Barros pointed at Luo Xiu. I choose him to take him to my laboratory. With that, Barros left the cell. Luo Xiu felt somewhat speechless. If out of 7 people, he was the one chosen. The armored figure entered the cell and gestured for Luo Xiu to follow. Luo Xiu quickly contemplated his next move. If he did not comply with the others' instructions, there was a strong possibility he would be killed in a fit of rage. After all, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Luo Xiu had no choice but to rise and follow. He realized he had to do as instructed to have a glimmer of hope. Following the guard, he left the prison and learned that his cell was located on the 3rd floor, 3rd room on the left. Upon exiting the prison, Luo Xiu was met with an entirely different scene. If he were to describe it in 2 words, they would be cleanliness and silence. The surroundings were spotless, the trees trimmed neatly, and there were no fallen leaves on the lawn. Aside from the sounds of the guard's footsteps and the clanking of armor, there was not a single other sound. After walking for a while, Luo Xiu noticed a female celestial dragon ahead. This female celestial dragon was flanked by 2 fully armed guards at both the front and back, alongside 2 agents from the world government. Moreover, there was a slave beneath her, which was an elephant. No, to be precise, it was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and the fruit must have been the elephant fruit. As for how Luo Xiu knew that it was a human and not a real elephant, it was evident from her eyes. As they were about to approach this female celestial dragon, the guard in front of them suddenly knelt down. I greet you, Lady Cassandra of the Lea Palace. Seeing this, Luo Xiu quickly knelt as well. Every step he took here needed to be taken with extreme caution. The celestial dragon, named Lea Palace, paid them no mind and walked straight past them. After Lea Palace had completely walked away, the guard stood up. After Luo Xiu got up, he quickly followed, and before long they arrived in front of a palace. The guards halted at this point, as if waiting for something. Luo Xiu dared not speak, standing silently aside, while waiting for the next step. Soon 2 palace maids emerged from the palace and led Luo Xiu inside. They brought Luo Xiu into a room that contained a bucket of water and a set of clean clothes. Just as Luo Xiu was puzzled, one of the maids spoke up. You have 3 minutes to clean yourself and change clothes. Exceeding even a second means death. Luo Xiu did not dare waste any time. He quickly stripped off his old clothes and jumped into the bucket to wash himself, making it the most uncomfortable bath he had ever taken. Finally, Luo Xiu barely managed to change into his new clothes. Just before the 3 minutes were up, He then followed the maids to another room which contained nothing but an iron cage. The maids gestured for Luo Xiu to enter the cage. With no other option, Luo Xiu had no choice but to crawl inside. After locking the cage, the two maids left the room. Luo Xiu surveyed his surroundings. Everything from the floor to the walls to the ceiling was white. He did not know how long it had been, but just as Luo Xiu was about to fall asleep, the door to the room suddenly opened and Barros walked in holding a strangely shaped fruit. Luo Xiu's pupils constricted. He recognized that it was a devil fruit. At this thought, cold sweat poured down his back. It seemed Barros wanted him to eat the devil fruit, but he did not know what type it was. If it were a Zoan-type devil fruit, then without a doubt, he would end up like the previous Zoan-type user he encountered, becoming Barros' means of transportation. While Luo Xiu was still contemplating how to respond, Barros had already extended the devil fruit towards him. Either eat it. Without time to think, Luo Xiu shakily accepted the devil fruit from Barros' hand. Barros looked at Luo Xiu. You seem to be quite obedient. Hearing Barros' words, Luo Xiu felt a sense of relief. If he had hesitated for even a second just now, Barros would likely have ordered his execution immediately. However, the next dilemma he faced was whether or not to eat the devil fruit. Luo Xiu mocked himself internally. At this moment, he had no right to choose. Resolutely, Luo Xiu stuffed the entire devil fruit into his mouth. In the next moment, an awful taste surged to his palate. He had expected the devil fruit to taste terrible, but he had not anticipated it would be this awful. After struggling to swallow the devil fruit, Luo Xiu closed his eyes and began to slowly feel the changes within his. As Luo Xiu sensed the changes in his body, Barlo Saint stood quietly beside him, waiting with a measure of patience. At this moment, Luo Xiu realized what kind of devil fruit he had consumed. However, he was uncertain whether this result was good or bad. The fruit was named animal type, human fruit, mythical beast form, Blood Asura form. Indeed, Luo Xiu's fruit was of the animal type, but it was the human fruit, meaning he could not transform into an animal for Barlo Saint to ride. Of course, this assumption relied on Barlo Saint not riding directly on his head. Luo Xiu carefully felt the abilities granted by this fruit as it pertained to his very survival. Unsurprisingly, all these abilities were related to blood, as his fruit was indeed Blood Asura form. The first ability, which Luo Xiu referred to as bloodthirsty sustenance, as the name suggests, provided him with sustenance. It is well known that animal-type users are the most resilient among all devil fruit users, not only due to the high defense and endurance provided by their fruits, but also their remarkable recovery abilities. The recovery ability of the mythical beast form is particularly terrifying, and bloodthirsty sustenance allows him to enhance his recovery by 20 after inflicting bleeding damage on an opponent, and this effect can stack. This means that Luo Xiu can completely exhaust his opponents when facing adversaries of the same rank. The second ability, which Luo Xiu referred to as Asura form, is a common transformation among animal-type users. Other animal-type users transform into human form, animal form, or hybrid form, while he can transform into human form, half Asura form, and complete Asura form. In other words, while the strongest form of other animal-type users is the hybrid form, his strongest form is the complete Asura form, which is equivalent to the animal form. In half Asura form, he gains threefold enhancement to his physical abilities, whether in attack, defense, or speed. However, the cost is that half Asura form rapidly consumes his blood chi. To clarify, it is not blood itself, but the energy within the blood, which can be understood as a fourth type of haki. Once his blood chi is depleted, Luo Xiu will revert from half Asura form, and can only utilize this ability again once his blood chi is restored. In addition to waiting for natural recovery, he can also replenish his blood chi during battle by drawing from an opponent's blood chi simply by causing them to bleed. As for the complete Asura form, Luo Xiu was still unaware of the specifics. The last ability, which Luo Xiu referred to as Asura Weia. Similar to Conqueror's Haki, it can exert mental pressure on opponents, and Asura Weia can be cultivated to grow stronger. As long as he continuously absorbs others' blood chi, he can enhance his Asura Weia. Luo Xiu felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had turned misfortune into fortune by obtaining a devil fruit that, once it matured, his Asura Weia could even rival Conqueror's Haki. After understanding most of this, Luo Xiu opened his eyes, sensing that Barlo Saint was about to lose patience. Upon seeing Luo Xiu open his eyes, Barlo Saint quickly approached him. What kind of fruit did you eat? Does it have combat power? Hearing Barlo Saint's question, Luo Xiu quickly realized that the other party did not know what kind of fruit he had been given, so he did not intend to tell the truth. Paramecia blood fruit, it has combat power. Barlo Saint seemed slightly disappointed upon hearing it was merely a Paramecia type, but as long as it had combat power, that was enough. Prepare yourself in the coming days. There will be a battle in a week that requires your participation. Before that, I can guarantee your survival. With that, Barlo Saint left the room. Luo Xiu immediately sighed in relief. At least he was safe for the next week. As for the battle Barlo Saint mentioned, he could guess what it entailed. Celestial dragons love to capture humans and throw them into arenas to see them fight to the death. After a while, the two palace maids returned and released Luo Xiu. Barlo Saint wants us to tell you to train well. If you can win that battle, he can grant you a wish. Luo Xiu nodded. It seemed that Barlo Saint held a significant position. Back in the cell, the others quickly gathered around him, eagerly asking what had happened. After briefly explaining what had occurred, Luo Xiu began physical training in the cell. Although the mythical beast fruit provided him with immense power in a short time, he had no confidence in defeating an opponent who might also be a devil fruit user. The others silently watched Luo Xiu. They understood that the battle in a week was a matter of life and death. However, Luo Xiu soon discovered a problem. He did not know how to become stronger. Whether it was any physical arts, how to develop fruit abilities, or how to acquire haki, no one was teaching him. Luo Xiu could only keep doing push-ups. He hoped to improve his physical fitness so that he could rely on the strength of the mythical beast form to win the battle. 521, 522, 523. Luo Xiu was astonished to find that the enhancement granted by the mythical beast form was even more terrifying than he had imagined in his past life. Doing 20 push-ups was a struggle, yet he was now able to do over 500 without feeling fatigued. So this is the mythical beast form. No wonder so many people desire it. By noon, the earlier guard brought him food, but of course it was only a single serving for him. During the next 2 days, Luo Xiu engaged in tedious physical training, and during meals he would outsmart the guards, secretly hoarding some food to share with others. The guards did not suspect anything. They saw that Luo Xiu had undergone extensive training and, having consumed much energy, naturally ate a lot. As for why the others had not starved after such a long time without food, he paid no mind. Perhaps he guessed that Luo Xiu was hoarding food, but having been a slave himself, he might have chosen to remain silent out of sympathy. That night, when everyone was asleep, Luo Xiu opened his eyes in the dark. It had been 3 days since he consumed that fruit, and he had yet to experience what it felt like to enter the half Asura form. He decided to take this opportunity to familiarize himself with it in secret. After all, he had always claimed that he had consumed a superhuman-type devil fruit. This was also true for Hancock and the others. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but in this cannibalistic world, one must keep some secrets. After confirming that everyone was sound asleep, Luo Xiu began to try and activate the powers of the devil fruit. Luo Xiu felt as if all the blood in his body was boiling, celebrating something. Then the world before his eyes began to turn red and viscous. When Luo Xiu exited the half Asura form, the world around him returned to normal. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the earlier sensations were merely a result of his first entry into the half Asura form, allowing him to adapt. Subsequently, Luo Xiu carefully sensed the changes in his body. It seemed that a layer of armor had condensed around his limbs and torso, and when he gently touched it, he found it somewhat rough. Luo Xiu could falsely claim that this armor was the ability of the blood fruit. Even if they were suspicious, it wouldn't matter since they had no knowledge of this fruit. Luo Xiu also noticed that a faint blood mist seemed to envelop him. He calmed himself, knowing that the changes from the half Asura form could all be concealed by the powers of the blood fruit. However, there was some discomfort in 2 places on his back, as if something were trying to grow out. Luo Xiu reached out to touch, but unfortunately those areas were covered by the armor, and he couldn't feel anything. Finally, Luo Xiu carefully felt the changes in his strength. He clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming power coursing through him. He could now do 3,000 push-ups in one breath. Luo Xiu did not exit the half Asura form. He wanted to test where his limits lay. After 10 minutes, he began to feel some fatigue. After 20 minutes, his body felt particularly heavy, as if his legs were filled with lead. After 30 minutes, his entire body was immobile, barely able to maintain this form. After 32 minutes, Luo Xiu could no longer hold on and exited the half Asura form. Once back in his human form, he felt exhausted, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what aspect of his fatigue it was. However, with only a few days left until the first battle, he could slowly familiarize himself with this fruit. With that thought, Luo Xiu lay down on the dry grass and gradually fell asleep. At that moment, Hancock, who had been in the corner, opened her eyes. In the darkness, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the sleeping Luo Xiu, who just now she had sensed a familiar aura. Conqueror's haki. The next morning, Luo Xiu woke up from hunger. The emptiness within him vanished, replaced by a strong. It seems that restoring my vitality relies on physical strength. This time, Luo Xiu asked the guards for 3 portions of food, and in their astonished gazes, he devoured all 3 portions completely. Unfortunately, the guards kept a close watch on him, leaving him unable to save any for Hancock and the others. In the following days, Luo Xiu trained his physical abilities during the day and familiarized himself with his fruit's powers at night. He successfully extended his limit of maintaining the half Asura form to 40 minutes. The guards gradually accepted the fact that Luo Xiu could eat 3 portions of food on his own and stopped paying attention to him. Luo Xiu was finally able to secretly hoard some again. Soon the 7 days given to him by Baroque works passed quickly. On this day, after finishing a hearty breakfast, Luo Xiu followed the guards out of the prison once more. Upon seeing Luo Xiu, Baroque works assessed his mental state. "You look good. If you defeat your opponent, I will grant you 1 request. If you kill them, I will grant you 2. After saying this, Baroque works mounted a lion and walked off in a direction of his choosing. Luo Xiu felt fortunate that he had consumed the human fruit. Otherwise, if it were another animal type, he would have become Baroque works mount. Indeed, the lion beneath Baroque works was also transformed by a devil fruit. Luo Xiu followed Baroque works to a relatively small arena, considering that there were only so many celestial dragons. Luo Xiu closely followed Baroque works while silently observing everything around him. He noticed that each celestial dragon was accompanied by at least 6 bodyguards, and many of them rode animal-type devil fruit users. Luo Xiu also spotted another celestial dragon he had seen before Liagong. However, she was now riding a dinosaur which appeared to be a stegosaurus. Luo Xiu was unaware of what had happened to the user of the elephant fruit. Perhaps they could not endure the humiliation and wished to resist, but there was only one outcome for resistance in Mariewa. Luo Xiu shook his head. These were not matters he should concern himself with. He needed to focus on how to win today's battle. Baroque Works gestured to the guards beside him, indicating that they should take Luo Xiu down to the arena. Luo Xiu had no choice but to obediently follow. Before leaving, he saw another celestial dragon approach Baroque Works, and the two began to argue. Luo Xiu did not know what they were arguing about, but his intuition told him it was undoubtedly about today's battle. He followed the guards into the room that had been prepared for him inside the arena, quietly waiting for the battle to begin. Luo Xiu looked around aside from the door he had just entered. There was only an iron-barred door, beyond which lay the sandy ground of the arena. After a while, the barred door suddenly opened, and Luo Xiu knew it was his time to enter. As he slowly stepped out of the room, his heart began to race. When he stood in the center of the sandy ground, Luo Xiu heard a wave of murmurs around him. "Haha, Baroque Works, what kind of battle pet have you found? Such a little guy, won't he be beaten to a pulp by Valorous battle pet?" Exactly. Baroque Works, have you lost your mind? Just wait to lose. Valorous, hurry up and let your battle pet out to kill this kid. I'm still waiting to go back and spoil my 13th wife. The jeers were unending. Luo Xiu turned his head to look, and Baroque Works was now red with anger. Noticing Luo Xiu's gaze, he glared back fiercely. "If you can't win today, not only will you die, but all those trash in your cell with you will die too." Luo Xiu's heart sank. This battle not only concerned his own life, but also that of Hancock and the other 6. In the next moment, a deafening cheer erupted around him. Luo Xiu focused his gaze and saw a burly man over 2.5 meters tall walking out from the opposite side. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would be his next opponent. "Looks like Valorous battle pet is going for a 4-win streak. Yeah, we need to quickly find a stronger battle pet, otherwise the rewards will be snatched away by that Valorous guy." At this moment, a guard approached. He should be the referee. The guard briefly explained the rules, and then ordered the battle to begin. The content of the rules was simply that there were no rules here. They could use any means to defeat each other. As soon as the battle began, the opponent directly transformed into a massive yellow lizard man. It was evident that the opponent was a user of the lizard fruit. Luo Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Since you are also an animal type, this will be easier." Then Luo Xiu immediately entered the half-Asura form and charged towards the lizard man. Luo Xiu collided fiercely with the lizardman, and in an instant he felt a strange power emanating from the lizardman's body. Luo Xiu's pupils constricted. It seemed he could not underestimate any user of a devil fruit. The lizardman was equally shocked. He did not expect that this seemingly frail little figure could withstand his attack. The many Tianlong people watching this scene erupted in cheers. Compared to a crushing victory, they preferred to see a balanced fight, with every punch landing solidly. Baro Sheng's emotions eased a bit. From the looks of it, even if Luo Xiu could not defeat his opponent, he at least would not lose in the short term, thus preserving his face. "Baro Sheng, what kind of devil fruit did your battle pet eat? It looks like a paramecia type, yet also resembles a zone." "Yes, the devil fruit he ate seems to be a new variety not found in the devil fruit compendium, right?" Several surrounding Tianlong people looked toward Baro Sheng, hoping he could clarify for them. Baro Sheng then revealed to them that Luo Xiu had consumed the paramecia type blood fruit. Although a few Tianlong people felt something was off, they did not delve deeper, as Luo Xiu was merely a lowly battle pet. However, Baro Sheng was puzzled. He did not actually know the origin of this fruit, as it had suddenly appeared in the fruit. Baro Sheng immediately found the devil fruit compendium to compare, but unfortunately could not find it. So he randomly picked a slave to eat its serving as his battle pet. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable devil fruit brought him such a great surprise. Returning to the center of the arena, Luo Xiu and the lizard man separated instantly. Luo Xiu shook his slightly swollen arm and looked warily at the lizard man across from him. The lizard man was also feeling the effects. The opponent's strength was surprisingly great, and each hit was particularly painful. Luo Xiu launched another attack, raising his fist and charging towards the lizard man. The lizard man quickly raised his arm to block and swiftly retaliated. Luo Xiu's attack power and defensive attributes were decent, but the only thing he lacked was combat experience and skills. Luo Xiu could only rely on his Bodis instincts, throwing punch after punch at the lizard man. However, the lizard man was clearly experienced. He quickly realized that Luo Xiu was fighting for the first time and immediately changed his strategy, moving around the arena to gradually exhaust Luo Xiu's stamina. To the many Tianlong people, it appeared as if Luo Xiu was chasing and attacking the lizard man. This made Baro Sheng let out a long breath, provocatively looking at his opponent St. Valus. But Luo Xiu became increasingly anxious. If this continued, he would eventually be forced to exit half-ascended form due to blood energy depletion, and at that point he would become a lamb to the slaughter. "I must change tactics." With this in mind, Luo Xiu suddenly stopped his pursuit, pretending to be out of breath, trying to lure the lizard man into attacking him. But the lizard man was too clever. He suspected that Luo Xiu was trying to bait him, so he did not rashly close the distance, maintaining a distance of 3 steps from Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu also understood that the lizard man would not be easily fooled, but he still insisted on this strategy. He believed that the lizard man would surely initiate an attack for the sake of a so-called 4-win streak. Just as the two were at a stalemate, St. Valus, seated on the lizard man's side of the audience, could not help but shout, "He has no strength left, hurry up and finish him off." Under the pressure from St. Valus, the lizard man had no choice but to approach Luo Xiu actively. His fists landed on Luo Xiu's body without obstruction, and St. Valus immediately cheered. But the lizard man's expression changed drastically. He felt as if his fist had struck a particularly hard armor. Luo Xiu seized the opportunity, swiftly controlling the lizard man with both hands, but the lizard man's body was too large. Luo Xiu could only use both hands and feet, clinging to the lizard man like a sloth. The lizard man wanted to throw Luo Xiu off, but having caught him with great difficulty, Luo Xiu would not let him succeed. Luo Xiu continuously struck the lizard man's head with his fists, targeting a relatively vulnerable area, especially the lizard man's eyes. After 3 strikes, Luo Xiu had managed to injure the lizard man's right eye, causing blood to flow, and immediately, the lizard man bleeding also meant that Luo Xiu could absorb blood energy to replenish his own consumption. His devil fruit ability, Bloodthirsty Sustenance, was officially activated. Luo Xiu felt a surge of pure energy suddenly rush into his body, and he immediately pressed the advantage, relentlessly striking the lizard man's head. Before long, the lizard man was left bloodied and battered with as many as 5 bleeding wounds. This also allowed Luo Xiu's Bloodthirsty Sustenance to stack up to 5 layers, enhancing his recovery by 100%, effectively allowing him to attack without cost. The excruciating pain in his head made the lizard man timid, although the self-healing ability provided by the Zoan type was continuously repairing his body. Luo Xiu's attack power had been enhanced threefold, making each hit exceptionally painful. Luo Xiu became more courageous as he fought, quickly pinning the lizard man to the ground. His goal was clear: to crush the Luo Xiu's fists hammered down like hammers, striking repeatedly on the lizard man's head. Initially, the lizard man resisted, but his resistance gradually weakened until he could no longer fight back. But Luo Xiu did not stop. He continued his assault. Even as the lizard man's head became a bloody mess, Luo Xiu persisted, sensing that the lizard man was still alive. Finally, with all his strength, Luo Xiu delivered a final heavy blow to the lizard man's head. This punch successfully crushed the lizard man's skull, and in an instant blood and brains splattered everywhere, covering Luo Xiu's face. Luo Xiu stepped away from the lizard man's body, his nostrils filled with the stench of blood, and an inexplicable. He quickly distanced himself from the lizard man's corpse, gasping for breath, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, and with great difficulty lifted his head to look at Barrett in the stands. At this moment, the referee finally reacted and announced Luo Xiu's victory. St. Valus left in a huff, not even glancing at the lizard man. Luo Xiu looked at the lizard man's corpse. To be honest, he had no enmity with the lizard man. They were even strangers. But for the entertainment of the Tianlong people, they had to risk their lives. At this moment, Luo Xiu heard Barrow's voice in his ear. "You did well. Go wash up, and then tell me your request. I will grant it. Also, the next battle is in 10 days. I hope you can surprise me again." After saying this, Barrowshang left with his entourage. The other Tianlong people, seeing that the outcome was decided regardless of the result, had enjoyed the show and also began to leave. Soon the entire arena was left with only Luo Xiu and the lizard man's corpse. Luo Xiu walked slowly to the lizard man's corpse. He did not know how the previous corpses had been handled and did not dare to act rashly, so he had to leave the lizard man's body here. Luo Xiu bowed to the lizard man. After all, he was alive because of the lizard man's death. Just as Luo Xiu was about to turn and leave, something suddenly appeared in his mind. As Luo Xiu was about to turn and leave, a sudden flash of something struck his mind like lightning. Luo Xiu quickly turned to look at the corpse of the lizard man on the ground. Just moments ago, a new ability related to the Blood Asura fruit had suddenly emerged in his mind, one he had not discovered in the past few days. According to this newly described ability, if a capable individual dies and their body is preserved relatively intact with at least 70 of their blood remaining. Once these two conditions are met, all that is needed is an ordinary fruit, and he can cause the abilities of that individual to be reborn within the fruit. Luo Xiu's breathing began to quicken, this ability reminiscent of stealing a devil fruit he had only seen. In other words, he could now possess such power. Luo Xiu looked at the lizard man's corpse, its head blown apart. He was uncertain if it could still be considered relatively intact, but he felt confident that the blood quantity exceeded 70. Assuming these two conditions were satisfied, he only needed an ordinary fruit to acquire a devil fruit. Where should I find a fruit? After leaving, it might be difficult to return. At that moment, Luo Xiu suddenly remembered his system. He had been summoned here as soon as he woke up today and had not yet signed in. Based on his recent signing experience, it had all been ordinary fruits, merely differing in variety. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu quickly called upon the system in his mind to sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received Watermelon 1. Luo Xiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Had the system given him something else today, he would have gone mad. In the next moment, a round watermelon appeared in Luo Xiu's hands. He looked around and confirmed that there was no one else here besides him. He then placed the watermelon beside the lizard man's corpse and followed the method he had instinctively learned, drawing the blood from the lizard man's body into the watermelon. The lizard man's corpse visibly shriveled up, and as all the blood flowed out, the watermelon suddenly changed, displaying some strange patterns. Luo Xiu's heart leaped with joy. It worked. Immediately afterward, he considered another dilemma. Although he had obtained the lizard fruit, how could he bring it back to his cell, and where could he hide it? This troubled Luo Xiu. He certainly did not want to discard a hard-earned devil fruit. Whether for future trades, or to give to Black and the others, it was better than throwing it away. As if sensing Luo Xiu's predicament, the system stirred again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in for 7 consecutive days. You have received System Space 1. The current size is 111 M with no time flow within the system space, and living beings cannot be stored. This system isn't too bad after all. Luo Xiu was somewhat puzzled. If he remembered correctly, was today not the 8th? Ding! Host, you missed signing in for 1 day earlier. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luo Xiu recalled that indeed there had been a day when he was too exhausted to sign in. But receiving only 1 fruit for daily sign-ins, Luo Xiu thought it was no big deal at the time. He tossed the lizard fruit into the system space, and then left the beast fighting arena, following the route in his memory, to wash up in the palace of Barrow Saint. On the way, Luo Xiu inspected the contents of the system space, and found that he could retrieve items from it at any time, and also freely change the positions of the items. The only pity was that he could not store living beings. Otherwise, once the system space expanded a bit, he could let Hancock and the others enter the system space, and then escape. When Luo Xiu arrived at the palace of Barrow Saint, the 2 palace maids had long been waiting. Why did you just return now? Luo Xiu was startled, then forced himself to calm down. I was too tired just now and rested for a while. The 2 palace maids scrutinized Luo Xiu and found that he indeed seemed exhausted, so they signaled him to enter and wash up, informing him that Barrow Saint was in a good mood, and allowed him 5 minutes for washing. Stripping off his clothes, Luo Xiu climbed into the wooden tub. He was not only covered in sweat, but also in lizard. As Luo Xiu thoroughly washed himself, he reflected on the battle he had just fought, realizing that the turning point of the entire fight occurred when he successfully inflicted a bleeding wound on the lizard man. Once the lizard man bleeds, his bloodthirsty endurance can take effect, allowing him to grow stronger as he fights. It seems that in future battles, the first goal must be to draw blood. Although 5 minutes was a brief time, Luo Xiu quickly cleaned himself, changed into fresh clothes, and followed the palace maid to meet Barrow Saint. Upon meeting Barrow Saint, he was conversing cheerfully with another older celestial dragon woman. Seeing Luo Xiu arrive, Barrow Saint immediately introduced him to the woman. Mother, this is my battle pet. Today, he killed the pet of that bastard Valius, bringing glory to our family. Barrow Saint's mother nodded in satisfaction. I am Sylvia Katarina. You did well today. Tell me, what reward do you? Luo Xiu's mind raced. While this celestial dragon woman seemed to want to reward him, he felt something was off. Greetings, Lady Sylvia Katarina. Those deeds were merely my duty. I do not require a reward. Katarina glanced at Luo Xiu, seemingly surprised by his response. Well then, if you desire anything, you may come find me. After saying this, Katarina departed. Once she was gone, Barrow Saint turned to Luo Xiu. Fortunately, you did not agree to my mother, otherwise I would have lost a powerful battle pet. Also, being my mother's male pet is not something to be taken lightly. Hearing Barrow Saint's words, Luo Xiu broke into a cold sweat. His intuition had been correct. That old woman certainly had ulterior motives. If I had requested a reward, she would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to take me as a male pet for a 50 or 60-year-old ugly woman. I might as well play dead. Now tell me, what are your 2 requests? I can fulfill them both. Luo Xiu wasted no time and stated the 2 requests he had thought of in advance. For the first request, I hope that when Barrow Saint grants food to me, he can also provide a portion for the others in my cell. Barrow Saint nodded without hesitation. No problem, continue. In the second. For the second request, I hope Barrow Saint can arrange for a world government agent to teach me martial arts so I can better assist you in future battles. On the night that Barrow Saint agreed to Luo Xiu's 2 requests, the guards brought 9 portions of food at once, with Luo Xiu receiving 3 and the other 6 getting 1 each. Upon receiving the food, the group was astonished, quickly realizing that it was Luo Xiu who had secured these provisions for them. They all rushed to thank Luo Xiu, acknowledging that if he hadn't secretly hoarded food for them during this time, they would likely have. Especially the 3 sisters of Hancock, who had never known hunger, found it hard to endure such a situation. During the meal, Lo Air kept asking Luo Xiu to recount the battles from the day, and Luo Xiu, unable to refuse, could only give them a brief description. The group listened quietly to Luo Xiu's tales while Hancock secretly gazed at him. Having been raised with the belief that no man is worth trusting, she found her convictions wavering. During this time, Luo Xiu had continuously risked his life to provide them with food, and he even brought them fruit each day. Now, having fought hard to win 2 requests, he chose to share one with them, although he could have easily arranged for Barrow Saint to provide him with a separate cell. A figure began to take shape in Hancock's mind. After the meal, Luo Xiu started contemplating the path ahead. As long as he continued to grow stronger and secure victories for Barrow Saint, he could survive and perhaps even eventually shed his slave identity to become a guard. However, Luo Xiu was acutely aware that this was only temporary. Once Tiger arrived, he would have to escape Mary Geos, and if the opportunity arose, he would personally see to Barrow Saint's demise. To complete his novice task and earn more rewards, he began planning how to take Hancock and the other 5 away with him. He would definitely bring the 3 sisters of Hancock no matter what. As for Blake and the others, after spending time with them, he sensed their pure intentions. They might become his allies, and in any case, bringing them along could never be a mistake. If Barrow Saint continued to reward him, he would try to ensure that they wouldn't be branded with the Celestial Dragon mark. With this thought, Luo Xiu looked at Hancock. The Celestial Dragon mark was a shadow she would wish to avoid for a lifetime. If he could prevent her from being branded, perhaps Hancock could live a slightly easier life. Noticing Luo Xiu's intense gaze, Hancock lowered her head, her ears slightly flushed. Luo Xiu approached the three sisters of Hancock. "I'm sorry, Hancock, but for certain reasons I can't bring you fruit today." Hearing this, Hancock quickly shook her head, feeling that as long as they could survive, the absence of fruit was inconsequential. Luo Xiu felt puzzled, unsure why Hancock kept her head down. He didn't dwell on it, and returned to his spot, soon falling into a deep sleep. The next day, a stranger entered the cell, the third person to come here aside from the guards and Barrow Saint. From the person's attire, it was clear they were a member of the world government's CP organization. Luo Xiu knew this was the teacher Barrow Saint had arranged for him. Following him, they arrived at a training ground where many others were present apart from just himself. However, aside from him, everyone else was a CP organization agent, and he was the only one wearing clothing signifying his status as a slave. "My name is Charles. Under the orders of Barrow Saint, I am here to teach you martial arts. What would you like to learn?" "The Navy's 6 styles." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiu blurted out the name. As the exclusive martial art of the CP organization under the world government, it perfectly encompassed attack, defense, and movement. The Navy's 6 styles push the limits of the human body through extreme training, achieving a balance of offense and defense. The 6 styles consist of Gale Kick, Finger Gun, Shave, Moonwalk, Iron Body, and Paper Drawing. Gale Kick and Finger Gun are offensive techniques, Iron Body and Paper Drawing are defensive techniques, while Shave and Moonwalk are movement techniques. Due to certain reasons, I cannot teach you all 6 styles. You may choose 3, and for the next 10 days I will fully instruct you in these 3 techniques. After careful consideration, Luo Xiu ultimately chose Finger Gun, Shave, and Moonwalk. He ruled out Iron Body and Paper Drawing first. With his mythical beast lineage, his defensive and recovery attributes were already maximized, and moreover, Iron Boda's performance was simply lacking. Shave and Moonwalk could compensate for his inability to engage in aerial combat. As for Finger Gun, it was precisely what he needed most, or as long as it hit, it could instantly inflict bleeding damage on the enemy, allowing his fruit ability to fully activate. After confirming the 3 techniques with Luo Xiu, Charles began the on-site training. The first to learn was Shave. Shave, as the name implies, allows for instantaneous movement over short distances. To master Shave is simple. As long as you can step on the ground more than 10 times in 0.36 seconds, you can achieve high-speed movement using the reaction force. After saying this, Charles demonstrated it to Luo Xiu. Although it was in slow motion to Luo Xiu, it felt like just a blink. Luo Xiu began to try it out, jumping up and down in place, but the result was quite poor. His time for 10 jumps was 2.5 seconds, far from the required 0.36 seconds. Knowing the method, Luo Xiu wanted Charles to teach him about Moonwalk and Finger Gun. But Charles shook his head. "Don't be greedy. If you can shorten your time to under 1 second within 3 days, I will teach you Moonwalk and Finger Gun." With that, Charles left. His primary duty was still to protect Barrow Saint's safety, and teaching Luo Xiu was merely a task from his master. Luo Xiu did not lose heart and continued his training. The content of the training was simple, repeatedly practicing a high knee lift. From day to night, Luo Xiu did not stop. By the time he returned to his cell, his legs were swollen from a day of training. However, it was not without effect. Luo Xiu had shortened his time to 2 seconds, reducing it by 0.5 seconds in 1 day. At this rate, in 2 more days, he would be able to bring it down to under 1 second. After dinner, Luo Xiu gave the fruit he had signed for that day to Hancock, then began massaging his leg muscles, otherwise he wouldn't be able to train the next day. Seeing Luo Xiu working so hard, Lo Air volunteered to help him relax his muscles. Soon after, Blake, and on the other side, Hancock, who had just intended to stand up, saw this scene, and ultimately sat back down. Hancock felt a bit regretful. If she could be a little braver, she could help Luo Xiu relax his muscles, at least doing something within her capabilities. The next day, Luo Xiu's first task upon waking was to move his legs. Although they were still somewhat sore overall, it was manageable thanks to the exceptional physical qualities of the people in this world. After finishing the provided breakfast, Luo Xiu followed Charles to the training ground. Once he brought Luo Xiu there, Charles, ignoring the gazes of others, Luo Xiu immersed himself in training. With the experience from yesterday, he began to gradually adjust his breathing rhythm to match the pace of the rapid high knees. This method proved effective. During today's final test, Luo Xiu, exerting himself to the utmost, completed 10 ground strikes in just 1 second. In 0.43 seconds, he was less than 0.5 seconds away from his goal. Dragging his exhausted body back to the cell, Blake and the others once again voluntarily helped Luo Xiu relax his muscles. On the 3rd day, Luo Xiu aimed to attempt achieving the 1 second goal in 1 go, but unfortunately he failed. No matter how hard he tried, he could only shorten the time to 1.2 seconds. Luo Xiu felt a bit anxious. Today marked the 3rd day. If he couldn't reduce the time to under 1 second, he wouldn't be able to continue learning the moon step and finger gun. Now Luo Xiu understood why Charles had him learn the shave first. He had never considered that Charles didn't intend to teach him those 3 techniques at all. Charles was well aware that Luo Xiu would ask to learn all 3 techniques, so he logically proposed the task of achieving 1 second within 3 days. As a member of the CP, he naturally understood the difficulty of accomplishing this task, so he could use it as an excuse not to teach Luo Xiu the remaining 2 techniques. If Luo Xiu sought Barrow Saint for an explanation, he could brush him off by saying Luo Xiu lacked talent. A slave versus a CP member, Barrow Saint would undoubtedly choose to believe the CP member. Thinking of this, a flicker of anger ignited within Luo Xiu. If given the chance, he was determined to kill Charles. But right now the priority was how to meet Charles' demands. Luo Xiu looked down at his legs. If relying solely on his physical body couldn't accomplish this, he might as well try borrowing other powers such as from the devil fruit. Luo Xiu immediately thought of the half-demon form, which could triple his strength and speed. If he entered that form, completing the 1-second task would be no problem. But the key was whether Charles would acknowledge this. He feared Charles might use the devil fruit as an excuse to deny Luo Xiu. As dusk approached, Luo Xiu had no choice but to leave the training ground and head back to his cell. Seeing that Luo Xiu seemed somewhat distracted, the others did not disturb him. That night, lying on the ground, Luo Xiu carefully pondered how he could utilize the powers of the devil fruit without letting Charles discover it. However, no matter how he thought about it, he found it seemed impossible. Without the power of the devil fruit, he couldn't reach 1 second, and using the power of the devil fruit would cause changes in his body. Was there a compromise? Thinking of this, Luo Xiu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since the half-demon form increased his speed 3-fold, what if he only aimed for a 2-fold, or even a single-fold enhancement? With this thought, Luo Xiu began to carefully consider his half-demon form. Strictly speaking, it involved mobilizing all his blood energy to enhance himself. What if he only mobilized a portion of the blood energy in his body? For example, only mobilizing the blood energy in his legs. Luo Xiu suddenly opened his eyes intending to test this, but seeing that the others had already fallen into a deep sleep, he had to give up. However, he could attempt to mobilize only the blood energy in his legs, and to his surprise, he succeeded. This blood energy felt like an extra organ in his body. Not only that, Luo Xiu made an unexpected discovery. If he mobilized the blood energy from his entire body and concentrated it in one place, it might unleash even greater. After that, Luo Xiu tried several more times, ensuring that he could succeed without being discovered by others while using the powers of the devil fruit, then fell into a deep sleep to recover. Everything waited until tomorrow. A success or failure depended on this moment. The next day, Charles took Luo Xiu to the training ground. Do you remember what I said? If you can step on the ground 10 times in 1 second, I will continue to teach you the moon step and finger gun. Luo Xiu nodded, then secretly used the power of the devil fruit to mobilize the blood energy in his legs. Charles squinted his eyes slightly, sensing a change in Luo Xiu's aura, but his body did not change. The armor that had covered him during their previous battle did not appear, so he believed Luo Xiu had not activated the fruit's power. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu informed Charles that he was about to start. Then, with power in his legs, he rapidly stepped on the ground 10 times, ultimately finishing in 0.85 seconds. Charles stood dumbfounded, never having expected that Luo Xiu would truly meet his requirement. Even the most talented genius in their CP organization in the past 800 years, Lord Luo Xiu, took a full 10 days to reach this level. Could this person's talent be on par with Luo Xiu's, or even higher? Charles was utterly shocked, and for a moment, he didn't even hear Luo Xiu's voice. Lord Charles. It wasn't until Luo Xiu raised his voice that Charles snapped back to reality. Can you teach me the moon step and finger gun now? Charles nodded in a daze, then somewhat numbly recounted the training methods for the finger gun and moon step in one breath, before hurriedly running to inform Barrow Saint about this matter, leaving Luo Xiu behind to slowly comprehend the training methods for the moon step and finger gun. The moon step is essentially an advanced version of the shave achieved by rapidly stepping on the air at high speed within 0.1 seconds, compressing the air to form a temporary stepping platform, allowing for hovering. The finger gun concentrates all the bonus power at the fingertips, allowing for a momentary explosive force capable of penetrating an enemy's body or even steel plates. Upon reaching great mastery, one can even attack without making contact, like Luo Xiu, who could use the finger gun to strike from a distance on Judicial Island. Luo Xiu thought for a moment. He couldn't learn the moon step yet, as he first needed to master the shave before moving on to the moon step. So he could only practice the finger gun, which wasn't too difficult for him. He just needed to control the flow of power in his body. Moreover, Luo Xiu also thought that if he concentrated all the blood energy to his fingertips, combining all the blood energy with his strength, the power of this strike would be terrifying and could become his trump card. Theory formed and practice began. Luo Xiu started to focus intently on directing the flow of power in his body, though it was more challenging than he had imagined. While gathering power to his fist wasn't difficult, concentrating it on a single fingertip could be beyond what the fingertip could bear, thus rendering the finger gun unusable. Ultimately, Luo Xiu's first attempt ended in failure. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. It seems I still need to train the strength of my fingers separately, otherwise I might not even be able to break through an enemy's defense. After learning the training methods for the moon step and the finger spear, Luo Xiu's life began to grow monotonous as he trained his legs during the day, repeatedly performing the action of stepping on the ground. At night, he exercised his fingers in the cell. However, due to the high intensity of the training, he ended up fracturing one of his fingers at the beginning. If it weren't for the peculiarities of this world, Luo Xiu estimated that his finger would not recover in time for the next battle. Days passed, and soon it was the day before the second battle. That morning when Luo Xiu intended to follow Charles to the training grounds, as usual Barrow Saint arrived once again. Barrow Saint's gaze kept flickering among Hancock and her sisters, and perhaps because they did not meet his satisfaction, he appeared somewhat agitated. Finally Barrow Saint decided not to choose, and directly pointed at the three sisters of Hancock, issuing an order. It will be them three, take them to the laboratory, and by the way brand them with the mark of the Heavenly Dragon's hoof. The three sisters of Hancock huddled tightly together, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. They had no idea what the laboratory held, what awaited them, or what the mark of the Heavenly Dragon's hoof was. At this moment Luo Xiu was in a state of extreme anxiety. He never expected Barrow Saint to be so eager to brand Hancock and her sisters with the Heavenly Dragon mark. He had originally planned to wait until he won a few more battles before bringing up this matter, but Barrow Saint was acting now, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. He'll risk it. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth, and ultimately chose to stop Barrow Saint. Master Barrow Saint, could you refrain from branding them with the Heavenly Dragon's hoof mark? As soon as Luo Xiu finished speaking, the surroundings fell into an instant silence. The guards and Charles looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief. Openly defying the Heavenly Dragon people was a capital offense. Hancock also looked at Luo Xiu, and at that moment his somewhat frail figure appeared so grand in her eyes. Barrow Saint glanced back at Luo Xiu. His first reaction was to execute Luo Xiu on the spot, but he recalled what Charles had said a few days prior. Luo Xiu might be a genius whose talent surpasses Lu Qi, and not long ago Luo Xiu had won a victory for him, leading him to develop an idea. To cultivate Luo Xiu into the sharpest sword in his hand to fight for him and protect him. However, this could not serve as a reason for Luo Xiu to defy him publicly, so his choice was to disagree. Seeing that Barrow Saint did not respond to him, Luo Xiu realized that mere words would be of no use. Without a second thought, he charged behind Barrow Saint, and filled with rage and unwillingness knelt before him on one knee. Master Barrow Saint, I swear, I will win tomorrow's battle, and I will definitely kill the opponent. I do not want any rewards, including for future battles. I only ask you to spare them. I will become the sharpest sword in your hand. Barrow Saint paused, seemingly contemplating whether to agree to Luo Xiu's request. After a moment he nodded. A strong guard was worth 3 trivial slaves. He saw no loss in it. Seeing Barrow Saint agree, Luo Xiu quickly expressed his gratitude, knowing that Hancock would be able to live more easily in the future. As for becoming Barrow Saint's sharpest sword, that was purely to stabilize Barrow Saint's favor. Once he had enough strength, the first person he would kill would be Barrow Saint. However, while the Heavenly Dragon mark could be avoided, Hancock and her sisters could not escape being treated as experimental subjects. In the end, the 3 sisters of Hancock were still taken away. Luo Xiu was not overly worried. Barrow Saint's mention of experiments only meant that Hancock and her sisters would be given devil fruits. Barring any surprises, Hancock would consume the Paramecia-type sweet fruit. Sandersonia would consume the Zoan-type snake fruit python form. Marigold would consume the Zoan-type snake fruit king cobra form. At this time, Hancock and her sisters still looked quite similar, all being beautiful maidens. However, perhaps due to the influence of the devil fruits, Hancock's 2 younger sisters would eventually grow into that appearance. But this was something Luo Xiu could not change. His current influence was akin to that of an adult brick. At this moment, however, Hancock remained very calm, allowing the guards to take her away. Her gaze lingered on Luo Xiu. Through their time together, she had come to realize that Luo Xiu also possessed the Conqueror's Haki, though he was unaware of it. A person with Conqueror's Haki willingly bowing to his enemy to ensure she would not be branded with the so-called Heavenly Dragon mark deeply touched Hancock's heart. Although she knew the 3 sisters would not be in any mortal danger, Luo Xiu still felt extremely worried. What if, due to his small actions causing a butterfly effect, Barrow Saint suddenly decided to kill Hancock and her sisters? He would then live in guilt for the days to come. Thus Luo Xiu waited anxiously in the cell, even forgetting about the impending death match the next day. All he wanted was for Hancock and her sisters to return safely. He waited until noon when the 3 sisters of Hancock finally returned to the cell. However, they did not return on their own, but were tossed in by 2 guards. Seeing the 3 of them covered in wounds, Luo Xiu rushed forward and embraced Hancock, feeling her tremble with fear. Luo Xiu continuously comforted the trembling Hancock in his arms, his murderous intent towards Barrow Saint having reached its peak. He had no idea what the 3 sisters had just gone through, but it was surely inhumane torment. Luo Xiu did not mention those matters, as it would only inflict further harm on Hancock and her sisters. Hancock kept sobbing as if she had cried herself to exhaustion, and soon fell asleep in Luo Xiu's embrace. Soon lunch was delivered, and Luo Xiu did not wake Hancock, quietly placing a portion of food into the system space. His system space had expanded considerably. When he had completed 10 days of sign-ins, the system rewarded him by enlarging the space to 222 in size. Although it was still somewhat small, if it expanded a few more times it would be able to hold quite a lot of items. Even a ship in the future would not be a problem. The only regret was that it could not hold living creatures. By evening, Hancock gradually woke up, and looking at her surroundings, she could not help but recall the events of the day. Luo Xiu walked over to Hancock and draped his clothes over her. Hancock, I swear one day I will personally kill Barrow Saint and bring his head before you. Looking into Luo Xiu's eyes, Hancock suddenly felt less fearful. She nodded heavily. I believe in you. She knew that Luo Xiu possessed Conqueror's Haki, and his future achievements would be limitless. After some thought, Hancock decided to explain the 3 types of haki to Luo Xiu. Every battle Luo Xiu would face in the future would be a life-and-death struggle. If he could master one of the types of haki, it would greatly enhance his combat prowess. Previously in the prison cell, Luo Xiu and his companions were basically divided into 2 small groups, the 3 sisters of Hancock together, and Luo Xiu with Blake. Now, although they are still 2 small groups, the number of people has changed. Luo Xiu and Hancock form 1 small group, while the other 5 make up a larger group. "Sonda Sonia, it seems your sister no longer wants you," Antoine joked as they had spent some time together in the same cell, and with Luo Xiu acting as the pivot their relationship, Sonda Sonia shot Antoine a glare saying, "If you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute." In fact, she was also quite surprised. As sisters who had grown up together, they naturally knew how high Hancock's standards were, and she didn't expect her to have found someone she was interested in so soon. Hancock and Luo Xiu leaned against each other, sharing stories from their childhood, though Luo Xiu's stories were naturally about his childhood in another world. As the moonlight streamed into the cell, accompanied by the faint sound of guards snoring outside, Hancock suddenly asked Luo Xiu, "Do you know about haki?" Luo Xiu's heart tightened. Of course he knew about haki, and was quite familiar with it. However, he had designed his persona to be an ordinary fisherman who could not possibly have come into contact with haki. "I don't know, what is it?" Luo Xiu shook his head, pretending to be unaware. Hancock did not suspect anything, but was normal for an ordinary fisherman like Luo Xiu not to know. However, she was puzzled as to why Luo Xiu would possess the Conqueror's haki. Logically, those who possess Conqueror's haki must have a unique aura, strong beliefs, and the ambition to dominate. Thinking of this, Hancock asked another question. "Luo Xiu, what is your dream?" Luo Xiu did not answer immediately. If he were to speak of his dreams from his past life, it would simply be to find a good job and live a stable life. But now that he had crossed over into the pirate world, such dreams were certainly unrealistic. However, if asked to articulate his current dreams, he might struggle to do so. To become the Pirate King. Luo Xiu pondered. After all, the entire anime revolves around Luffy aiming to become the Pirate King. But Luo Xiu was not interested in that. He was equally indifferent to the legendary One Piece. What intrigued him more was the idea of becoming the Emperor of the Seas. Who hasn't fantasized about draping themselves in a yellow robe during their childhood? To wake and seize control of the world, to indulge in the lap of beauty. "I want to become the Emperor of this sea." Hancock's beautiful eyes turned to Luo Xiu, and she once again sensed the Conqueror's haki that he inadvertently displayed. Although it wasn't fully unleashed, even the slightest hint was enough for her to notice. She could hardly imagine what it would be like when Luo Xiu truly awakened his Conqueror's haki. What if there are several emperors on this sea? Luo Xiu glanced at Hancock, thinking whether this girl had also crossed over, as she seemed to know that there would be more than one Emperor of the Seas in the future. But since Hancock had asked him, he should provide his answer. "If there are many emperors, then I will be the strongest emperor of the..." Hancock appeared nonchalant, but the slight upturn at the corner of her mouth revealed that she was quite pleased. Let's continue talking about haki. A haki is divided into 3 types: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. The first 2 can be acquired through training, while conqueror's haki is innate and cannot be obtained through other means, requiring specific conditions for awakening. Luo Xiu pretended to nod knowingly. He was already aware of all this, but to cooperate with Hancock, he feigned an expression of partial understanding. "I know the training methods for armament haki and observation haki, and I can teach you. Moreover, I'll let you in on a secret: we both have Conqueror's haki." Luo Xiu was genuinely stunned at this moment. He did not expect Hancock to have awakened her Conqueror's haki already, and what startled him even more was that he also possessed Conqueror's haki. Luo Xiu looked down at his hands, wondering if this was the standard configuration for a transmigrator. "I also have Conqueror's haki. How do I awaken it?" Hancock shook her head. Her Conqueror's haki also awakened by chance, and she did not know how to help Luo Xiu awaken his, but she was certain that he definitely possessed it. Conqueror's haki requires special circumstances to awaken. It's not something we can control. Let me first teach you how to cultivate armament haki and observation haki. "Okay, Hancock, you're really nice." Hancock shyly turned her head away. Once she regained her composure, she explained the training methods for armament haki and observation haki. Luo Xiu carefully compared Hancock's methods with those taught by Rayleigh to Luffy in the anime, and found that they were. Armament haki, simply put, is about refining the body, training its ability to withstand blows, and cultivating armament haki through repeated hits. Observation haki, on the other hand, is about refining the mind. If armament haki is dynamic training, then observation haki is static training. Of course, both methods share a common point: practical combat outweighs arduous training. Only through various battles can the quality and quantity of armament haki and observation haki be rapidly enhanced. At this moment, Luo Xiu thought of his blood energy. Both blood energy and armament haki could enhance his physical strength, so did this mean he had 2 combat systems? If he could combine blood energy and armament haki, what level could his ability to withstand blows reach? Furthermore, if he could merge armament haki with the Marine's 6 powers, such as the finger pistol, wouldn't the power of the finger pistol be even greater? Luo Xiu could even infuse both blood energy and armament haki into a single move, making it easy to deliver a chilling blow to his enemies. Luo Xiu decided to adjust his daily training regimen and start cultivating haki right away. Cultivating haki requires time to accumulate. For instance, veterans like Rayleigh Carp and Kaido have honed their haki over decades, reaching a terrifying realm. Moreover, powerful haki is beneficial for dealing with certain devil fruit users. For example, with certain Paramecia-type devil fruits, as long as one's haki is strong enough, they can remain unaffected. As for Logia-type devil fruits, one must possess armament haki to touch the user's real body, and even Conqueror's haki can prevent the user from entering their elemental form. In short, starting to cultivate haki now is undoubtedly beneficial for Luo Xiu. Furthermore, if given the chance, he also plans to let Blake and the others start learning haki. Because one day he will escape from here and establish his own pirate crew. He did not know if Hancock would give up on Amazon Lily for him, but he certainly wouldn't let Blake and the others go. They were the backbone of his future pirate crew. The next day, after consuming the food arranged by St. Barrow, Luo Xiu once again arrived at the familiar beast. The corpse of the lizard man from before had vanished. It was uncertain whether there would be an investigation into why the body had transformed into that state. However, Luo Xiu believed it was unlikely that there would be an investigation, as the lizardmen, like him, were merely playthings of the celestial dragons. St. Barrow, that fellow St. Caligia has prepared a great surprise for you. St. Barrow, I bought your battle pet to win. You must ensure he wins, ha. Indeed, St. Barrow, I have high hopes for your battle pet this time. I hope you won't let me down. Various statements buzzed around Luo Xiu's ears, but he paid no mind to them. Regardless of what they said, he was determined to win this battle. At that moment, St. Barrow waved at Luo Xiu. You better take down your opponent, otherwise I will mercilessly torment those test subjects, making them understand what true suffering is. Luo Xiu clenched his fists, wishing he could kill St. Barrow right then and there. But reason told him that he could not. At least not now. If he killed St. Barrow now, not only would he die, but everyone related to him, including the Hancock triplets and the 3 Blakes, would perish as well. This was the power of the celestial dragons. Subsequently, Luo Xiu returned to the room below. Having been here once before, Luo Xiu had no good impression of the place. He quietly waited for the iron bars to open, welcoming his second opponent. Moments later, the bars opened and Luo Xiu walked to the center of the arena. Compared to the last time, when the audience overwhelmingly supported him, this time, nearly 30% of the celestial dragons chose to support Luo Xiu. Leading the supporters were those celestial dragons who had just mentioned buying victory for St. Barrow. Luo Xiu ignored the group of celestial dragons around him, who only knew how to shout, and focused on waiting for his opponent's arrival. Soon Luo Xiu saw a strange-looking human walk out from the opposite side. A normal person's arm has one joint naturally hanging down to the vicinity of the hips, but this person had 2 joints in each arm, allowing them to hang down directly to the ankle. A Longhand clan member. The Longhand clan is a relatively common race in the pirate world, with the first appearance being one of the supernovas of Apu. Luo Xiu had a poor impression of this person. If given the chance, he would choose to kill them. Luo Xiu looked at the Longhand clan member across from him, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Then let me practice on you first. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Xiu's body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. After this period of training, his speed had visibly increased. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xiu reached the Longhand clan member, launching a deliberate punch and straight at their face. The Longhand clan member calmly raised their arm to block. Luo Xiu was taken aback. The Longhand clan member appeared weak, but unexpectedly their strength was astonishing. Luo Xiu's attack was easily caught, and then the Longhand clan member utilized their arm's advantage to counterattack. Luo Xiu was somewhat surprised this Longhand clan member could actually simultaneously block and attack with one arm. Their performance was far superior to that of Apu, who could only scream, but unfortunately the opponent would ultimately fall here. In the next moment, Luo Xiu instantly entered his Half-Azura form and launched another attack. After entering Half-Azura form, Luo Xiu's attack speed and power increased geometrically. The Longhand clan member no longer appeared nonchalant, their expression turning serious. Luo Xiu was like someone on drugs, completely transformed from before. The Longhand clan member found it difficult to respond. Wherever Luo Xiu's fists landed, they only felt a scorching pain. Seeing Luo Xiu suppressing the Longhand clan member to the point they could not raise their head, St. Barrow was in a good mood, and those supporting Luo Xiu were also smiling. In contrast, the scene on the other side was completely different. Many celestial dragons began cursing St. Caligia. St. Caligia could no longer bear the pressure and spoke up. Taurus, you worthless dog, what are you doing? Don't you need my bestowed power to kill that damned slave on the other side? Taurus was the name of the Longhand clan member. Seeing that St. Caligia was already impatient, he forcefully pushed Luo Xiu back, revealing a strange smile. Luo Xiu had anticipated this. If the opponent only sent out an ordinary Longhand clan member, that would truly be a problem. In the next moment, rows of dense feathers erupted from Taurus' body. Both arms transformed into wings, and his mouth morphed into a sharp beak. Then with a flap of his wings, Taurus soared into the air. Kid, today I'll make you understand. I am a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the bird fruit phoenix form. If you die at my hands, you won't be wronged. This was the first sentence spoken by Taurus, but unbeknownst to him, it would also be his last. Luo Xiu furrowed his brow. He had not fully mastered the techniques of shave and moonwalk. For an enemy flying in the air, he currently had no effective countermeasures. But it didn't matter. Even if the opponent could fly, so long as they wanted to attack, they would have to get close, and at that moment Luo Xiu would have the opportunity to seize them. However, the next move from Taurus astonished Luo Xiu. He saw Taurus spread his wings, dropping a flurry of feathers that transformed into sharp arrows flying towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu used his agile form to evade, but the sheer number of feathers was overwhelming and their speed was astonishingly quick. Although Luo Xiu managed to dodge most of them, a few feathers still pierced his flesh. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth as he pulled out the feathers, looking at the seemingly light feathers, not expecting them to be so. When Luo Xiu thought the feather attack was only a single round, he discovered that Taurus feathers grew back at an even faster rate, quickly filling his wings once more. Then Taurus let out a maniacal laugh in the air, continuously using feathers to bombard Luo Xiu, watching as he could only flee around on the ground. The shift in the situation on the arena also meant a change in the situation outside. St. Caligia burst into laughter, while St. Barrow's expression darkened. While dodging, Luo Xiu kept searching for a way to break through. If Taurus continued to attack from the sky, no matter how strong his attacks were, what use would they be if they couldn't hit the opponent? With each subsequent attack from Taurus, Luo Xiu's body was now filled with feathers. He no longer had time to pull them out one by one, but if he couldn't think of a solution, soon he might lose his life. Taking advantage of a brief moment during Taurus' attack, Luo Xiu managed to catch his breath and quickly analyze the current situation. It was unrealistic to drag Taurus down until he exhausted his stamina, not to mention the immense durability granted by Taurus' Zoan-type devil fruit. Even if he did tire him out, Luo Xiu would have already been thoroughly pierced. Since Taurus was unwilling to descend to the ground, he would have to find a way to bring him down. With this in mind, Luo Xiu made a firm decision. As Taurus launched another attack, he gathered his blood energy at his chest and deliberately allowed a feather to pierce through to his heart. Luo Xiu pretended to suffer a fatal injury, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Thomris watched as Luo Xiu suddenly collapsed, but instead of descending immediately to inspect, he launched another barrage of attacks. To dispel Thomris's suspicion, Luo Xiu allowed the feathers to embed themselves deep into his back. Though searing pain lanced through him, he remained utterly motionless. Seeing this spectacle, St. Carigia burst into raucous laughter once more, then turned to mock St. Barrow across. Faced with Carigia's taunts, Barrow could only swallow his pride and endure in silence. His own battle pet lay fallen and fate unknown, while his opponents soared overhead like a celestial war god. Observing the surrounding Tendragon people already erupting into celebration, Thomris finally lowered his guard and descended to the ground. He approached Luo Xiu, flipped him over with his foot, and upon beholding the ghastly mangled ruin of flesh and blood covering Luo Xiu's body, a grotesque, twisted smile spread across Thomris's face. Kneeling beside him, Thomris gazed upon Luo Xiu's youthful, striking visage, and envy, sharp and venomous, coiled cold within his chest. He plucked one feather from his wing, just as he raised it toward Luo Xiu's eye, when the fallen warrior erupted upward, both hands clamping down with crushing force upon Thomris's wing. Thomris recoiled in shock, instinctively flapping to ascend, but Luo Xiu's fingers locked onto his wing like forged iron, biting deeper with every passing second. "You pierced me so delightfully just now, didn't you?" Luo Xiu's eyes blazed crimson as he channeled every ounce of his vital blood energy into his fingertips, and this time he succeeded. Yet it was not the finger gun technique. He drove his fingers straight through Thomris's wing, flesh and sinew yielding beneath sheer brutal will. A piercing, excruciating agony tore through Thomris, igniting violent convulsions. No matter how fiercely Thomris struggled, Luo Xiu's fingers seemed rooted deep within his wing, as if grown from its very tissue. Off balance, an unmoored Thomris crashed to the earth, dragging Luo Xiu down with him. The wound bled profusely where Luo Xiu's fingers had pierced the wing, and as that warm, vital blood flowed, Luo Xiu's regenerative power surged dramatically. Savoring the long-denied nourishment of his own blood energy, Luo Xiu's expression softened into blissful rapture. Once strength returned, his features hardened into feral ferocity, his right hand wrenched with savage might, tearing Thomris's left wing clean from its socket. "Ah!" Thomris's shriek tore across the entire arena. The surrounding Tendragon spectators froze, then erupted into thunderous, ecstatic cheers. This raw, unrestrained carnage was precisely what they craved. St. Carigia and St. Barrow exchanged expressions once more. Only now Barrow wore the smirk and Carigia bore. Carigia gripped the railing before him in disbelief. Just moments earlier, Luo Xiu had lain inert as a lifeless dog. How had such a reversal transpired in the blink of an eye? "Thomris, you wretched cur, get up now." No matter how hysterically Carigia screamed, Thomris could no longer answer. His mind had long since drowned in agony. Dissatisfied with having torn away only one wing, Luo Xiu turned his gaze, cold calculating, to the remaining one. Thomris met that gaze and scrambled desperately to flee. He would never endure that torment again. But Luo Xiu would not permit escape. One foot slammed down, pinning Thomris's remaining wing to the ground. No amount of thrashing could dislodge it. Luo Xiu located the wing's joint, and with both hands braced, he heaved with all his might. Yet this time the wing refused to yield. Thomris seized the fleeting chance. Wrenching free, he staggered upright. His appearance now bore no resemblance to the proud warrior of minutes past. One wing hung useless, tethered only by a fraying thread of muscle and sinew. The other had vanished entirely, leaving behind only a ragged, weeping wound. Luo Xiu too was a vision of horror drenched head to toe in blood, his body riddled with puncture wounds, especially his back where fresh crimson welled from dozens of bleeding rents. Luo Xiu lunged, legs coiling then exploding forward, and slammed Thomris flat to the ground. Fist after fist hammered into Thomris's face. Thomris writhed, but the agony radiating from his back had already hijacked his nervous system, rendering resistance impossible. With each blow, Luo Xiu grew fiercer, stronger. The bloodlust sustenance ability of his fruit now peaked, flooding him every second with revitalizing blood energy that repaired wounds and replenished stamina. Under the unrelenting storm of blows, Thomris's breath faltered, then ceased. Luo Xiu did not relent. He struck on, until Thomris's skull shattered into ruin. Gasping, Luo Xiu rose, surveying the ring of 10 dragon spectators, and declared his victory with silent sovereign authority. For a heartbeat, silence reigned, then roared into a deafening tide of cheers. Their eyes burned not with admiration, but with feverish exhilaration at Luo Xiu's terrifying unchained ferocity. Barrow Saint, your battle pet suits our tastes perfectly. Don't let him die. Yes, Barrow Saint. How long has it been since we've witnessed such visceral blood-soaked tenacity? Look at him. He's a battlefield Asura incarnate. And his blood fruit. From now on your pet shall be known as... Praise cascaded without pause, but Luo Xiu felt no triumph. This victory had been bought with his lifeblood, yet to them it was mere spectacle, thrilling, intoxicating, and nothing more. Barrow Saint meanwhile swelled with profound satisfaction. His gaze upon Luo Xiu softened, tender, almost paternal. Even without others urging, he had already resolved this battle pet would not perish. Soon the last 10 dragon spectator departed the arena, leaving only Luo Xiu standing amid the stillness and Thomris's headless corpse sprawled upon the blood-soaked earth. Luo Xiu scanned the desolate arena thrice, confirmed absolute solitude, then logged into the system, claimed his daily fruit reward, and activated his fruit ability to acquire his second devil fruit. Returning to Barrow Saint's palace, Luo Xiu found his master in high spirits, insisting with unmistakable enthusiasm upon bestowing rewards. Luo Xiu expressed no desire for riches or relics, tentatively requesting only a transfer to a better cell. To his astonishment, Barrow Saint agreed instantly, then admired him once more before waving him away. By the way, whatever name you bore before, henceforth you shall be Blood Asura. See that you honor it. Luo Xiu offered no reply, merely bowed his head in quiet solemn assent. Walking back to his cell, Luo Xiu felt a hollow, aching sorrow. He had fought 2 battles to the brink of death for Barrow Saint, yet his master still did not know his true name. Yet it mattered little now. He was Blood Asura, and fittingly his fruit bore that very name. Upon returning to the cell, he feigned utter exhaustion, staggering as if poised to collapse at any moment. Hancock rushed forward to support him, whereupon Luo Xiu, seizing the opportunity, pretended to faint, collapsing limply into her arms. Hancock instinctively tensed to push him away, until her eyes fell upon the dark blood-saturated stains spreading across his back. Memories of yesterday's ordeal flooded back. Had Luo Xiu not intervened, she would already bear the branded mark of slavery. Tears welled instantly in her eyes, and she abandoned all thought of resistance, letting him rest against her, unmoving, unprotesting. Luo Xiu savored the soft, yielding warmth pressed against his chest, desire stirring insistent, but he quelled it. Now was not the hour. With feigned effort, he withdrew slowly from her embrace. Hancock, we've been granted a new cell. Luo Xiu and his companions followed Charles to their new cell. Upon seeing the new cell, Luo Xiu even had a fleeting thought of not killing Barrow Saint. Though it was called a new cell, Barrow Saint had arranged a standalone building for them. However, they were not allowed to go outside, and could only move around in the yard. From now on you will live here. You may not leave without orders. The group numbly nodded. Is this the luxurious life of the celestial dragons? Even the slaves lived in standalone houses. Luo Xiu let everyone inside the house. Aside from the kitchen and similar areas, there were a total of 8 rooms, which meant they each had more than enough space. The group each chose a room, while Blake and Sandersonia tacitly left the 2 middle rooms for Luo Xiu and Hank. After tidying up their rooms, Luo Xiu went to the yard to continue training his physical skills. Given Luo Xiu's current role for Barrow Saint, as long as he was alive, their lives would not be threatened. This also provided them with a quiet place to focus on their cultivation. After that, Luo Xiu began to diligently practice the Marine 6 styles and the 3 types of hockey. Luo Xiu's daily life became simple yet monotonous, revolving solely around cultivation. Every few days he would fight in the arena, treating it as a place to test his training results. However, the later opponents no longer included those with devil fruit powers. They were all pure physical combat experts, and thus Luo Xiu's physical skills were rapidly improving. During his training, Luo Xiu did not forget to check in, but aside from expanding the system space again at the 100-day mark, he was still only receiving fruits, and even the quantity had not increased. Later, Hancock and her sisters joined in the hockey training, followed by Blake and the others. Luo Xiu also inquired about their future battle styles. Blake had always wanted to be a swordsman, so he began daily sword training. Antoine wanted to eat a Zoan-type devil fruit. Luo Xiu had 2 Zoan-type devil fruits, but did not give one to Antoine. It wasn't that Luo Xiu was stingy, rather these 2 fruits were too ordinary. Lowell was fond of physical skills, practicing both Fishman karate and the Marine 6 styles. After 6 months, Luo Xiu successfully learned the armament haki and observation haki in a battle. He won that battle by combining armament haki with his blood energy, but it came at a great cost. After that battle, Luo Xiu lay in bed for 3 days and nights, as that opponent was the strongest he had ever faced. On the day Luo Xiu completed his 1-year check-in, the system space expanded again. That day also marked Luo Xiu's last battle in the arena. After so many battles, Luo Xiu's title of Blood Asura had long been remembered by all celestial dragons. When he shattered his opponent's head, all the celestial dragons present cheered his name. Luo Xiu had completely conquered the other celestial dragons, who stated that they would not challenge Barrett again. This meant that Luo Xiu would no longer have to fight in the arena. The ultimate reward for Luo Xiu's year of fighting with his life was merely a stunning human woman. After that, Barrett appointed Luo Xiu as his bodyguard and later formed a guard team. Naturally, Luo Xiu was the captain, and the team members were Hancock and the other 6. The name of the guard team was the Blood Asura guard team. After establishing the guard team, Luo Xiu and his companions not only gained the right to move freely, but Barrett also specifically found many CP members to teach them. As a result, the strength of Luo Xiu and his companions began to skyrocket, and Luo Xiu naturally learned all the Marine 6 styles. In addition, not only Luo Xiu and Hancock, but the others also successively mastered the armament haki and observation haki. However, Luo Xiu felt regret that his Conqueror's haki had yet to awaken. He had questioned more than once whether he possessed Conqueror's haki, but each time Hancock assured him that he did. Luo Xiu could only believe it was not yet time. As time passed day by day, the 4th year of Luo Xiu's check-in quickly went by. During this time, aside from the expansion of the system space on the 1000th day, he received nothing but fruits. Luo Xiu and his companions had also grown to 16 years old. At this time, Luo Xiu stood over 1.8 meters tall, his tall figure exuding strength, while Hancock had also matured, exhibiting the grace of a future pirate empress. Luo Xiu's understanding of his devil fruit powers had deepened. Now he could enter a semi-Asura form that he could maintain for a full 16 hours. If someone could provide him with blood energy during this time, Luo Xiu could even maintain the semi-Asura form for an entire day. He also successfully unlocked the complete Asura form. Upon entering the complete Asura form, the enhancement from his blood energy increased to 8 times. Additionally, a pair of blood-red wings sprouted from his back. Moreover, his hair turned completely blood-red, a feature absent in the semi-Asura form. In his complete Asura form, he looked like a demon from hell. However, Luo Xiu had never fought in his complete Asura form. This was not only to maintain his identity as a blood fruit user, but also for another reason. When Luo Xiu entered the complete Asura form, his consciousness was not clear. Each time he entered this form, he felt as if many voices in his mind were influencing him. They tried to seize Luo Xiu's consciousness, turning him into a monster who knew only slaughter and craved blood. To prevent losing consciousness and accidentally harming Hancock and the others in his complete Asura form, Luo Xiu began to meditate every night. He discovered that when he calmed his mind, he could hear those voices and attempt to eliminate them. Luo Xiu speculated that the owners of those voices were the people whose blood energy he had absorbed in the past, such as the Lizardmen and Tanris, as well as those he had killed afterward. Luo Xiu also realized that the blood energy of others was not absorbed without consequence. The lingering resentment would affect his mental state. Fortunately, Luo Xiu discovered this early, otherwise if he absorbed more, he might have been directly controlled by those resentments upon entering the complete Asura form. Thus, Luo Xiu decided that he would not use the power of the complete Asura form until he eliminated all the voices. Since entering the year 1507 of the Sea Circle, Luo Xiu has been sleeping very lightly every night. Luo Xiu could not remember exactly which day Tiger would come, and even if he did, the other party might arrive a few days early or late for various reasons. Therefore, Luo Xiu could only remain prepared at all times, so that when Tiger arrived, he could quickly lead Hancock and the others to escape. He had long since memorized the escape routes and the patrol change times in the vicinity. As long as Tiger created chaos, he was 90 sure he could lead Hancock and the 6 others to escape. On this ordinary evening, as Luo Xiu was about to fall asleep, he was unaware that a figure was slowly moving on the Red Earth continent. "There's a fire. Quick, come put it out." In the midst of his slumber, Luo Xiu was awakened by the sounds from outside. He dressed hurriedly and stepped out of his house to find Mary Joa engulfed in flames. Luo Xiu instantly realized that it was Taigu who had arrived. He rushed back inside, waking everyone up. Upon waking, the others did not ask why. They simply picked up the belongings they had prepared in advance and left the place. Several months prior, Luo Xiu had instructed them to pack their essentials and be ready to flee Mary Joa at any moment. If one night he suddenly woke them, they were to ask no questions but take their things and escape immediately. At this moment, Mary Joa was in complete chaos with flames shooting up everywhere. Luo Xiu then spotted a tall red-skinned fisherman exactly as he remembered Fisher Taigu. Taigu was leading a large group of rescued slaves to safety, and Luo Xiu joined Hancock and the others, knowing that as long as they followed Taigu, they would surely escape. When they reached the cliff's edge of the Red Earth continent, Luo Xiu suddenly stopped. Hancock seemed to recall something and hurriedly shook her head at Luo Xiu. "Luo Xiu, please come with me, all right?" An anxious Hancock now spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. Luo Xiu smiled. He knew that ahead lay a path to survival, but until he fulfilled his promise from years ago, he would always feel a thorn in his heart. Hancock, trust me, I will find you. With that, Luo Xiu embraced Hancock tightly. In the time that had passed, Luo Xiu's image had already taken deep root in Hancock's heart. Luo Xiu was not oblivious. He understood Hancock's feelings, and it went without saying that he had been kind to her partly because of his attraction to her. Faced with Luo Xiu's promise, Hancock did not respond, only shaking her head and crying. Sandersonia Marigold, take your sister away. Then Luo Xiu turned to Black and the others, saying, I am going to kill Baroque Works. Who wants to join me? Of course. Let's take him down. I follow my boss. Luo Xiu felt relieved. The years spent training Black and the others were not in vain. Alright brothers, I hereby announce that the Blood Asura Guardian team is officially renamed the Blood Asura Pirates. Next, let us celebrate the establishment of our pirate crew with Baroque Works life. With that, Luo Xiu charged ahead toward Baroque Works Palace. Sandersonia and Marigold clung tightly to Hancock. Although they too did not want Luo Xiu to take risks, this was a promise this man had made long ago. How could he enjoy having Hancock without fulfilling it? The place's tigers set fire to were mostly various prison cells, while Baroque Works' residence was largely unaffected. However, many CP agents had now appeared there. They had surrounded Baroque Works Palace, with the leader being Charles. Upon seeing Charles, Luo Xiu let out a sneer. Charles had made things difficult for him in the past. Lord Charles, the Blood Asura Guardian team, is here to protect Lord Baroque Works. Charles frowned. Although Luo Xiu and his group were indeed recognized as Baroque Works guardians in his eyes, they were still slaves at such a critical moment. Thank you for your hard work. With us protecting Lord Baroque Works, you all may leave. Lord Charles, I just saw someone fly into Lord Baroque Works Palace. I need to go in and take a look. Seeing Luo Xiu insist on entering, Charles' tone turned cold. I said you may leave. Suddenly Luo Xiu burst into laughter and shrugged his shoulders. Alright then, if that's the case, we'll head back. As he turned to leave, Charles felt a sense of relief, but Luo Xiu keenly sensed Charles' guard drop and swiftly turned around, piercing Charles' heart with his finger gun. Lord Charles, your reflexes are not fast enough. Luo Xiu slowly withdrew his finger, having infused both armament haki and blood energy into the strike. Thus, taking advantage of Charles' moment of relaxation, he delivered a fatal blow. He had no time to waste with Charles. After all, they were in Mary Joa, and their target was a celestial dragon. Once a celestial dragon dies, the CP agents and Navy would soon come hunting them down, and he needed to escape to reunite with Hancock. Attack! In the next moment, Black and the others charged alongside Luo Xiu toward the group of CP agents. Some of these agents had even trained them, but now they were all enemies. Not only Luo Xiu, but Black and the others also possessed terrifying talents, especially Lore, who, despite appearing somewhat dazed and slow-witted, had the best physical skills among them. He had even fused Fishman Karate with the Marine's 6 styles. Facing such CP agents, he could take one down with a single punch. Moreover, due to his immense strength, every attack left his opponents either dead or severely injured. As a swordsman, Black's strikes were deadly, but unfortunately, he lacked a suitable powerful sword. Although Antoine was unable to consume a Zoan-type devil fruit, as he had hoped, his physical skills were equally formidable and could wreak havoc. Soon the CP agents outside the palace were cleared out by Luo Xiu and the others. Then Luo Xiu kicked open the palace's grand doors, startling the 2 maidens inside, who crouched down and cried in fear. Get out! Upon hearing this, the 2 maids felt a weight lift off their shoulders. Without even glancing back to see who had barged into the celestial dragon's palace, they lowered their heads and fled for their lives. However, they felt that voice was somewhat familiar. When Luo Xiu found Baroque Works, the latter was hiding under the bed, and with the full coverage of observation haki, Luo Xiu could find Baroque Works no matter where he hid. When Baroque Works saw that it was Luo Xiu, he naively thought Luo Xiu had come to protect him. Blood Asura, you go kill all those troublemakers outside, and I will grant you 3. No 10 requests. Luo Xiu squatted down in front of Baroque Works and patted his disgusting face. Lord Baroque Works, I've dealt with those people outside. I don't need 10 requests, I only have 1 request, and I hope you can. Upon hearing that Luo Xiu had resolved the external threats, Baroque Works' eyes lit up, forgetting Luo Xiu's insult. You say, no matter what request, I will grant it to you. Luo Xiu smiled slightly. Alright, my request is, can you let me kill? Before Baroque Works could react, Luo Xiu quickly grasped his neck, and with a slight exertion of force, snapped. The once arrogant and domineering celestial dragon Baroque Works thus met his demise within his own palace. As Luo Xiu dealt with Baro Shang and prepared to leave, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Hey little brat, while I don't like these scum either, if you kill him it will be quite difficult for me to take you back. Luo Xiu's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had no idea when the other party had appeared. If they had attacked him just now, he might not have survived. Luo Xiu turned around to see who had come. When he recognized the visitor, his eyes widened in shock, realizing that escape from Mariawa was impossible today. Kapu. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Kapu, known as the hero of the Navy, and he was in his prime. Not to mention Luo Xiu, even if he teamed up with Black and the others, they would not stand a chance against Kapu. Upon hearing his name, Kapu looked a bit puzzled. Strange, I have never seen you before, little brat. How do you know my name? Luo Xiu did not answer Kapu's question. Anyone who had watched One Piece would certainly recognize this old man, who relied solely on numbers, lacking any skill. Seeing no one respond, Kapu could only smile awkwardly. Then before Luo Xiu and the others could react, Kapu's gaze turned cold, and his figure vanished from sight. Luo Xiu's pupils began to contract violently. Kapu's speed was simply too fast for his naked eye to catch. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Immediately after, Luo Xiu's body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing through two walls before finally coming to a stop. Luo Xiu. While Little Brat not answering others' questions is not a good habit. Black and the others watched in terror. They were very aware of Luo Xiu's strength, but in front of this unfamiliar old man, they couldn't even react to his attacks. Kapu's movements did not cease. After sending Luo Xiu flying with a punch, he turned his attention to the other three. Black and the others exchanged glances, knowing they could not sit idly by, and immediately launched an attack on Kapu together. Struggling to rise, Luo Xiu realized it was too late to stop them. He could only watch helplessly as Kapu overwhelmed Black and the others with punch after punch. Black's sword couldn't withstand a single second against Kapu. As soon as it made contact with Kapu's fist, it was shattered to pieces. Anton was knocked to the ground by a single punch from Kapu unconscious. Only Luo Air, relying on his fisherman physique, managed to withstand one punch from Kapu, but soon collapsed under the... Luo Xiu staggered back into the room, feeling the area where Kapu had struck him. More than one or two ribs were broken. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Luo Xiu clearly recognized the gap between himself and these legendary... Oh, Little Brat, you actually managed to take my punch. Not bad, not bad. If only you could join the Navy, what a pity. Luo Xiu endured the pain from his broken bones and entered his half-ascended form, the intense pain slightly alleviating. Kapu did not stop Luo Xiu. Instead, he looked at him with great interest. This aura did not seem to belong to a... Luo Xiu circulated his blood chi to stabilize his broken ribs, preventing any sudden movements from piercing his internal organs. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu charged at Kapu, knowing that if he did not take action today, he would surely be trapped in Kapu's grasp. Yet if he fought desperately, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Blood finger gun. Luo Xiu pushed his blood chi and armed color to the extreme, unleashing a technique combining his fruit ability and the Navy's 6 powers. Luo Xiu's attack was swift, but Kapu was even faster. Luo Xiu's blood finger gun was easily dodged by Kapu, who then delivered another heavy punch towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu gathered his spirits, struggling to defend against Kapu's attacks. Although he could temporarily withstand Kapu's assaults, the pain from Kapu's fists landing on him was undeniable. Not bad, Little Brat, you actually managed to take my 5% strength. How about trying this move? Punch bone impact. Luo Xiu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he hurriedly gathered all his armed color and blood chi onto his arms, crossing them in front of himself to block Kapu's punch. But Luo Xiu knew he could not withstand this blow. He saw the black and red lightning like hockey swirling around. As soon as Kapu's fist made contact, Luo Xiu felt an incredible force transmit through his arms to his entire body, and then his body flew away like a kite with a broken string. This time Luo Xiu's body smashed through the entire palace. Lying on the ground, he felt as if he had just been hit by a speeding bullet train, and he probably had very few intact bones left. At that moment, Kapu casually walked out. Hey, Little Brat, you're still alive. That's impressive, huh? Luo Xiu had 1,000 curses he wanted to shout, but he dared not. To deal with someone as inexperienced as him, Kapu actually used haki. Luo Xiu's mind was frantically searching for a way out, but aside from hoping Kapu would suddenly go easy on them, there seemed to be no other option. Luo Xiu tried to force himself to sit up, but every movement tugged at several wounds. Ignoring whether his consciousness would be controlled, he forced himself into a complete ascended form. In an instant, Luo Xiu's hair turned completely blood red, and the crimson armor covered his entire body with a pair of blood-red wings unfurling behind him. So it's a mythical beast. After entering the complete ascended form, Luo Xiu gained an 8-fold enhancement. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The next moment, Luo Xiu endured the pain coursing through him and swung his fist towards Kapu, knowing that whether he could survive today depended on this strike. Blood Fiend Ascended Fist. Ha. Come on, Little Brat. Luo Xiu and Kapu clashed. Luo Xiu was surprised that his blow managed to stalemate with Kapu's, while Kapu was equally surprised that this little brat, after transforming, possessed enough power to rival his own, albeit temporarily. Before Luo Xiu could even begin to feel joy, his consciousness began to blur and the chaotic sounds returned to his mind. Gradually, he lost control of his body, and Kapu noticed something was amiss with Luo Xiu. In order to thoroughly defeat Luo Xiu and help him resolve this issue, Kapu threw one final punch at Luo Xiu's head. But Kapu held back, otherwise that punch could have shattered Luo Xiu's head. Though he saved his life, he lost consciousness nonetheless, yet the voices seemed to have vanished. Seeing Luo Xiu motionless, Kapu picked him up and slung him over his shoulder, then returned to the palace, tying up the unconscious Black and the others with rope to take back to the warship. Hey Sengoku, look, I've caught 4 criminals. I'm exhausted, been going to rest now. Sengoku's forehead throbbed. He had witnessed the entire capture process. Kapu had only thrown a few punches yet claimed to be exhausted, making Sengoku want to punch him. Yet he held back. As Kapu's friend, he knew Kapu disliked the celestial dragons. The subsequent matters would have to be handled by Kapu himself. The warring states soon quelled the rebellion in Mary Geos, capturing a few criminals symbolically before. As the fleet departed the waters of Mary Geos, a sudden voice from the system echoed in Luo Xiu's mind while he was ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner task of escaping Mary Geos. The beginner gift package is being settled. Please wait a moment. However, Luo Xiu was completely unaware of this. After the fleet had sailed for a day, Blake was the first to wake up in the cell. He looked around in confusion and saw that Luo Xiu and the others were there, but they seemed to have been captured again. Blake rubbed his head as his last memory was of being defeated by that powerful old man with a single punch. Soon after, Anton and Lore also woke up, and upon realizing they were once again in a cell, they felt a wave of sadness. Clearly they were just a step away from freedom, but they had no regrets, for they were still alive, while Barrow Saint was already waiting to be reincarnated. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Carp walked in. Blake and the others immediately looked at each other warily. This old man had left a significant psychological shadow on them. Ha ha ha. Don't be nervous, kids. If it weren't for you killing that celestial dragon, I wouldn't bother capturing you. You'll be staying in Impel Down from now on. Blake and the others exchanged looks, unsure of what Impel Down was. After that, Carp left, and the trio anxiously glanced at Luo Xiu, who was the most severely injured and showed no signs of waking up. Thus, after another 2 days at sea, Luo Xiu finally regained consciousness. Luo Xiu tried to move his limbs, and was surprised to find that aside from occasional pain, his injuries seemed to have most. The broken bones in his body had all knitted together, but the blood energy within him remained in a depleted state. Kid, you actually woke up. Carp appeared outside the cell without making a sound. Luo Xiu looked at Carp with mixed feelings. In truth, they held no enmity against each other, as it was merely that he had killed a celestial dragon, and Carp was tasked to capture him. Thank you, Carp. Luo Xiu was genuinely grateful to Carp. Had Carp left him in Mary Geos, he would undoubtedly have faced the fate of retribution. Moreover, during the final blow, Carp had used his conqueror's haki to eliminate all the lingering resentments in Luo. Ha ha ha. Carp said nothing more and left with a laugh. He was genuinely worried that Luo Xiu might die. If Luo Xiu truly died, wouldn't that mean he had avenged Barrow Saint? In that case, what difference would there be between him and the celestial dragons? After a while, Carp sent someone to bring food to Luo Xiu and the others. Having been hungry for such a long time, Luo Xiu didn't care what food Carp had given him. He started to eat heartily. Hey, slow down, there's plenty more. The voice belonged to a young girl. Luo Xiu was curious about who the young female navy on Carp's ship might be. She appeared to be a girl around 18 or 19 years old, with long pink hair cascading down her back, and her graceful figure in the navy uniform exuded a certain charm. Luo Xiu had a guess in his heart, feeling that the timeline matched up, yet he was hesitant to confirm the girl's identity. Where are we now? What is your position in the navy? The young female navy hesitated for a moment, but eventually answered Luo Xiu's questions. My name is Tina. We are currently in the West Sea. I'm not yet an official navy member, just a reserve. After hearing Tina's self-introduction, Luo Xiu stood there in shock. In fact, he had guessed her identity as soon as he saw Tina, but was hesitant to confirm it. In the anime, Tina was a Navy recruit alongside Smoker, though their exact joining time was never specified. But based on their ages, they should have joined the Navy long ago. How could she possibly be here? Moreover, she was only a reserve, which left Luo Xiu feeling a bit dizzy. Tina was a character that left a deep impression on Luo Xiu. After all, she was one of the top beauties in the Navy. Not only did she have soft pink hair, but her impressive figure and noble demeanor, with a cigarette always resting between her lips, gave off a strong, mature woman vibe. She was also quite powerful, being a user of the Paramecia type Shirashira, Nomi known as Black Shiratina, and held the rank of Major. However, the current Tina looked like a relatively shy girl, though after being stared at by Luo Xiu for a while, she blushed and hurriedly ran out. Luo Xiu had no idea what Tina had gone through for her personality to change so drastically. After she left, he continued to devour the food, and once he had barely eaten enough, began to contemplate his current situation. According to what Tina said, they were currently located in the West Sea. Luo Xiu was puzzled. Weren't Marineford and Impel Down both located along the Grand Line? How had Carp brought the ship to the West Sea? But recalling that Tina was from the West Sea and that she had claimed to be a reserve, could it be that Carp had come to the West Sea to recruit soldiers? Unable to make sense of it, Luo Xiu decided to stop pondering. What he could confirm was that he was no longer in Mary Geos. He just didn't know if his situation could be considered escaping from Mary Geos. Then Luo Xiu went to the corner of the cell and began to communicate with his system. System, has my beginner task been ding? The beginner gift package has been settled. Please check it, host. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that this would count as completing the task of escaping Mary Geos, and he began to check the beginner gift package he had waited for years for. Ding, the host has escaped Mary Geos with 6 people, and the package includes 6 items. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the top tier conquerors. Haki 1. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the supreme great knife. One of the 12 crafts. Dark Abyss 1. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Zoan type human fruit mythical beast lava lord form 1. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the pirate ship Blood Red Judgment blueprint 1. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the historical text copy 1. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the system space expansion ×1. Luo Xiu stared wide-eyed at the beginner gift package the system had provided, feeling that the 4 years of waiting had not been in vain. Just the top-tier Conqueror's Haki alone made him willing to wait not just 4 years, but even 10 years, let alone the Supreme Great Knife and the mythical Beast Devil Fruit. This beginner gift package was extraordinarily generous. As for the 6 people mentioned by the system, it should include Hancock and her 2 sisters. After the system's voice faded, the system space expanded once more, now providing a space of 666 m, which was more than sufficient for Luo Xiu. In addition, the items obtained from the earlier beginner gift package, except for the top-tier Conqueror's Haki, all appeared, and Luo Xiu never expected that his Conqueror's Haki would awaken in this manner. Before he could even feel happy about awakening his Conqueror's Haki, he regretted it the next moment. Due to the recent awakening, he wasn't able to control his Conqueror's Haki skillfully, and since it was the first awakening therefore a powerful aura of Conqueror's Haki emanated from Luo Xiu's body, radiating outward in wave. The first to notice the anomaly were Carp and the Warring States. They hurriedly rushed to the cell and saw Luo Xiu, who was unable to control his Conqueror's Haki, along with Blake and the others who had already fainted. Carp and the Warring States looked at this 16-year-old boy in disbelief. Carp, quickly tell me this isn't real. This level of Conqueror's Haki is something even Roger never possessed. Carp was already so shocked that he couldn't speak his mouth agape as he stared at Luo Xiu. Hey brat, just who are you? In ignoring Carp's question, Luo Xiu lowered his gaze to his own hands, savoring the lingering sensation of his Conqueror's Haki surging forth moments earlier. In that instant, it felt as though he stood sovereign over all existence. Countless peerless cultivators kneeling in abject submission before him. Only when the overwhelming aura faded did Luo Xiu lift his head and fix his gaze upon the 2 figures standing beyond the prison bars. Aside from Carp, the other man was equally familiar to him. The Navy strategist, Fleet Admiral Singh. Carp's jaw dropped wide open. His curiosity burned hotter than ever. Who was this boy, who not only knew him, but even recognized Sengoku's revered title? Sengoku made no inquiry into how Luo Xiu knew his name. Instead, he regarded the youth with calm, unflinching composure. Though your origins remain unknown, one thing is certain. You will spend your days within impelled doubt. With that, Sengoku turned and departed without another word, leaving Carp alone with Luo Xiu locked in a silent mutual stare. Hey Carp, what brings you to the West Blue? At Luo Xiu's question, Carp answered without hesitation, laying bare the purpose of their mission. Well, we received intelligence that the Devil's Child has surfaced in the West Blue, so we're here to apprehend her. And before Carp could finish, Sengoku's thunderous roar echoed from outside the cell. Carp, didn't I explicitly forbid you from speaking of this? Flustered Carp clapped both hands over his mouth and stammered that his words didn't count. To prevent further leaks, Carp hastily bolted from the cell. Luo Xiu couldn't help but smile faintly. Carp, for all his overwhelming might, remained just as delightfully unreliable as depicted in legend. Moments later, Black and his 2 companions stirred awake, dazed and disoriented, aware only that an immense, awe-inspiring aura had erupted from Luo Xiu's body moments before. Luo Xiu settled back into the corner, contemplating how best to allocate the remaining newcomer gifts, and he withdrew his consciousness into the system's inner space, and first turned his attention to the blade gleaming coldly beside him. According to the system's description, this was in Yuan one of the 12 supreme grade swords, a blade rivaling Yorukichi's Yoru and Whitebeard's Murakamijiri, forged to perfection. Yet Luo Xiu held little fascination for swords or blades. He preferred the visceral, unmediated power of bare-knuckle combat, the raw impact of flesh meeting flesh. This sword, however, suited Black perfectly. He was a swordsman, and his own blade had been shattered by Carp at Mariajoa. Luo Xiu resolved to gift it to him at the first opportunity. Next, Luo Xiu's gaze fell upon the fruit resting in the corner, its surface etched with strange arcane patterns. This was the human fruit, mythical Zoan-type lava lord model granted by the system. Luo Xiu had already consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Consuming a second was impossible. Unlike Blackbeard, he possessed no anomalous physiology capable of hosting multiple fruits. As for its rightful owner, Luo Xiu had already decided Anchuan longed for an animal-type devil fruit, and now the system had delivered a mythical Zoan. Perfect. And Lava Lord resonated strikingly with Anchuan's crimson hair, and thus both Black and Anchuan would receive potent means to elevate their strength, while Lore remained for now without a fitting gift. The remaining blueprints for a pirate ship and the replica of the poneglyph held no practical value for Lore. Wait, Luo Xiu suddenly studied Lore's broad, muscular frame, and recalled Shank's role aboard the Straw Hat vessel helmsman. And perhaps Lore too could assume that duty. Once the Crimson Judgment was built, Lore would take the helm, giving him not merely a title but purpose, responsibility, and a place of honor. As for the replicated poneglyph, Luo Xiu noted it bore no translation, only the original glyphs. In the entire world of pirates, few possessed the ability to decipher them. Scholars of O'Hara once held that knowledge, but O'Hara had long since been erased by the world government. Only Nico Robin remained wandering in exile. In Wano country, the scholar Kazuki Odin and his father Kazuki Tsukiyoshi were the last known interpreters. Yet Tsukiyoshi lived in seclusion, while Odin had perished years ago, reduced to Odin's stew. Beyond them, Big Mom's three-eyed daughter Burley was rumored to possess poneglyph reading ability, but she had yet to be born. As Luo Xiu pondered this dilemma, Carp's earlier words resurfaced in his mind. The Navy learned the Devil's Child has appeared in the West Blue. The Devil's Child. That must be Nico Robin. Everything clicked into place. In all the vast seas, only Robin inspired such dread in the world government. Dread potent enough to divert Carp from his course back to Marineford. Yet knowing this changed nothing with both Carp and Sengoku present, extracting Robin under their watchful eyes was utterly impossible. Still, if history held true, and Robin evaded capture in the original chronicle, then fate would likely spare her again. It was regrettable, however, that he could not meet her now. That evening Tina returned to deliver their meal. After placing the food she lingered, not departing, but crouching silently outside the cell, watching Luo Xiu eat. Being stared at so intently by such a stunning woman. Even Luo Xiu, whose composure rarely wavered, felt his cheeks warm. Excuse me, miss, why are you staring? Is my dining etiquette that captivating? Tina flushed crimson, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. You still haven't told me your name, and I've already shared mine. And Luo Xiu rubbed his forehead, utterly unable to reconcile this shy, blushing young woman with the formidable, iron cage Tina he knew from legend. It was as if they were two different people entirely. My name is Luo Xiu. You may call me Blood Asura. And why did Admiral Carp arrest you? Luo Xiu paused. Tina truly had no idea why he'd been detained. Clearly she'd joined the Navy's cadet ranks only after Carp's arrival in the West Blue. Because I killed a celestial dragon. And Tina gasped, hand flying to her mouth. She knew well the terror surrounding the world nobles. And yet this boy, barely older than herself, had slain one. Why did you kill him? Did you bear a grudge? As she spoke, Tina noticed Luo Xiu set down his utensils. His eating halted, and lift his gaze, eyes locking onto hers with unnerving intensity. I had no choice. It was a vow I swore, to someone I once promised everything. And Tina nodded slowly, comprehension dawning, though incomplete, when a Navy officer rushed in and summoned her away. After Tina left, Luo Xiu finished his meal and sat quietly in the corner, mapping out his path forward. His impending imprisonment in Impelled Down troubled him not at all, even if Golden Lion alone had ever escaped its depths by sheer will. But he knew the future intimately. Luffy would storm Impelled Down, and chaos would follow, unleashing hordes of convicts. When that moment arrived, he would slip through the breach. Until then, the long wait would become their crucible, a time to rest, train, and ascend. The next morning, Luo Xiu was awakened by a loud argument. Upon listening carefully, it seemed that Carp and Sengoku were quarreling about something. After they reached a conclusion in their dispute, Carp opened the door to their cell. Luo Xiu looked at the open door in confusion, unsure of what trick Carp was up to. Hey Carp, what are you doing? Have you found your conscience and decided to let us go? Stop the nonsense, hurry up, and come out, all of you. Luo Xiu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered by the situation. Could it be that Carp really intended to let them go? When Luo Xiu and the others reached the deck, they saw about 30 young Navy personnel standing in front of them, likely all reserve members. Luo Xiu spotted Tina among them. You little brats are now requisitioned by the Navy, and we need your cooperation for a capture operation starting now. Carp explained the Navy's intentions to Luo Xiu and the others with a serious expression. Sengoku, on the other hand, unwillingly turned his head away, clearly in disagreement. Before Luo Xiu and the others could grasp the situation, they were muddled onto a warship, and to ensure they wouldn't escape, tracking devices were installed on them. Only the 30 reserve Navy personnel accompanied Luo Xiu. There were no regular Navy members present. Luo Xiu had no idea why this was the case. Perhaps it was merely a drill for the reserves. As all the Navy ships approached an island, the warship carrying Luo Xiu deviated from the main fleet, heading towards the other side of the island. After Carp and the others disappeared from view, Tina quietly approached Luo Xiu. The scent of youthful fragrance emanating from her made Luo Xiu's mood considerably better. Hey, you're a Navy officer, the commander of this operation, and I'm a pirate. Even if we're cooperating now, do you really need to be that close to me? Aren't you afraid I might take you hostage and escape? Tina tilted her head to observe Luo Xiu, as if assessing the truth behind his words, then shook her head. Tina isn't afraid. Tina knows you're not a bad person. Luo Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. Was he being handed a good person card? However, seizing this opportunity, he also inquired Tina about what exactly had happened. After a while, Luo Xiu understood the unfolding events. It turned out that last night Carp and Sengoku had received a notification from the world government. Since the warlord system had just been established, the world government was searching for suitable candidates everywhere. In the West Sea, there was a pirate group called the Shadow Pirates, led by the powerful Ceylon Vero, who was also a devil fruit user. Thus, the world government extended an invitation to him. Unfortunately, Vero refused to become a warlord and openly provoked the world government. In a fit of anger, the 5 elders directly ordered Carp and Sengoku, who were in the West Sea at the time, to arrest Vero. With the combined strength of Carp and Sengoku, capturing a warlord-level figure like Vero should have been a piece of cake, but just as they were formulating their capture plan, the appearance of a celestial dragon disrupted their plans. The country where Vero was located was called the Orleans Duchy, one of the member states of the world government. A celestial dragon named Yalvis Claude Saint suddenly arrived here, and upon hearing about the powerful pirates in the area, he directly used his authority to have Carp and Sengoku bring all the Navy to protect him. Caught between the command of the 5 elders and the demands of the celestial dragon Carp, and Sengoku found themselves. At that moment Carp suddenly played a word game. Claude Saint only mentioned protecting him, but those reserve members couldn't be considered official Navy. Thus Carp proposed sending this group of reserve Navy members to capture Vero. However, this raised concerns about their capability. With Tina and the others, it would be impossible to capture Vero's group, and they might even lose their lives as Vero and his crew were notorious for their ruthlessness. While Sengoku hesitated, Carp suddenly suggested involving Luo Xiu and the others in the capture operation, but was promptly vetoed by Sengoku. In Sengoku's mind, the threat posed by Luo Xiu was undoubtedly greater than that of the so-called Vero. Nevertheless, Carp insisted on including Luo Xiu. Without him, Tina and the others might not survive, as he was vital to the Navy's fresh blood. If the outside world knew that the mortality rate among reserve Navy was so high, no one would want to join the Navy. Thus Carp and Sengoku began to argue, but in the end Sengoku compromised because he truly couldn't think of a better. But to be safe, they installed tracking devices on Luo Xiu and his group, warning them not to remove them. Luo Xiu was not naive enough to think this was a good opportunity to escape. Carp and Sengoku's observation abilities could cover the entire island, and every move they made would not escape their eyes. The warlords. Mentioning the warlords, Luo Xiu couldn't help but think of Hancock, wondering if she had safely returned to Amazon Lily. According to the anime's storyline, Hancock became the queen after returning to her island, and after 2 years, she became a warlord. He wondered if his existence would affect that. Then Luo Xiu asked Tina about Vero's group, as he believed that the real force behind the capture would still be them. These reserve Navy members weren't being belittled by Luo Xiu. Their strength was even less than that of a mature. Even Tina, as he learned from their earlier conversation, hadn't consumed the kankank fruit, yet making her essentially just a decorative vase. Tina took out the bounty notice for Vero's group. Luo Xiu looked it over and noted that only a few key officers posed a threat, while the rest were merely fodder. Captain of the Shadow Pirates Ceylon, Vero, with a bounty of 550 million berries. He possesses dual haki and has consumed the Paramecia-type shadow fruit, which allows him to enter shadows and move within them. Due to this ability, Vero often successfully escapes from the Navy's pursuit. Besides Captain Vero, their first mate Lanagesius holds a bounty of 221 million berries. He is proficient in dual haki and possesses remarkable sword skills, adept with twin swords, and has no devil fruit. Navigator Randy's a user of the Logia-type earth fruit, can manipulate soil and generate mud from thin air to control enemies, possesses observation haki, and it's unknown if he has armament haki, with a bounty of 198 million berries. Ewan, a shipwright and helmsman, has a bounty of 112 million berries and possesses armament haki, displaying immense strength. Apart from these 4 individuals, the other officers are merely slightly capable pirates with bounties mostly not exceeding 50 million berries. Although the bounties of these individuals are not particularly high, they are already considered a local ruler in the West Sea, and they could completely dominate this country. Even Doflamingo, with a bounty of only over 300 million, could rule Punk, Hazard, let alone Vero. As for becoming a warlord, that is more than sufficient. Although several warlords currently active in the anime have bounties exceeding 1 billion, their initial bounties could be described as abominable. For instance, Crocodile and Hancock didn't even have a bounty of 100 million. However, in the pirate world, bounties do not entirely represent combat strength. Some individuals have bounties that do not match their abilities, while others do not deserve their bounties. Luo Xiu's thoughts were simple: to capture the leader first. As long as he defeated Velo and the main cadres, the others would scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. However, there was one thing that caught Luo Xiu's attention. Velo's group was bloodthirsty, and he was not worried about Blake and the others, but genuinely concerned about Tina. For someone who embodied both cuteness and sensuality with fair skin, beauty, and long legs, it was impossible for Luo Xiu to say he didn't like her. Although he was a pirate and Tina was a Navy officer from opposing camps who could say what the future held. And since Luo Xiu aspired to be the future emperor of the seas, having a few women was essential. At present, his relationship with Tina was quite good, so it was necessary to protect her appropriately. However, once the battle began, he might not be able to focus on caring for her. While Luo Xiu and Tina were conversing, the warship slowly arrived at the other side of the island. After docking, a total of 34 people, including Luo Xiu's group, landed in the Duchy of Olens. According to the intelligence, Velo's group would conduct a devil fruit transaction tonight at a local bar named Forget-Me-Not. The Navy's suggestion was for them to disguise themselves as customers and lie in wait inside the bar to capture everyone once the transaction was complete. Luo Xiu had no objections, as they only needed to contribute their efforts. The group entered a clothing store in high spirits and changed into suitable outfits. Luo Xiu donned a well-fitted suit that showcased his physique with defined shoulders. Although he was only 16, the masculine aura he exuded left Tina feeling a bit lightheaded. Tina changed into a red evening gown, the slightly form-fitting attire accentuating her alluring curves, causing Luo Xiu to steal glances at her. Of course, Luo Xiu's little actions did not escape Tina's notice, but she did not stop him. Instead, she playfully pushed. Soon the group entered the Forget-Me-Not bar, each finding a discreet spot to sit and quietly await Velo's arrival. Luo Xiu and Tina pretended to be a couple in love, sitting at the best vantage point in the bar, observing every move. During this time, they shared their childhood experiences. Tina's childhood was rather ordinary, unlike Hancock's, as she had no tragic past. Her parents were always by her side. From a young age, Tina dreamed of becoming a Navy officer to uphold justice. Since you want to be a Navy officer, why do you think I as a pirate am a good person? Because you killed a celestial dragon. This left Luo Xiu at a loss. Did killing a celestial dragon make one a good person? Subsequently, Tina recounted a story from her childhood. When she was young, a celestial dragon suddenly came to her hometown. At that time, her parents and the surrounding neighbors all knelt down to pay their respects. She thought the celestial dragon would leave after that, but he instead took a liking to one of her neighbors solely because of her good look. This celestial dragon immediately tried to force her neighbor to become his wife, but the woman already had a husband and children living a happy life. Her husband and children knelt on the ground, pleading desperately for the celestial dragon to spare her, but he ignored them, ordering his guards to strip the father and son and whip them mercilessly. Tina's neighbor, unable to bear the humiliation inflicted on her family, willingly offered to become the celestial dragon. However, the capricious celestial dragon felt disrespected and ordered her clothes to be stripped off as well. He then had the three of them bound naked to a pillar and whipped them to death. Only after the celestial dragon had left did the surrounding people dare to rise and give the family a proper burial. That year, Tina had just turned 6. Since then, Tina had the thought of becoming a Navy officer to protect the weak, and she unexpectedly encountered Carp's warship not long ago, becoming a reserve officer in the Navy. After hearing this, Luo Xiu fell silent for a moment. Do you know that while the Navy seems to be under the world government, its essence is to serve the celestial dragons? This time it was Tina's turn to fall silent, her mood visibly darkening. Tina knows, but Tina can't think of any other way. As she said this, Tina's voice was already tinged with tears. This was a significant blow for a teenage girl, and others would fare no better. Luo Xiu, what do you think justice is? This question stumped Luo Xiu. If he answered poorly, it might erase Tina's affection for him entirely. If others saw this scene, they would surely mock Tina and her group. Justice has never been defined by any one person. It is different for everyone. For the celestial dragons, controlling power is their justice. For you Navy officers, obeying orders, executing commands, and capturing criminals is your justice. For us pirates, living freely, protecting our comrades, and not oppressing the weak is justice. For you, protecting the weak and civilians is your justice. But that is my understanding of justice. You and I are different, and our experiences are different. You should have your own unique understanding of justice. What remains unchanged about justice is the unwavering belief in your heart and dreams, and the protection of those you wish to safeguard. Unwavering belief in your heart and dreams, protecting those you wish to safeguard. Seeing Tina deep in thought, Luo Xiu called Blake and Antoine to the restroom. He decided to take this opportunity to hand over the abyss and the devil fruit of the phantom beast to them. Ever since he landed, he had felt an elusive sensation of being watched, which only disappeared upon entering the bar. When Blake saw the abyss, his eyes lit up instantly, and the usually calm demeanor of his was somewhat broken. Can I take a look? Luo Xiu smiled slightly and directly tossed the abyss to Blake. It's a gift for you. What? Huh? Upon hearing this, Blake was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Then Luo Xiu handed over the Magma Lord fruit to Antoine. Here, this is for you, a phantom beast from the Zoan Cat. Antoine's reaction was no less exaggerated than Blake's. At that moment, both of them were filled with gratitude towards Luo Xiu. No matter what you say in the future, I will be the first to support you, and I will become the sharpest sword in your hand, cutting down all obstacles for you. Blake was the first to regain his composure from his joy, and solemnly pledged his loyalty to Luo Xiu. Me too. Upon hearing the 4 words that already eat up, we should head back. Antoine nodded, and without a word stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth. His mouth was instantly filled with an indescribable taste, and Antoine instinctively wanted to spit it out, but Luo Xiu was quick to cover his mouth. In the end, with tears in his eyes, Antoine swallowed the devil fruit. Having chosen it himself, he had to finish it no matter how awful it tasted. The 3 then exited the restroom, and as Antoine returned to his seat, he kept spitting out poo poo poo. Luo Air glanced at the strange Antoine and asked without hesitation, Antoine, did you eat shit? Antoine's face darkened. Luo Xiu handed the drink to Tina, who wiped her tears and accepted it. Thank you. What is this drink called? Forget-me-not. Tina said nothing, instead savoring the drink in her hand, and after a while she softly uttered a word. Good. Luo Xiu didn't hear clearly what Tina said as he was focused intently on the entrance of the bar. A group of people dressed in, since the transactions party had arrived, Velo himself couldn't be far behind. As time passed, night slowly fell. At this moment the bar was at its peak capacity with all sorts of people flooding in. Luo Xiu and Tina were fixated on every person entering the bar. After a while the door of the bar was gently pushed open and a group of oddly dressed individuals walked in. However, this place was not lacking in peculiar people, so their arrival didn't draw much attention. Yet Luo Xiu and Tina's eyes lit up. They've arrived. Indeed, this group was the Shadow Pirates led by their captain Selen Velo. Velo led his people to a corner where the earlier group of black-clad individuals was seated. He took out a large box of berries. Luo Xiu couldn't tell how many were inside, but it was certainly a considerable amount. The leading black-clad man counted carefully, and after confirming everything was in order, handed the box to Velo. After Velo nodded, the black-clad man left the bar and Velo ordered a few of the bar's signature drinks. While waiting for the drinks, Velo kept surveying his surroundings, feeling that something was off about the bar today, with many So when the drinks arrived, Velo gulped down his glass and intended to leave. Today's bar atmosphere made him quite uncomfortable. This feeling had saved him many times before. Just as Velo was about to place his hand on the doorknob, a glass suddenly flew towards him, crashing against the doorknob and preventing him from opening the door. "Friend, how about having a drink with me?" The speaker was naturally Luo Xiu, who had just faced a beating from Cap and was now filled with pent-up frustration, wanting to test his current strength. Velo said nothing, but suddenly vanished from where he stood, reappearing behind Luo Xiu. Velo launched a surprise attack with a Black Tiger heart-piercing move, but Luo Xiu reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and then turning to counterattack Velo. Action! With Tina's command, the Marine Reserve members hidden around sprang into action, pouncing on the other members of the Shadow Pirates. However, as mere reserves, they lacked combat power, and in just one encounter they lost 5 or 6 men. The few officers of the Shadow Pirates quickly reacted and rushed towards Tina, understanding the principle of capturing the leader first. Noticing the movements of the other officers, Luo Xiu swiftly gave orders to Blake and the others. "Protect Tina." Blake and the others complied, instantly lunging toward the few officers of the Shadow Pirates. As fellow swordsman, Blake took the initiative to confront the Shadow Pirates' first mate, Reiner Gashus. Upon seeing the knife in Blake's hand, Gashus' eyes lit up with fervor. Although he couldn't tell which famous blade it was, whether the unsurpassed Great Blade 12th craft or the Great Blade 21st craft, it was clear that he had to seize it. Entune faced off against Randy's, who was a devil fruit user with natural powers, making him quite tricky. It was a good opportunity for Entune to familiarize himself with the capabilities of the mythical beast type. Luo Air faced off against Yuan, known for his strength, and he was curious to see who among them was stronger. The Marine Reserves finally realized that the opponents were notorious murderers, pirates who killed without blinking. This was no child's play, and they quickly drew their flintlock rifles to counterattack. The Shadow Pirates did not lose their composure. After all, they had fought their way out on the sea, and were far from being compared to these rookie soldiers. Under the leadership of a few other minor officers from the Shadow Pirates, the Marines began to retreat steadily. Seeing this, Luo Xiu knew he had to clear out the minions first, otherwise he couldn't focus on dealing with the dangerous enemy before him. Subsequently, Luo Xiu pushed Velo back with a punch and gradually activated the Conqueror's Haki within him, having just awakened it not long ago. Achieving this level was already extraordinary talent. Immediately, an overwhelming aura erupted from Luo Xiu's body, spreading outward in waves. The minions of the Shadow Pirates fainted instantly, while the other minor officers also swayed precariously on the verge of collapsing. Velo was forced to retreat repeatedly. His expression remained calm, but a storm was brewing in his heart. Conqueror's Haki. Blake seemed to sense something and glanced over. Moments later, the only ones left standing in the bar were Luo Xiu's side and a few officers from the Shadow Pirates. Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel emotional. This Conqueror's Haki was indeed useful. Velo let out a sinister smile, and his figure vanished once more. Luo Xiu scanned his surroundings, always wary of Velo's potential reappearance. Velo's fruit ability was quite different from Moria's shadow fruit. Simply put, Moria controlled shadows, whereas Velo could only dive into them. Although Velo's fruit had only one ability, it was evident that he had developed it well. He could appear in people's shadows as well as the shadows of objects. The various lights in the bar mixed together, creating countless shadows. Even if Luo Xiu pushed his observation Haki to the limit, it was challenging to predict Velo's position. Velo could exploit this, incessantly launching harassing attacks on Luo Xiu, which became increasingly bothersome for Bang! Luo Xiu and Velo clashed once more, and the previous encounters gave Velo a rough understanding of Luo Xiu's strength. Just relying on physical techniques to match him equally made Velo feel a sense of unease. If the opponent were only at this level, it would be fine, but what if he were also a devil fruit user? Then today he would be in grave danger. "Friend, we have no grudges between us, do we?" Luo Xiu ignored Velo and struck him with a heavy punch, forcing him back. Velo's ability to merge into shadows was indeed a bit troublesome. Seeing that Luo Xiu ignored him, Velo vanished again within the bar, looking for an opportunity to launch an attack. Luo Xiu's observation Haki lost track of Velo. He found a spot with fewer shadows and began observing the battles of others in the bar. First was the duel between Black and Gaius, two swordsmen. During his time in Marineford, Black had been the most diligent of all, repeating sword swings every day, yet unfortunately, he had not yet obtained his own sword. Now that Black had the Abyss, he could fully unleash his strength. In the future, as long as he continued to adapt to the Abyss, he would one day become the world's top great swordsman. Gaius had some strength and could serve as a sharpening stone for Black at this stage. Luo Xiu glanced over at Anton and Randy's, observing the clash between the Zoan type and the natural type. Anton's Magma Lord fruit was somewhat similar to his Blood Asura fruit, making it an unconventional Zoan. At this moment, Anton had doubled in size, his body covered in bulging muscles with the characteristic horns of a demon sprouting from his head, molten lava continuously flowing over his body. Luo Xiu stroked his chin. He felt that Anton's current appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't this the fire god? Randy's, the opponent with the dust fruit, was now fully elementalized, appearing much like a desiccated carib. Luo Xiu then looked at Lore and Yuan, the two of them being some of the few normal individuals engaged in a close combat. However, Lore was a fisherman whose physical abilities were inherently superior to those of humans, leaving Yuan as nothing more than a free punching bag. Seeing that his brothers were not in any danger, Luo Xiu could also focus on dealing with Velo. At that moment, Luo Xiu felt a vague sense of being watched. It must be Carp observing their capture operation from afar, using observation haki. In the instant Luo Xiu was lost in thought, Velo suddenly sprang out from the wall behind him, his hand instantly coated in pitch-black armament, haki aiming for Luo Xiu's back. Luo Xiu reacted swiftly, dodging Velo's attack with a quick sidestep. His observation haki had been actively searching for Velo's figure, and he had noticed the moment Velo detached from the shadows. "You're quite enthusiastic, aren't you? Putting your heart on your sleeve for me. Since that's the case, let's settle this quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xiu activated his devil fruit, entering Half Asura form. A blood armor covered his entire body, and with his enhanced strength, Luo Xiu launched a furious assault on Velo. His fingers transformed into fists, and the dark armament haki enveloped them, accompanied by the sound of air being shattered as he aimed for Velo's face. Velo's pupils constricted sharply. The thing he feared the most had happened. Luo Xiu was indeed a devil fruit user, and it appeared to be a Zoan type. As Velo tried to slip into the shadows to escape, he found his thoughts and body were slightly misaligned, and his legs became somewhat unresponsive. In despair, Velo had no choice but to brace himself for Luo Xiu's attack. Bang! Velo's body flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the wine rack behind him, shattering it, and causing bottles to fall to the ground with a crisp sound of shattering glass. How is this possible? Velo collapsed to the ground, shards of glass cutting into his skin. He struggled to rise, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had been able to strike back against Luo Xiu, so why had such a huge gap appeared in an instant? Before Velo could grasp the reason, Luo Xiu's fist once again loomed larger in his vision. Velo could only activate his armament haki to defend, but even so, Luo Xiu's punch caused him unbearable pain. Luo Xiu struck true, followed by a side kick that sent Velo flying. Velo crashed onto a wine table, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and seized the opportunity to escape into the shadows. Luo Xiu surveyed his surroundings. After entering Half Asura form, not only had his physical body strengthened, but his senses had also been enhanced to some extent. Previously, he had noticed that Velo was not completely merged into the shadows. The color of the shadow he hid in was deeper than others, and had a certain stickiness. However, Velo's speed in moving through the shadows was still too fast. Even if Luo Xiu could detect him, it would be difficult to strike him. As Velo darted between different shadows, he contemplated how to end this situation. It was certain that he couldn't defeat Luo Xiu, but if he could escape alone and leave his companions behind, that was also an option. With this thought, Velo's eyes shifted, and he began moving toward the bar's entrance. Luo Xiu saw through Velo's intentions, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He instantly darted to the entrance and let the light shine down on him. In the next moment, his shadow covered the shadows in front of the entrance. Seeing this scene, Velo secretly thought that Luo Xiu was a fool. Wasn't this facilitating his escape? All he needed to do next was enter Luo Xiu's shadow, and then emerge on the other side of the door. As long as he left the bar and made it outside, he would be free as a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Velo weaved through the shadows, and in the blink of an eye reached close to Luo Xiu. Seizing the moment when Luo Xiu was breathing, he slipped into his shadow. Sensing something unusual within his shadow, Luo Xiu's mouth curled into a smirk. Then his Conqueror's haki and Asura's will surged forth, targeting Velo within his shadow. Although Luo Xiu's Conqueror's haki was not strong enough to fully negate Velo's fruit, it was still effective in suppressing. Just as Velo planned to leave the bar, he suddenly felt as if he were being targeted by a primordial beast, his body once again becoming uncontrollable. He then discovered that his abilities seemed to be suppressed, as if he were wearing handcuffs made of sea prism stone. Following that, half of Velo's body uncontrollably detached from the shadows. Luo Xiu seized Velo by the head and pulled him out of his shadow. To be honest, the thought of someone hiding in his shadow made him feel somewhat disgusted. With his right hand, Luo Xiu lifted Velo into the air, while his left hand charged a powerful punch, the force instantly penetrating Velo's internal organs. In that moment, Velo felt as if a cannonball had exploded within his body. Velo, in pain, felt his eyes nearly bulging out. Suddenly, he felt a churn in his stomach, and the alcohol he had just drunk came rushing back into his mouth. Luo Xiu frowned, discarding Velo aside, as if he were trash. Velo lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, forcing himself to sit up against the door, gazing at the man who had rendered his devil fruit ineffective. Who exactly are you? Luo Xiu squatted down, reaching out to pat Velo's pale, terrified face. Pirates are supposed to value loyalty. Is it really appropriate for you to abandon your companions and flee? Velo swallowed hard. He didn't know how to respond to Luo Xiu, nor did he want to. He couldn't understand why a person possessing Conqueror's haki would appear in the West Sea and specifically target him. At that moment, Velo suddenly remembered that he had recently rejected an invitation from the world government to become one of the Shichibukai. You are one of the Shichibukai. You are from the world government. Luo Xiu let out a sneer and then stood up. He now had a rough understanding of his. First was himself. With 3 types of haki combined with a mythical Zoan devil fruit, his current strength should be at the level of a vice admiral, especially since he had not fully matured yet. If he were to face off against Kaku Marco and others, he could only ensure that he wouldn't lose to them. Next were Black and Anton. Both of them had received significant boosts, but they still needed time to settle. Currently, they should possess the strength of the Shichibukai from before the Paramount War. As for Lore, he had not fully tapped into his fishman potential yet. Once he perfected his physical techniques and hockey, although he might not reach the level of an admiral or a Yonko, he would not be something an ordinary vice admiral could compare to. Seeing that Luo Xiu did not answer his question after mocking him, Wei Luo was momentarily stunned, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes as he glanced around the bar. In the battle between the two pirate crews, the cadres of the Shadow Pirate crew were utterly defeated, yet they still managed to get. Luo Xiu's conqueror's hockey had only dealt with his underlings, but a few of the junior cadres still held their ground. Their strength made it easy to handle a little girl and a group of individuals with little combat ability. At this moment, among the Navy reserves, only Tina and a handful of others were still struggling to hold on. Wei Luo steeled himself, as since he was destined to fall here today, he decided to take someone down with him. Thinking this, Wei Luo, having regained some composure, slipped into the shadows, picking up a sword from the ground. As he moved, Wei Luo quickly took the opportunity to dive into Tina's shadow. After Tina repelled one of his companions, Wei Luo suddenly sprang out, thrusting the sword in his hand towards Tina. On the other side, Luo Xiu, who had just gathered information about his pirate crew's current strength, came back to his senses. Fortunately, his observation hockey had been covering the bar, allowing him to notice Wei Luo's actions in time. However, although he noticed, it was already too late for Luo Xiu to stop it. "Tina," he shouted, exerting force with his legs as he rushed towards Tina. Hearing Luo Xiu call her name, Tina instinctively turned her head, only to see Wei Luo stabbing Luo Xiu with a sharp blade. Blood dripped from the sword onto the bar's floor. Luo Xiu. Wei Luo looked down at the sword in his hand, surprised not by Luo Xiu's quick reaction, but by how easily he could pierce Luo Xiu's body. During the previous battle, he had felt the hardness of Luo Xiu's armament hockey very clearly. It was impossible for Luo Xiu to have exhausted all his hockey or to have been unable to activate it in time. Thus, eliminating these impossibilities left only one possibility. Luo Xiu had intentionally allowed himself to be pierced by Wei Luo. Thinking this, Wei Luo looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief, as if asking him for the reason behind such an action. Luo Xiu gave Wei Luo a meaningful smile, without saying much. Wei Luo's mind quickly turned, soon understanding the underlying reason. Unaware of the expressions and psychological changes between the two, Tina was heartbroken as she looked at Luo Xiu's back. Tears welled up in her eyes, and the feeling of sorrow left her somewhat breathless. Luo Xiu's observation hockey captured Tina's reaction completely. He feigned weakness, using all his strength to kick Wei Luo away, then staggered slightly. Tina rushed forward to support Luo Xiu, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Cold sweat beaded on Luo Xiu's forehead. Although he had indeed done this on purpose, the wound was real, and being pierced by the sharp blade caused him considerable pain. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu pulled out Wei Luo's sword and quickly activated his blood chi to seal the two wounds on his body. Though he staged this act of heroism to save the damsel, he knew that if not dealt with promptly, it could lead to hidden injuries. Indeed, as Wei Luo suspected, Luo Xiu had intentionally allowed himself to be pierced. The trope of a hero saving a beautiful lady may be cliched, but its practicality was undeniable. Seeing Tina in tears, unable to hide her heartache, Luo Xiu knew that his sacrifice had not been in vain. To ensure success, Luo Xiu had deliberately suppressed his instinct to activate his armament hockey. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Orland's Duchy, Carp looked at the bar with a strange expression. Clearly, he had not expected Luo Xiu to be so easily pierced by Wei Luo. However, the scene transmitted by his observation hockey instantly made him understand everything. Carp clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. Among this batch of reserves, there was only Tina, a little girl, and now she had been entangled with Luo Xiu. No, I need to find an excuse to separate them. Inside the bar, with his goal achieved, Luo Xiu no longer needed Wei Luo. Once again, he entered his semi-demon form and defeated Wei Luo in a matter of moments. The others also quickly defeated their opponents. They hardly exerted themselves and merely treated their adversaries as whetstones. After defeating Wei Luo, Luo Xiu pretended to be exhausted and sat on the ground. Tina instructed the others to tie up the Shadow Pirate crew and hurried to Luo Xiu's side to dress his wounds. Seeing the commotion, Black had a strange expression, while Anton and Lore, the two simpletons, immediately wanted to rush over. Black swiftly pulled them back. At this moment, he couldn't let those two disturb them. Tina anxiously treated Luo Xiu's wounds, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead to her chest. Leaning over, a substantial view was laid bare for Luo Xiu's eyes. Luo Xiu felt his face flush with shame at his own actions, quickly turning his head away. Luo Xiu's gaze did not escape Tina's eyes. Although she felt a bit shy, she couldn't afford to care too much at that moment. After all, Luo Xiu was injured for her sake. After bandaging Luo Xiu's wounds, the others also captured a few cadres from the Shadow Pirate crew. Tina helped Luo Xiu up and led everyone away from the bar, heading towards the other side of the island to meet up with Carp and the others. "Tina, I can walk by myself, let go of me." In the earlier battle, Tina had dealt with almost all the junior cadres of the Shadow Pirate crew, leaving the reserve members with little use, so Tina had also sustained some injuries. As for his own wounds, due to the nature of his mythical beast form, they had already healed quite a bit. Yet Tina insisted on supporting him, which made him feel a pang of heartache. The group marched towards the port, the night still brightly lit. Tina, already injured and having to support Luo Xiu, was utterly drained by the time they reached the port. Tina had expected Carp and the others to immediately come to take charge of the Shadow Pirate crew, but the scene at the port made her heart skip a beat. While they were fighting desperately against the Shadow Pirate crew, Carp and Sengoku were standing neatly behind a celestial dragon accompanied by several warships and all the elite navy. At that moment, this celestial dragon was sitting on a woman wielding a whip and striking two naked men. Their backs were torn and bloodied as they repeatedly cried for mercy. Tina felt her breath become heavy. This scene instantly transported her back to when she was 6 years old. They were so helpless. Tina wanted to rush over, but Luo Xiu tightly held her back. Seeing Tina and the others return, Carp and Sengoku had complex expressions. The celestial dragon was also drawn to Tina and turned to look in their direction. Seeing this, Luo Xiu quickly instructed Tina to lower her head and shield her from the celestial dragon's gaze with his body. For these scoundrels, if he spotted Tina, it was likely he would take her for himself. If it were just the celestial dragon, it might have been manageable, but with Carp and Sengoku nearby, even if they did not act, there was no way Tina could leave safely. Fortunately, their position was in the shadow created by the lights. The celestial dragon glanced at them only once before shifting his gaze away. Carp signaled for them to return to the warship. If the celestial dragon recognized Luo Xiu, it would indeed be troublesome. However, at that moment, Tina appeared to be in a daze, frozen in place. Luo Xiu had no choice but to take the initiative and support Tina as they walked towards the warship. He knew that the scene they had just witnessed had completely shattered Tina's faith. After returning to the warship, the reserves locked up Vero and the others. Subsequently, Luo Xiu handed Tina over to them and took Blake and the others back to the cell. Upon returning to the cell, Luo Xiu immediately recovered from his weak appearance to his normal state. "Boss, are you alright?" Luo Air blinked his big eyes, leaning his large head close to Luo Xiu's face, innocently inquiring. Luo Xiu turned Luo Air's face away. He was now somewhat worried about Tina. After all, she was just an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and having experienced such psychological trauma, he feared she might feel hopeless. But until late at night, Luo Xiu's observation haki saw that the celestial dragons had left and Carp and the others had returned to the warship, yet Tina had not appeared. With no other choice, Luo Xiu could only give up for the night. He planned to ask Carp about Tina's situation the next day. Luo Xiu hardly slept the entire night, not only because he was worried about Tina, but also because of Anton and Luo Air, who alternated snoring like musicians. It wasn't until around 3 or 4 in the morning that Luo Xiu fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, he was awakened by a series of crunching sounds, and he frowned, opening his eyes. "Well, little brat, you're awake. You guys performed well yesterday, especially the little brat with purple hair and the one with red hair. You really surprised me." Hearing Carp's words, Blake tightened his hold on the dark abyss he was holding. Seeing Blake's little action, Carp chuckled. "Haha, little brat, I know that your knife is quite good, but I'm not interested in it." Although Carp said this, Blake still tightly protected the dark abyss. Carp glanced at Luo Xiu and the others chewing on some sunbae as he left the cell. Throughout the day, Luo Xiu did not see Tina's figure until dinner, when she appeared again. Seeing Tina, Luo Xiu felt a pang of heartache. It was only a day since they last met, but Tina visibly looked. Tina placed the dinner for Luo Xiu and the others down and squatted down in front of him, the two locking eyes across the bars. After a long while, Tina spoke first. "Luo Xiu, I'm leaving." "Leaving? What do you mean?" "Vice Admiral Carp said our combat power is too low, so we have to be sent to the nearest naval base for training for a period of time. We are leaving tomorrow." Luo Xiu stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. Tina ultimately chose to join the Navy. But this was not too bad, or at least joining the Navy would ensure Tina's safety. The two then fell into silence, with Luo Xiu stuffing meat into his mouth, while Tina quietly watched him. After Luo Xiu finished eating, Tina took the plate and stood up. "Xiu." Luo Xiu was a bit puzzled. This was the first time Tina had called him that. "Can you leave a spot for me on your ship?" Luo Xiu was taken aback. It seemed his presence had indeed changed the course of Tina's life. Having witnessed the atrocities of the celestial dragons twice, and with so many Navy personnel present during one of those times, they did not stop them, but instead allowed the celestial dragons to trample on lives, leaving Tina utterly disappointed with the Navy. But Tina was no longer a child. The events from yesterday made her realize that merely clinging to her sense of justice with fervor was insufficient. What she truly needed was power that would make everyone apprehensive. The Navy could provide her with systematic training, which was the most stable and quickest way to become stronger. Tina's thoughts likely revolved around gaining sufficient strength within the Navy and finding an opportune moment to leave. The Marineford War was a good opportunity. After this battle, the Navy suffered heavy losses, leading to a worldwide conscription and a significant overhaul of the Navy, which would allow Tina to seize the moment to depart. And by that time, he would definitely return with the Blood Asura pirate crew, becoming the harbor where Tina could dock. Of course, the Blood Asura pirate crew always welcomes you. Tina nodded with a smile and turned to leave the cell. That night, Luo Xiu once again had insomnia. Tina's departure left a hollow feeling in his heart, but he knew that parting was for a better reunion. The next morning, Tina and the others quietly left the fleet and landed at the nearest naval base, where they would undergo 3 months of training. Crunch, crunch. Luo Xiu frowned. As soon as that sound appeared, he knew Carp had come again. I said, Carp, can't you stop bringing a bag of sunbae every time you come? It's very noisy, you know. The chewing sound paused for a moment, then resumed. Luo Xiu could only sigh. He had no way to deal with Carp. He couldn't fight him, so he had to endure. Well, little Brad in 2 days will arrive at Impel Down. Enjoy your last moments outside, ha ha ha. Luo Xiu ignored Carp. Entering Impel Down was already part of his future plans. After Carp left, Luo Xiu leaned against the wall and fell asleep. During this time, he groggily felt the cell door open and something was thrown in. However, Blake and the others did not wake him and instead continued sleeping. It wasn't until dinner time that Luo Xiu groggily opened his eyes, looked at the other 4 people in the cell, and waited for Carp to bring them food. For people. Luo Xiu jolted awake and immediately turned his gaze to the extra person in the cell. However, due to the dimness of the cell, he could only see that the person was a girl seemingly around 15 or 16 years old. However, with her hair down, Luo Xiu could not see her face clearly. Luo Xiu beckoned Blake and the others to come closer. When did she come in? Who brought her in? While you were sleeping, Vice Admiral Carp personally brought her in. Hearing this, Luo Xiu stroked his chin. A criminal who could be personally delivered by Carp was likely no ordinary person, and being so young, recalling their current location, Luo Xiu could think of only one person who matched this identity. The son of the devil Nico Robin. Luo Xiu's breathing quickened. He did not expect to encounter a young Robin. However, he was puzzled. In the anime, Robin should not have been captured by the Navy at this time. Could it be that someone secretly let Robin go? But the only one in the Navy who would do such a thing would likely be Kazan, but he was not here now, so who could it be? Luo Xiu did not know whether his presence had led to Robin's capture here, but to ensure the future historical trajectory, he had to find a way to help Robin escape. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to build some rapport, whether it was for interpreting the historical text in the future, or anything else, he could leave an impression on Robin in advance. Just as Luo Xiu was about to strike up a conversation with Robin, Carp and Sengoku arrived outside the cell. Kapu and Sengoku brought dinner for Luo Xiu and others to the prison cell. Little Brad, I've come to deliver your dinner. Shueshila, you need to take good care of this new prisoner and make sure she doesn't die. After speaking, the 2 of them left the cell after putting down the food. Sengoku, is it really okay to put Nico Robin and that little Brad in the same cell? Don't worry, I've investigated and Shueshila has no chance of meeting Nico Robin. Keeping them together can prevent Robin from attempting suicide again. Kapu couldn't argue against Sengoku and had to compromise, but he always had a sense of foreboding. Luo Xiu watched the 2 men's backs, unsure of what they were thinking. Blake and the others took their share and began to feast in a corner. Luo Xiu picked up the remaining 2 portions and walked towards Robin in another corner. Seeing that she had no reaction, Luo Xiu put down the food and returned to his place. As he ate, he pondered why Kapu and the others had sent Robin to his cell. With so many warships, there must be more than just his prison cell. Remembering Sengoku's words to him earlier, he suspected they found her when Robin was about to end her life. Sigh. Thinking of Robin, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel pity. In the anime, almost everyone in the Straw Hat crew had a troubled childhood, and Robin's could be described as hell. Having consumed the Hana no Mi since childhood, she was seen as a freak by the other children, and thus isolated and rejected. Her father died young, and her mother left for the sea to uncover the void century, leaving her to fend for herself, working hard every day only to be met with disdain. She had never done anything wrong, yet it seemed the world could not accommodate her. Fortunately, the scholars of O'Hara accepted her, and there she immersed herself in the library of the Tree of Knowledge, becoming the youngest archaeology PhD at just 8 years old due to her exceptional talent. The reason Robin worked so hard was simply to meet her mother, nothing more. At the same time, she unexpectedly met her first friend in life, the giant Saul. Saul, who was a vice admiral at the time, couldn't bear to see the scholars being slaughtered, so he secretly let Olvia, Robin's mother, go and defected from the Navy himself. Later, the injured Saul drifted to this place, but no one dared to approach him. Only Robin took the initiative to bring him companionship. Robin wasn't afraid of Saul's massive figure, nor did she care about his identity. Saul didn't fear Robin's powers. Unlike others, he didn't see her as a monster, but as a little girl who needed care. In that moment, 2 lonely souls intersected. Just as everything was slowly getting better, fate played another cruel joke. The world government noticed the dangerous research in O'Hara and launched a buster call to bury the truth. Robin was once again thrown into a life of fleeing, passing by her mother in the chaotic crowd. Though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the stirring in her blood allowed Robin to recognize her. She wanted to acknowledge her, but all she received was Olvia's words, "I think you might be mistaken." Even at the last moment, they couldn't properly say goodbye to each other. Let's live on, Robin. This was the last thing Olvia. The Tree of Knowledge was set ablaze, and all the scholars of O'Hara sacrificed themselves, and her mother also perished in the flames. By the time Robin escaped to the shore, another piece of bad news came. The islanders, not wanting to be implicated by Robin, wouldn't let her board the escape ship. At that moment, what they rejected was not simply a request to board the ship, but a plea from an 80-year-old girl wanting to live. In the critical moment, the injured Saul stepped forward, using all his strength to protect young Robin, carving out the only path for her survival. The one responsible for pursuing them was Aokiji, who was also a vice admiral at the time. Before Saul died, he entrusted Aokiji with the duty to ensure Robin's survival. Recalling his old friendship with Saul and witnessing Akainu order the attack on the civilian escape ship, Aokiji ultimately chose to let them go. However, Robin was unaware of this, as she always thought Saul had died in O'Hara. After the island was completely destroyed, the world government branded Robin, this 80-year-old girl, with the stigma of the demon child. With the extreme danger and a bounty of 79 million berries, these two labels stuck to Robin from then on. She could only begin her life of fleeing once again, drifting among various organizations and facing betrayal time and again. From then on, a girl who used to smile gradually became silent. The reason Robin appeared here now could very well be due to another betrayal, someone selling her whereabouts to the Navy for her bounty. After suffering another betrayal, Robin must have had thoughts of ending her life, but it was likely Kapu and the others who appeared just in time to stop her. So earlier Sengoku instructed him to take good care of Robin. With this thought, Luo Xiu turned to look at Robin, who had turned around at some point, taking small bites of the food on her plate. Seeing her tan skin and long black hair, Luo Xiu finally confirmed her identity. It was indeed Robin. Noticing Luo Xiu's gaze, Robin showed no reaction. After so many years, she had long since become accustomed to these strange looks. Robin continued to eat the food on her plate, then turned her head away again, quietly waiting for her fate to arrive. Thinking of Kapu's words earlier, they would reach impelled down in 2 days, meaning if he wanted to rescue Robin, he only had tonight and tomorrow. With that thought, Luo Xiu gently approached Robin. "Hello Robin, my name is Luo Xiu." Hearing her name called, Robin's body trembled slightly, then she returned to calmness. "I'm sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Do you remember what Alvia and Saul once said to you?" Upon hearing this, Robin's calm demeanor shattered, and she turned to look at Luo Xiu. "Who exactly are you? How do you know them?" Seeing the helplessness mixed with despair in Robin's eyes, Luo Xiu's heart ached fiercely. "There's no need to be tense. I mean you no harm. I'm sure you've noticed we are both prisoners here. As for how I know about them, that's my secret. I not only know about their past, but also about their present." Seeing that Luo Xiu was unwilling to reveal more, Robin turned her head away again, but as if suddenly capturing something, she quickly turned to look at Luo Xiu. "Their present? What do you mean? Are they still alive?" Luo Xiu shook his head. Alvia had indeed passed away, but Saul was very much alive. Seeing Luo Xiu shake his head, the last glimmer of light in Robin's eyes was about to fade away. "Your mother Alvia has long since rested in peace with O'Hara, but Saul, he is still alive." "What? Zoro, he's still alive?" Robin's eyes, usually as still and lifeless as stagnant water, finally flickered with a ripple of emotion. You're truly not lying to me." Luo Xiu offered no further explanation, merely gave a quiet sigh, but Robin did not readily believe him. In the past, she had trusted others blindly, only to be betrayed, left wounded and alone. "I have no reason to lie to you, and no need to do so. For it is you, not I, who truly cares whether Zoro lives or dies." Seeing Luo Xiu's expression, unfeigned and resolute, and recognizing he indeed held no motive to deceive her, Robin chose at last to trust him. Upon hearing that Zoro still lived, she broke down in tears, overwhelmed, trembling, unmoored by hope long thought lost. Startled by the sound, Black and the other two turned their gaze toward them, watching Luo Xiu with puzzled, almost incredulous eyes. Moments ago, all had been calm, yet the moment he approached, Robin had burst into tears. Anchuan shot Luo Xiu a look of open disdain. Luo Xiu's lips twitched, but were it not for the confines of the cell and the rare pivotal opportunity to win Robin over, he would have struck Anchuan without hesitation. "Do you recall what Zoro once told you?" Wiping away tears at the corners of her eyes, Robin nodded silently. "The sea stretches endlessly. Someday companions who will guard you shall surely appear. To be born into this world means never walking it alone. Yet after all these years, I have never encountered anyone who truly wished to accept me. And what if we told you? We do wish to accept you." At Luo Xiu's words, Robin jerked her head up, her gaze locked onto him wide with disbelief, then flickered uncertainly toward Black and the others huddled in the far corner. "How can I know you're any different from those before? And soon we'll be imprisoned and impelled down. What good is acceptance then?" Luo Xiu did not answer. Instead, he posed the question that had haunted her entire life. "Do you wish to live? Truly live, free and unbound upon the sea?" Robin hesitated. Half an hour earlier, she would have refused outright. The world held nothing left worth clinging to. But now, everything had changed. She had just learned Zoro still lived. Whether true or false, she chose, just once, to believe Luo Xiu. It was perhaps a chance, not only for him, but for herself. "I want to live. I want to live freely upon the sea. But isn't that forever impossible for us now? I can get you out, but only you. Then what use is your promise to accept me?" Luo Xiu smiled faintly. Deep within, Robin did wish to live, yet it was the crushing weight of solitude she could no longer bear. "Will you trust me?" Robin paused, staring at Luo Xiu, whose expression held no trace of mockery, then almost involuntarily nodded. "I will find a way to free you. Afterward you must survive, until I stand before you once more. By then I swear you shall roam this vast sea unshackled, truly free. No more hiding, no more running. You may study that vanished history, as your mother once did. And those who seek to harm, leave them to me. Why help me like this? I want your most honest answer." Luo Xiu paused, then spoke the truth buried deepest in his heart. "First, I need you. And second, I want you." Hearing his reply, Robin's cheeks flushed faintly. Though young, she had matured early, raised in solitude since childhood, 15 years old, and keenly aware of the meaning behind his words. Very well, I believe you. If you ever return to me, and slay one person I name, you may claim me as you. Luo Xiu smiled, and accepted her terms. The next day, as Garp arrived to deliver food, Luo Xiu called out to him, just as he turned to leave. Garp, shall we negotiate? In Garp's brow furrowed in confusion. Brat, what trick are you plotting now? Release her. Luo Xiu gestured toward Robin crouched in the corner. Garp scratched his nose and flatly refused. Impossible, Brat. She was captured personally by me and Sengoku. We'll never let her go. With that, Garp moved to leave, fearing he'd strike Luo Xiu if he stayed a moment longer. Seeing Garp's refusal, Luo Xiu did not falter. Instead, a quiet, knowing smile curved his lips. Garp, if my memory serves, you have a grandson. At those words, Garp froze mid-step. His name is Luffy, 4 or 5 years old, I imagine. Tell me, do you think that mountain bandit in Windmill Village could possibly stop me? And before Luo Xiu could finish, Garp materialized before him, hands gripping his collar, his usual composure, shattered eyes blazing with raw protective fury. Blood Demon Luo, mark my words, touch my grandson, and you die. And Luo Xiu merely smiled, unmoved by the threat. Garp, you and I both know if I chose to flee, you could never catch me. You understand well enough the endurance of a mythical Zoan type. Can you guard Windmill Village year-round? Or will your son, the Revolutionary Army commander, stand watch there every day without fail? Luo Xiu pressed forward, relentless. Today he would secure Robin's freedom. Who are you? And how do you know so much about me? That matters not, Garp. What matters is, release her. And Garp panted heavily, his conqueror's haki surging uncontrollably. To shield Black and the others, Luo Xiu unleashed his own conqueror's haki in response. Do you want Sengoku drawn here? Nat Luo Xiu's warning, Garp instantly reined in his fury, suppressing his volatile haki with visible effort. Garp released Luo Xiu's collar and unlocked the cell door. Luo Xiu turned to Robin, signaling her to follow. You too. After Hancock and Tina finished laughing, they explained the situation. It turned out that on their way back, they each shared their stories with. Once they were gone, Luo Xiu closed the heavy cell door himself. Black stepped quietly to his side. Xiu, when Hancock learns of this, she'll be furious, won't she? Luo Xiu rubbed his nose. That concern could wait. For now, the path ahead demanded focus. When the time came for them to meet face-to-face, he would find the words to reconcile them all. Anshuin and Lore whispered in the corner, but the cell was small and Luo Xiu's hearing, unnaturally acute, caught every word. Is our captain exactly the kind of scoundrel they call a playboy? And absolutely. Even the mermaid women back home say such men meet grim ends. Na vein throbbed on Luo Xiu's temple. He turned, striding toward them. Thud, and thud, and Anshuin and Lore clutched their heads, tears welling in their eyes. Boss, we'll never say it again. Never call you a playboy, and thud. By the time Garp returned, evening had already fallen. I delivered her to the nearest island. Whether she survives or not depends on her now. I have done as you instructed. I hope you will come back to impel down with me honestly. Of course I keep my word. Garp glanced at Luo Xiu before leaving the cell. He now regretted bringing Luo Xiu out of Mary Geos. Had he known, he would have left him there to fend for himself. However, there are no pills for regret. They would arrive at Impel Down tomorrow, and he still hadn't figured out how to explain Robin's release to Sengoku. If he were to kill Luo Xiu, he feared he would never have a peaceful day again. After Garp left, Luo Xiu lay in a corner and instructed Black and the others to pretend to sleep until Sengoku arrived. At dinner time, Garp and Sengoku brought food to the cell. Before they got close, Sengoku felt that there seemed to be one less person in the cell. His heart skipped a beat as he hurried to the bars, only to find that apart from the sleeping Luo Xiu and the other three, there was no sign of Robin. Blood Asura. Luo Xiu pretended to be awakened by Sengoku's shouting, rubbing his eyes, and looking at Sengoku, who was on the verge of losing his sanity. What's wrong? Oh, is it time for dinner already? There's no need to shout so loudly, I'm not deaf. Where is she? What? Luo Xiu feigned ignorance, continuing to play dumb. Who? What person? He pretended to serve. Hey, where did that girl go? Luo Xiu kicked Antoine, who was still pretending to sleep. Did you see that girl? Antoine pretended to just wake up, shaking his head in feigned ignorance. Sengoku's gaze lingered on Luo Xiu and the others before he left the cell, gritting his teeth. Garp hurriedly chased after him, glancing back at Luo Xiu with a deep look before leaving. After Sengoku returned to the deck, he summoned everyone from several warships, questioning each one if they had been to that cell or if anyone had left the warships. After a round of inquiries, Sengoku learned from his subordinates that since Robin entered that cell, only he and Garp had been there, and today only Garp had left the warship. Garp. Realizing that the matter had been exposed, Garp decided to stop pretending and admitted that he had released Robin. Sengoku found it hard to believe that Garp would actually let Robin go, but seeing Garp's serious demeanor, he accepted it. Sengoku called Garp into the cabin. Acceptance was one thing, but he needed to know the reason. Garp, if you don't provide a reasonable explanation, not even the admiral of the fleet can save you. Garp hesitated for a moment before revealing the matter concerning Luo Xiu. I'm sorry, Sengoku, but I cannot gamble with my grandson's life. Sengoku took a deep breath. He knew Garp had a very young grandson, but then he recalled something unusual. According to the intelligence, Luo Xiu and his group had lived in Mary Geo's for 4 years, and 4 years ago Luffy had just been born. If no one had informed Luo Xiu, how did he know about Luffy's existence? Moreover, Carp's damned Sun Dragon had defected from the Navy to form the Revolutionary Army before Luffy was born. How did Luo Xiu find out about this? Who exactly is this Blood Asura to know everything about you so well? Carp, could he be your illegitimate child? Carp glared at Sengoku with gritted teeth. If it weren't for his own faults, his fist would have already smashed into Sengoku. I was just kidding. After returning to the deck, Sengoku looked around. The place where Robin had escaped was now far away. Even if they returned now, they might not be able to find her. Sengoku could only report truthfully to Steelbone Kong, letting him bear the pressure imposed by the world government. However, he did not know that Luo Xiu had overheard their argument. Upon seeing that Robin had successfully escaped, Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they only needed to enter Impel Down, settle in gradually, and quietly wait for Luffy's arrival to help them reappear before the world. The next day, the warship sailed into the waters surrounding Impel Down, passing through the gates of justice and utilizing the whirlpools created by the world government to enter Impel Down. Carp and the others placed sea prism stones on Luo Xiu and Antoine. When they tried to confiscate Black's sword, they suddenly realized that Black's ever-present weapon had vanished. They thought that Black, knowing he could never leave Impel Down, had taken the opportunity to throw his sword into the comm belt. But in reality, it had been secretly hidden away by Luo Xiu in the system space. After all, it was an unparalleled great sword. Such a rare treasure was not something he would hand over to the world government. The two personally escorted Luo Xiu and the others deeper into the 6th level of Impel Down. After locking the 4 in the cell, Carp hurriedly instructed Warden Magellan before leaving, as he needed to think about how to deal with Steelbone Kong. Once Carp and the others left, the previously quiet 6th level suddenly became lively, as everyone wanted to see who the new arrivals were. However, Luo Xiu and the others ignored them, quietly sitting in the cell. Seeing that they received no response, the rowdy prisoners gradually quieted down, and the 6th level fell silent again, with only the occasional sound of clanking chains. Brothers, the Blood Asura pirates will enter a period of silence. When we return, this sea will welcome its true. Thus Luo Xiu and the others began a relentless cycle of training day after day and year after year. Luo Xiu practiced his martial arts while honing his haki. The Seinen system continued to function as usual, providing him with ordinary fruits each day. On Luo Xiu's 18th birthday, the system granted him a special reward. Virtual combat. Luo Xiu examined this special reward closely. It allowed him to designate a character to engage in virtual combat with him in his dreams. Moreover, this function was available not only to him, but also to Black and the others. Luo Xiu was overjoyed. For the past 2 years, their training had been monotonous. Now with this, they could simulate real combat, while training significantly enhancing their strength. Luo Xiu naturally chose Carp as his opponent. Both of them fought using their fists, and he could learn how to use haki from. After all, for a real top-tier powerhouse, haki was the standard. As for Black, there was no need to say much. His only suitable opponent besides Mihawk was Shanks. As for Antoine's opponent, Luo Xiu had 2 candidates, Akainu and Kaido. After some consideration, Luo Xiu chose Kaido. Although both Akainu and Antoine had magma abilities, Antoine, being a Zoan type, made Kaido a more suitable opponent to bring out Antoine's potential. Luo Xiu faced a dilemma regarding Lol's opponent. There were many skilled fishmen in the anime, but he couldn't find a truly top-tier candidate. In the end, he chose Jinbei and Carp as his opponents. Lol's martial arts consisted of 2 parts, one being his unique fishman karate, so Luo Xiu eagerly anticipated the day when Lol would integrate these 2 styles. With each of them having their own simulated combat opponents, their strengths began to skyrocket. The daily training combined with battles against top-tier powerhouses led to their remarkable transformations. Not only that, but Black also accidentally awakened his conqueror's haki, which delighted Luo Xiu immensely. Subsequently, Luo Xiu replaced Black's opponent from Mihawk to Shanks. When it comes to top-tier haki and swordsmanship, Shanks was certainly one of them. On the day Luo Xiu completed 10 years of Seinens, the system granted him another opportunity to expand the system space. Additionally, it provided him with a Zoan-type devil fruit. However, this devil fruit had no suitable candidates for now. Lol, being a fishman, wouldn't eat it, while Black was simply Luo Xiu did not force them. Besides, although this devil fruit belonged to the Zoan category, it was more focused on this fruit was named the animal Zoan fruit, bird fruit, mythical Zoan Qingwan form. Luo Xiu planned to give this fruit to their ship's doctor in the future. After all, as a doctor, one does not need to have overly strong combat abilities, just the capability to heal their injuries. As for battle, that responsibility could be left to the 4 of them. Days passed by, and the strength of the 4 underwent earth-shattering changes. They were no longer the inexperienced little figures they once were. Now, any one of them could dominate a territory. Luo Xiu and the others quietly waited in the cell until one day a young boy suddenly burst into the 6th level of Impel Down. After recruiting Barrett in the 6th level, Luo Xiu officially announced to the world that the Blood Asura pirates had Luo Xiu, I miss you so much. Luo Xiu gently comforted Hancock in his arms. It had been 13 years since they last met, and how could he not miss her as well? I'm back. In fact, aside from Hancock, he also missed Tina and Robin a bit, but he had no idea how they were doing now. However, Luo Xiu naturally could not express these thoughts at the moment. He hadn't figured out how to tell Hancock about it. Hancock, her face flushed, stepped away from Luo Xiu. It would have been fine if it were just the two of them, but besides them there were her crew and that unfamiliar giant behind Luo Xiu. Blake and the others also stepped forward. 13 years had passed, and they missed the three sisters of Hancock dearly. Blake still maintained his usual reticent demeanor, nodding at Hancock as a form of greeting. Hancock paid no mind, as she understood Blake's character well. Soon after, Antoine and Lore approached Hancock. Big sister, long time no see. Big sister Woo, I miss you so much. After saying that, Lore opened his arms to hug Hancock, but she nimbly dodged. Looking at Lore, who was now much taller than herself, Hancock could only poke his belly with her finger. You as always. It sounded like a reproach, but from Hancock's affectionate tone it was clear that she missed this little brother of the Fishman tribe. Big sister, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Hancock covered her mouth and laughed. Lore still had such an appetite, and she promptly asked Sandersonia to take Lore to eat. The two of them were like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Lore followed Sandersonia into the kitchen and began. Afterwards, Luo Xiu stepped aside to let Barrett see Hancock. This is Barrett, our new crew member. This is Hancock, the captain's wife. The two nodded to each other, acknowledging their acquaintance. Hancock felt a surge of joy, not only because of the identity Luo Xiu mentioned during the introduction, but also because she was happy that Luo Xiu found another powerful ally. Barrett felt a pang of bitterness. He never expected that a powerful being like Luo Xiu would care about romantic entanglements, and it seemed that he was very important to him, which meant his status on the ship had dropped a level. Hancock then introduced Luo Xiu and the others to her crew. When they learned that Luo Xiu was actually their captain's man, they were all stunned into silence. They were naturally very familiar with Hancock, but it was precisely because of that familiarity that they found it unbelievable. Normally when out at sea, Hancock had never taken the initiative to talk to other men, but today she actually embraced a man and said things like, I miss you. This completely refreshed their understanding of Hancock. Once everyone slightly accepted the reality, Luo Xiu and the others boarded Hancock's ship and returned to Nine Snake Island. After landing, Luo Xiu and his group followed Hancock towards the palace. Along the way, some people from Nine Snake Island occasionally cast curious glances at them. Aside from the members who joined the pirate crew, the other inhabitants might have never seen a man in their lives. Upon returning to the palace, a somewhat aged voice reached everyone's ears. Snake Princess, how could you bring them here? Everyone was puzzled. Oh, why could they only hear the voice, but not see the person? Hancock kicked Old Nu away again, and said, Luo Xiu is my man. Oh, what's wrong with bringing him here? Seeing Old Nu being kicked away, everyone finally realized who had just spoken. Old Nu fell to the ground, sprang up like a carp, and rushed back to Hancock. Snake Princess, do you know who they are? They are the newest 4 emperors. Wait, what did you just say? He is your man. Hancock shot an annoyed glare at Old Nu and said, what's so surprising? I have been his woman for over a decade. Old Nu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Luo Xiu looked at the two and smiled helplessly. They were still the same as in the anime. Gloriosa, how have you been? Old Nu's eyes widened. She hadn't heard someone call her by that name in a long time. She mechanically turned her head, looking at Luo Xiu in disbelief. Blood Xiu, Luo, how do you know? Luo Xiu squatted down, revealing a mysterious smile. I might know more than you do, like the Valley of God. Old Nu frowned tightly. This Blood Xiu Luo looked to be about the same age as Hancock, and since they were born, the Valley of God had passed many years. How could he possibly know? Seeing Old Nu's nervous expression, Luo Xiu laughed heartily and stood up to walk towards Hancock. Don't worry, Old Nu, I mean no harm to Nine Snake Island. Hancock is not only my woman, but also my most important companion. With me here, Nine Snake Island is very safe. Old Nu looked at Luo Xiu's back, uncertain of what she was thinking. Then she carefully examined the members of the Blood Xiu Luo pirate crew. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Aside from Luo Xiu, she also sensed 2 waves of Conqueror's haki, which made her somewhat worried. She feared that Luo Xiu might follow the old path of rocks. The members of the Rocks Pirates were entirely bound together by interests. Rocks had extremely high combat power to suppress that group of monsters. On the ship, there were at least 5 individuals possessing Conqueror's haki, so after the Battle of the Valley of God, the Rocks Pirates instantly fell apart. Old Nu felt it necessary to find an opportunity to have a good talk with this Blood Xiu Luo. Sandersonia arranged rooms for Blake and the others. Afterwards, Hancock let Luo Xiu sit on her throne while she gracefully settled in his lap. All these years have you been spending them in the underwater prison? If you had left with me back, then wouldn't it have been different? Luo Xiu stroked Hancock's hair. If he had left with Hancock back, then he wouldn't have met Tina and Robin later. How could I have the heart to possess you if I don't fulfill the promise I made to you back then? Have you been well all these years? Has anyone bullied you? Hancock shook her head. Nine Snake Island is located in the Calm Belt, and basically no one. Moreover, after escaping from Mariawa, according to the plot of the anime, she quickly became the queen of Nine Snake Island and later became a warlord of the sea appointed by the world government. Thus, she didn't have to worry about the Navy coming to capture her. Over the years, Hancock had been diligently practicing her martial art. Luo Xiu could feel that Hancock was now stronger than she appeared in the anime. At least currently, Hancock could possess the strength of a vice admiral even without using the sweet fruit. In the evening, Hancock prepared a sumptuous dinner for Luo Xiu and the others as a welcome feast. Lore, who had been hungry for so long, finally got to eat a hearty meal. After the banquet, Blake and the others returned to their rooms to rest while Luo Xiu was taken by Hancock to her private chamber. During the banquet, both of them drank quite a bit. Under the influence of alcohol, Hancock appeared even more alluring, and at this age Hancock was at her most seductive. After 13 years apart, the two were naturally like dry tinder meeting flame, easily igniting. Hancock gently drew down the bed curtain, shedding her cheepow, revealing her best side to Luo Xiu. Faced with such temptation, how could Luo Xiu possibly resist? Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he pinned Hancock beneath him. The battle continued until the late hours of the night, ultimately ending with Hancock narrowly losing to Luo Xiu. Breathing heavily, Hancock lay atop Luo Xiu, her forehead damp, with fragrant sweat, her fingers tracing circles. Luo Xiu caressed Hancock's smooth, jade-like back, feeling immensely grateful for his decision from years ago. Freed from the constraints of the flying dragon hoof seal, Hancock lived more freely and comfortably. Hancock propped herself up, gazing seriously into Luo Xiu's eyes. Luo Xiu, how about you find a few more women? I can't handle it all by myself. Luo Xiu felt a surge of joy, but feigned reluctance on his face, then solemnly declared that he only had room in his heart for Hancock. A hint of sweetness washed over Hancock, but she stood her ground. Didn't you say you wanted to be the emperor of this vast sea? Isn't it normal for an emperor to have many women? Luo Xiu was already overjoyed internally, but in order to resolve the matter, he pretended to hesitate. If you have other women, wouldn't you be unhappy? Hancock shook her head, and then lay back down on Luo Xiu. However, I have one condition. Luo Xiu smiled, and said, go ahead. No matter how many women you have, I want to be the most important one. Luo Xiu stroked Hancock's hair, thinking carefully. Among Hancock, Tina, and Robin, it seemed Robin was the youngest. Tina was about 3 years older than he and Hancock. The thought of Hancock having Tina call her sister made Luo Xiu chuckle. What are you laughing at? Luo Xiu shook his head. You must be exhausted, but it's best to sleep early. We have things to do. Hancock shot a suspicious glance at Luo Xiu, but she was indeed worn out, and soon fell into a deep sleep atop. It was not until nearly noon that Luo Xiu and Hancock lazily woke up. Remembering how wild she had been last night, Hancock couldn't help but blush. Luo Xiu kissed Hancock lightly, and took her hand as they left the palace. Old Lady Nyo observed their appearance and Hancock's bashful expression, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment. They had just met and Hancock had already given herself to Luo Xiu. However, she understood that the queens of Nine Snake Island had always been like this, once they set their sights on someone, they would never change. Luo Xiu, now that you're back, what shall we do next? Luo Xiu set aside the food he was holding. He had already devised the next plan last night. Since they were a pirate crew, they would certainly need a pirate ship. Luo Xiu intended to head to Water 7 to have the Blood Judgment constructed. After that, he needed to find a place to settle down. Although Nine Snake Island was nice, traveling relied solely on the snake boats from Nine Snake Island, which was extremely inconvenient. Moreover, with the recent conclusion of the Marineford War, Sengoku would be stepping down from the position of Fleet Admiral, and Akainu and Aokiji would soon be embroiled in a fierce battle for the title. Luo Xiu knew that Akainu would emerge victorious in this conflict, resulting in Aokiji's withdrawal from the Navy. Such a powerful force wandering outside without being recruited would be a grave loss. Furthermore, Aokiji could help him prove that Saul was still alive. However, before that, they needed to resolve a very important issue: the pirate flag. After eating, Hancock instructed everyone to find some sailing cloth. Luo Xiu, have you thought about how to design our pirate flag? Luo Xiu stroked his chin, knowing the pirate flag needed to incorporate the main elements of the crew, such as the straw hat pirate skull, wearing a straw hat, and Whitebeard's signature beard and scars. Their Blood Asura pirate crew's flag would need to reflect the main elements of Blood Asura. Aside from being slightly inferior in appearance compared to the readers, Luo Xiu did not have any special markings on his body, so he decided to draw inspiration from his fruit abilities. The center of the pirate flag would naturally feature a massive skull, but instead of a regular rounded skull, Luo Xiu replaced it with a more menacing Asura skull. With high protruding brow bones and deeper eye sockets, 2 elongated bloodied fangs extended downward. As for the embellishments behind the skull, Luo Xiu replaced the crossed bones with a pair of outstretched blood-red wings. The connection point between the wings and the skull had blood-red patterns extending down to the sides of the skull. This was also a change brought about by his full Asura transformation. Soon Hancock painted the first version of the Blood Asura pirate crew's flag according to Luo Xiu's description. Luo Xiu looked it over and was extremely satisfied, leaning down to plant a kiss on Hancock's face. After that, Luo Xiu had Sandersonia and the others create a few more flags based on the pirate flag, and one of them was directly planted on Nine Snake Island, signifying that Nine Snake Island was under the protection of the Blood Asura pirate crew. With the pirate flag resolved, Luo Xiu and his group officially set sail, their first stop being Marineford. During the Marineford War, Marineford had already turned into ruins due to Whitebeard's devastation. After the war ended, the world government immediately ordered the reconstruction of Marineford. By the time Luo Xiu and his group arrived, the reconstruction efforts were in full swing. A Navy rear admiral was the first to spot Hancock's pirate ship. He initially thought Hancock had just arrived to join the battle and was about to question her, but upon getting closer, he spotted Luo Xiu standing at the bow. Blood Asura. The rear admiral was so frightened, he nearly lost his mind. Having experienced the Marineford War, he deeply understood the strength of the 4 emperors. He dared not provoke this newly appointed emperor and hurriedly scurried off to notify Sengoku. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku and Garp arrived at the port with the three admirals. Blood Asura, what do you intend to do? Sengoku directly questioned Luo Xiu about his purpose for being there. Although Luo Xiu did not possess the destructive power of Whitebeard, Sengoku genuinely feared that Luo Xiu would cause another commotion. Don't be so tense, old bundle of sticks. I'm not here to cause trouble. Sengoku did not easily believe Luo Xiu's words and continued to watch him nervously. Luo Xiu found it amusing to see Sengoku wrapped in bandages. This old man had done nothing throughout the entire ordeal, yet pretended to be gravely injured. He then glanced at the other individuals. Garp was slacking, Kazuru was slacking, Aokiji was slacking. Among the 5 top-tier Navy forces present, only Akainu was earnestly putting in effort, and Luo Xiu felt somewhat sorry for him. Seeing Luo Xiu look at him with a strange expression, Akainu couldn't help but chastise. Blood Asura, what kind of look is this? Sengoku held Akainu back, reminding him that they had just been through a battle, and facing the peak Blood Asura pirate crew was not a wise move. Blood Asura, what exactly do you want? Luo Xiu shrugged, revealing the purpose of his visit. Nothing much, I just want to use this opportunity to announce something to the entire world. 9 Snake Island is under my Blood Asura's protection. Anyone daring to set foot on 9 Snake Island is declaring war on me, Blood Asura. Sengoku looked puzzled. Hancock was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and typically no one would actively provoke her. Oh right, let me introduce her. Luo Xiu reached out and pulled Hancock close. Boa Hancock, our new member of the Blood Asura pirate crew. After Luo Xiu and his companions left, Sengoku let out a gentle sigh. The Blood Asura pirate crew has become even stronger. Sengoku turned around and continued to immerse himself in his work, while the others also left in succession. However, what they did not notice was that after they left, another figure arrived here. A Xiu. On the other side, aboard the perfume snake, Luo Xiu was carefully calculating the time. It had been a week since the battle at the top, and Sengoku should still have 1 more week before submitting his resignation to. Then Akainu would engage in a Tindui battle with Aokiji, which meant he had half a month to build a ship, and then rush to Punk Hazard to recruit Aokiji. However, he felt it was unlikely he would make it in time. Not to mention the travel time, just the time to construct the blood color judgment would take longer than half a month, to a month might not even be enough. A week later, the perfume snake arrived at Water 7. Luo Xiu completely abandoned the idea of recruiting Aokiji for now, and would have to try his luck in the New World later. After Luo Xiu and the others disembarked, Hancock ordered her crew to return, as she would now serve as the navigator of the Blood Asura pirate crew. Indeed, over the past 13 years, Hancock not only enhanced her strength, but also learned much about navigation, all in preparation for when Luo Xiu returned, so she could take him wherever he wished to go. Hancock linked her arm with Luo Xiu's as they walked ahead, flanked by Black and Antoon, who were both armed, while Law and Barrett brought up the rear. Thus, the Blood Asura pirate crew officially made their appearance in Water 7. Nearby residents quickly recognized them, as the day after they left Marineford, the World News had once again published news about the Blood Asura pirate crew. In these past few days, nearly the entire world had learned about this matter. Member of the 7 warlords of the sea, pirate Empress Boa Hancock, captain of the Kuja pirates, officially joined the Blood Asura pirate crew with a bounty of 1,366 billion berries. In addition, the 4 emperors Blood Asura officially announced that they would incorporate Snake Island into their sphere of influence. Therefore, it was no surprise that the residents of Water 7 recognized Luo Xiu and his companions. They quickly reported this matter to their mayor Iceberg. Iceberg, who was handling municipal affairs, froze in his seat. He was quite wary of this newly appointed 4 emperor, unsure of the purpose of their visit. Then Iceberg forced himself to calm down. Regardless of the Blood Asura pirate crew's intentions, he had to make an appearance. Soon, guided by several citizens, Iceberg saw Luo Xiu and his companions casually wandering around. Iceberg approached Luo Xiu with his secretary. Your Excellency Blood Asura, I am Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7. May I ask what brings you here? Luo Xiu assessed Iceberg and his little secretary beside him. He had a rather good impression of Iceberg, as he was a mayor well loved by the residents. The eyes of the public are discerning, and thus he bore no ill will towards this good mayor. And at that moment, hiding behind Iceberg was an 80-year-old girl, Alice. Ever since Califa's undercover identity was exposed, Iceberg began hiring new secretaries and unexpectedly ended up with such a little girl. However, Alice did not disappoint Iceberg. There's no need to be nervous, Mayor Iceberg. I come here to discuss a business deal with you. Are you saying you want to build a ship? Shh. Luo Xiu nodded. Iceberg couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as they weren't here to harm Water 7, building a ship was merely their job. Please follow me. With that, Iceberg personally led Luo Xiu and his companions to Dock No. One of the Carrera. Polly was somewhat surprised by Iceberg's arrival. Usually he was busy with municipal work and hardly ever had time to come. When he saw Luo Xiu and his companions behind Iceberg along with Alice's frightened expression, he mistakenly thought Iceberg had been taken hostage and immediately charged forward to attack Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu paid no mind to Polly as he was curiously surveying Dock No. 1. Barrett vanished from sight, and after intercepting Polly's attack, effortlessly threw him out. Polly. Iceberg hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Polly had spent all his time in the dock and didn't recognize Luo Xiu and his group. Luo Xiu signaled Barrett with his eyes. If Polly were to be killed, no one would build them a ship. Iceberg approached Polly to help him up, introducing him to Luo Xiu and his companions. He then assisted Polly to stand before Luo Xiu. I am sorry. Luo Xiu waved his hand as he had no energy to argue with Polly. He took out the design blueprints for the blood color judgment and handed them to Iceberg and Polly. Can it be built? Iceberg and Polly examined the blueprints Luo Xiu handed over, both unable to help but marvel. It was a perfect design, so detailed that even Iceberg felt slightly ashamed. Yes, with blueprints of this caliber, if we still can't build it, then we should just quit our jobs. Luo Xiu nodded. These blueprints were provided by the system, and products from the system are always top-notch. What materials do you plan to use for the keel of the ship? Luo Xiu pretended to ponder. As an outsider, he had no knowledge of such things, but he knew that Luffy's Sunny had its keel made from Atom Tree. Do you have Atom Tree? Well, some time ago we did use Atom Tree to build a ship for the Straw Hat crew, but the materials have been used up. Hearing this, Luo Xiu fell into deep thought. Apart from Atom Tree, he had no other materials in mind. Luo Xiu sighed. It seemed he would have to let Iceberg and the others decide for themselves. Seeing Luo Xiu sigh, Iceberg's heart tightened, fearing their response had dissatisfied Luo Xiu, and he quickly spoke to make amends. However, I heard that recently the black market has acquired a piece of atom wood which seems to be longer than the previous one. You might have some luck there. Luo Xiu nodded upon hearing this and left Doc No. One after leaving a remark. You all study the blueprints carefully, or I will go deal with that piece of Atom Tree. I hope you can complete the ship within a month. Iceberg and Polly quickly assured him there would be no problem. Last time, they mobilized all their manpower and built the Sunny in just 3 days and nights. Now taking a month to build a blood color judgment would be a piece of cake for them. After leaving Doc No. 1, Luo Xiu and his companions found a helpful local resident to inquire about the location of the black market. While Luo Xiu and his companions were searching for the black market, another event had already spread across the world. It turned out that the day before Luo Xiu's group landed in Water 7, Luffy, Rayleigh, and Jinbe once again returned to Marineford. Rayleigh and Jinbe covered Luffy as he struck the bell of the Ox King's bell 16 times, conveying the message of their reunion 2 years later to their scattered companions around the world. Sengoku also saw through the ugly facade of the world government, which only covered up its own stains, and was determined to submit his resignation to Sora. However, what he did not expect was that just as he was preparing himself mentally, a resignation letter was handed to him. Looking at Tina before him, Sengoku was somewhat unwilling to believe that she would choose to leave the Navy at this moment, especially since he had a document for her promotion to Vice Admiral in his drawer. Compared to the anime, Tina's life had undergone a dramatic change due to the appearance of Luo Xiu. 13 years ago, a disheartened Tina went through 3 months of training with a group of reserves in the West Sea. Afterward, they arrived at Marine headquarters and officially became Navy soldiers. Once in the Navy, she refused to trust anyone, spending her days eating, sleeping, and diligently honing her hockey and martial arts. Moreover, Tina did not consume the kankank fruit she was supposed to, so she did not acquire the title of Black Kankank Tina. However, not consuming the kankank fruit does not mean that Tina's strength is weaker than in the animation. On the contrary, with her formidable strength, Tina had already become a rear admiral in the Marine headquarters, and after the Marineford War, she was capable of being promoted to Vice Admiral. During the Marineford War, she only saw Luo Xiu and his group from a distance. Later, when the world government revealed their identities, the Blood Asura pirates, Tina realized at that moment that he had returned. At that time, Tina already had thoughts of leaving the Navy. It wasn't until recently, while participating in the reconstruction of Marineford, that she saw Luo Xiu's figure again. When she wanted to rush over and ask Luo Xiu to take her away, she saw Luo Xiu embracing the pirate empress. In the following days, Tina was engaged in an internal struggle, torn between her longing for Luo Xiu over the years which compelled her to seek him out, and the regret of being preempted by someone else urging her not to disturb him. She wanted to rush to Luo Xiu without hesitation, but feared that he would reject her. Finally, after several days of turmoil, Tina made up her mind and submitted her resignation letter to Sengoku. Looking at Tina before him, Sengoku's thoughts drifted back to the West Sea 13 years ago. Tina fought fiercely against the Shadow Pirates with the reserves, while he, together with Garp, assisted the Navy in their tyranny. Perhaps it was at that time that Tina had already lost hope in the Navy. Seeing the resolute look in Tina's eyes, Sengoku ultimately signed his name on the resignation letter. Tina then removed her badge and took off the Navy Justice cloak she had worn for many years. Goodbye, Admiral Singh. Sengoku sat in his chair, unable to recover for a long time. Tina's departure felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Afterward, he took his resignation letter to Sora. However, he was unsuccessful as Sora refused to accept Sengoku's resignation. Ultimately, after a struggle, Sengoku stepped down from his position as Admiral, but did not completely leave the Navy. Sengoku then recommended Aokiji for the position of Admiral, but the world government favored Akainu more. After much discussion, it was decided that Aokiji and Akainu would duel, with the winner taking the position of Admiral. On the other hand, after shedding the heavy burden of justice on her shoulders, Tina felt a sense of lightness. Tina still wore a long winered officer's uniform that highlighted her perfect figure, with her pink hair cascading behind her, exuding a mature and elegant charm. Compared to the anime, Tina now did not have a cigarette in her mouth or sunglasses on her head, losing some harshness, but gaining a touch of cool intellect. However, rather than saying she gained more intellect, it would be more accurate to say that she retained a trace of the gentleness of the old Tina, a gentleness unique to her feelings for Luo Xiu. Tina inquired with her colleagues responsible for intelligence in the Navy about Luo Xiu's whereabouts, and learned that after leaving Marineford they had taken the snake boat to Water 7, but the snake boat had soon departed. Luo Xiu and his group should have stayed in Water 7 intending to build a pirate ship. Knowing Luo Xiu's location, Tina began to consider how to get to Water 7. She no longer held a military rank, meaning she had no authority to mobilize a warship. She thought about going to the port of Judicial Island to take the sea train directly to Water 7, but the key issue was that Marineford had been destroyed in this manner, and recently no one had come here. The residents of the island had long been evacuated before the war began. Just as Tina was feeling troubled, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Xiao Rihai, I heard you left the Navy." Tina did not need to look to know who it was. In the entire Navy system, only one person would call her Xiao Rihai. "Aunt Guillaume, what brought you here?" The visitor was indeed Vice Admiral Guillaume of Marine Headquarters, codenamed Peach Rabbit, and also a candidate for Admiral. "I heard you were leaving the Navy, so I came to see you. Has someone been bullying you? Tell me, and I will deal with them." Sensing the kindness from Peach Rabbit, Tina shook her head. Over the years, she had only one friend in the entire Navy, and that was Peach Rabbit. Guillaume was both a mentor and a friend, helping her train and preventing her from being bullied in the faction-ridden Navy. If there was anything she was still attached to in the Navy, it was only this Aunt Guillaume. "Aunt Guillaume, you know me, Peach Rabbit smiled, noticing Tina's embarrassment, and then took out a bounty notice. "The one you've been thinking about for so long, that is Xiu, is this Blood Asura, right?" Tina's face flushed slightly as she shyly nodded. Over the years, she had only one friend, naturally pouring all her longing for Luo Xiu onto her. "I didn't expect that your long-lost little boyfriend is actually one of the 4 emperors." "Aunt Guillaume." Tina's face turned even redder at Peach Rabbit's teasing. "Xiao Rihai, you really are adorable. Come on, Aunt will give you a ride." Tina had no other options, and could only board Peach Rabbit's ship. The two stood on the deck reminiscing about the bits and pieces of the past years. "Xiao Rihai, will you join the Blood Asura pirate?" Hearing Peach Rabbit's question, Tina felt a bit nervous, gripping the ship's railing tightly. "Aunt Guillaume, if I say yes, will you take me back?" Of course not. Don't worry about finding him. No matter what happens in the future, we are still good friends now." "Aunt Guillaume." Tina's tears welled up in her eyes, and she took the initiative to give Peach Rabbit a hug, burying her blushing face deeply in Peach Rabbit's embrace. Peach Rabbit smiled and gently patted Tina's back. In the 7 cities of water, under the guidance of a helpful citizen, Luo Xiu and his companions successfully found the entrance to the black market. However, they soon encountered another problem. To enter the black market, they needed someone from the Frankie family to lead them, otherwise entry was prohibited. The Ice Mountain clearly anticipated this, as shortly after Luo Xiu and the others departed, they sent Jean Bai from their Kara company to pursue Luo Xiu and personally lead them into the black market. Fortunately, Jean Bai caught up with Luo Xiu just in time, otherwise unnecessary trouble might have arisen. With Jean Bai as their introducer, Luo Xiu and his group easily obtained the qualification to enter the black market. Just as Luo Xiu was about to step inside, he suddenly halted. He turned around, glanced at the few people behind him, and then said, "Blake, take Anshuan and Lore to find a place for us to stay. Barrett, come with me." Everyone nodded, and then they split into 2 groups. Luo Xiu led Hancock and Barrett into the black market, while Blake took Anshuan and Lore to find a place to rest. "Blake, why didn't the boss take us inside?" Blake shot a glance at the 2 of them. The black market was filled with all sorts of people, and minor conflicts were inevitable. If Anshuan and Lore were present, even a small spark could ignite them. Although they were not afraid of anyone, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Barrett had just joined, and he alone couldn't handle the 2 of them. Luo Xiu also needed a muscle to rely on. He couldn't let them handle everything themselves. It was just right for Barrett to follow Luo Xiu, especially with these 2 ticking time bombs. "Anshuan and Lore, now that we are the 4 emperors as members, we must present ourselves as strong individuals. We cannot lose the face of our sect, do you understand? Barrett has done this better than you 2, which is why the boss took him inside. Do you understand?" Anshuan and Lore exchanged confused glances and nodded. Although they were both over 20, they had spent 13 years in the underwater prison, and becoming high-ranking members of the 4 emperors right after their release had not fully changed their mindset. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu and the other 2 entered the black market, most of which was hidden within the underwater canals and caverns interwoven beneath the city. This somewhat confined space was indeed not very friendly for Barrett, who was a big guy. Once inside the black market, several eyes occasionally fell upon Hancock, making Luo Xiu feel somewhat uncomfortable. She was his woman, how could others gaze at her so casually? Luo Xiu frowned, took off his coat, and draped it over Hancock. Perhaps he was still not fully adapted to this world. Seeing the coat draped over her, Hancock smiled, and teased Luo Xiu. "So the renowned Blood Asura Lord also has such petty emotions, huh?" Though she said that, Hancock still tightened the coat around herself, and leaned closer to Luo Xiu. However, even if she covered her stunning figure, Hancock's celestial beauty still instantly attracted the surrounding gazes. The title of the world's most beautiful pirate was not just for show. But not everyone dared to look for long. Barrett, following behind Luo Xiu, clearly looked like someone not to be trifled with. Yet not everyone could maintain absolute rationality. Just as Luo Xiu and the other two entered, one person had already set their sights on Hancock. Although Barrett looked intimidating, this man was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Thinking of this, he began to follow Luo Xiu and the others. When he saw Luo Xiu draping a coat over Hancock, he was filled with impatience as he thought of Hancock's enchanting appearance, disregarding any potential danger, and immediately walked towards Luo Xiu and the others. Hey, it's rare to encounter such a beautiful woman, don't be so self. Before he could finish his sentence, Barrett swiftly moved in front of him and grabbed his neck. Having desires is not a problem, but if your strength does not match your desires, you could end up dead. After feeling the threat to his life, the man immediately activated his devil fruit ability and transformed into a werewolf, trying to break free. But what he didn't realize was that he was facing Barrett. Kill him. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's command, Barrett tightened his grip, slightly snapping the man's neck. After losing his life, he reverted to his human form. Witnessing Barrett's terrifying strength, those around them quickly lowered their heads. After scanning the area, Luo Xiu realized he had no map and didn't know who was selling Adam's tree materials, so he could only ask the people there. Does anyone know where to find the seller of the ship's keel materials? The surroundings fell silent. No one dared to speak. Frowning, Luo Xiu casually approached one person. You know? The man trembled in fear, shaking like a... Seeing this, Luo Xiu turned to another person, but this one looked the same. After checking several people, without getting an answer, just as Luo Xiu was about to give up, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Respected Lord Blood Asura, if you are looking for keel materials, you can come to us. Luo Xiu turned towards the voice that belonged to a girl wearing glasses and a formal suit. However, her voice was so soft that if it weren't for his exceptional hearing, he might have missed what she said. You? The girl nodded, and then stepped aside, making a gesture for him to proceed. Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the Adam's tree materials were indeed in these people's hands. Luo Xiu took Hancock's hand and followed the direction indicated by the girl. Barrett followed closely behind, and the girl hurried to lead the way for them. After winding through several paths, the three of them arrived at a relatively open area. At this moment, a group of people stood there, seemingly waiting for a long time. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with black hair streaked with gray. He wore a deep, dark kimono-style coat, and to his right stood an explosively curvaceous woman exuding a mature charm, with light brown curly hair cascading down her back. When she noticed Luo Xiu looking at her, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, seemingly teasing him on purpose, but she restrained herself upon seeing Hancock beside Luo Xiu. To his left was a man dressed in a security uniform. His tall and muscular build indicated he was likely a body. Behind them stood a group of individuals clad in dark diving suits. Upon seeing Luo Xiu's arrival, the middle-aged man stepped forward and bowed. Welcome, Lord Blood Asura. Luo Xiu nodded and asked, what do I call you? I am Leiji, specializing in selling ship keel materials in this black market. These two are Mira and Tao, respectively, our logistics and security managers here. Regarding the Adam's tree materials, you can discuss the details with Mira. Mira, the woman to Leiji's right, stepped forward, bowed, and then deliberately adjusted her clothing. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Blood Asura. We know you are looking for Adam's tree materials. Please follow me. Luo Xiu followed Mira to a place that looked like a warehouse. Lord Blood Asura, these are some fragments of the Adam tree. You can take a look at them. If everything is satisfactory, we will directly transport the original wood of the Adam tree to Doc No, one of the Karila company. Though referred to as fragments, they were actually pieces of wood. Luo Xiu reached out and touched them, confirming their hardness was indeed much greater than regular wood. Luo Xiu placed his finger on it and applied slight pressure, only to find that he could not pierce through. Luo Xiu revealed a faint smile. The Adam wood could actually resist his finger. It was known that he had been training in finger spear techniques, so the hardness of this Adam tree was evident. No problem, take me to your boss so we can discuss the price. This way, please. Mira then led the way again, deliberately swaying her body as she walked. Hancock frowned. This woman had been seducing her Luo Xiu like a lewd fox since they first met. Although she didn't mind Luo Xiu having multiple women, this one was out of the question. Arriving at Reggie's office, Reggie had been waiting for some time. Lord Blood Asura, please take a seat, both of you. After Luo Xiu sat down, Mira proactively leaned close to him to serve tea and water, bending over to expose. Luo Xiu was not interested in this woman. He only wanted to know how the pricing worked. He had come in a hurry and did not have. So how is the pricing arranged? After asking, he noticed that Mira, who was standing beside him, suddenly trembled, but he did not pay much attention to it. Lord Blood Asura, I believe you are aware that not long ago the leader of the Frankie family spent 200 million belly in the black market to buy a piece of Adam tree wood. This piece is of even better quality than that one. May I ask how much you would be willing to offer, Lord Blood Asura? Luo Xiu crossed his legs, feigning deep thought, but only Hancock knew that there was hardly any money in his pockets. Their total assets at the moment amounted to just over 100 million belly that Hancock held. Luo Xiu found himself in a difficult position. He had focused solely on buying materials and had forgotten that he had no money. He glanced at Reggie, calculating the feasibility of simply taking it by force. But he quickly dismissed that idea. If he attempted to solve this with force, he would likely never obtain that piece of wood. Seeing Luo Xiu's hesitant expression, Reggie felt relieved. Lord Blood Asura, if you are currently short on funds, I do have a solution. Oh, please do tell. Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow, suspecting this was the reason the other party approached him. Lord Blood Asura, have you heard of the name Tianyacha? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Reggie quickly nodded in affirmation, and even Mira seemed somewhat excited. What happened? Did you offend him, or something? At that moment Mira, who had been standing properly beside him, suddenly knelt in front of him, prompting Reggie to kneel as well. Lord Blood Asura, to be frank, our youngest daughter was kidnapped by that damn Tianyacha. We wanted to find him to ransom our daughter back, but he demanded 1 billion belly. Though we have sold a considerable amount of shipbuilding materials after deducting those costs, we barely have anything left. Even the last time we sold Adam, we only made over 100 million belly, which is still far from enough. If you could help us retrieve our daughter, we would be willing to give you this piece of Adam tree, what is a gift. No matter what conditions you have, I can meet them. They mentioned that it was their youngest daughter who had been kidnapped, which meant that the girl who led them here at the beginning must be their eldest daughter. Luo Xiu glanced at Mira. Oh, no wonder this woman had been acting that way, but he was not interested in someone else's wife. However, the condition of receiving the Adam tree for free intrigued him. That was at least 200 million belly. If he personally intervened, he believed Doflamingo would give him face. No problem, you can call him now, and I'll speak to him. Thank you, Lord Blood Asura. Thank you, Lord Blood Asura. After expressing their gratitude, Reggie stood up and called Doflamingo using a snail phone. Blah blah blah. 8 sauce. As soon as the snail phone connected, its expression immediately became arrogant. Ha 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 ha, Reggie, have you prepared the 1 billion belly? I can wait, your daughter might not be so lucky, ha 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 ha. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Luo Xiu felt a sense of familiarity. Reggie held the snail phone with both hands in front of Luo Xiu. Doflamingo, hello. Upon hearing a strange voice, Doflamingo clearly paused for a moment. Who are you? My name is Luo Xiu, you can call me Blood Asura. On the other end of the snail phone there was a sudden silence, and the arrogant expression vanished, replaced by one of cold sweat. Lord Blood Asura, how may I assist you? I want to see their daughter in Water 7 within a month. Doflamingo did not reply immediately, but the change in the snail phone's demeanor indicated he was very unwilling. Lord Blood Asura, standing behind me is Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Are you sure you want to offend Kaido for the sake of it? Luo Xiu chuckled. He certainly knew that Doflamingo had Kaido behind him, but so what? He'll say it again. If I don't see that little girl within a month, I will personally come to meet you, Tianyacha. I hope by then you'll be prepared with enough chips to buy your life. You? Doflamingo was extremely furious at that moment, but rationality forced him to calm down, and the other party was of the same caliber as Kaido and was not someone he could afford to offend. After some contemplation, Doflamingo chose to yield and agreed to Luo Xiu's demand. He might not understand Blood Asura, but he knew Kaido well. Blood Asura might offend Kaido for the sake of a smuggler, but Kaido would not necessarily offend another emperor for him. 8 sauce. After the snail phone hung up, Reggie and the others thanked Luo Xiu again and promised that they would deliver the piece of Adam tree. Would the doc know? One of the Karila company tonight. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, and then left the room with Hancock and Barrett. Outside they saw the girl who had been eavesdropping. Seeing Luo Xiu and the others come out, she hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Lord Blood Asura. After leaving the black market, the 3 returned to Dock No. 1 and informed Polly that the Adam would arrive tonight, and they could start work tomorrow. Luo Xiu then discussed the ship's decoration with Polly before leaving the dock. Later he contacted Blake and checked into a local hotel. That evening the Lagis, honoring their promise, delivered the precious Adam wood to Dock No. 1. Bali immediately got to work sketching out the part to be used as the keel on the log. The remaining sections could be used for the ship's mast and other components, and even the scraps could be crafted into fine furniture. Early the next morning, Bali gathered all the staff to commence the construction of the Blood Judgment. At that moment, Luo Xiu and Hancock, who had been fighting until late into the night, had just fallen asleep. After all, he had already handed over the materials and blueprints to Bali. All he needed to do next was wait patiently. Meanwhile, Tina was aboard a warship captained by Peach Rabbit heading towards Judicial Island. The news of Sengoku resigning from his position also reached Marineford at this time. Peach Rabbit arrived on deck and found Tina leisurely enjoying the sea breeze. Shaori, how did you all plan this together? Yesterday you submitted your resignation to Admiral Sengoku, and today he has stepped down from his post, making me want to resign with you all. Tina covered her mouth, looking at Peach Rabbit in disbelief. Ooh, she never expected Sengoku would actually resign. Is it because of me that the Admiral? Seeing Tina's concern, Peach Rabbit reached out and ruffled Tina's hair. What are you thinking? In fact, the Admiral had considered resigning for quite some time. This recent Marineford war likely accelerated his decision. Tina nodded. If Sengoku's resignation was indeed due to her, she felt she would carry a heavy guilt for quite a while. Forget the Admiral. Oh, let's talk about your boyfriend instead. Ashio. What about him? He is one of the 4 emperors. Oh, what could he possibly do? What I mean is, if I ever run into trouble in the future, I might ask you to have your boyfriend help me out. Although Peach Rabbit was joking, Tina took it seriously. Over the years in the Navy, Peach Rabbit had helped and protected her many times. If Peach Rabbit ever found herself in trouble, she would definitely ask Luo Xiu for help. By the way, Ani Gion, since Admiral Sengoku has resigned, who will be the new Admiral? Old Man Carp. Peach Rabbit smiled and playfully flicked Tina's forehead. Do you think Carp could possibly become the Admiral? Sister, he told me that the world government intends for Admirals Akainu and Kazan to duel. Whoever wins will be the next Admiral. Tina nodded then, as if recalling something she said. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean a spot for Admiral opens up? Auntie Guillaume, could you possibly become the new admiral? Peach Rabbit shook her head helplessly, as she couldn't decide these matters. Even if a candidate were to be promoted to admiral aside from her, there was also a Kainu to consider. However, thinking of a Kainu who was also a candidate, but constantly clung to her made Peach Rabbit feel annoyed. Realizing that her closest Auntie Guillaume might become an admiral, Tina felt a bit anxious. It wasn't that she didn't want her to be promoted, but becoming an admiral could mean the Navy might send her to confront the four emperors. Noticing Tina's troubled expression, Peach Rabbit quickly pieced everything together. Xiao Rihai, if there ever comes a day when the Navy sends me to capture Blood Asura, what would you do? Tina fell silent upon hearing Peach Rabbit's words. On one side was Auntie Guillaume, who cared for her dearly, and on the other was Luo Xiu, who had left a shadow in her heart since childhood. These two incredibly important people were at odds, and she truly didn't know whom to support. Seeing Tina's furrowed brows, Peach Rabbit gently embraced her. All right, Xiao Rihai, the Navy wouldn't easily go to war against the four emperor, and besides, I might not even be promoted to admiral. Tina didn't say much. If that day ever came, regardless of who lost, she would definitely plead with the victor to spare the other. 2 days later, Peach Rabbit's warship docked at the port of Judicial Island. Tina and Peach Rabbit embraced one another, not knowing when they would meet again. Xiao Rihai, take care of yourself. If your boyfriend bullies you, let me know. Even if I can't beat him, I will still seek vengeance. Auntie Guillaume. Peach Rabbit smiled, patted Tina's hair one last time. All right, I have tasks to attend to, so I won't see you off. Take care. Tina waved goodbye to Peach Rabbit with tears in her eyes. After the warship departed, she took her luggage and boarded the sea train. Finding her seat, Tina leaned against the window, reflecting on her past life. As a child, she had always yearned to join the Navy, but it wasn't until she witnessed the atrocities of the Celestial Dragons and the Navy's inaction at 19 that she truly shattered the illusion of the Navy's hypocritical justice. Later, in order to enhance her strength, she chose to join the Navy. During this time, she experienced numerous battles alongside the Navy, capturing countless pirates, while also witnessing the struggles of the common people in this world. Although the Navy prides itself on being the side of justice during every operation, they completely disregard the lives of collapsed houses, lost property, separated families. The Navy has never truly fulfilled its duty of justice. They only seek to satisfy the ambitions of the world government. The Navy is cruel to outsiders, and even more so internally. Factions within the Navy are numerous, with power struggles occurring at any moment. Moreover, due to her beauty, she faced harassment from other Navy members. Fortunately, Auntie Guillaume appeared just in time to protect her, just as Luo Xiu had done years ago. Because of her outstanding talent, the Navy invested in a devil fruit, for her the Paramecia-type barrier fruit. As she looked at this devil fruit, she felt an inexplicable sense of destiny, as if it was meant to be her devil fruit. However, in the end, she still rejected the devil fruit, as she didn't want to have too many ties with the Navy, knowing that one day she would leave the Navy. In addition, she had witnessed the tragic experience of her teacher Black Arm Zephyr, which left her even more thoroughly disillusioned with the Navy. Finally leaving that place, Tina felt an unprecedented sense of relief and drifted off to sleep against the window. When Tina woke up, the sea train had already docked at the port of Water 7. She stood up, grabbed her luggage, and disembarked. Tina stretched, and from now on, Navy Tina would officially become a thing of the past. Standing here was Tina, a member of the Blood Asura pirates. Just as Tina took her first steps, she faced a dilemma. She knew Luo Xiu was now in Water 7, but she didn't know his exact location. Tina looked around and decided to go shopping first. After so many years, she hadn't had the time to do so. After all, who isn't still a little girl? As Tina arrived at the Water 7, stepping into a bustling commercial street, inside a luxurious hotel in Water 7. Luo Xiu accompanied me for a shopping trip. It has been several days since I arrived here, and I have no clothes to wear. The styles from 9 Serpent Island are too few. I want to buy a new dress. Shopping. Upon hearing the word shopping, Luo Xiu felt his legs inexplicably tremble, and he quickly shook his I won't go, I'll let Lore accompany you instead. Lore, who was eating nearby, was suddenly called out. He was taken aback for a moment, and just as he was about to refuse, he caught a glimpse of the kind gazes from Luo Xiu and Hancock. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. I will go. Luo Xiu and Hancock nodded in satisfaction, and after Hancock dressed up, she took Lore and left the hotel. Luo Xiu was still looking forward to whether Hancock would buy some pretty clothes, unaware of the terrifying event that was about to. On the other side, after leaving the hotel, Hancock and Lore, under the manipulation of fate, chose the same commercial street. However, the two entered from different entrances, which meant they would inevitably encounter each other at some point. After shopping for a while, Lore was already laden with numerous shopping bags, and at that moment they arrived in front of a women's clothing. Wait for me here for a moment. Saying this, Hancock left Lore behind and walked in by herself. Lore could only stand at the door of the clothing store like a statue. Anyone who saw Lore in this state would never connect him to the notorious pirate with a bounty of 3 billion. Upon entering the clothing store, Hancock headed straight for the inner lingerie section, and after the staff's recommendation, she selected several very daring styles. After trying them on, even the female staff, being a woman herself, was entranced by Hancock's beauty, nearly petrified. Hancock was very aware of her allure. If even the female staff was mesmerized wearing these, for Luo Xiu would surely make him completely infatuated with her. Thinking of this, Hancock couldn't help but feel shy. Seeing her bashful appearance, the female staff completely lost control and turned to stone. Seeing this, Hancock hurriedly put her clothes back on, breaking the spell on the female staff. When it came time to pay, the staff, admiring Hancock's beauty, didn't charge her a single penny. Hancock felt a bit embarrassed glancing outside. While Lore had not spent any money on his bags either, she felt it was only natural since it was for her. Hancock walked out of the clothing store with her bags, but did not hang any on Lore. However, after a few steps, she noticed Lore was still standing still, his gaze fixated on another direction. Puzzled, Hancock returned to Lore's side and followed his line of sight, but she didn't see anything unusual. "What's wrong, Lore?" "It's her." Lore pointed, and Hancock looked to see he was indicating a woman with pink hair in another clothing store who appeared to have a great figure. Without even needing to see her face, one could tell she was a stunning beauty. "What's wrong? Do you know her?" Hancock asked, somewhat puzzled. According to Luo Xiu, after they were captured in Mariehua, they had been locked up and impelled down. Even after their release, they had basically stayed together. How could Lore know a human woman? Lore dropped his hand, looked at Hancock, and nodded seriously. "She is a Navy officer, and also the boss woman." Hancock nodded. It turned out she was from the Navy, likely someone he had met during their capture. But soon Hancock realized that when Lore said she was his boss woman, that boss was none other than Luo Xiu. Hancock narrowed her eyes at Lore. "Are you sure she is your boss woman? If you are mistaken, I'll punish you with a week without me." "I'm sure. I saw her hugging the boss with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, big sister, you can ask Black and Antoine. We all saw it together." Hancock took a deep breath to calm her emotions, and then pulled Lore towards the pink-haired woman. As Tina just finished paying and walked out of the store, she suddenly found herself blocked by two people, and her heart tightened, fearing that the Navy had sent someone to capture her. But she quickly recognized the two. Lore. Boa Hancock. Upon recognizing Lore, Tina felt a bit happy, as it indicated that Luo Xiu was here. However, she quickly recognized the nearby pirate Empress Boa Hancock, who was the woman Luo Xiu had embraced in front of her. A flicker of panic crossed Tina's eyes. She had yet to figure out how to face Luo Xiu and Hancock. Meanwhile, Hancock was also observing Tina. Not a bad face, a good figure. She is indeed Luo Xiu's type. Hearing Hancock's assessment of her, Tina blushed, but remembering that she had made a pact with Luo Xiu 13 years ago, and that he was the one who intruded, Tina gathered her courage and questioned Hancock. "Boa Hancock, do you know that I made a pact with Luo Xiu 13 years ago? Is it really right for you to intrude like this without knowing each other's past?" Faced with Tina's questioning, Hancock sneered, and had long cursed Luo Xiu to hell in her heart. "Damn Luo Xiu, how could you flirt with other women behind my back? Lore, tell her who the true latecomer is." At this moment, Lore regretted deeply. Had he known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have recognized Tina. Now he was stuck in the middle, and he couldn't offend either of them. Thus Hancock planned all of this, pretending that the two were at odds, to teach Luo Xiu a lesson. To prevent Law from leaking information to Luo Xiu, Hancock threatened him not to. Memories of her time with Luo Xiu flashed rapidly in her mind, especially the moment when he shielded her from that blade, leaving her with his back. Seeing Tina's reaction, Hancock realized that her feelings for Luo Xiu were genuine. She walked up to Tina, lifted her chin with her finger, and looked into her eyes. "Do you really like Luo Xiu?" Tina came back to her senses and met Hancock's enticing gaze, firmly nodding in response to Hancock's question. "Come with me, I will take you to find Luo Xiu. If you don't mind, let's be sisters from now on." Sisters, eh? Faced with this situation, both of them lost the mood to continue shopping. On the way, Hancock and Tina shared their respective timelines of encountering Luo Xiu, and Tina finally believed she was the latecomer. Inside the hotel, Luo Xiu was looking at the recent newspapers. Luffy, Rayleigh, and Jinbe returned to Marineford, ringing the ox bell to signal the Straw Hat crew to gather after 2 years. Luo Xiu had previously learned from Hancock that Luffy was not sent to Amazon Lily by Kuma. Unexpectedly, he still participated in the Marineford War. Rayleigh found the injured Luffy and brought him back to Marineford to ring the bell. It seemed that he would continue to follow the plot and teach Luffy to cultivate the 3 types of haki. If that is the case, Robin should have already been rescued by the Revolutionary Army and might have arrived in Baltaigo. In addition, the Warlords of the Sea have seen significant vacancies. Jinbe and Boa Hancock have been removed, and Gecko Moria has been erased, leaving only 3 warlords remaining, including Blackbeard, who voluntarily gave up his position after replacing Crocodile. With many vacancies among the warlords, the world government urgently needed to fill positions, and thus extended olive branches to many powerful pirates. Luo Xiu did not expect that the world government would actually remove Hancock from the warlords, but it didn't matter. With him around, her position as a warlord was optional. At that moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and Luo Xiu eagerly looked towards the entrance, wondering if Hancock had bought some beautiful clothes. The first to enter was Law, who looked at Luo Xiu with a mix of apology, sympathy, and a hint of amusement in his eyes. Luo Xiu was puzzled, not understanding why Law was looking at him with such a strange expression. After entering the room, Law obediently stood in the corner, trying to minimize his presence. Before Luo Xiu could figure out the reason, he saw the sullen-faced Hancock and the somewhat flustered Tina walking in together. This is bad. How could Tina be here? Luo Xiu's heart raced, but he pretended to be calm, only for the sweat trickling down his forehead to betray him. Seeing that the situation was not right, Blake and the others immediately left the room, taking Law, who was in the corner with. Soon only Luo Xiu and the 2 women were left in the room. Hancock swayed her hips and walked gracefully to Luo Xiu's side. Hancock gently leaned against Luo Xiu, one hand softly climbing up to his chest, and she looked up at him, breathing out. Luo Xiu, the story you told me didn't mention Tina's existence at all. Luo Xiu swallowed hard. The smiling Hancock made him feel a hint of danger, and he glanced at Tina, who was also looking at him with a resentful gaze. He knew that if he didn't handle this situation well today, the life of being surrounded by beautiful women would be completely out of reach. Luo Xiu felt like crying. Ooh, what a powerful figure he was, yet he was now stuck in a dilemma. Hancock, let me explain. Sure, I would love to hear your explanation. After saying this, Hancock let go of Luo Xiu, sat down on the sofa behind her, crossed her legs, and looked at him with an interrogative gaze. At that moment, Tina stood beside Hancock, looking at Luo Xiu with a pitiful expression, as if she were about to cry at it. Luo Xiu's mind raced, seeking a way to resolve this deadlock. But he couldn't think of how to explain. He had never anticipated that Tina would suddenly appear here. Seeing Luo Xiu's awkward and helpless demeanor, Hancock and Tina exchanged glances, then both burst into laughter. He raised his head upon hearing the commotion, and saw the two laughing uncontrollably, completely different from how they were just. You two. After Hancock and Tina finished laughing, they explained the situation. It turned out that on their way back, they each shared their stories with Luo Xiu and accepted each other's existence. Hancock also asked Tina if she minded sharing Luo Xiu with her. From Hancock, Tina learned that Luo Xiu's dream was to become the Emperor of the Sea, and that he was the first to know Hancock. If we were to be serious, she was actually the one who intervened between Luo Xiu and Hancock's relationship. Now that Hancock was willing to share Luo Xiu, it was already fortunate. She did not believe Luo Xiu would give up Hancock for her, and she understood that having multiple women was not a big deal for her. After resolving their misunderstandings, the two quickly became close, but just because their issues were settled did not mean that the problems between them and Luo Xiu were resolved. Hancock's willingness to share Luo Xiu did not mean that he could casually find women. Only those who met her conditions could. Thus Hancock planned all of this, pretending that the two were at odds, to teach Luo Xiu a lesson. To prevent Law from leaking information to Luo Xiu, Hancock threatened him not to speak recklessly, or he would not eat for a month. Law had no choice but to submit to Hancock's intimidation. That was how the earlier scene unfolded, and Blake and the others outside had learned the truth from Law and couldn't help but chuckle. I said it 13 years ago, a scoundrel has no good ending. Blake glanced at Law, smiled, and said nothing more, knowing that Luo Xiu could hear him. Inside the room, Luo Xiu secretly sighed in relief. Oh, fortunately Hancock was broad-minded. Oh, otherwise he truly would not have known how to wrap things up today. At that moment, Hancock and Tina suddenly pushed him onto the bed. Luo Xiu's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that today he would achieve a life of being embraced by two women? Seeing the mischievous smile on Luo Xiu's face, Hancock realized he was thinking about something lewd. Hancock and Tina exchanged glances and simultaneously reached towards Luo Xiu's waist. Oh, you two, are you plotting to murder your husband? Outside, Blake and the others exchanged glances and then tacitly left the hotel. Luo Xiu rubbed the spot on his waist that had just been twisted. Even with his top-tier hockey, he couldn't block that strike. Hancock and Tina each placed a hand on Luo Xiu, pinning him down on the bed, and then seriously looked at him. Tell me, do you have any other women outside? Seeing their serious expressions, Luo Xiu wasn't sure if they were joking. After hesitating for a moment, he still nodded. What? Hancock and Tina's eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged glances, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. They had intended to bluff Luo Xiu, but didn't expect to have actually gotten a truthful answer. However, they felt something was off. Piecing together their stories revealed that Luo Xiu had met Tina the day he was captured in Mariehua. Then he went to Impel Down, where Tina left the warship. But at that time there were less than 2 days left to reach Impel Down. This meant that within those 2 days Luo Xiu had wooed another woman. Hancock glared at Luo Xiu through gritted teeth, reaching out to twist his waist again. Oh, tell me her name and where she is now. Luo Xiu took a moment to gather himself and mentioned Robin's name. After hearing this, Hancock felt it was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall who she was. However, as a Navy officer, Tina instantly recognized Robin's identity. Are you talking about Nico Robin, who once worked for Crocodile and later joined the Straw Hat crew? Luo Xiu glanced at Tina, not surprised that she knew Robin's identity, recalling that Tina had once hunted the... Luo Xiu nodded and recounted how he met Robin the same day Tina left and the events that followed. After listening, both Hancock and Tina were at a loss for words. You are just so seamless in your transitions. Having learned from past experience, the two quickly accepted Robin's presence. After all, she was merely one more. Still, they earnestly questioned Luo Xiu once more. Besides Robin, were there any other women outside? After parting ways with Robin, they had been imprisoned and impelled down, leaving Luo Xiu no opportunity to pursue anyone else. Moreover, aside from the nine-tailed fox Dai Peng, there was not a single woman on level 6. Luo Xiu held no interest whatsoever in that elderly woman with a nose reminiscent of Usopp, not even enough to offer her a starch sausage. Do you know where Robin is now? When do you plan to bring her aboard? That can wait. By the way, Tina, has anything major happened recently in the Marines? Tina nestled closer into Luo Xiu's arms, the familiar sense of safety surging through her once again, just as it had long ago in the West Blue. Upon hearing his question, she immediately recounted the news of Sengoku's resignation as Fleet Admiral and Aokiji's impending duel with the Kainu. Luo Xiu closed his eyes. So Sengoku had indeed followed the destined path, submitting his resignation far earlier than expected. Meanwhile, Akainu and Aokiji were likely already en route to Punk Hazard. It was a pity the Crimson Judgment was still under construction. He couldn't rush there to recruit Aokiji. Yet, even so, Luo Xiu resolved to sail near Punk Hazard once the ship was complete, hoping fortune might favor him. As for when to retrieve Robin, if he succeeded in recruiting Aokiji, he would go straight to Dragon to fetch her. Otherwise, he would return to Sabaody Archipelago to await her. Luo Xiu preferred the Robin of 2 years later, gentler, wiser, the embodiment of a serene elder sister. Still, the darker-skinned, empathetic elder sister from 2 years prior held undeniable charm. That evening, Luo Xiu prepared an opulent welcome banquet for Tina, a formal celebration of her official induction into the Blood Cultivator Pirates. He introduced Barrett and Tina to one another, as they were the only 2 strangers within the crew. Tina gave a slight nod in greeting. She knew little about this man dubbed Descendant of Devils, only that his strength rivaled that of a marine admiral. She hadn't expected Luo Xiu to command such a figure. Barrett meanwhile sighed inwardly. The woman clearly shared deep ties with Luo Xiu, further diminishing his own standing. After dinner, the 3 exchanged stories of the years gone by. It was then Luo Xiu learned Tina had never consumed the can fruit originally destined for her. Recalling the mythical Zoan fruit stored within his system's space, Luo Xiu retrieved it. Tina, this is a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Its effects resemble those of Marco's fruit in the Whitebeard Pirates, granting extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Moreover, it nullifies emotional and mental abilities, such as Boa Hancock's petrification or Vice Admiral Kaku's psychic powers. I'd intended this fruit for our future ship's physician, but now that you've joined us, my beloved, I refuse to let you go unrewarded. Consider this mythical Zoan your welcome gift, our token of reunion. With that, Luo Xiu placed the fruit gently upon Tina's lap. If you dread becoming a landlubber, or simply wish to decline, you needn't eat it. Until we find a physician, I'll keep. Tina lifted the devil fruit, inwardly grateful for her earlier decision, not to consume that ordinary paramecia-type fruit. To have missed Luo Xiu's heartfelt gesture would have been a true loss. Ah Xiu, I can serve as our ship's physician. You, our physician. Luo Xiu looked genuinely puzzled. Nowhere in the canon had Tina ever been depicted possessing medical skill. Tina tilted her chin upward, pride gleaming in her eyes, awaiting his praise. Luo Xiu smiled, tenderly leaned in, and kissed her softly. Tell me, how did you learn medicine? Her expression dimmed. Years ago, I accompanied Akainu on a mission to apprehend a formidable pirate, one only Akainu could defeat at the time. But as you know, Akainu cared nothing for civilian lives. During their battle, countless innocents were wounded. I urged the Navy's attending physician to aid them, but he coldly declared his duty extended solely to Navy personnel, not civilians. I longed to help, but lacked even the most basic medical knowledge. Helpless, I watched as agony racked them. In the end, many perished from untreated wounds. After that mission, I began studying medicine myself. My strength may be small, but I vowed never again to stand paralyzed by despair when faced with such suffering. Hearing her words, Luo Xiu drew Tina close. She remained the same gentle, compassionate soul he had always. Justice, how bitterly ironic these Marines are. Having mocked the Marines, Hancock slipped into the other half of Luo Xiu's embrace. In that case, our crew's core roles are nearly complete. Hancock as navigator, Tina as physician, Anshuan as chef, and Laura's helmsman. We're still missing a shipwright. Tomorrow I'll send Barrett to the Galila Company to master foundational ship repair. Combined with his hybrid fruit routine maintenance, will pose no challenge. Hancock and Tina voiced no objections. Playful teasing aside, one must always uphold one's partner's dignity. After a while, Hancock rose and left the room, granting Luo Xiu and Tina their private time. As the undisputed consort, she chose generosity. After all, theirs was a long-awaited reunion. Tonight belonged to Tina. The moment Hancock departed, Tina's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she already sensed what lay ahead. Luo Xiu gently pinched her cheek, feeling once more the girl she had been years ago. Their struggle continued until dawn. Luo Xiu marveled inwardly. Mythical Zoan fruits truly commanded unparalleled authority. The instant Tina consumed hers, her physical prowess surged to a new tier. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, they lay entwined. Luo Xiu sat up and tenderly kissed Tina's forehead. Rest a while, I'll prepare breakfast for you. Tina breathed shallowly, shyly nodding before drawing the blanket over her flawless form. Luo Xiu dressed and stepped out, only to find Hancock leisurely enjoying her morning meal. Oh, so the mythical Zoan really is extraordinary, still going strong at this hour. Even I find myself. Luo Xiu paid no mind to her teasing. He smiled, leaned in to kiss her, then carried a tray of breakfast back into the room. When Luo Xiu emerged again, Black and the others had gathered in the suite. Over breakfast, Luo Xiu formally assigned each crew member their role and instructed Barrett to proceed to Dock 1 to study shipwright fundamentals. Barrett silently nodded, finished his meal, and departed without another word. A new world, Dressrosa. In the year 1512 of the marine calendar, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Heavenly Night Demon, arrived here. After forcing King Riku from the throne, he seized control through the power of his subordinates, Toy Fruit, instituting a reign of ruthless tyranny. Doflamingo wore many masks publicly. He was both a world government-sanctioned warlord and the sovereign of Dressrosa. Secretly, he operated as Joker, the shadowy broker orchestrating the underworld's black market trade. Moreover, backed by the four emperors Kaido, he rose as the underworld's foremost arms dealer, supplying weapons relentlessly to Wano country and monopolizing large-scale human slave auctions, specifically catering to the celestial dragons. Logically, with Kaido's patronage, few dared defy him. To oppose Doflamingo was tantamount to challenging Kaido himself. Yet just days ago he encountered someone who dared to disregard Kaido's authority. Someone who defied him, without hesitation, the blood demon Luo Xiu. Flashback to Luo Xiu's negotiation with Doflamingo in the black market. After agreeing to Luo Xiu's terms, Doflamingo severed the Den Den Mushi call, then slumped into his chair, chest heaving violently. Damn that blood demon. What business does he have meddling here? At Doflamingo's furious roar, Treble, the snot man, and Violet rushed into the chamber. Doflamingo, what's happened? Violet remained silent, but wore an expression of concern, though inwardly she wondered what could provoke such rare agitation in him. It had been years since she'd seen him this unsettled. Gasping for breath, Doflamingo gradually calmed himself, then lifted his gaze toward the two standing before him, and recounted verbatim the exchange he'd just had with Luo Xiu over the Den Den Mushi. Doflamingo, the blood demon, stands on equal footing with Lord Kaido. We must avoid provoking him. Doflamingo knew this well, but pride burned too fiercely within him to swallow such humiliation. 10 billion berries were already within reach. Yet with a single word from Luo Xiu, he was forced to relinquish them. 10 billion berries. 10 billion. Unwilling to concede, Doflamingo resolved to inform Kaido. Perhaps the Emperor's intervention could still salvage the sum. 10 billion berries could purchase 2 natural-type devil fruits outright. BRRR, BRR, BRR. Bajan. When the Den Den Mushi connected, silence lingered. Doflamingo knew instantly Kaido was drinking again. Sure enough, moments later Kaido's voice came through, slurred and thick with intoxication. Joker. What is it? Lord Kaido, I bear urgent news to report. Doflamingo then recounted the entire affair step by step. When he finished, Doflamingo fell quiet, awaiting Kaido's reply. Long seconds passed before Kaido's voice returned, halting, fragmented. Do as he says. Bajan. Kaido severed the connection instantly, leaving no room for further appeal. Crack. Doflamingo slammed his fist onto the table. First Luo Xiu, now Kaido. Both dismissed him utterly. He saw it clearly now. Neither man regarded him as anything more than a disposable pawn. Violet stepped behind Doflamingo and gently patted his back. Within her mind, a cold calculation stirred. If she fanned the flames between Doflamingo and the blood demon, deepening their enmity, might Luo Xiu in fury strike Doflamingo down. Treble, what would you advise I do? Treble twirled his scepter idly, viscous droplets oozing steadily from his. Doflamingo, my counsel is clear. Return the girl, and deliver an additional gift to the blood demon. What do you mean? Must I forfeit 10 billion berries and offer compensation? Precisely. Treble nodded. We have already incurred his wrath. Our only recourse is to mend this rift before relations shatter irreparably. Doflamingo pondered the words, then gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Then, what gift shall we send? Treble glanced sidelong at Violet, and offered a leering, unsettling smile. Appeal to his desires. Doflamingo sank back into his chair, propping his head upon his left hand, silently urging Treble to continue. For years the blood demon had languished, imprisoned deep within Impel Down. During the Summit War he appeared only fleetingly, then vanished without trace. 1 week later he re-emerged, with Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, at his side. His first act upon release was to claim Boa Hancock as his own, a telling testament to his profound attraction. Thus a woman of exceptional beauty, delivered as tribute, would suffice to dissolve our discord. Violet's brow glistened with cold sweat. That look, he'd just assessed her as though weighing her suitability as a gift for the blood demon. Doflamingo sensed Violet's unease, but he would never surrender her. Not merely because she was the legitimate princess of Dressrosa's royal bloodline, but because she was his. If appeasing the blood demon truly required offering a woman, he would not sacrifice his own. His gaze shifted to Treble beside him. This proposal had originated with him. Surely he'd already chosen the idea. Speak plainly. Whom shall we send? Monet. Doflamingo paused, his mind conjuring the image of that emerald-haired girl, her voice echoing fondly. Young master. Young master. Now reduced to a diplomatic token. After a long silence, resolve hardened in his eyes, and he nodded. Soon thereafter Monet arrived at his palace, summoned without warning. Young master, how may I serve you? Doflamingo rose and stood before her, gazing down at the girl he'd once taken under his wing. Monet, I entrust you with a mission. She bowed eagerly to her. Serving him was purpose itself. Shortly I will place a young girl in your care. You will escort her to Water 7. He paused, hesitation flickering across his face, before continuing, voice low and heavy. Thereafter seek out a man named Luo Xiu, the blood demon. From this day forward you remain at his side. Monet froze, stunned, uncomprehending. The first half sounded like routine duty, until those final words struck her like ice. Stay with the blood demon. Moments passed before comprehension dawned. She met Doflamingo's gaze, complex, wounded, resigned, then bowed her head in silent acceptance. Monet departed, dazed, hollow, stumbling through corridors as though sleepwalking, uncertain whether she walked of her own volition or was guided by unseen strings. Perhaps she walked herself. Perhaps he moved her, like a puppet on invisible threads. After returning to her chamber, Nai had expected to rend her heart with tears, yet found not a single one fell. She could not fathom what she had done wrong. The young master she revered would have her remain at another's side. As an operative under Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu, Nai knew well who Shuexiu Luo was, a newly ascendant force among the four emperors basking in dangerous prominence. Perhaps the young master sent me to keep watch over Shuexiu Luo. Yes, it must be that. Even then, Nai refused to accept that Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu had abandoned her. After a time the door opened, and Wei Ao Lai Te entered leading the Lai Ji couple's little daughter. Nai, this is the child. The ship is ready, there is no time to delay, you should leave at once. Having handed the child over, Wei Ao Lai Te turned to depart, but Nai suddenly caught her. Ziluo Lan, how am I to report intelligence to the young master? Wei Ao Lai Te glanced at Nai with a trace of pity. You need not report intelligence. You are not being sent to observe that lord, you are being sent to serve him. In other words, you are no longer one of the family. Do you understand? To make Nai relinquish all hope of Duo Fu Lang, Ming Gu Wei Ao Lai Te embellished the affair between Ming Gu and Luo Xiu before telling her. She made Nai understand that she had been offered as a gift to appease Shuexiu Luo's wrath. With that, Wei Ao Lai Te withdrew her arm and slammed the door, leaving Nai standing dazed. Nai sank to her knees, biting her lip until it bled. Her eyes were hollow and dead, the last sliver of hope utterly. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Her hands clutched her garments until her knuckles went white, shoulders heaving violently as a stifled sob lodged in her throat. After a while she rose like an automaton, gathered her belongings, and cast one lingering look around her room. Before departing, Nai sought out her younger sister Sha Tang, who was also one of the most important pillars of Duo Fu Lang Ming guest rule over de Lei Si Luo Sa. Sha Tang, I must go on a mission. Obey the young master, and take good care of yourself, Nai instructed. Sha Tang nodded, as she was used to her sister's frequent departures, and had heard these words many times before, assuming this was merely another routine assignment, and giving it no further thought. After a final embrace, Nai resolutely left the palace of de Lei Si Luo Sa. Sha Tang watched her sister's retreating figure. She sensed something amiss in Nai today, yet could not say precisely. By the time Nai and the little girl reached the harbor, the ship and its accompanying crew were fully prepared. They merely awaited their arrival to set sail. Set sail. Once the vessel found a steady course, Nai took a stack of wanted notices to the deck. As she stared at the suffocating bounty amounts, she finally comprehended what sort of force her young master had provoked. Whether she would survive after arrival was uncertain. Even if she lived, she might be subjected to unspeakable inhuman torments. At the thought, she even entertained throwing herself into the sea, but then realized that if she died and the gift failed to reach Shuexiu Luo, he might vent his wrath upon Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu, and so she dismissed the notion. In that way she repaid Ming Gu for his final favor to her. Young master, we are even. While Nai voyaged toward Shui, Jiqi Luo Xiu lingered at the hotel, living shamelessly with Han Ku Ku Ti, not utterly unaware that Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu had prepared a grand offering for him. Others had their own affairs. Ba Lei Te had been shuttling between the hotel and Dock 1, learning the craft of ship repair, and Tuan began to reclaim his skill in the kitchen. In truth, he had loved cooking since childhood. Once they had regained freedom and Ma Li Xiaoyo and Tuan took on the cooking duties aboard, his workmanship remained respectable, though it had grown rusty after 13 years away. He had volunteered to be the ship's cook. Luo Air had been sent off by Luo Xiu to learn how to be a competent helmsman. Bulaika meanwhile had little to occupy him. Each day, he polished his yuan and exercised, keeping a comparatively leisurely pace. Days slipped by, and after more than 20 days at sea, Nai reached Shui Jiqi within the month's deadline. Before docking, she contacted the Lai Ji couple. They had been waiting at the port for some time. Seeing their little daughter return safe and sound, the couple wept for joy, embracing and urgently asking whether she had suffered any harm. The little girl shook her head with innocent certainty and told the Lai Ji couple that the green-haired sister had cared for her. They looked at Nai with complicated expressions, part resentment that another had taken their child, part gratitude for her care, and puzzlement at why she wore a maid's uniform. Had the woman abandoned the child, the girl would have perished at sea long ago. Moved by their gazes and determined to locate Shuexiu Luo and complete her task, Nai stepped forward. I belong to Shuexiu Luo, how could you take me to him? Upon hearing her words, the couple immediately realized their misunderstanding. They had at first assumed Nai had been sent by Ming Gu to escort their daughter, when in fact it was Shuexiu Luo who had dispatched someone to retrieve her. As for why Nai did not know Shuexiu Luo's whereabouts, they simply assumed she had been away attending to his affairs. Their demeanor shifted at once. Please wait, we do not know Shuexiu Luo's exact location. Well, asked them. Nai's eyes flickered with a strange mix of emotion. Aside from the lowliest servants in de Lei Si Luo, saw no one had ever shown her such deference. Nai lowered her gaze to her hands. There was nothing to see. She could only extend her hand and think, is this what status feels like? After a moment, Mila approached her. Madame Shuexiu Luo is at Dock 1 now, you can find him there. Thank you. Mila hastily waved it away. She could not accept Nai's gratitude. The Lai Ji couple then bade Nai farewell. After all, they were folk of the black market and could not linger openly. Once their figures had vanished, Nai drew a deep breath and set off toward Dock 1. Monet walked along the streets of Water 7 drawing curious and lecherous glances from passers-by. After all, a strikingly beautiful woman with an ample figure clad in a black and white made uniform was bound to turn heads wherever she went. Sure enough, several ruffians soon gathered around her. Monet cast them a fleeting glance, then remained perfectly. To the ruffians, her stillness seemed to signal helplessness, a woman utterly defenseless. As one reached out to touch her, snowflakes suddenly began drifting down around them. Strange, how can it be snowing here? Exactly. Water 7 never sees snow. But someone quickly sensed something amiss. No, it's her. She's a devil fruit user. At those words, the ruffians instantly realized they had gravely misjudged their target. They turned to flee, but Monet showed no mercy. With a gentle breath, she enveloped them in swirling snow, freezing them solid into grotesque snowmen. The commotion swiftly drew the attention of the local enforcers, yet they dared not intervene. Facing a suspected Logia-type user, they stood no chance at all. As crowds thickened around her, Monet frowned. I serve the Blood Asura. I am now en route to report to my lord. If you delay me, do you dare bear the consequences? Hearing this, the onlookers broke into cold sweat. The Blood Asura's presence in Water 7 was common knowledge, and he had already been stationed there for over 20 days. They were mere civilians, too fearful to gamble on whether Monet truly served the Blood Asura. Yet given her Logia-like power, her claim rang chillingly plausible. Terror parted the crowd like water clearing a path. Even the enforcers dared not obstruct her departure. As for the snowmen frozen in place, the ruffians, no one dared approach them. Within moments, the square emptied, leaving only silent frostbound figures behind. Meanwhile, at Dock 1, construction of the Crimson Judgment had finally reached its culmination. Luo Xiu gazed upon the colossal vessel resting in the harbor, his eyes alight with unfeigned adoration. This was the ship of his deepest dreams. Beside him, Bao Li stepped forward to present a detailed overview. The Crimson Judgment is a heavy-duty, four-masted pirate ship, 68 meters long, 24 meters wide, with masts soaring 72 meters high. Its keel was forged from Pohaku atom, while the hull employed premium deep-sea black oak. Moreover, powdered sea prism stone had been alloyed into the hull's underside, to mask its presence from sea kings. The vessel comprised two subdecks, a main deck, a mid-level crew compartment, and a captain's loft at the stern. Its silhouette exuded unmistakable identity. The bow bore a massive Asura's visage flanked by two crimson wings extending along the hull's length. Dark red noctilucent crystals gleamed within its hollow eye sockets, casting faint blood-hued luminescence across the waters at night. Its hull was finished in matte black, adorned with vermilion gilded motifs. Even the cannonport rims bore delicate crimson trim. Its sails consisted of quadruple-layered dark canvas, each emblazoned with a pair of scarlet wings. And of course there was its most vital emblem, the Jolly Roger. Inside, every feature delighted Luo Xiu. The lowest deck, the largest, housed a massive wind energy storage mechanism enabling mechanical propulsion even in windless zones. This level also stored munitions, though Luo Xiu deemed such armaments largely superfluous. In the world of pirates, cannonballs ranked among the least lethal weapons, though admittedly that assessment applied solely to him. Bao Li had also reserved the remaining Pohaku atom scraps here alongside supplementary materials, ensuring swift repairs whenever needed. The upper subdeck stored daily provisions, food, wine, and other essentials, conveniently accessible for above lay the crew's living quarters beneath the main deck. Each member assigned a private cabin custom-fitted to their stack. Lore and Barrett, for instance, received notably spacious accommodations. As for the female crew members' quarters, those would be addressed later. Rising further brought one to the mid-level crew compartment. Their dedicated workspace, each stationed individually. Anchuan's galley and mess hall occupied the largest area. Boa Hancock's archives, Tina's infirmary, and a future library prepared for Robin followed suit. Finally, the stern's captain's loft belonged exclusively to Luo Xiu, featuring an expansive bedroom, a concealed conference chamber, and a hidden vault for treasures. Yet the vault struck him as redundant. His system storage offered far greater security than any physical chamber ever. Atop the loft stood an open-air observation deck, the vessel's highest vantage point, offering sweeping views across the entire deck and far out over the horizon. As for where Boa Hancock and the others slept, they naturally shared Luo Xiu's chamber. His grand bed comfortably accommodated 7 or 8, should they prefer privacy, several adjacent smaller chambers. Luo Xiu inwardly praised the system. This Crimson Judgment was flawlessly conceived. A crow's nest too had been included, perfect for Blake, who cherished solitude. Just as Luo Xiu eagerly ascended to inspect his new chamber, Iceberg approached. My lord, your subordinate has returned requesting urgent audience. My subordinate. Luo Xiu paused, scanning the surroundings. Blake and the others stood nearby. Since when do I have agents outside? If anyone qualified, it could only be Robin. Bring him in. I'll see which bold soul dares impersonate my vassal. Iceberg blinked, then swiftly complied, retrieving the peculiar woman awaiting outside. My lord, she is. Stepping aside, Iceberg revealed Monet standing behind him. Seeing a woman, especially one who matched Luo Xiu's known tastes, dressed as a maid, sparked immediate tension. Boa Hancock and Tina exchanged a sharp glance, then simultaneously seized Luo Xiu's ears. Ow, 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 OW. They spared no regard for his dignity. Moments earlier he'd sworn, solemnly, that Robin was his only woman. Yet barely any time had passed before another appeared, boldly declaring herself a servant of the Blood Asura. Witnessing the scene, everyone else discreetly withdrew. Soon Dock 1 stood utterly silent. Only Luo Xiu, the three women, and the looming crimson judgment remained. I'm innocent. I've never met her. Boa Hancock and Tina paused, reconsidering. Indeed, Luo Xiu had possessed neither time nor opportunity to meet this woman, and his genuine shock suggested they had misjudged him. Releasing his ears, they gently blew on the reddened skin, then turned their gaze toward Monet. As the undisputed consort, Boa Hancock knew she must ascertain this woman's true identity. Who are you, and why claim allegiance to the Blood Asura? Monet snapped back to awareness. Had she not seen Luo Xiu's wanted poster, she would never have believed the man whose ears were being pinched before her was the fearsome for Emperor, the Blood Asura. I am Monet. Don Quixote da Flamingo dispatched me to remain in service to Lord Blood Asura. Brother Ming, what does that mean? Luo Xiu was utterly bewildered. What on earth was Brother Ming up to? He had only asked for Li Jai's young daughter to be returned. Why had they sent Monet instead? Was this an outright attempt to plant a spy right beside him? Yet upon reflection, something felt off. With Tenyasha's reputation, cold, calculating, and supremely intelligent, it seemed inconceivable he would resort to such a crude, low-IQ maneuver. You, explain yourself clearly. Tell me everything, every detail. Oh, Monet let out a soft, plaintive murmur before recounting all she knew. Once the truth emerged, Hancock and Tina realized they had wrongly accused Luo Xiu, and understood with quiet sorrow that Monet was indeed a woman marked by tragedy. Luo Xiu now grasped the root of the misunderstanding. It all traced back to Doflamingo's subordinate treble, the so-called genius whose arrogance had sown chaos. You may return. Tell Tenyasha that I only require the safe return of the little girl, no gifts necessary. Monet bit her lower lip, then lifted her chin defiantly, meeting Luo Xiu's gaze. My debt to Don Quixote da Flamingo is settled in full. If you refuse to accept me, I shall have nowhere left to go. Rest assured, I am clean. Before Luo Xiu could reply, Hancock stepped forward, swift, decisive, and accepted Monet without hesitation. I'll take you. From now on you'll serve as Luo Xiu's personal attendant, overseeing his daily life meals and every domestic need. Monet blushed faintly and nodded readily, embracing the role. After all, she had once served as a maid in the Dressrosa royal palace. This was merely a promotion to a more intimate, trusted position. Come here. Hancock crooked a finger. Monet didn't know what Hancock intended, but she had already sensed that both Hancock and Tina were women of Shui Shulaw, and thus her mistresses. Among them, Hancock's authority was unmistakably supreme. Monet obediently stood before Hancock, her towering height of 191 centimeters dwarfed by Hancock's regal presence, which pressed upon her like an invisible tide of sovereign power. Besides laundry, cooking, and cleaning, what else can you do? Faced with Hancock's question, Monet answered honestly, revealing her Logia-type ability and her skills as a trained intelligence operative honed over years of covert work. At that, Tina's interest sharpened. Intelligence gathering. Then tell us, what has transpired recently in Marine? Monet's expression turned solemn as she recited the news she'd gathered at sea from maritime broadsheets. Following the Summit War, Marineford immediately began reconstruction. 1 week later, the captain led the Shui Shulaw pirates back to Marineford and declared Ninetail Island annexed. 2 weeks later, Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, accompanied by the former Pirateran peacekeeper Jinbe and the legendary Dark King Rayleigh, returned to Marineford and rang the Ox Bell. Shortly thereafter, Senior Officer Tina submitted her resignation to the Marines and departed Marineford aboard Vice Admiral Kazuru's vessel. Later, Fleet Admiral Sengoku tendered his resignation and married Gios, Admirals Aokiji, and Akainu journeyed to Punk Hazard to settle their rivalry in single combat. After 10 days and nights of relentless battle, Aokiji fell to Akainu. Akainu ascended as the new Fleet Admiral. Aokiji withdrew from the Marines entirely, and the Navy launched a global conscription campaign. What? Admiral Aokiji has resigned. Tina gasped. Then, after her initial shock subsided, admiration flickered in her eyes. Even she hadn't known the full aftermath of the duel between Akainu and Aokiji. Yet unease followed close behind. With 2 admirals lost in one stroke, might her beloved Aunt Shrew be promoted to admiral, and thus fulfill the very fate she dreaded most. Indeed, and more, Admiral Aokiji lost 1 leg during the fight. Tina sighed softly. Even having left the Marines, she couldn't help but feel sorrow. Aokiji had been among the few who clung fiercely to justice within the institution. His fate struck her as profoundly tragic. Luo Xiu approached just then. He'd been silent until now. Do you know where Aokiji is now, eh? Monet shook her head. Since his defeat and resignation, Aokiji had vanished without a trace. Luo Xiu's disappointment was palpable. His search would now rely on chance alone. Very well. Since Hancock has accepted you, you'll remain with us. From this day forth, you are a sworn member of the Shui Shulaw Pirates. Moments later, Black and the others returned from the inn to Dock 1. Xiu, everything's packed. When do we set sail? Luo Xiu nodded, but departure wasn't imminent. They still needed to procure supplies before departure. Hancock, you'll acquire eternal pose compasses for the major islands of the New World. If any are unavailable, check the black market. Tina, you'll stock common medicines, and if possible medical instruments as well. Monet, You'll handle our daily necessities, and purchase several den mushi. Black, collect hair and nail clippings from each of us. Once we enter the new world, you'll craft our life cards. Anshuan, take lore and procure food, fresh water, and spirits. Stock generously. If rations run low, you too won't eat. Barrett, speak with Dock 1's crew. Request ship repair tools. We have materials. Tools are indispensable. Funds will come from Hancock. If expenses exceed the budget, cite my name. That's all. At 8 tomorrow morning, the Luo pirates officially set sail. Having received their assignments, the crew dispersed. Luo Xiu hesitated briefly, then followed Monet. As the newest member, she deserved extra care. Only now did Luo Xiu truly observe his newly acquired personal attendant. Among his women, Hancock stood tallest, over 190 centimeters, while Robin and Monet shared similar heights and Tina remained the smallest. Ironically, Tina, the eldest, was the most petite. Luo Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully, treble for all his folly had inadvertently done him a favor. Sending Monet was in fact perfectly aligned with his tastes. Monet possessed an exquisite figure, slim waist tapering into lush, supple thighs accentuated by her form-fitting black and white maid attire. A vision of delicate charm, disarmingly gentle, yet effortlessly captivating. Yet in the original chronicle, Monet's fate had been grim, transformed by law into a grotesque avian hybrid, her heart ripped bare, only to perish at the hands of her own allies. Thus her arrival here represented a profound divergence from destiny, not only sparing her that monstrous metamorphosis, but also shielding her from Caesar's fatal blade piercing her chest. Monet walked ahead, still struggling to believe the man trailing behind her was Shuai, the newly crowned Yonko. In her mind, Yonko-level figures embodied overwhelming dominance, like Kaido or Whitebeard, or at minimum carried the calculated gravitas of a leader like Don Quixote da Flamingo. Luo Xiu shattered that expectation entirely. To her he radiated not menace, but the irreverent energy of a brilliant, slightly irresponsible young man whose thoughts dwelled perpetually in forbidden realms. Even Anshuan and Lore, bounty hunters each worth over 30 billion, seemed oddly unassuming. Strangely, the sole figure exuding natural command was Hancock. Yet Monet never underestimated Luo Xiu. That the pirate empress and former marine officer Tina served him willingly, and that Barrett, a fearsome pirate of immense strength, obeyed him without question, meant his power defied imagination. Feeling Luo Xiu's gaze, intense, unwavering, Monet's cheeks flushed crimson, the heat rising all the way to her ears. Seeing her adorable fluster, Luo Xiu draped an arm across her shoulders and gently pinched her cheek with his finger. Go change into your maid uniform. This one is reserved for shipboard wear only. Yes, Monet whispered, her heart fluttering with quiet joy, as she eagerly agreed. Luo Xiu brought Monet into a clothing store and changed her into ordinary attire. Thank you, master. Don't call me master. It makes me sound like some tyrant who's seized a maiden by force. Call me young master instead. Young master. Watching Monet's endearingly dazed expression, Luo Xiu affectionately ruffled her hair, utterly unable to reconcile this gentle, innocent girl before him with the fearsome avian assassin from the anime world. Next they headed to the household goods section, where Monet eagerly took charge of purchasing supplies, a task far too mundane for young master Luo Xiu to handle himself. As Luo Xiu watched Monet bustling about, he shook his head inwardly. He truly couldn't break that old habit. No one else was allowed to lay eyes upon his woman. It had been the same with Hancock, and now with Monet. Once Monet finished selecting all their essentials, they together approached the shopkeeper to settle the bill. Yet payment proved problematic. Moments later, Luo Xiu saw Monet approaching him, her cheeks faintly flushed. Young master, I forgot to ask Sister Hancock for money. I have no coins to pay. You little scatterbrain. Luo Xiu flicked Monet lightly on the forehead with his finger. She cupped her brow, glancing at Luo Xiu, then escorted Monet back to the shopkeeper. Sir, we'll run a tab. Small business. No credit. The shopkeeper muttered absently while jotting down figures, until he looked up and saw Luo Xiu. Credit. Of course. You may charge as much as you wish. Luo Xiu smiled faintly and clapped the shopkeeper's shoulder. Rest assured, I'll deliver the payment in person. Just leave your address. Oh, and please deliver all these items to Doc Now, one of the Carrera Company. With that, Luo Xiu gently tapped Monet's delicate nose before leading her toward the telephone creature vendor. He realized he'd grown strangely fond of teasing Monet, especially her charming tendency to blush at the slightest provocation. Purchasing the telephone creature proceeded smoothly, naturally also on credit. By afternoon, everyone had completed their procurement and returned to Dock No. 1, where the purchased goods began arriving one after another. Lore and Barrett oversaw storage while Blake and Anshuan distributed living essentials among the crew. Luo Xiu's personal provisions were handled exclusively by Monet. Once every detail was settled, Luo Xiu led the entire crew aboard the Crimson Judgment. Blake guided Anshuan and the others straight to the living quarters to select their preferred cabins, while Luo Xiu escorted the 3 women to his private captain's loft at the stern. There they beheld the spacious master bedroom they'd long imagined. After unpacking their belongings, all 4 stretched out together upon the vast bed, large enough to accommodate 7 or 8. Where shall we sail first, Luo Xiu? Punk hazard. I intend to scout its vicinity, perhaps chance upon Afterward we'll seek a suitable island to serve as our pirate crew's permanent base, Recruit loyal subordinates rather than burden Lord Barrett and the rest with every task. Amazon Lily lies deep within the calm belt, too distant from the New World and populated solely by women. It would be ill-suited. Hancock and Tina voiced no objections. Such decisions rested entirely with Luo Xiu. You're all exhausted. Rest early tonight. We set sail at dawn. Hancock and Tina each kissed Luo Xiu tenderly before nestling into his arms and drifting off to sleep. Monet, peering in from outside Hancock's chamber, gazed wistfully for a moment, then quietly slipped into slumber herself. At dawn she rose early, prepared breakfast, and gently roused Luo Xiu and the two women. Quite capable, aren't you? Luo Xiu playfully tapped Monet's nose again, then leaned in and kissed her softly. A reward for your diligence. After breakfast, Luo Xiu led the three women onto the deck where Blake and the others had already assembled awaiting orders. Promptly at 8 o'clock, Luo Xiu declared, the Blood Luo Xiu pirate crew set sail, now. Bowley directed staff to clear the dockyard machinery and opened the flood valves. The Crimson Judgment slowly rose upon the water's surface. Then the dock gates swung wide open. Tugboats guided the vessel into the city's inland canal, navigating it steadily toward the outer harbor's estuary. Once the tugs departed, their voyage truly commenced. Men, hoist the sails. Arif. Boom. I said hoist the sails, not bellow like a rabid beast. Anshuan rubbed his head crestfallen and slowly unfurled every sail. Lore burst into unrestrained laughter at Anshuan's expense, thankfully restraining himself just in time lest he suffer the same fate. Then Lore's mirth vanished, his gaze hardened instantly. As helmsman, his every decision bore weight upon the ship's safety, no margin for carelessness. Observing Lore's transformation, Blake nodded in quiet approval, satisfied he could entrust Lore to sail independently alongside Luo Xiu. His glance then shifted to Anshuan, shaking his head silently. The young man still needed discipline. The Crimson Judgment entered the Grand Line at last, commencing the Blood Luo Xiu pirate crew's inaugural voyage. Blake leapt effortlessly onto the crow's nest, drawn by its serene solitude, perfect for his nature. Barrett strode directly into the training chamber. From the very beginning, his sole purpose in joining the Blood Luo Xiu pirates had remained unwavering: to grow stronger. Anshuan made his way to the galley, eager to experiment with culinary delights drawn from both the New World and the Fourth. Hancock and Tina donned light breezy attire and ascended to the observation deck atop the stern loft, each reclining in a sunlounger, savoring the cool sea wind. Luo Xiu retreated to his loft and immersed himself in ancient tomes. Fascinated by this world's history, Monet seamlessly assumed the role of devoted personal attendant, donning her form-fitting black and white maid uniform, and never strayed farther than arm's length from Luo Xiu, embodying the very essence of ever-present. Half an hour later, Luo Xiu closed the ancient text. Though intrigued by its contents, reading remained an arduous task. Moreover, many characters in this world's script remained unfamiliar, forcing him to parse passages haltingly until his mind felt near to bursting. Leaning back in his chair, Luo Xiu reached out and took Monet's hand. Monet, massage my shoulders. Yes, young man. Monet stepped behind him, her slender fingers gliding expertly across his shoulders. Luo Xiu relaxed visibly, his features softening into deep contentment, until lulled by her skilled touch, he drifted into slumber. Noticing Luo Xiu asleep, Monet ceased her ministrations, tidied the scattered desk, draped a light blanket over him, and gathering courage pressed a fleeting secret kiss to his lips before slipping silently from the room. Unbeknownst to her, the instant she crossed the threshold, a faint knowing smile curled at the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth. 5 days later, the Shu SS Saijua berthed at the 30-gr harbor in the Xiangbidi archipelago. Many nearby pirates murmured about the striking vessel, wondering whose ride it could be, until they noticed the pair of blood-red twin wings emblazoned on its Jolly Roger. It's Shui Ziyuyuo's ship. Why would a Yonko appear here? Luo Xiu leapt ashore with his crew, and the Shui Shilua pirate crew officially landed on the Xiangbidi archipelago. Go wherever you please, but avoid sectors 60 to 69. That's the Navy's territory. We are not afraid of them, but it's best not to invite trouble. At this moment, Jasmine was telling Luo Xiu about her and Nana's story. Nana was 2 years older than Jasmine. Bulake and Ba Lete moved alone, each of them solitary by nature. Anton and Luoer remained inseparable. With Luoer around, Luo Xiu had little worry they would cause trouble. Hankyuk, come with me to know. 13. I'll take you to meet an old friend. Mo and I stick with Tina for now. If you have nowhere to go, you can follow me. Tina stepped up to Luo Xiu, rose on tiptoe, and kissed his cheek. Xiangbidi has medicines that Water 7 does not kill by some, so I won't follow you. Luo Xiu then looked to Mo Nai for her opinion. Mo Nai blushed and came over to kiss him as well. He'll follow sis. They split into two groups. Luo Xiu escorted Han Kyuk to No. 13, while Tina led Mo Nai toward the shopping district. Luo Xiu, how did you know Aunt Xiaoqi was at No. 13? Han Kyuk was puzzled. She had never mentioned Aunt Xiaoqi to Luo Xiu, so how could he possibly know? Luo Xiu smiled and playfully tweaked Han Kyuk's nose. I probably know more than you do. Perhaps I understand your Aunt Xiaoqi better than you do. Han Kyuk linked her arm through her mind, turning over the question. When they first met, Luo Xiu had not even known what year it was, yet now he seemed to know everything. Han Kyuk half-jokingly wondered whether some ancient creature in the forward city had possessed him. She shook her head. Possession was too fantastical. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiu, however, in Hankook's mind, he had long since been taken over. They crossed the Trans-Sea wooden bridge and entered the lawless zone of Nos. 129. Beyond visiting No. 13 to see Shachi, he had another purpose here: to auction the devil fruits in his possession. He currently held 8 devil fruits, most of which he had obtained in Marihoa. 6 of them he acquired after slaying the battle beasts of other celestial dragons using the power of the Shui Shilua fruit. 1 was a reward from Ba Luo Xiu. Besides those 7, during the capture of the Yueying pirate crew years ago, there had been another devil fruit exchanged which he had hidden away. Its type remained unknown. Of the 7 devil fruits from Marihoa, 5 were animal type, and 2 were paramecia type. All the animal types were of the most common variety. The most precious among them was the whitehead eagle fruit, for it granted the eater the ability to fly. The 2 paramecia powers were also rather ordinary and held no collectible value, so he intended to auction them off here together. He was deeply in debt in Water 7. As for the fruit from the Yueying pirate crew, Luo Xiu planned to keep it. Perhaps later he would find a devil fruit compendium or someone familiar with such a catalog who could identify it. After walking a while, Luo Xiu and Hankook stopped outside a bar called Ziaki's Extortion Bar. The bar's owner needed no introduction. She was the Aunt Shachi Hankook had spoken of. Luo Xiu took Hankook's hand and pushed open the bar's wooden door. They entered the dim bar empty, but for Shachi behind the counter, head bowed as she wiped a glass of cigarette between her. Startled for a moment by the arrival of customers, Shachi resumed her work. What will you have? 2 whiskeys, please. Shachi did not look up as she turned to mix the drinks. Luo Xiu guided Hankook to the bar and studied the woman before him. The very woman Roger Rock's Whitebeard and countless great pirates had coveted. Though she was in her 60s, she had maintained herself so well that she appeared no older than 30 or 40. A rare women of her generation like Big Mom Gulaliosa and Miss Bajin had either withered or swelled with age, scarcely resembling their younger selves. I say, Shueshula, your little girlfriend is here. Staring at an old woman like me isn't proper, is it? Saying so, Shachi turned and set 2 whiskeys before them, then reached out to tap Hankook's nose. Keep a better. Luo Xiu smiled awkwardly. The old guard's domineering air was formidable. Perhaps Shachi had known of their arrival at No. 13 the moment they came. Tell me what brings you here. If you mean to have your ship's hull coated, unfortunately Rayleigh is not here. You must go to Nos. 50-59 for that. Luo Xiu chuckled. He knew Rayleigh was away, currently instructing Lu Fei in the mastery of 3-color hockey. I took Hankook off Jiushi Island without permission and have informally claimed it as my sphere of influence, so I naturally had to report to you. Also, we do need the ship coated. When will Rayleigh return? I wouldn't trust anyone else to do it. In 7 days. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait here a few days. Very well, we'll come back in 7 days. Luo Xiu drained his glass. Check how much. Yours is 5 million berries. Hankook's is 1 berry. Luo Xiu stared in disbelief. 5 million for a single whiskey. It was pure extortion. On credit. Small business, no credit. Luo Xiu was now utterly helpless. There was no way he could pay. Even if he sold himself, he would not raise 5 million berries. Of course, selling him to the Navy might fetch that sum. Seeing his predicament, Shachi could not help but let out a snort of, enough. I never imagined the mighty Shueshula couldn't even pay for a drink. These 2 are on me. I won't charge you. Hankook downed her whiskey in one, returned the glass to Shachi, then turned to Luo Xiu and asked where he would go next. Luo Xiu said he would visit the auction and sell several devil fruits. Perpetually having no money was not a solution, if the ship's expenses had always been covered by Hankook's funds. I want to stay and talk with Aunt Shachi, so I won't go with you. Luo Xiu nodded in agreement and leaned toward Hankook. Hankook blushed and lightly pecked his cheek. Luo Xiu rose, ruffled her hair, and then left the bar. Tsk tisk, is it really proper for you 2 to flaunt your affection before an old woman like me? Faced with Ziaki's teasing, Hankook simply smiled, radiant and content, and said nothing more. Luo Xiu walked away from the bar alone, an unfamiliar solitude settling over him. I should have brought Mona along, he murmured to himself. He then headed toward Dock No. 7, having overheard earlier that an auction would be held there the following day. En route, he stopped at a mask shop and purchased a Shura mask. Given his growing notoriety, concealing his identity had become essential. The closer he drew to Dock No. 7A, the more animated the crowd grew, buzzing with talk of the auction. Soon Luo Xiu arrived at the venue. Though proceedings had yet to begin, throngs already gathered outside. Inside the auction hall, final decorations were still underway. A staff member spotted him and hurried over. Sir, the auction hasn't commenced yet. Please step outside. Summon your supervisor. I wish to consign several items for sale. The staffer hesitated, weighing the credibility of Luo Xiu's claim. Frowning slightly, Luo Xiu retrieved a devil fruit from his system space. At the sight, the staffer blurted, "Please wait a moment," and dashed off. Moments later, the staffer returned, posture markedly deferential. "Sir, please follow me." Luo Xiu trailed him through successive layers of drapery into a secluded tent. Within the tent sat 5 individuals. One extended a hand, gesturing for Luo Xiu to take a seat. Luo Xiu scanned the surroundings. Nothing unusual, yet the man before him with long violet hair stirred a faint sense of recognition. He settled into the chair, crossed his legs, folded his arms, and waited in silence. The 5 exchanged glances, uncertain whether Luo Xiu genuinely failed to recognize them or possessed such formidable confidence as to dismiss them outright. After a pause, the central figure could no longer contain his impatience. We hear you possess a devil fruit. May we inspect it? And do you know its classification? Luo Xiu produced his first devil fruit, the Zoan-type lizard fruit. Zoan-type lizard fruit. They examined its intricate surface patterns closely, confirming its authenticity beyond doubt. What's your reserve price? After brief deliberation, the central figure offered 140 million berries, a figure Luo Xiu found entirely reasonable. Then, without warning, Luo Xiu laid 6 additional devil fruits upon the table. Auction these together for Zoan types and 2 Paramecia types. The Zoan types comprise the bird fruit model white-tailed eagle, the cat fruit model black panther, the ox fruit model antelope, and the insect fruit model mantis. The Paramecia types were the sound fruit and the fold fruit. At the sight of 6 devil fruits laid bare, the central figure's mind blanked. His vision flooded solely with their images, rendering Luo Xiu's words utterly inaudible. Only when a colleague nudged him did he snap back to reality. Apologies, could you repeat that, please? Luo Xiu sighed inwardly. How could professionals in this trade react so dramatically? It was merely 6 devil fruits. He repeated their names, tone dry and unruffled. The 5 immediately conferred, then announced their collective valuation. Among the 5 Zoan types, only the white-tailed eagle and black panther models commanded premium prices, approximately 300 million berries each, given their predatory nature, far surpassing herbivorous or reptilian variants like antelope or lizard. The 2 Paramecia types fetched comparatively modest valuations. Neither conferred battlefield utility nor significant combat enhancement, each estimated below 100 million berries. What are your commission fees? Our standard rate is 20%, but given the volume, I'll apply 15%. Luo Xiu nodded. This was fair. Calculating swiftly, he estimated a net return of roughly 1 billion berries after fees, assuming all 7 fruits sold at their assessed values. 1 billion berries equaled the exact sum Leggy required to ransom his daughter. With this sum secured, Luo Xiu would no longer need to accrue debts, spare himself the whispers of ridicule. He entrusted the 7 devil fruits to the auction house's custody and requested an invitation pass, not as a bidder, but in case unexpected treasures surfaced during the event. As he departed the venue, the reason for his request crystallized. He had finally recalled the identity of the violet-haired man. Disco, the Don Quixote family's designated auctioneer for human trafficking on Sabaody Archipelago. The others remained unknown to him, though each likely specialized in distinct illicit commodities. The central figure, Luo Xiu surmised, almost certainly oversaw devil fruit auctions exclusively. Yet they were merely frontmen. True authority lay elsewhere. Disco answered to Don Quixote da Flamingo. The others, no doubt, served other underworld sovereigns. Their joint presence signaled a collaborative auction, but Luo Xiu cared little for hierarchy. So long as the sale proceeded flawlessly and every berry reached his hands intact, nothing else mattered. Having concluded the auction arrangements, Luo Xiu turned homeward, and near Dock No. 13 encountered Boa Hancock, freshly parted from her conversation with Shaki. Hancock darted into his arms, radiant with joy. They strolled back together. What did you two discuss? I won't tell you. Her playful grin disarmed him. He kissed her lightly. She looped her arm through his and asked how the auction negotiated. All settled. Tomorrow's the auction. Come with me, bring Lore. If we acquire anything, he'll carry it home. Yes, whatever you say. A sweet warmth bloomed within her. Though Luo Xiu now had 3 women beside him, he chose her alone for this occasion. To Hancock, that spoke volumes. A tender smile softened her features. Luo Xiu glanced sideways, wondering what secret mirth lit her eye. Had he known her thoughts, he'd simply remark Hancock was overthinking it. He'd originally intended to bring Mona and the others, but Tita's former service in the Marines, though resigned, made her presence here diplomatically unwise. Mona's prior ties to the Don Quixote family risked complications if Disco recognized her. Still, Hancock was without question the most cherished among them. By the time they reached the Crimson Judgment, the crew had already returned aboard, and Mona had prepared dinner waiting for him. The auction was scheduled for evening, so Luo Xiu and his companions had no urgency to depart immediately. Having wandered extensively the previous day, even Mo-Nai, who habitually rose at dawn, had lingered in bed this morning. Just as Luo Xiu stirred to roll over and resume sleeping, a clamor erupted outside. At first he assumed it was merely passers-by, yet as the noise swelled and more voices joined in, he furrowed his brow and stepped out of the attic. He intended to see precisely who dared bark like dogs so early, and if their disturbance was deliberate, he would not hesitate to unleash slaughter upon them here. Upon reaching the deck, he encountered Black and the others, likewise roused by the commotion. Anshuan, whose temper flared most fiercely, strode to the ship's railing and peered downward, only to discover that a vast crowd of pirates had already gathered on the open ground below, their raucous cries the very source of the din. Roar, Lord Anshuan, we beg you to accept us into the Blood Requiem Pirates. My bounty exceeds 70 million berry. Take me, Lord Anshuan. Anshuan, bristling with fury moments before, recoiled in startled disbelief, expecting provocation only to find supplicants instead. Uncertain how to proceed, he turned instinctively toward Luo Xiu. Yet even upon learning these pirates sought allegiance to him, Luo Xiu's brows remained tightly knotted. He indeed required legions of pirates to expand his dominion, but their quality varied wildly. Many had taken up piracy impulsively spurred solely by Whitebeard's words. Such men held no value to him. Rather than burden himself with such dead weight here, he would assemble his crew in the New World. Luo Xiu approached the railing and gazed down upon the sea of pirates assembled on the open ground. At the sight of Luo Xiu himself, the pirates below erupted into frenzy. All knew of the four emperors' shifting hierarchy, and now that the Blood Requiem had ascended, manpower was urgently needed. To be chosen meant instant elevation. None dared let such an opportunity slip away. Blood Requiem. Blood Requiem. His frown deepened further. Hancock and the others were still asleep. He would tolerate no such silence. As he spoke, his conqueror's haki surged forth. Pirates collapsed across the ground in rapid succession until only 5 or 6 stood trembling barely upright. Those few survivors stared in horror as every other pirate around them slumped, unconscious, eyes glazed white. Cold sweat drenched their backs as they gazed up terror-stricken at Luo Xiu aboard the ship. That anyone remained standing surprised Luo Xiu. He had unleashed a full 10% of his conqueror's haki, yet these few had endured it. You 5, whether acquainted or strangers, shall each journey alone to Punk Hazard in the New World. Whosoever survives to stand before me shall earn the right to serve under my banner. They exchanged glances, then resolved in silence. Each turned and strode toward their own vessels, recognizing this as the Blood Requiem's trial. Once they departed, calm finally settled over the deck. Luo Xiu turned, intending to return to sleep, only to find Mo gazing at him starry-eyed. He stepped before her and gently pinched her cheek. Her face flushed crimson. She had witnessed his conqueror's haki shatter the pirate's consciousness in an instant. Mo inwardly rejoiced that Doflamingo had gifted her to Luo Xiu. Others would endure unimaginable perils, risking life and limb merely to earn the privilege of serving him, while she had become a core member of the Blood Requiem pirates with effortless grace. She almost wished to thank Doflamingo sincerely. What are you staring at? Nothing. I'll prepare breakfast for master. With that, Mo fled, vanishing into the galley. The judgment ship originally possessed but one kitchen built exclusively for Anchuan. Yet once Mo boarded as Luo Xiu's personal attendant, she shared that kitchen with Anchuan. Only after arriving at the Sabati archipelago did Mo clear out her small attic bedroom and convert it into it. In her view, she would inevitably share quarters with Luo Xiu, so the tiny chamber served little purpose, whereas transforming it into a kitchen ensured she could prepare his meals with ease. As she spoke, Hancock and Tina emerged from the attic. The pirates' earlier racket had rendered sleep impossible. They stepped onto the deck, glanced at the mass of pirates sprawled unconscious below, and indifferent turned, and moments later one pirate stirred awake, blinked groggily about, and recoiled in shock before recalling he'd come to pledge fealty to the Blood Requiem. He looked up toward the ship, only to see Black standing alone upon the deck. Noticing his awakening, Black vanished in a blur and reappeared instantly before him. Remain here. When others awakened, dismiss them. Should any dare make noise again, they die. The pirate trembled violently and nodded reflexively. Black vanished once more. His time was too precious to waste awaiting each pirate's slow revival. When Luo Xiu next appeared on deck, all pirates had departed. None dared disturb the silence upon waking, not when their lives hung in the balance. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Luo Xiu and Hancock donned formal attire and masks, then set off with Lore toward Auction House No. 7. By the time the trio arrived, the venue teemed with attendees, pirates and underworld figures alike drawn by This was no ordinary auction jointly hosted by 5 premier houses. Its offerings spanned every category: slaves, devil fruits, legendary blades, artifacts, and classified intelligence. Luo Xiu guided Hancock's hand as they presented their invitation and followed the usher to the second tier. The auction hall comprised 4 levels. The lowest housed common pirates, mere spectators drawn by curiosity. The second tier accommodated those of substantial means, the auction's true clientele. The third tier reserved seating for the event's shadowy proprietors. As for the fourth and highest tier, only 2 kinds of beings were permitted entry. First, the celestial dragons, whose status remained supreme wherever they tread. Second, the ocean's undisputed sovereigns, the 4 emperors. Luo Xiu glanced upward. The vast fourth tier held scarcely 7 or 8 figures. Yet heavy drapes veiled the tier entirely. Luo Xiu could not discern whether its occupants were celestial dragons or emissaries of the emperors. At that moment, the auctioneer stepped center stage, microphone in hand. After delivering a torrent of ceremonial pleasantries and offering a grand formal welcome to the 4th-tier guests, he declared the auction officially open. The first few auction items were jewelry and hairpins, trinkets of negligible value in this world. Yet when 4 ornate hairpins came up for bidding, Luo Xiu spent 60 million belly to secure them. Fortunately, as mere accessories, they attracted little competition. Soon the 4 hairpins arrived at Luo Xiu's seat, but payment posed a dilemma. His own devil fruit remained unsold, leaving him temporarily penniless. And credit was unthinkable at an auction. I'll bid on more items later. I'll settle everything together at the end. The attendant hesitated, yet reasoned that anyone seated in the second tier surely possessed the means to cover a few million belly, and acquiesced. Once the attendant departed, Luo Xiu examined the hairpins closely. All 4 bore the unmistakable hallmark of a single artisan, yet each featured distinct motifs. According to the auctioneer, they embodied the 4 seasons. Luo Xiu selected the one representing summer and placed it gently upon Hancock's hair. He had already decided who would receive the other's winter naturally would go to Monet, the consumer of the snow fruit. As for spring and autumn he paused, then chose spring for Tashiji. Tashiji's fate had already shifted irrevocably. Ushi now wielded the phoenix fruit and mastered healing arts, making spring not only symbolically fitting but profoundly resonant. Moreover, its soft rose hue harmonized perfectly with her hair. The remaining autumn hairpin by default belonged to Rob. Such auctions moved swiftly. Within moments, all initial lots found buyers. Then came the centerpiece of the event, devil fruits. The next lot, surely long awaited by all. Yes, the most enigmatic treasure upon the grand line devil fruit. And fortune smiles upon you today. 11 devil fruits shall be offered. Patience, gentlemen. Each soul shall find its match. A cloaked figure then carried forth a tray bearing a single devil fruit. Luo Xiu recognized it instantly. The bulbul fruit model antelope. After presenting its attributes, the auctioneer declared the opening bid 70 million belly. Bids must rise in increments of no less than 5 million belly. Auction begins now. 75 million belly. 85 million belly. 90 million belly. The bidding for the first fruit proceeded without fierce contention. Yet Luo Xiu watched with keen fascination, for every increase meant millions more in his own coffers. Its estimated value had been 130 million belly, but judging by the tepid pace, that mark seemed unlikely to be reached. 110 million belly. The auctioneer scanned the room. No further bids emerged. 110 million belly, once. 110 million belly, twice. 110 million belly, thrice. 120 million belly. The bidder who believed victory secured recoiled in shock. Another voice had intervened at the final moment. Who dares? Eyes wide with indignation, he swept the chamber, only to realize the voice had not emanated from the second tier. Me. Any objections? He followed the voice upward, to the fourth tier, where a masked figure, wings of obsidian unfurled behind him, drew aside his curtain and gazed down with glacial disdain. Beast pirates. Flame disaster. King. He swallowed hard, knees trembling, and hastily waved away any protest. Luo Xiu lounged idly, tracing Hancock's slender fingers, his gaze fixed upon the fourth tier. Never imagined the beast pirate's second-in-command would grace such a venue. Could there be a rare Zoan-type devil fruit hidden among these lots? His eyes swept across the tier, 7 or 8 figures clearly representing 3 distinct factions. One was a celestial dragon, another king himself, the third, perhaps a member of Big Mom's crew, or possibly. Yet Luo Xiu leaned toward Big Mom. Her recent flamboyant appearances in Sabaody Archipelago made red hair's presence improbable here. With King's entry into the bidding, resistance dissolved. The antelope fruit sold for 120 million belly. Next came the 4 additional Zoan-type devil fruits Luo Xiu had supplied, all inevitably claimed by King. Consequently, their final prices fell significantly below estimates. Others merely gestured token bids. Once King spoke, surrender was immediate. They understood instinctively a devil fruit was never worth one's life. Upon completion of the Zoan auction, the stage shifted to Paramecia types. King withdrew his curtain. He cared solely for Zoans. After all, from Kaido himself down through the 3 all-stars, the Flying Six, and the Gifters, every elite within the Beast Pirates bore a Zoan-type power. A living menagerie, in truth. First among the Paramecia offerings was the fold fruit. It enabled folding of inanimate objects, and nothing more. Perhaps awakening might unlock spatial manipulation, but no gambler would stake his future on such speculation. Better to strengthen oneself with a proven Zoan. Aware of its mediocrity, the auctioneer set the minimum increment at 1 million belly. Still, bidders remained scarce, until silence shattered under a woman's voice. 78 million belly. Heads lifted toward the 4th tier. Unmistakably, the voice had originated there. She lowered her curtain, without pretense revealing herself. Big Mom Pirates, Juice Minister Smoothie. Luo Xiu instantly grasped the logic. If the Beast Pirates were a menagerie, then Big Mom's crew was a gathering of, from Big Mom herself to her countless children, nearly all wielded Paramecia powers. That explained her silence during the Zoan auction. She'd been waiting, patient, precise, for her kind of fruit. Once Smoothie revealed herself, the remaining Paramecia fruits fell seamlessly into her hands. Luo Xiu studied Smoothie, whereas Hancock and Tashiji possessed legs that dominated half their silhouettes. Smoothie's limbs consumed 2/3 of her frame. Those impossibly long legs stood unmatched across the seas, save perhaps among the long-legged tribe. Darling, do you admire these legs? Would you like to hold them? Only when Hancock breathed warmth against his neck did Luo Xiu tear his gaze away. Truthfully, if given the chance, I wouldn't decline. But those words remained unspoken, confined to thought. 10 devil fruits had now been sold. Only one remained. Could this last one be a Logia type? Luo Xiu sat upright. If it proved Logia, he would consider bidding, not only for his crew, but as a reward for promising subordinates beneath his command. Failing all else, it would make a worthy addition to his collection. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zoan and Paramecia devil fruits have all been auctioned off, and the next one, as you can imagine, is something special. That's right, it's the steam fruit from the Logia category. Starting bid is 350 million berries with minimum increments of 10 million berries. 380 million berries. 420 million berries. 440 million berries. Compared to the previous Zoan and Paramecia fruits, the competition for this steam fruit was clearly more intense, and the price quickly soared to nearly 500 million. During this period, even Smuggy placed a bid. Under the hesitation of the crowd, many gave up the competition. However, one individual, under the allure of the Logia fruit, raised his bid again despite the pressure from Smuggy. This person is named Kazmo. He believes that as long as he consumes this steam fruit, even Smuggy will not be able to deal with him in the short term, and he can take this opportunity to join another Emperor's crew. The notorious Blood Asura pirates currently thriving would be an excellent choice, and they are right in the Sabaody archipelago. He believes they would not resist the temptation of having a Logia subordinate. Luo was not interested in this fruit. The steam fruit sounded quite similar to Smoker's fruit, and it could only unleash its maximum power when paired with strong haki. Smuggy and Kazmo were going head-to-head, raising their bids again, while Kazmo, encouraged by those around him, decided to go all out against Smuggy. The two kept raising bids, quickly reaching 600 million berries, nearly double the original price. The host maintained a calm facade, but internally, he was overjoyed. Equally pleased were those on the third floor. As the masterminds behind the scenes, the higher the selling price, the higher their commission, and they naturally welcomed such developments. As Kazmo raised the price to 620 million berries, Smuggy decided to bring out her backing. "Are you sure you want to oppose our Big Mom pirates?" Smuggy's eyes were icy, as if she was engraving the face of this audacious individual in her mind. She vowed that after the auction ended, she would definitely kill him, even if the steam fruit did not end up in his possession. Upon hearing Smuggy's words, Kazmo's pupils constricted, and he instantly had thoughts of retreat. However, his brain was soon filled with the words of encouragement from those around him, and in the end he steeled himself and responded directly to Smuggy's threat. "So what if it's the Big Mom pirates? I am a member of the Blood Asura pirates. What is going on? Did an auction attract 3 Emperor crews? The Blood Asura pirates are indeed in the Sabaody archipelago, so this person might truly be one of them. Then why is he on the 2nd floor, and not in the 4th floor like the Beasts and Big Mom's people? You ask me, who can I ask? Perhaps he is trying to hide his identity." The auction process came to a halt as everyone around discussed whether Kazmo was truly one of the Blood Asura crew, and whether this auction would evolve into a confrontation between the Blood Asura pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Smuggy frowned deeply, as she was not very familiar with this new Emperor crew. After all, they had been active in the first half of the Grand Line since their emergence. She could not be sure if this person was indeed one of the Blood Asura crew. After some consideration, Smuggy ultimately decided to abandon the competition for the steam fruit. She had already secured several Paramecia devil fruits, and her mission for this trip was complete. However, as the sweet commander under Big Mom, she could not afford to lose face for Big Mom in public. 630 million berries. If you really want to secure it, I will give the Blood Asura pirates a favor and let you. Kazmo swallowed hard, but right now he had no choice but to act, and he could only continue to pretend to be one of the 640 million berries. Smuggy sneered, pulling up the curtain in front of her. She had already decided that once the auction ended, as long as this person dared to leave Sabaody, she would kill him immediately. 640 million berries once. 640 million berries twice. 640 million berries 3 times. Sold. Seeing that Smuggy had given up, the host quickly finalized the transaction to prevent Kazmo from having second thoughts. The fact that this fruit could be raised to 640 million berries was beyond his expectations. This price had long exceeded the fruit's inherent value. But none of this mattered to him. He was only responsible for selling the fruit, and who it was sold to or how much was irrelevant. After the fruit was sold, Kazmo felt as if he had just woken up, and recalling his actions from earlier, he instantly collapsed back into his seat. He finally realized what absurd things he had done. The people who had just encouraged him had long since slipped away. They were merely there to watch the fun and had no stake in the matter. "It's over. It's over." Kazmo kept muttering "it's over," but soon it was as if he had found a lifeline and began to talk to himself again. "Yes, he'll find the Blood Asura. They will definitely be willing to take me in." Meanwhile, the main character Luo Xiu was leisurely enjoying the fruits Hancock had peeled for him, as if what had just happened hadn't. Only Hancock knew that Luo Xiu was very angry. After peeling another grape and placing it in Luo Xiu's mouth, she turned to Lore and instructed him. "After the auction ends, bring this person to the ship." Lore nodded, his eyes fixed on Kazmo. On the scene, the host was celebrating Kazmo's successful bid for the steam fruit, then announced a break before starting the slave auction in 15 minutes. After Kazmo paid for the steam fruit, he took advantage of the break to sneak out of the auction. Smuggy had been watching Kazmo, observing his every move. Seeing Kazmo leave, she instructed Owen behind her before following him out of the auction. Jean sensed Smuggy's departure, but made no move. It was just a steam fruit, not worth making an enemy of the Big Mom. Kazmo's departure did not escape Hancock's notice, and she immediately gave Lore a glance. Lore nodded and subsequently left the auction. Kazmo's legs trembled uncontrollably. A profound regret flooded his heart, but regret, alas, bore no end. Gritting his teeth, Kazmo shoved every last steam fruit into his mouth. Even death would be preferable to surrendering the fruit to Smoothie. "Damn it. Even if you've devoured the steam fruit, you will die today." With those words, Smoothie lunged forward on her impossibly long legs. Yet the instant she neared Kazmo, an invisible force struck her like a battering ram, sending her hurtling backward through the air. Smoothie crashed violently onto the ground, coughing up a torrent of blood. Struggling upright, she stared in disbelief toward the shadows. Who are you? Me. Lore. The captain ordered me to bring this man aboard ship, so you cannot kill him. Lore, the blood demon pirates. Smoothie gaped at Kazmo, incredulity twisting her features. She had never imagined he was truly affiliated with the blood demon pirates. Kazmo gazed upon Lore's towering silhouette and exhaled in quiet relief. It seems I won't die today after all. Yet Smoothie remained unconvinced, as she could not fathom how such a craven trembling man could belong to the blood demon pirates. Is he truly one of yours? Lore glanced back at Kazmo, then shook his head. No, but having brazenly invoked the blood demon pirate's name, he must now be dealt with, by us personally. Smoothie cast a wary, fearful glance at Lore. That single blow had shattered 5 or 6 of her ribs. She knew with chilling certainty that she stood no chance against him. Seeing Lore make no move to pursue, Smoothie retreated slowly, then vanished into the distance. Once she was gone, Lore turned to face Kazmo. Kazmo had heard every word exchanged between Lore and Smoothie, and realized with grim clarity that he hadn't been saved. He had merely fallen into another predator's grasp. In those fleeting moments, Kazmo had already grasped the steam fruit's power. As Lore turned, Kazmo instantly attempted to liquefy his body and flee. But escape was impossible. The moment Lore arrived, Kazmo's fate had already been sealed. Lore's right hand erupted in jet-black armament hockey. With terrifying speed, he seized Kazmo by the throat and please spare me. Lore bared his teeth in a cruel, merciless grin. Though he often endured scolding from Luo Xiu and Hancock aboard ship before enemies, he embodied pure, unrelenting brutality. Lore hurled Kazmo down with bone-shattering force. His organs shifted violently within his chest. Then, clenching his left fist, Lore methodically shattered each of Kazmo's limbs. Kazmo lay sprawled like lifeless sludge, unconscious long before the agony could register. Lore seized one of his legs and dragged him unceremoniously toward Dock 30. Every brutal moment unfolded under Smoothie's hidden gaze. She had never truly departed. Though her subtle movements did not evade Lore's observation, Hancock had only instructed him to retrieve Kazmo. Thus Lore chose to ignore her. Only when Lore's silhouette dissolved into the distance did Smoothie stagger out from the shadows. Wiping blood from her lips, she hurried toward the auction hall. She felt a shiver of gratitude. Had Lore chosen to strike, her fate would have mirrored Kazmo's without reprieve. Lore's overwhelming might filled her with utter despair, the kind reserved for foes against whom resistance is not merely futile, but unthinkable. She had felt this same dread only once before, in the presence of her own mother. At that thought, cold sweat beaded on Smoothie's brow. Lore ranked 5th on the Blood Demon Pirates bounty list. What manner of monsters occupied the 4 positions above him? And what of the legendary Blood Demon himself? How unfathomably powerful must he be? Shaken, Smoothie stumbled back into the auction hall, where Jean, observing her condition, turned in stunned disbelief. Though Smoothie's strength fell short of his own, she remained a senior officer under Big Mom, a status equal to the Beast Pirates' top lieutenants. What force in so brief a span could reduce Smoothie to this state? Could it truly be the Blood Demon Pirates? No, I must report this to Governor Kaido immediately upon returning. Upon re-entering, Smoothie's gaze darted upward, to the second tier where Luo Xiu and Boa Hancock sat. She recalled clearly behind them stood a colossal fishman. That fishman was undoubtedly Lore, the one who had just crippled her. And thus the identities of the two seated before her crystallized: the Blood Demon Pirates captain, the Blood Demon himself, and the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Sensing Smoothie's stare, Luo Xiu lifted his eyes and offered her a faint, knowing smile. She had encountered Lore and deduced his, and their, true identities. That smile sent chills racing down Smoothie's spine. Silently, she resolved once the auction concluded, she would seek them out. To clarify that her interference had never been intentional, she had no desire to intrude upon the Blood Demon Pirates' internal affairs. Should war erupt between the Blood Demon Pirates and Big Mom's crew, defeat would be inevitable for them. Even setting aside whether Big Mom herself could overcome the Blood Demon, Lore alone posed a threat so grave that Smoothie estimated only she and Katakuri combined might stand a chance against him. Yet even that would amount only to desperate resistance, not victory. True triumph, she feared, would require Big Mom herself. And this was merely 2 members of the Blood Demon Pirates, Lore and 3 other officers whose power surpassed his. If those 3 were occupied elsewhere, her siblings would face slaughter. No contest. At that thought, a suffocating wave of despair washed over Smoothie. No, I must prevent this. Smoothie forced herself to breathe steadily, but her trembling hands betrayed the turmoil raging within. Kazmo's departure caused no disruption to the auction. After the intermission, the slave auction commenced without delay. The enslaved came from myriad races. Beyond the common human captives, rare species abounded. Among them were merfolk hybrid lineages, the elusive mink tribe, diminutive dwarves, and exceedingly rare beings, pure-blooded mermaids, giants, every coveted race present in abundance. Once the slave auction began, the enigmatic figures seated in the 4th tier finally unveiled themselves. Luo Xiu needed no glance to know. They were the celestial dragons drawn solely by the commerce of human flesh. As the curtain parted, a grotesquely obese celestial dragon, his visage repulsive, appeared before the crowd. Every slave he deigned to eye was promptly purchased without exception. None dared challenge a celestial dragon's bid. Defying a Yonko might offer refuge with another Yonko, but defiance against the celestial dragons offered only annihilation. After the previous item was sold, a new iron cage was quickly brought up covered with a red cloth. Starting with this item, the subsequent items will be quite rare, so I need to keep some suspense. Allow me to introduce them before giving everyone time to observe the items. The first item is the Princess Lilia from the Kingdom of Selenora in the New World. This princess is not only proficient in multiple languages and skilled in singing and dancing, but also masters many craft skills. In addition to that, after a long spiel, the host abruptly pulled off the red cloth from the cage, revealing Princess Lilia inside. Lilia appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, exuding an air of mature charm. However, her condition was far from good. Her body was covered in scars, clearly having suffered inhuman treatment prior. Her eyes were filled with desolation, expressing despair over her current predicament. Princess Lilia lifted her head to look around, pausing when she saw Luo Xiu before closing her eyes in despair, waiting for her fate. Luo Xiu noticed a tear rolling down from the corner of Princess Lilia's eye. The starting bid is 90 million Bailey, with each increment not less than 5 million Bailey. 100 million Bailey. 110 million Bailey. 150 million Bailey. The price quickly escalated to 200 million Bailey, and when several wealthy bidders were at a stalemate, the celestial dragon on the fourth floor spoke up. 250 million Bailey, she is mine. The room fell silent. As soon as the celestial dragon spoke, it indicated that they had no chance with Princess Lilia. The crowd mentally cursed the celestial dragon, though they only dared to do so in their hearts. Princess Lilia opened her eyes and glanced at the celestial dragon on the fourth floor. She did not understand why, despite her country submitting gold to the heavens every year as required, she would end up in such a situation. Princess Lilia then turned to Luo Xiu, although she did not know why. She felt intuitively that this masked stranger was the one who could save her. After noticing that Luo Xiu was also looking at her, Princess Lilia gave him a pleading look before closing her eyes again. 250 million Bailey first call. 250 million Bailey second call. 250 million Bailey third. Just as the host raised the auction hammer to finalize the deal, Luo Xiu spoke up. 260 million Bailey. Luo Xiu's voice was not loud, but in the current auction it rang like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. The smile of the celestial dragon froze. He never expected someone would dare to contest something he had set his sights on. Jean and Smug looked at Luo Xiu simultaneously. Jean wore an expression of disbelief, while Smug seemed to understand something, revealing a look of realization. Hancock, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, continuing to feed Luo Xiu the peeled grapes. Upon hearing someone call out a bid, Princess Lilia excitedly opened her eyes. She turned to Luo Xiu, her intuition telling her that he was the one who had just called the bid. The celestial dragon quickly reacted, angrily glaring at Luo Xiu on the second floor. Someone kill him. The two CP agents behind him exchanged glances before jumping down from the fourth floor and heading straight for Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu simply watched the two people in the air, showing no intent to dodge. As they were about to land on him, Hancock suddenly vanished from her position. When she reappeared, the two agents were already asleep on the ground. The celestial dragon gritted his teeth in anger, about to say something, when he suddenly felt a bloody demon appear before him, its mouth wide open as if to devour him. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The crowd looked at the celestial dragon's appearance, puzzled about what had happened. He seemed fine just a second ago, and now he was shouting and acting insane. Among all present, only Hancock knew what had truly transpired. She had sensed the fluctuation of Luo Xiu's Conqueror's Haki, meaning it was Luo Xiu's Conqueror's Haki that had caused the celestial dragon to be in such a state. However, Hancock speculated that Luo Xiu had combined his Devil Fruit ability with his Conqueror's Haki to achieve this. And indeed, as Hancock guessed, Luo Xiu had just merged his Conqueror's Haki with the Shuroweya, which is what transformed the celestial dragon into this state. Jean and Smug had no idea what was happening, but their instincts told them that everything was due to the masked man who had remained seated the entire time. The host appeared somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to do now. Host, no one is continuing to bid. You can finalize the After a moment, seeing that the host was still dazed, Luo Xiu could only remind him. The host hesitated, glancing at the celestial dragon, who seemed to have regained his composure and showed no intention of continuing to bid, ultimately finalizing the transaction. Luo Xiu purchased Princess Lilia for 260 million Bailey. The subsequent auction proceeded in a notably subtle atmosphere. After everyone had called out their bids, they all looked at Luo Xiu. If he had any intention to bid, they would decisively withdraw, as he clearly did not take the celestial dragon seriously and was certainly no ordinary person. However, for the remaining items, Luo Xiu barely participated, with only Hancock bidding on 2 permanent pointers to, although they might not be needed. If one day Luo Xiu wished to visit those places, he would need permanent pointers. The auction soon concluded, with the latter half progressing very quickly, basically reaching results after a few casual comments. Luo Xiu found Disco and the others to collect the money from his fruit auction. He and Hancock still hadn't paid for the items they bid on. The person coordinating with Luo Xiu shakily handed him the auction money. Luo Xiu counted and found that not only was it not less, but there was nearly 200 million Bailey more. Due to Jean and Smug's involvement, the selling prices of his devil fruits were significantly lower than expected. Luo Xiu had prepared for a loss, but unexpectedly the opponent only took a 5 cut, allowing him to make a considerable profit. Subsequently, Luo Xiu withdrew 300 million Bailey to pay for his auction expenses. At that moment, staff members were also pushing the cage containing Princess Lilia towards him. Can you help me take her to Dock 30? My ship is docked there. Why, you are Lord Blood Asura. By the time Luo Xiu and Hancock returned to the judgment, it was already quite late. After a simple dinner, Luo Xiu went to. On the deck, only the dismembered Cosmo, who was unconscious, and Princess Lilia, still trapped in her cage, remained. Princess Lilia's heart was now filled with complex emotions. Initially, she was very grateful that Luo Xiu had saved her at a critical moment, preventing her from becoming a plaything for the celestial dragons. It was only when she saw all the women on the ship enter his room that she realized she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, only to fall into the wolf's den. Luo Xiu had no idea what Princess Lilia was thinking, nor did he care. After giving Hancock and the others a goodnight kiss, he fell asleep holding the fragrant and soft Monet. Monet secretly rejoiced, as she had always slept on the outermost part before, as she didn't expect that today Luo Xiu would only hold her. The next morning after breakfast, Luo Xiu began to tally the gains from yesterday's auction. First were several hairpins. Luo Xiu presented the pre-assigned hairpins labeled Spring and Winter to Tina and Monet respectively. Next was Princess Lilia, for which he spent 260 million berries. Luo Xiu opened the cage and instructed her to stand on the deck. Princess Lilia dared not resist and complied obediently. Luo Xiu scrutinized the princess, noting her height of over 1.8 meters, similar to Monet. Her figure was also incredibly perfect, and what should be prominent was prominent, and what should be curvy was curvy. However, perhaps due to being cooped up in the cage for several days, she appeared somewhat emaciated. What is your name again? Princess Lilia seemed resigned and proactively called Luo Xiu master. Master, my name is Lilia, but you can call me Jasmine. Luo Xiu nodded. Oh, Jasmine was much easier to remember than her original name. I heard the host say you can speak multiple languages and possess many skills. Please elaborate on what those skills are. Jasmine thought for a moment and listed everything she could do. Aside from the basics, she mentioned skills like jewelry and gemstone carving, financial organization, bookkeeping, life card creation, and translation of multiple languages. Wait, you said you can make life cards. Is that true? Yes, master, as long as you provide me with the materials, I can create a life card. Luo Xiu stroked his chin, surprised that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. And considering she was a princess who could manage finances, it seemed quite normal. Hancock, I leave Jasmine in your care. Train her well. In the future, the finances of our pirate crew will be your responsibility, and she will handle the records. By the way, she can also serve as our crew's diplomat. Hancock nodded, indicating no problem. Then she instructed Tina to take Jasmine to treat her wounds, as scars would not look good. Next, Luo Xiu turned to Cosmo, who lay like a dead dog. His gaze was icy, as if he were looking at a corpse. Kill him, and throw him at the entrance of the Navy Base 69. I want everyone to know that my name, Blood Asura, is not something anyone can use. If everyone claims to be Blood Asura and engages in deceit, where's my dignity? Black stepped forward and drew his sword, swiftly slitting Cosmo's throat. Just like that, Cosmo's life ended in unconsciousness. Luo Xiu took out the fruits he had prepared in advance and successfully acquired the steam fruit. Black and the others had long known about Luo Xiu's ability, so it didn't surprise them. However, Barrett was witnessing it for the first time. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that Luo Xiu could obtain a devil fruit this way. Does this mean that as long as he finds the corresponding devil fruit user, Luo Xiu can acquire any fruit he desires? Luo Xiu ignored the astonished Barrett and waved his hand, urging him to dispose of Cosmo's body quickly. After a while, Hancock returned to the deck with Jasmine, who had her wounds treated and was now cleaned up. At this moment, Jasmine had changed into a fitted uniform that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Hancock leaned in closer to Luo Xiu and whispered, Darling, you find women too quickly. Just the other day you said your heart only had room for me. Aren't you afraid he'll get angry? Looking into Hancock's eyes, which indeed showed a hint of jealousy and grievance, Luo Xiu kissed her deeply. Seeing this, Black and the others discreetly left the deck. Hancock responded passionately to Luo Xiu. A few minutes later, Hancock slumped in Luo Xiu's embrace, her face flushed and her eyes charming. Luo Xiu beckoned Tina with a finger and kissed her as well. Moments later, both of them nestled in Luo Xiu's arms, their faces flushed. Don't worry, no matter how many women are on the ship, in the future you two will always be the mistresses. They exchanged smiles, revealing content and happy expressions regardless of whether Luo Xiu was speaking sincerely. They were simply very pleased at that moment. What about Robin and Monet? Upon hearing her name, Monet felt a bit nervous, as she too wanted to know what her status was in Luo Xiu's heart. Robin, I only need her ability to interpret the historical texts. Her person comes second. As for Monet, she is your personal maid, and besides you two, no one can compare to her. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, both Hancock and Tina, as well as Monet, felt incredibly satisfied. Only Jasmine's mood was somewhat low, but she understood that she was merely a slave who had been auctioned. At that moment, Luo Xiu's observation Haki sensed the arrival of guests. What brings Big Mom's people to me? Smuggy halted her steps. Seeing Luo Xiu surrounded by women, she confirmed her suspicions once more. Lord Blood Asura, I am here to apologize for intervening in the matter between the Blood Asura pirates and the holder of the steamed fruit yesterday. Luo Xiu waved his hand. He hadn't really taken the matter to heart. But Smuggy was different. Having witnessed the terrifying power of law yesterday, she would not allow any misunderstandings between the Big Mom pirates and the Blood Asura pirates, especially since her ribs were still faintly aching. Smuggy then took the 2 boxes from Owen behind her and handed them to Luo Xiu. Lord Blood Asura, these are the 2 devil fruits I purchased yesterday as an apology. Luo Xiu glanced at them, feeling somewhat helpless. Weren't these the fold fruit and the noise fruit he had auctioned off yesterday? He didn't expect Smuggy to return them. Do you know these 2 fruits were what I commissioned for auction? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Smuggy felt a bit embarrassed. She genuinely, alright, you can leave. I don't need any compensation. Please convey my regards to Big Mom. If you truly want to strengthen the relationship between our 2 pirate crews, perhaps consider a marriage alliance. Smuggy's face turned slightly red after hearing this. The rumors about Blood Asura liking beautiful women were indeed true. We the Big Mom pirates will seriously consider the marriage alliance. After saying this, Smuggy and Owen left. Since Luo Xiu didn't mind what happened yesterday, she felt relieved someone of his caliber had no reason to deceive her with such matters. Smuggy, the way Blood Asura looked at you didn't seem quite right. When he mentioned marriage alliance, he wasn't suggesting you become his woman. Smuggy did not respond to Owen. This matter needed to be decided by Big Mom. If it really was her, she had no possibility. After Smuggy and Owen left, Hancock glanced at Luo Xiu with some dissatisfaction. Darling, you don't really intend to play with those long legs, do you? Are our legs not long enough? Hearing Hancock's words, Luo Xiu expressed that this time they truly misunderstood him. The marriage alliance I mentioned isn't about me, it's about Luo Air. Luo Air? What do you mean? Then Luo Xiu recounted how Luo Air had secretly approached him yesterday. It turned out that during the capture of Cosmo, Luo Air took a liking to a woman with impressive long legs who was significantly taller than him. Therefore, when Luo Air was forcing Smuggy back, he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, it would have been more than just a few broken ribs for Smuggy. After returning, Luo Air secretly found Luo Xiu and shared this matter. Luo Xiu patted Luo Air approvingly, pleased that his little brother had finally awakened, and besides food, his mind had begun to expand. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely help you. If it doesn't work, we can go to Big Mom and snatch Smuggy for you. Hancock and Tina laughed upon hearing this. It turned out Luo Air had a crush on Smuggy, so there was nothing to worry about. Luo Xiu turned and returned to the attic, where beside Monet there was now also a new addition, Jasmine. Jasmine, tell me about your country and how you went from being a princess to a slave. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Jasmine's eyes dimmed, and she began to recount her story in a sobbing voice. Jasmine's country is called the Selmwara Kingdom, located in the New World, and is one of the nations allied with the world government ruled by King Landa IV, who is Jasmine's biological father. The Selmwara Kingdom is rich in various gems, with gem and jewelry being the pillar industry of this country, making Selmwara the wealthiest among several neighboring kingdoms. Because of this, the heavenly gold they pay annually is much higher than that of surrounding nations. But they have been living this way for many years. Under the protection of the navy, the people of Selmwara lived relatively peacefully. But a year ago, Jasmine's cousin Prince Lanwu murdered his brother, usurped power, and became Landa V. He is not even Jasmine's biological uncle. After ascending to the throne, Landa V was extremely brutal. He not only occupied all the concubines of Landa IV, but also attempted to seize his own niece Jasmine, the Princess Leo Layla. Jasmine fought back with all her might, and eventually escaped the palace with the help of several loyal ministers to her father. Landa V was furious. After executing those ministers, he issued a nationwide manhunt for Jasmine, claiming she had ruthlessly killed Landa IV in her desire to become queen. Thus began Jasmine's journey of escape, but as a powerless former princess, she was soon captured and returned to the palace. Fortunately, during her escape, Landa V refused to pay the exorbitant heavenly gold, enraging the celestial dragons, who revoked Selmwara's status as a world government ally. 3 months ago, a powerful group of pirates arrived, and after losing the navy's protection, the palace was easily overrun by these pirates. Taking advantage of the chaos in the palace, Jasmine escaped again, following the fleeing civilians to the sea. Unfortunately, they encountered members of the Doflamingo family, who were known for trafficking people. With nowhere to run, Jasmine ultimately became a slave, later sold at Sabeti Archipelago, and was finally purchased by Luo Xiu, joining the Blood Asura pirates. Luo Xiu played with Monet's small hand, smiling helplessly after hearing Jasmine's story. It seems I really have a bond with this Doflamingo. After saying that, Luo Xiu pulled Monet into his arms and lifted her chin with his finger. Monet, how about we take a trip to Dressrosa in a while? I want to thank this Doflamingo properly for sending me 2 beautiful... I'll follow Master's lead. Luo Xiu kissed Monet on the cheek. He was growing fonder of her, especially when he saw her shy demeanor, which was simply irresistible. By the way, Jasmine, who were the pirates that invaded your country? Jasmine wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head helplessly. I haven't seen them, but when I was fleeing, I heard from some people that they seem to call themselves Old Ghost men. Old Ghost. Having crossed into the pirate world for over 10 years, he had forgotten many characters from the anime, but he had no impression of this Old Ghost. From the name, they should not be figures from the Whitebeard era. They might be from the Roger era, or perhaps even from the Rocks era. Jasmine, go and call Barrett over. Among those on his ship, Barrett was the only one who might know these older figures. After a while Barrett walked in and said, "Captain, you called for me. Do you know someone named Old Ghost? He might be a pirate from your era." Old Ghost. Barrett closed his eyes to carefully recall past events. He had been in Impelled Down longer than Luo Xiu and had forgotten many things. After a while Barrett opened his eyes. "When I was still on Roger's ship, I heard Rayleigh mention some past events. There was once a very powerful pirate crew called the Rocks Pirates whose captain Rocks was a very strong pirate. Rocks had countless subordinate pirate crews, but he was usually unwilling to manage them, delegating one of his crew members to lead these pirate crews. This person was named Valiant, not only a master swordsman, but also a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Because his fruit was related to waves, and he had long gray hair tied back, Rayleigh referred to him as wave-cutting Old Ghost. However, for some unknown reason, he later left the Rocks Pirates and vanished from sight. I haven't heard any news of him during my years of wandering. I just don't know if he is the Old Ghost you mentioned." Luo Xiu nodded after listening. Based on what Barrett said, Rayleigh should be particularly familiar with this wave-cutting Old Ghost, and he could ask Rayleigh about it in a few days. Regardless of whether the other party is this Old Ghost, it would be good to learn about the older generation's matters. "Jasmine, do you want to take back your country?" Jasmine quickly nodded. Ew, as a princess, seeing her people suffering, she certainly wanted to rescue her subject. "Then it depends on how you perform next. If you do well, I will help you take it back." After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Jasmine was momentarily stunned, then seemed to make a certain resolution, nodding with determination. Luo Xiu smiled. He was just teasing Jasmine earlier. After her introduction, he had already decided to take Selmwara Kingdom as his base. Regardless of whether the group of pirates behind it is that wave-cutting Old Ghost, he would take Selmwara Kingdom down. At that time, he would let Jasmine be the queen, while he would be the hidden figure behind the scenes. A few days later, Luo Xiu estimated the time. Rayleigh should have returned to the Sabaody archipelago. After staying here for so long, it was time to leave. During this time, a message from Blood Asura was relayed to all pirates originating from the Sabaody archipelago. No one is allowed to use the name of Blood Asura without permission. Those who dare to violate this will be found by Blood Asura, no matter where they escape to. Along with this message, the tragic fate of Kazmo was also spread. His body was broken and left at the entrance of the Navy. Those who helped spread this were all the participants of the auction at that time. The final owner of the steam fruit naturally left a deep impression, especially as he claimed to be the Blood Asura. However, the very next day, the corpse of the one who claimed to be Blood Asura appeared at the entrance of the Navy's base, accompanied by his message. Among the participants of the auction were several kings of the underground world, with Morgan's being the fastest to relay the New World Zo. The four emperors. Big Mom looked at the newspaper in her hand, recalling what Smoothie had reported a few days ago, and asked Katakuri for a bounty on Luo Xiu. Mama, is this Blood Asura? He really is a handsome young man. If it's him, an alliance wouldn't be a bad choice, but I wonder if he would be willing to be my 44th husband." Katakuri, standing beside her, stole a glance at his mother, puzzled by her thoughts. New World Wano country. After taking a large sip of his drink, Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand and burst into, "Oh ho ho ho. This Blood Asura is truly audacious. I hope that Joker didn't offend him. Dealing with him won't be a trivial matter." Hearing Kaido's words, Quinn and Jack were both incredulous. They were well aware of Kaido's strength, yet he rated Blood Asura so highly, which was surprising. New World, an unknown deserted island. "Shanks, did you see this?" Ben Beckman handed the newspaper to the lad. Shanks took the newspaper with confusion, but his expression changed dramatically after he read the contents. "What on earth is this Blood Asura?" There wasn't a single hint before his appearance. If we don't grasp his stance, it could disrupt the balance of the world. Indeed, Blood Asura's power is terrifying, not beneath yours. Moreover, that swordsman, that ferocious red-haired man, and the fishman, all of them possess astonishing strength. And then there's Barrett. His strength is something you're all too familiar with. Mentioning Barrett, Shank's expression grew serious. "I never expected the person that Captain Roger could not subdue is now under Blood Asura's command. Who exactly is this Blood Asura?" New World Dressrosa. Inside the palace, after reading the newspaper on the table, Doflamingo looked up at Viola. "Fortunately, I sent Monet over at that time. Otherwise, with Blood Asura's vengeful nature, he would definitely come knocking." "Treble, well done." Treble smiled, turned around, and left the palace. Viola glanced at the newspaper on the table with some disappointment before following him out. At this moment, Luo Xiu was leisurely enjoying the offerings from Hancock and the others. "Hancock, after dinner gather Barrett, and we'll head back to the kicking bar." "All right, Sabaody Archipelago no. 13. Luo Xiu brought Hancock and Barrett back to Shaki's kicking bar. Barrett waited outside for a moment. Luo Xiu then pushed open the bar door and walked in. The bar was still so quiet, but this time beside Shaki there was an old man with graying hair, sitting with his back to them at the bar. Shaki glanced at Luo Xiu and began pouring whiskey for herself. Luo Xiu sat beside the old man with Hancock. "My ship needs to be coated. I wonder if you have time, Master Rayleigh." The old man did not seem surprised at Luo Xiu revealing his identity. "Of course I have time. How could I not have time to coat the ship of the four emperors Blood Asura?" Seeing the strange atmosphere between the two, Hancock quickly tugged at Luo Xiu's sleeve. At that moment, Shaki also placed 2 glasses of whiskey in front of Luo Xiu and Hancock. "All right, you two, if you're going to fight, do it outside. Don't destroy my bar." Hearing Shaki's words, Luo Xiu and Rayleigh exchanged glances and laughed in unison. "Ha ha ha, is this the man that little Hancock has been longing for? He truly is no ordinary person." The right-hand man of the Pirate King, the legendary Dark King, still seems to be in fine form. Rayleigh chuckled, waving at Luo Xiu. "I'm old indeed. I can't compare to you young folks." This seemingly joking remark made Shaki pause as she understood the implication in Rayleigh's words. He couldn't defeat Blood Asura. Luo Xiu snapped his fingers, signaling for Barrett to come in. Upon entering the bar, Barrett paused slightly upon seeing Rayleigh, but quickly recovered, placing the box he carried in front of Rayleigh, and then standing behind Luo Xiu. "Rayleigh, here are 600,000 berries to coat my ship. Please prepare some materials with the remaining money. 3 days should be enough, right?" Rayleigh didn't look at how much money was in the box. Instead, he gazed at Barrett behind Luo Xiu with a complex expression. "Long time no see, Barrett. I didn't expect to run into you here." "Long time no see, Rayleigh." Seeing Barrett, Rayleigh reminisced about the days gone by when they were so spirited. Decades had passed, and he had to admit that he was indeed getting old. Rayleigh looked at Luo Xiu, surprised that this young man accomplished what Roger had never managed to do. Then Rayleigh finished his drink, picked up the box on the bar, and was about to leave. "No problem. In 3 days I guarantee your ship can safely enter the underwater." "Wait a moment, Rayleigh. I still have some questions for you." After Rayleigh sat back down, Luo Xiu instructed Barrett again. "Barrett, you head back first and inform Tina and the others to pack up. We will stay here for the next 3 days. Barrett nodded, glanced at Rayleigh, and left the bar. "What do you want to ask?" "If it's about Raftel, I can't tell you. I'm not interested in what Roger mentioned as the One Piece. I want to ask you about someone, the old ghost of Broken Waves, Warren, who was from your era. How much do you remember about him?" Old ghost of Broken Waves. Hearing a name that hadn't been mentioned in decades, Rayleigh couldn't help but fall into squeezed dry. "Tomorrow's 2 chapters will be a bit late. Since you found me to inquire about this matter, I assume there is no need for me to introduce who Rox is. I don't know much about Warren's background. Oh, I only know that he comes from a country in the New World rich in various gemstones, but I don't know its specific name. He wandered the seas in his youth, and later Rox encountered him and took him in. The reason Warren was drifting at sea seems to be somewhat related to the royal family of his country. Warren has excellent combat talent. Whether it be swordsmanship, physical combat, or hockey, his progress is remarkably swift. Rox valued him highly and even rewarded him with the natural system Turbid Wave Fruit. Later, due to his impressive swordsmanship and his natural system Devil Fruit, combined with his distinctive hair, Warren gradually earned the title of the Old Ghost of Broken Waves. As time went on, with more and more followers under Rox, he assigned Warren the task of commanding those pirates for management. At that time, Warren's strength ranked within the top 5 of Rox's pirate crew. Not only was he proficient in the 3 types of hockey, but his 2C battle curved swords were also refined to nearly the level of Black Blades, with the only drawback being the development of his fruit abilities. A year before the Battle of God Valley, the Rox pirates fought against us. In that battle we lost, as Warren led Rox pirates and effortlessly crushed our affiliated pirate crew. Even Roger admired Warren's talent in commanding naval battles. After the Battle of God Valley, where Rox died and his crew fell apart, Warren also left the Rox pirates at that time. 2 others left with him, both of whom were once under Rox as well. At that time, they were Warren's right and left hands, so it was not surprising that they left with him. One was a fisherman named Zaire, who was originally in logistics for the Rox pirates, but was promoted by Warren to become. During the Battle of God Valley, Zaire saved the severely injured Warren, making him undoubtedly Warren's most. The other was a giant named Dogur, who was taken in by Warren during his wanderings at sea and has since followed him. I don't know what happened afterward. The 3 of them seemed to have vanished, and there were no further news about them at sea. After hearing this, Luo Xiu had reason to suspect that the old ghost mentioned by Jasmine was indeed the old ghost of Broken Waves that Rayleigh spoke of Warren. The reason he re-emerged after decades of disappearance must be to take revenge on the royal family of the Serndora Kingdom. He intends to reclaim Jasmine's country, which inevitably means he will have to confront the old ghost of Broken Waves. Luo Xiu, however, was not too worried. Perhaps Warren was strong in his youth, but he is old now, and how much strength can he retain? Even if the opponent is still at his peak, it does not necessarily mean he can match him. I've told you everything I know. If there's nothing else, I will get back to work. I'm running low on money for drinks. After Rayleigh left shortly afterward, other crew members found their way here. Aunt Shaki, there are quite a few people who can. Shaki lit a cigarette and took a look at Black and the others, then pointed at Law and Barrett. You staying here is no problem, but these 2 big guys can't. They want fit. Luo Xiu said it was fine and let Law and Barrett find another place to stay, since they only needed to stay for 3 days. After the 2 left, only Anton and Black remained here, so Luo Xiu let them go with Law to find a place to stay. In the end, it was only Luo Xiu and the 4 female crew members who confirmed their stay at the bar. Shaki cast an envious glance at Hancock and said something meaningful. Young people have such good energy. Everyone present was not a child anymore and understood the implication of Shaki's words. Having personally experienced it, Hancock and Tina's faces turned slightly red. They were well aware of Luo Xiu. 3 days later, while everyone was chatting in the bar, a somewhat tired Rayleigh returned. All right, I've coded your ship. You can set sail at any time. I should take my leave now. Luo Xiu naturally knew where Rayleigh was going. A Luffy was still left on that island full of beasts. After Luo Xiu bid farewell to Rayleigh and Shaki, he took several women back to the Judgment, where Black and the others were already waiting on the ship. After everyone packed away the things bought at Sabeti Archipelago and stored the coating materials left by Rayleigh on the second underground level, they prepared to raise the anchor and set sail again. Wait a moment, it seems like there are guests coming. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, everyone stopped their actions and looked into the distance where a yellow flash was rapidly approaching them. That's Admiral Kizaru. Tino was the first to recognize the identity of the visitor. After all, they had worked together for many years. Seeing that only Kizaru had come, Tina secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it wasn't her Aunt Gion. Kizaru quickly arrived at the open space below the judgment, looking at the tense Luo Xiu and the others, inwardly cursing that damn Sakazuki. How could he just send him alone, expecting him to face the entire Blood Asura pirate crew? Hey Kizaru, are you here to send us? Kizaru adjusted his glasses, uttering the classic phrase kawaii. Blood Asura, originally, I didn't want to come, but I had no choice. That guy Sakazuki became the fleet admiral, and Kazan has disappeared somewhere side. In the next moment, Kizaru transformed into a flash and instantly appeared above Luo Xiu. Though he said kawaii since it involved the celestial dragons, he could only make a brief appearance. Hey, isn't this too bright? I can barely open my eyes. Kizaru's figure became visible as he flipped 180 degrees in the air before striking down at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu simply watched Kizaru. If there was only one admiral, he wouldn't need to take action himself. In the next moment, Barrett swiftly intercepted Kizaru's lightning speed kick. An admiral personally came to send us off, but we can't let his goodwill go to waste. Set sail, Law. Everyone dispersed, leaving Kizaru and Barrett to engage in combat in place. Kizaru's speed was incredibly fast, but Barrett's observation haki was no joke, and his elementalization was ineffective against Kizaru's armed haki. Moreover, Barrett was only in his 40s at this time, which was his peak. Kizaru became increasingly alarmed as he realized that there were a total of 5 people with such strength in the Blood Asura pirate crew. Seeing that the judgment was slowly sailing out of the harbor, Barrett forced Kizaru back and returned to the ship. Kawaii. Since he was here, Kizaru couldn't leave empty-handed. He at least had to formally send off the Blood Asura pirate crew. Kizaru leaped into the air, crossing his arms in front of him, and unleashed his signature skill, Yasakani no Magatama. The sky was instantly filled with countless points of light, which soon rained down on the judgment like a meteor shower. Black watched the myriad light points as he walked step by step toward the bow of the ship, then slowly drew his sword and lightly sliced through the air, sending a blade of energy flying toward the light points. The blade of energy expanded in the air, and by the time it made contact with the light points, it had transformed into a terrifying slash capable of cutting through the entire port 30. Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama was completely extinguished under this blade of energy, and then the energy blade continued at full speed toward Kizaru. Kizaru did not dare to be careless, and quickly transformed into light to evade this attack. However, while he could evade, the other pirate ships docked at the port could not escape. The blade of energy sliced through, and several pirate ships were instantly split in two, sinking into the depths of the sea before their crews could react. Kizaru hovered in the air, watching the Blood Asura pirate crew slowly disappear beneath the waves. The judgment slowly descended into the depths of the ocean, enveloped in the red tree bubble membrane, heading towards Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters below. On the ship, Hancock and Tina leaned over the railing, curiously peering through the bubble membrane. Although they had sailed the seas for many years, they had never witnessed the underwater world. Especially Hancock, who had consumed a devil fruit from a young age, harbored a profound fear of the ocean depths. The two of them, like little girls, were filled with curiosity about everything beneath the waves. Strange and varied fish species danced in the water, luminous plankton floated about, and occasionally remnants of pirate ships could be encountered. Monet and Molly were not overly surprised. They had just visited this place not long ago. As the judgment delved deeper, the surrounding brightness grew increasingly dim until they reached a certain depth, and suddenly discovered a glow emanating from below. Is that Fishman Island down there? The group looked below, where an island was surprisingly encased in a massive bubble. Lore head towards the underwater tunnel. There was a designated underwater tunnel for entering Fishman Island, and Hancock had already clarified all the details. As a navigator for Luo Xiu, Hancock was diligent in her duties. Lore turned the ships while steering towards the underwater tunnel. Before they even approached Fishman Island, a squad of fishermen guards intercepted the judgment. Routine inspection. Please stop the ship and state your identity and purpose. Molly nodded. As Luo Xiu's secretary and the ship's diplomat, it was her time to step forward. As Luo Xiu's secretary, Molly understood that she must not lose face for Luo Xiu. She approached the fisherman guards, her demeanor instantly transforming dramatically. Clad in a dark crimson and black fitted secretary uniform that accentuated her tall figure, her long hair was tied up, leaving only 2 strands framing her cheeks, and on her nose rested a pair of gilded glasses. The pupils behind the lenses showed no emotional fluctuations, exuding an aura of cold elegance. We are the Blood Asura pirate crew, passing through Fishman Island on our way to the New World. The fishermen guards exchanged glances and quickly swam away to discuss among themselves. Blood Asura pirate crew. Aren't they the new Yonko? Is that true? Could they be imposters? Don't you know? Recently Blood Asura declared that no one is allowed to misuse his name or they would face his wrath. Enough chatter, just check the bounty notice. One of the guards hurriedly left, and soon returned with a stack of bounty notices. He compared the individuals on the ship with the notices and confirmed that they were indeed the crew of the Yonko Blood Asura. One of the fishermen, presumably the captain of the guards, returned to the ship. Esteemed Lord Blood Asura, your vessel may dock near the coast of Dragon Palace City. Please follow me. Saying this, the fisherman guard boarded a boat and led the judgment into the tunnel between the two layers of bubble membranes. After a detour, they docked at the coast near Dragon Palace City. We will stay here for 3 days. You may go wherever you wish. We will regroup in 3 days and depart on time. Blake and the others exchanged glances and quickly vanished from Luo Xiu's sight. After the others left, Luo Xiu brought Hancock and the 4 women down from the judgment. To his surprise, the king of Fishman Island, Neptune, had personally come to welcome him, accompanied by his 3 sons and several fishman guards. Upon seeing Luo Xiu disembark, Neptune hurriedly approached, bowing his head in greeting. Esteemed Lord Blood Asura, I am Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. I welcome you on behalf of the island. Seeing Neptune's cautious demeanor, Luo Xiu quickly understood the reason. Previously, Fishman Island had always been under the influence of Whitebeard's faction. After Whitebeard fell in the Marineford War, Fishman Island, under the coercion of Big Mom, sided with the Big Mom pirates. Not long after siding with them, the newly appointed Yonko Blood Asura personally descended upon Fishman Island. Usually, even Whitebeard and Big Mom's subordinates needed to be treated with utmost hospitality, let alone Blood Asura himself. How could a mere king of Fishman Island not feel nervous? There's no need to be anxious. We are merely passing through, and will leave soon. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, Neptune finally relaxed. If the Blood Asura pirate crew and the Big Mom pirate crew were to clash, it would be a divine battle, and Fishman Island would suffer. As Luo Xiu was about to take Hancock and the others to explore Fishman Island, he heard someone call out to him. Lord Blood Asura, please wait a moment. Luo Xiu, displeased, paused. Hadn't he just stated that they were merely passing through? Why was there no end to it? Did they think he had no temper? Luo Xiu turned around to see 3 oddly featured individuals approaching him. He raised an eyebrow, not expecting to. People from Big Mom, I must say, if you are just here to collect dessert tributes, there was no need for all 3 of you to come together. These 3 odd-looking individuals were none other than Big Mom's eldest son Perispero, her second son Katakuri, and the newly recruited fishman Jinbe. In theory, if they were just here to collect dessert tributes, sending a Baron egg or someone of that sort would suffice. These 3 were all high-ranking combatants under Big Mom. Lord Blood Asura, you misunderstand. We are here specifically waiting for you. Waiting for me. Is there something? Lord Blood Asura, have you forgotten? About the marriage proposal you mentioned earlier, Mama has already agreed. Thus we were sent to inform you to attend the tea party 3 months from now, during which Mama will personally discuss the marriage matters with you. After saying this, Perispero handed an exquisite invitation to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu did not reach out to take it, but turned to look at Molly standing beside him. Molly understood and accepted the invitation from Perispero. Seeing Blood Asura had taken it, Perispero let out a sigh of relief. His mission was accomplished. Whole Cake Island, we look forward to your arrival. Luo Xiu nodded, surveying everyone present to ensure no one else was looking for him before he left Dragon Palace City with Hancock and the others. Before leaving, Luo Xiu cast a glance at the Tower of Hardshell located on the eastern side of Dragon Palace City. The Fisherman Princess Shirahoshi, one of the 3 ancient weapons known as Poseidon, resided within. Luo Xiu had no intention of meeting Shirahoshi. At this time she should only be 14 years old, and in Luo Xiu's words that was quite inappropriate. Compared to a little girl like Shirahoshi, Luo Xiu preferred a mature older sister like Hancock. Fishman Island was not very large. The Noah's Ark practically occupied half of it. Aside from Dragon Palace City, the only other place worth visiting was Fishman Bay. Luo Xiu planned to explore there to see if there were any willing fishman beauties to accompany him. After entering the Mermaid Bay, young mermaids can be seen everywhere dressed in revealing attire, frolicking and playing. Every move is accompanied by splashes of waves, providing Luo Xiu with a feast for the eyes. Do you like it, darling? Before Luo Xiu's mind could process, he blurted out his thoughts. The pain in his waist suddenly jolted his brain away. Ah, hiss. Luo Xiu rubbed the flesh on his waist, puzzled about one thing. Who taught them this move? It seemed that women of any age could learn it automatically. Even more perplexing to him was that whenever Hancock and the others used this move, his observation haki and armament haki seemed ineffective. Monet, keep an eye on your young master. Don't let him be seduced by any mermaid. Let's go buy some local specialties from... Oh. After Hancock and the others left, Luo Xiu pinched Monet's cheek, saying, don't listen to her. You are my personal maid, not hers. Monet blinked her big eyes, unsure of whom to listen to. Seeing Monet's adorable expression, Luo Xiu couldn't help but give her a kiss on the forehead. Luo Xiu strolled with Monet around Mermaid Bay, experiencing the bubblefish bus and the giant sea turtle transport. Then hand in hand they walked across the Coral Walkway. Following the Coral Walkway, they arrived at the Mermaid Cafe located on Coral Hill. Mermaid Cafe. Let's go in and take a look. Luo Xiu took Monet's hand and pushed open the cafe door to enter. Unlike the quiet bar with Xiachi, the cafe was bustling with customers. Welcome. A green-haired mermaid girl greeted them. Luo Xiu found her somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall her name at the mermaid girl led Luo Xiu and Monet to a relatively quiet spot. What would you like to drink? Monet looked at Luo Xiu, her choice dependent on his. 2 cups of your signature drink. Okay, please wait a moment. Luo Xiu had no idea what to order, but ordering the signature drink was always a safe bet. While waiting for the coffee, Monet took the initiative to place her hand on Luo Xiu's, both knowing he loved to play with their hand. Before long, the mermaid girl brought over 2 steaming cups of coffee. However, she did not leave, but instead sat down at the opposite seat, blinking her big eyes at Monet. "Sister, my name is Cammy. What's your name?" "My name is Monet." Perhaps because both had green hair, they quickly became familiar and chatted happily. Luo Xiu finally remembered who this mermaid girl was. She was the one rescued by Luffy and the others on Sabaody. After a while, more customers filled the cafe, and Cammy hurried to attend to them. At that moment, 5 enchanting mermaid girls appeared in the center of the cafe, swaying their waists to the music. As Luo Xiu was mesmerized by the dancing mermaid girls, Cammy suddenly came up to him and poked him with a finger. "Excuse me, our boss is looking for you." Luo Xiu paused for a moment, confused about why so many people were looking for him. Was he someone famous? Despite his doubts, Luo Xiu stood up with Monet and followed Cammy to meet the boss of the Mermaid Cafe. Following Cammy upstairs, the second floor was very quiet in stark contrast to the noisy first floor, and there were no customers. "The boss is in there, you can go in yourselves. I need to attend to the customers." Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling Cammy to go back to her duties, then pushed open the door. Entering the room, Luo Xiu felt as if he had returned to the deep sea, surrounded by deep-sea blue walls adorned with twinkling stars. The room's furnishings were sparse, with the most striking feature being a huge crystal ball, entirely white, supported by coral in the center of the room. Behind the crystal ball was a massive red shell-shaped sofa. Behind the sofa hung a deep blue curtain, where the cafe's boss was likely behind. Upon seeing the crystal ball, Luo Xiu immediately thought of who the boss of this cafe was. Madame Shaili. "Moi." A slightly hoarse voice of surprise came from behind the curtain, and then a hand pulled the curtain open, revealing the true identity of the cafe's owner. She looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief, seemingly questioning why he would know her name. Upon seeing Madame Shaili, Luo Xiu's eyes lit up as he began to scrutinize the mysterious cafe owner. The other party was a large female mermaid, and from her features it was evident that she belonged to the shark type of mermaid. The cafe's owner swam out from behind the curtain, coiling her massive tail and sitting cross-legged on the shell sofa, curiously sizing up Luo Xiu. The two scrutinized each other without any concealment. Madame Shaili's figure was tall and voluptuous, much larger than ordinary mermaids. She had a neat black bob hairstyle with a side parting that covered the right half of her face, revealing only her left brow. Her lips were adorned with bright red lipstick, and her makeup was perfectly balanced, complemented by the long pipe she always held, showcasing her mature charm. She wore a deep purple cropped hoodie fastened in the middle of her chest with a single button, the neckline wide open, revealing endless allure. With just one glance, Luo Xiu was captivated. Below was Madame Shaili's flat, smooth abdomen adorned with a pearl. Her lower body was dominated by a massive, deep blue shark tail, which nearly occupied the entire sofa as she sat cross-legged. Noticing Luo Xiu's expression, Monet recalled Hancock's warning and quickly tugged at the corner of Luo Xiu's cloak. Luo Xiu came back to his senses just as Madame Shaili completed her observation of him. "Lord Blood Asura, I am very curious. You have never been to Mermaid Island, and the people around you have never seen me. How do you know my name? If I say I have the ability to foresee, would you believe me, eh?" Madame Shaili was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Luo Xiu's response to be this. For a moment, she didn't know how to reply. Seeing Madame Shaili's expression, Luo Xiu knew she likely did not believe him. He truly had no divination skills, but as a transmigrator, he knew some things that would happen in the future, which was no different from foresight. "How about this? Let's predict the same thing together, and if we get the same result, wouldn't that prove I can foresee?" Seeing Luo Xiu's confident demeanor, Madame Shaili was unsure whether he truly had the ability to foresee. But she believed her own abilities wouldn't be wrong, so she agreed to Luo Xiu's proposal with some hesitation. Monet's eyes sparkled with excitement, as it was her first time realizing that Luo Xiu actually had the ability to foresee. Does this mean that Luo Xiu had known well in advance that Doflamingo would gift her to him, which is why he accepted her without hesitation? Monet covered her mouth as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Seeing that Lady Xia Li had agreed, Luo Xiu's lips curled slightly upward. "Since that's the case, I will decide. After all, Lady Xia Li, your divination skills are so strong, you surely wouldn't mind this, right?" Facing Luo Xiu's flattery, Lady Xia Li hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. She indeed had great confidence in her divination abilities. Seeing Lady Xia Li nod, Luo Xiu knew it was settled, and then he spoke out the divination content he had just thought of. "Surely Lady Xia Li has heard about the recent events within the Navy, right? 3 admirals, 1 has become a marshal, 1 has left the Navy, and now only 1 remains in position, Huang Yuan. Thus, let's divine the information about the 3 admirals of the future Navy together, and then we can write down what we have divined and hand it to my little maid Mo Nai to assess the similarity of the information we divined. How does that sound?" Lady Xia Li thought for a moment, and felt that there was no problem with this. After all, Luo Xiu was a pirate, and had no right to interfere with the selection of Navy admirals, so she agreed. Lady Xia Li set aside her long smoking pipe, her expression suddenly becoming serious. She then closed her eyes, placed her hands on the crystal ball, and murmured a mysterious and ancient incantation, conveying what she wanted to know to the crystal ball. After a while, Lady Xia Li opened her eyes, her face showing some strange expression, clearly surprised by the images. Lady Xia Li then wrote down some characteristics of the 3 Navy admirals 2 years later on a piece of paper. Lord Blood Asura, I have finished my divination, it's your turn. Luo Xiu approached the crystal ball sitting cross-legged in front of it, then pretended to close his eyes, placing his hands on the crystal ball, murmuring, Namo Umitba Namo Amaterasu, Hung Bang, Dalama Habada, Hey Das War, and befell. Der Ongrif Steiner War Ein befell. Listening to Luo Xiu reciting a bunch of incomprehensible incantations, Lady Xia Li frowned. However, seeing Luo Xiu's serious demeanor, she could only assume he had learned these incantations from somewhere else. Yet she still felt something was off, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. At this moment, Mo Nai had already turned into Luo Xiu's little fan, never imagining that Luo Xiu not only possessed such powerful strength, but also had the ability to divine such impressive things. When Luo Xiu felt the time was right, he opened his eyes and pretended to be deep in thought. He then found paper and a pen, writing down the characteristics of the 3 admirals 2 years later, Huang Yuan Fujitora and Green Bull. Fujitora goes without saying, the word blind is enough. Green Bull is also simple, the aura of the forest. As for Huang Yuan, just writing his name will suffice. With a confident expression, Luo Xiu handed the paper to Mo Nai, who took it and compared it with what Lady Xia Li had written, discovering they were almost identical. Mo Nai's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief and shock at Luo Xiu's ability to divine. Seeing Mo Nai's reaction, Lady Xia Li understood that Luo Xiu's writing must be the same as hers. Now she had no choice but to acknowledge that Luo Xiu could indeed divine. Lady Xia Li, since you already know why I know your name, can you now tell me why you were looking for me? Lord Blood Asura, did you only divine my existence, but fail to divine why I am looking for you? Luo Xiu's forehead was adorned with a slight black line. How would he know why the other party was looking for him? That is because my divination technique is not complete, but can only be used after a certain period, and the information obtained is limited only some of the main characteristics of the other party. Hearing this, Lady Xia Li proudly raised her head. But divination ability had no such limitations. Whenever and wherever, as long as she wished, she could perform divination. Seeing Lady Xia Li's demeanor, Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. If it weren't for her broad-mindedness, he would have acted long. So Lady Xia Li, can you tell me now? Don't be angry, Lord Blood Asura. After all, I will be your crew member and your woman in the future. Hearing Lady Xia Li's words, both Luo Xiu and Mo Nai froze in place. What do you mean? Lady Xia Li's lips curved into a smile as she slowly swam over to Luo Xiu and then pressed herself against him, her shark tail wrapping around his waist. To be honest, Lord Blood Asura, the moment you just ascended to the 4 emperors, I divined once and unexpectedly saw myself after growing legs in your future vision. Then I specifically divined our future together and saw myself living on your ship after growing human legs. Moreover, I saw on a certain night you personally took off my clothes, and then... Stop, I got it. Seeing Luo Xiu's expression, Lady Xia Li couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was so charming that it made Luo Xiu shook his head, forcing himself to focus. Are you saying that in the future you will board my ship and become my MHM? But wait, your size is so large, how could we be like that? Lady Xia Li, including her tail, was over 5 meters tall, while he was just an ordinary human. Lord Blood Asura, didn't I tell you? I will grow human legs, and at that time I will only be around 1.70 meters, perfectly matched with you. So, did you divine that I would come to Fishman Island today, and to your cafe? Luo Xiu felt his head spinning. He never expected that just coming for a cup of coffee would lead to him inadvertently gaining a crew member who was just like Hancock and Tina. But thinking that all of this was divined by Lady Xia Li, didn't that mean it was destined? Can you get off me for a moment? You are making it hard for me to breathe. Lady Xia Li covered her mouth and laughed, then swam back to the shell sofa and sat cross-legged. So have you divined how many women I will have in the future? Lady Xia Li shook her head. I won't tell you. Luo Xiu took a deep breath. It was the first time he had no way to handle. So will you come with me today? Of course not. I still have to wait over 2 more years to grow human legs. By then I'll need you, Lord Blood Asura, to come pick me up. An hour later, Luo Xiu left the Fishman Cafe with Mo Nai. Before leaving, Lady Xia Li gave him a time to remember to come back to Fishman Island to pick her up on that day. Luo Xiu and Mo Nai, after reuniting with Hancock and the others, merely remarked that the coffee at the Mermaid Cafe was quite good. They both tacitly chose not to mention the events that transpired on the 2nd floor of the cafe. Luo Xiu planned to discuss it with Hancock and the others after some time. Having 3 women by his side in less than 2 months of setting sail made him feel somewhat guilty towards Hancock and Tina. Later, Luo Xiu took Hancock and the others back to the Mermaid Cafe, once more feeling a constant stream of sweat trickling down his back, fearing that Lady Shillelagh might suddenly appear from the 2nd floor. She swam close to him again, pressing herself against him, and with a provocative tone said to Hancock, I am the woman of Lord Blood Asura. Hancock might not confront Lady Shillelagh, but Luo Xiu estimated his own outcome wouldn't be favorable. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu shivered, feeling a dull ache in his waist. Fortunately, Lady Shillelagh did not appear. On the 3rd day, taking advantage of the opportunity while Hancock and the others went swimming together, Luo Xiu ventured alone to the Mermaid Cafe once again. Lady Shillelagh was sitting cross-legged on a shell sofa, holding a smoking pipe, gazing out the window at the mermaid girls frolicking in the water. When she saw Luo Xiu, her face visibly brightened, and after glancing behind him to confirm that he had come alone this time. As soon as Luo Xiu sat down, Lady Shillelagh eagerly swam to him. She was very clear in her mind that although Luo Xiu had accepted her, it did not mean that Hancock and the others would. Moreover, she still needed more than 2 years to stay by Luo Xiu's side. If she did not secure a place in his heart now, she would just be a transparent figure aboard the ship 2 years later. Previously, she thought her divination ability could guarantee her status until she learned that Luo Xiu also possessed the same ability. This was why Lady Shillelagh pressed against Luo Xiu to showcase her advantages. Lord Blood Asura, why did you come alone? Is it to date me? Luo Xiu nodded, reaching out to caress Lady Shillelagh's large tail, which felt quite peculiar. Lady Shillelagh's face flushed with embarrassment, her tail was her most sensitive area. Since you are destined to be my man, I must take responsibility for you. Rest assured there will always be a place for you by my side. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's assurance, Lady Shillelagh's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she lay comfortably in his embrace. Luo Xiu caressed her smooth back and revealed the true purpose of his visit. Shillelagh, do you know Hody Jones? Lady Shillelagh looked up at Luo Xiu, unsure of why he brought him up, but she nodded nonetheless. He is a follower of my brother Aaron, who harbors a deep hatred for humans and rejects contact with them. I have no connections with him. He once approached me for a divination, but I turned him down. Luo Xiu's hand accidentally brushed against Lady Shillelagh's dorsal fin. He quickly withdrew his hand, feigning seriousness. Shillelagh, before that day arrives, try your best not to get involved with him. He is likely to harm you. If he persistently seeks divination from you, go find Jinbei to handle it. If Jinbei is unwilling to help, just tell him that I, Blood Asura, owe him a favor. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Lady Shillelagh was deeply moved and obediently nodded, then offered him a kiss. By the time Luo Xiu left the Mermaid Cafe, it was already night. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the farewells from Neptune and the others, the Blood-Red Judgment set sail from Mermaid Island, passing through a massive bubble and entering the dark, deep seabed. When the Judgment emerged from the seabed to the surface, it also signified their official entry into the New World. Throughout the journey, nearly a month had elapsed since the duel between Akainu and Aokiji, and Luo Xiu could not ascertain whether Aokiji was near Punk Hazard. While enjoying a massage from Mo9 in the loft, Jasmine entered with a stack of newspapers and bounty notices. Master, these are the recent happenings. Let me report to you. Luo Xiu grabbed Mo9's hand, pulling her into his embrace. Usually when he sat in a chair, he had to hold something. Sometimes it was Mo9, other times it was Tina or Hancock. However, Luo Xiu favored Mo9 the most. Simply put, her soft thighs resting on him felt tremendously comfortable. He glanced at Jasmine and urged her to elaborate on the matters at hand. First, regarding our Blood Asura pirate crew, the world government has recently announced several new bounty notices. Tina, former Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, left the Navy before being promoted to Vice Admiral and joined the Blood Asura pirate crew with a bounty of 861.7 million berries. Mo9, a user of the Snow Fruit, formerly a member under Don Quixote Doflamingo, has joined the Blood Asura pirate crew with a bounty of 540 million berries. Next, Leora, formerly a princess of the Cernola Kingdom, has now joined the Blood Asura pirate crew with a bounty of 100 million berries. After saying this, Jasmine and Mo9 exchanged a glance, delight evident in their eyes. Having their own bounties indicated that they were now core members of the Blood Asura pirate crew in the eyes of the world government. Mo9 was particularly overjoyed, her bounty skyrocketing to over 500 million, surpassing Doflamingo's by a considerable margin. Jasmine took a moment to calm down before continuing her report. The world government has added 2 new members to the Shichibukai, Buggy the Clown and the Old Demon of Broken Wave Vallon. Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow, reaching for the newspaper to read it himself. He was familiar with Buggy, who could be considered the luckiest person in the anime, rising from a small pirate to one of the 4 emperors in the New World, simply needing to find his father. He then looked at the section about Vallon. The photo provided by the world government was likely from Vallon's youth. He should now be comparable to Rayleigh. In the photo, Vallon was holding a cigar with grayish-white long hair tied back, wielding 2 curved swords. Below was his bounty notice, which seemed quite old, showing a bounty of 1.2 billion. After all these years, Luo Xiu estimated Vallon's worth to be around 3 billion berries. Aside from this, during the time after the Marineford War, a large influx of pirates has emerged in the New World. In this era of extreme evil, aside from Straw Hat Luffy and Pirate Hunter Zoro, all the other 9 supernovas have made their appearance in the New World. The Revolutionary Army has incited uprisings around the world, toppling several kingdoms affiliated with the world government. There were no other significant matters worth noting. After hearing Jasmine's report, Luo Xiu stood up and gazed out at the boundless sea from the top of the loft. The previous era of the 4 emperors, the Shichibukai, and the Navy's tripartite stalemate has been thoroughly shattered. Blackbeard, the supernovas, and the Revolutionary Army are rapidly rising, plunging the entire sea into chaotic disputes. Although he was not interested in the One Piece spoken of by Roger and Whitebeard, he had long coveted the position of the strongest. The era of Whitebeard has completely passed. In this age, it is named Blood Asura. After a few days of sailing, the Blood-Red Judgment arrived near Punk Hazard. Young master, how did Punk Hazard end up like this? I remember it wasn't like this before. Could it be because of the duel between Akainu and Aokiji? Punk Hazard is not far from Dressrosa, so Monet is quite familiar with it. To her surprise, it seemed that Punk Hazard had transformed into an entirely different island. The once toxic Punk Hazard had turned into an island of ice and fire with half of it flowing with lava and the other half covered in glaciers. Roxy nodded. It must only be natural type abilities at their level that can achieve such a drastic environmental change. Hancock, you stay on the ship. I'll take Tina and Monet in to take a look. Oh, and Antune, you come with us. We'll be back. Okay, I understand. After that, Roxy, you led the three of them to land on the eastern side of Punk Hazard, which is the side. Tina, based on your understanding of Aokiji, what do you think he will do after leaving the Navy? Tina pondered for a long time, biting her finger, then shook her head at Roxy. Tina doesn't know. Roxy sighed, wondering why she took so long to think. Monet summoned some snowflakes. It's too— Oh, okay, young master. Monet quickly summoned a large number of snowflakes, controlling them to swirl around the group, though Antune didn't need them, as he found the environment quite comfortable. Much better. During their exploration, Roxy sensed several creatures following them. They were merely trailing behind, showing no intention of attacking, as if they were just monitoring them. Antune, bring them over. I have some questions for them. Antune silently nodded, his body swelling instantly into beastman form, then charged toward the creatures not far behind them. Before long, Antune returned carrying a person in each hand. Both individuals shared a common trait: their upper bodies looked normal, but their lower halves were prosthetic limbs. As Roxy looked at them, fragments of memories about Punk Hazard gradually pieced together. After so many years, there wasn't much he could recall. These individuals should be the centaurs that Luffy will encounter here in the future. However, at this point, Roxy hadn't yet become a warlord of the sea, so he hadn't performed any modifications on them. Did Caesar send you? Upon hearing Caesar's name, the two visibly panicked and stammered, unwilling to admit it. Their denial was futile in the current Punk Hazard. Aside from Caesar researching artificial devil fruits, hardly anyone. Just as Roxy was about to ask more questions, his observation, Haki, suddenly sensed something. He exchanged glances with Antune, clearly aware that Antune had sensed it too. Something big is coming. Roxy waved at Antune, signaling him to release the two individuals since they wouldn't glean any information from them. After the two were set back on the ground, they left without looking back. Roxy paid them no mind and turned to gaze at the distant sky where a massive figure was flying toward them. As the figure grew larger in their sight, they recognized it as a gigantic red dragon, its long tongue hanging out as it flew toward them. Wow, is that a dragon? It doesn't look very intelligent. So dragons really do exist. Seeing the curious expressions on Monet and Tina, Roxy's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming conqueror's Haki erupted. The dragon flying in the sky suddenly froze in place, trembling uncontrollably. After fluttering its wings a few times, it landed and curled its wings, burying its head in them. Monet and Tina walked up to the dragon and began to examine it closely. After watching for a while, Roxy finally remembered the plot regarding this dragon. He approached the two and gave them This dragon was artificially bred, designed by the world's top scientist Dr. Vegapunk, and later cultivated by Caesar. They had bred a batch of fire dragons at that time, and this one should be the largest. Then Roxy walked to the dragon's head, pushed aside its wings, and tugged its tongue to pull its head out. Both Monet and Tina approached the dragon's head, seemingly very fond of it. Wow, you're so fat. So big and chubby, you look rather silly. It seemed that the dragon understood their comments as it displayed a pitiful expression. Harsh words hurt a dragon's heart. Monet and Tina exchanged glances, then approached Roxy together. Darling, how about we keep it as a pet? Yes, young master, don't you think it's cute and chubby? Roxy looked at the dragon with suspicion. He didn't see anything cute about it. Roxy stroked his chin and thought. Keeping a dragon as a pet wasn't entirely out of the question. Many pirate crews in anime have pets like the raccoon of the Straw Hat crew, the polar bear of the Heart Pirates, and the baboons of Mihawk's crew. As Blood Asura, a Yonko having a dragon as a pet seemed rather reasonable. It's feasible, but for now we need to leave it here. We'll take it with us once we find a place to settle down. Also, it's too big if our ship can't accommodate it. Upon hearing Roxy's agreement, the two girls each gave him a kiss. You two come up with a name for it. After some discussion, they settled on a name. Fatty. Roxy helplessly nodded, then walked over to Fatty's head. Seeing Roxy approaching, Fatty shrank. Roxy grabbed Fatty's horn and pulled its head closer to him. From now on, you'll hang out with us. I promise you'll have good food and drink, and your name will be Fatty. Did you hear that? Fatty cautiously glanced at Roxy, then nodded in grievance. Satisfied, Roxy clapped his hands, realizing that one didn't need the ability to communicate with animals to tame them. Then Roxy leaped onto Fatty's back with the others following suit. Fatty, let's go to the ice island. Hearing they were going to the ice island, Fatty appeared reluctant, but thinking of Roxy's fierce demeanor, it could only obediently flap its wings and fly the group toward the ice island. Despite being so chubby, Fatty flew surprisingly fast. Before long, they spotted a series of icebergs in the distance. Soon Fatty reached the border of the Fire Island, and the group saw a massive lake at the boundary of the Ice and Fire Island. Roxy patted Fatty, signaling it to fly directly across. Fatty glanced back at Roxy with a resentful look. The last place it wanted to go was the opposite side. Roxy and Tina put on the prepared winter coats, while Monet, being a snow fruit user, and Antune, who could produce lava himself, did not need coats. After landing on the ice island, Luo Xiu told Fatty to go back and not to wander around, promising to return to take it to its new home later. Fatty nodded its big head, unsure whether it was genuinely agreeing or just pretending. However, Luo Xiu was not worried about Fatty running away. In its current state, it was impossible for Fatty to fly long distances over the ocean. After watching Fatty leave, Luo Xiu led the group deeper into the ice island. Tina tightened her cotton coat and leaned closer to Luo Xiu. Darling, it's so cold here. Aside from General Qingji, I don't think anyone would want to stay here, right? Luo Xiu took one of Tina's hands to warm it, revealing a mysterious smile. There may be no one on the ground, but underground that's not necessarily the case. Luo Xiu knew that Qingji had most likely left, but his main purpose for coming to the island was not to find Qingji, but to locate Caesar, who was hidden here. If it weren't for his appearance, Monet's fate would have been to have her heart taken by Luo and ultimately be killed by that fool Caesar. The culprits behind all this were three people besides Caesar and Luo. There was also Doflamingo. The most detestable of them was Caesar. Luo Xiu decided to find him first to collect some interest. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu gently patted Monet's little head. Although Monet didn't understand why Luo Xiu suddenly touched her, she still smiled happily. Luo Xiu activated his observation haki, instantly covering most of the area near the central lake of Ice Island. He remembered that the entrance to Caesar's underground laboratory was nearby. Soon Luo Xiu found the entrance. Looking at the metal door marked PH006, Luo Xiu wondered what Caesar was thinking to have designed the entrance so obviously. Perhaps he thought that with the backing of the four emperors Kaido, no one would dare to touch him. Anshuan opened it. Anshuan's body rapidly expanded, transforming into the form of a lava lord. With a powerful punch, he smashed a large hole in the center of the metal door. Luo Xiu waved away the rising smoke and stepped into the laboratory first. Monet followed closely behind her. She had only heard Doflamingo mention this place before, but this was her first time entering. Then came Tina and Anshuan. Young master, what is this place for? I'm not sure about the specifics, but it's certain that research on artificial devil fruits is being conducted here. The poison gas you mentioned from the island must also have originated from here. Artificial devil fruits. The others were stunned. They were all devil fruit users and naturally understood their rarity. They never expected someone could create artificial devil fruits. While artificial devil fruits can grant immense power like normal ones, they have more drawbacks and seem to only produce so. The group nodded in understanding. They didn't need artificial devil fruits. Even if someone on the ship needed a devil fruit, Luo Xiu would find them a better one. They walked through a long corridor and arrived at another metal door. Just as Anshuan was about to forcefully open the door again, Luo Xiu raised his hand to stop him. Luo Xiu then looked up at the surveillance snail in the corner. Caesar, I know you're watching. Open the door obediently, or when I come for you, it will be a different outcome for you. Meanwhile, in the innermost office of the underground laboratory, Caesar was gritting his teeth as he watched Luo Xiu and the others on the screen. He constantly cursed Luo Xiu in his heart for coming to this desolate place. Remembering what Doflamingo told him not long ago, Caesar silently relaxed his fists. After all, even Kaido didn't want to provoke him. Thus, Caesar willingly opened all the doors, allowing Luo Xiu to come directly to his office. Seeing the metal door open on its own, a smile crept across Luo Xiu's lips. Caesar was still as cowardly as ever. The group walked through the metal door and entered a vast area resembling a transfer zone. At the end was a fork in the road, and at the entrance of the room in the middle stood a large bulky creature waiting for them. Upon seeing Luo Xiu, Caesar quickly rubbed his hands together, bent over, and jogged over to greet him. Lord Blood Xiu Luo, I wonder what wine has blown you here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Luo Xiu glanced at Caesar, ignoring him as he walked into Caesar's office. Seeing that Luo Xiu was ignoring him, Caesar was not angry. He put on a smile to greet Tina and the others. However, when he saw Monet, his eyes clearly changed. Previously, Monet was a subordinate of Doflamingo, and if she saw him, she would have to show utmost respect. But now it was different, as she had become a core member of the Blood Xiu Luo pirates, deserving of his utmost respect. Entering Caesar's office, Luo Xiu casually flipped through the experimental data on the desk, quickly tossing it aside. He simply couldn't understand it. Once everyone was inside the office, Caesar closed the door and then approached Luo Xiu with a slightly sycophantic demeanor. Lord Blood Xiu Luo, is there something you need this time? Luo Xiu sat in the chair in front of the surveillance control panel, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest as he contemplated whether to directly kill Caesar. After all, he was the direct murderer of Monet. After giving it some thought, Luo Xiu decided not to kill Caesar, at least not now that the future was uncertain. He still needed Caesar to lure Luo over. I'm not here for anything else, as I mainly just want to beat you up. Huh. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Caesar was completely stunned. He didn't know Luo Xiu at all and had never interacted with him. He simply couldn't understand why Luo Xiu would treat him this way. Luo Xiu didn't give Caesar time to ponder the reason and directly instructed Monet to attack. After all, with him around, Monet wouldn't be in any danger. Monet, go give him a beating. Monet obediently nodded. There must be a reason for Luo Xiu to do this. Monet then rushed towards Caesar with a flurry of snowflakes, and under Luo Xiu's presence, Caesar dared not fight back and could only defend passively. You can fight back, don't worry, I won't interfere. Luo Xiu's intention was not only to vent Monet's anger, but also to test her strength. Both Monet and Caesar were natural-type devil fruit users, but their strengths were still significantly weaker compared to those top-tier natural-type users. Luo Xiu intended to cultivate Monet into a top-tier powerhouse, which would also reflect well on him in the future. Just as their battle was heating up, the door to Caesar's office suddenly swung open. Everyone looked towards the door and found a person wearing sunglasses and a white robe. Virgo, hurry and save me. Lord Luo Xiu Luo the Navy is here. Even if you are one of the 4 emperors, you wouldn't dare recklessly engage them, right? Luo Xiu scoffed. Let alone a mere Virgo. Even if an admiral from the Navy came, Caesar would still face a beating. Moreover, Virgo was not just a pure Navy officer, his undercover abilities left a deep impression on him. Tina, go meet this Virgo. Tina agreed. She had heard of Virgo's reputation when she was still in the Navy. Among all the captains, he was indeed a stand. Tina quickly stepped forward, her right leg instantly enveloped in armament haki, delivering a whip kick aimed at Virgo's head. Virgo reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block the strike. Luo Xiu calculated the strength of Tina and Virgo. If it were the Tina from the anime, she would definitely not be able to defeat Virgo, as even Smoker had been beaten down by Virgo. But the current Tina had superior physical skills and haki compared to her original self, along with the enhancement of a mythical Zoan devil fruit, leading Luo Xiu to believe that Tina was stronger than Virgo. The duel between Monet and Caesar began with Monet launching one-sided attacks, while Caesar solely focused on defense. Seeing that Luo Xiu truly had no intention of intervening, Caesar felt relieved and unleashed his toxic gas. Monet crossed her arms and a blizzard erupted, enveloping all the gas within it, gradually compressing it until it became a snowball the size of a fist. Monet tossed the snowball aside and quickly approached Caesar, fully aware that to deal with a natural-type ability user, she had to get in close. As Monet drew closer, Caesar steeled himself and activated his empty world, draining all the oxygen around. Upon entering this vacuum zone, Monet instantly felt as if her throat was being choked and her breathing became difficult. Monet frowned and quickly retreated to create distance from Caesar. Unlike the magical battle between the two, the fight between Tina and Virgo was purely physical, with both relying solely on martial arts and their domineering presence. Although Virgo could cover his entire body with armed haki, Luo Xiu saw it as ineffective. Rather than spreading his haki across his whole body, it was better to concentrate it in specific areas akin to his blood energy. With the support of the illusory beast fruit, Tina, even without transforming into her human beast form, was already stronger than Virgo and quickly gained the upper hand. Looking at Monet, she still hadn't found a particularly effective way to deal with Caesar's empty world. Luo Xiu stroked his chin, thinking about how Luffy and his crew were undergoing 2 years of training. He decided that after helping Jasmine become queen, he would also give his women a period of special training. Although Hancock possessed Conqueror's haki, her development of it was clearly insufficient, so Luo Xiu decided to personally instruct her. Tina would mainly focus on adapting to and developing her devil fruit abilities, potentially allowing Antoine to assist her or utilizing her virtual combat capabilities to learn from Kaido. Monet and Jasmine would be the primary subjects of Luo Xiu's training. After observing the battle between Monet and Caesar, Luo Xiu noticed that Monet heavily relied on her fruit abilities, neglecting her martial arts haki and combat awareness and skills, which was a common issue among natural-type ability users. Caesar was like this, and the 3 admirals of the Navy were the same. Zephyr once commented that Kazuru relied too much on his fruit abilities. As for Jasmine, despite being a civilian, she couldn't lack any combat power, at the very least needing to master basic martial arts and haki to ensure her self-defense against some enemies. If she wanted to consume a certain devil fruit, he could help her find one even if it had an owner. Just kill them, and it's done. Meanwhile, Tina transformed into her human beast form for the first time. Tina consumed the illusory beast fruit Qingwan form. Upon entering her human beast form, a pair of teal wings sprouted from her back, and her hair changed from pink to a mix of pink and teal. Additionally, Tina's height increased significantly, her long legs becoming more powerful. Compared to her fists, she seemed to prefer using her legs for attacks. Seeing Tina's appearance, Virgo felt a sinking feeling in his heart. She could already overpower him in her normal state, and after using her devil fruit abilities, he had no chance of winning. Virgo had the thought of escaping, but seeing Luo Xiu watching him with amusement quickly dispelled that notion. In no time, Tina executed a whip kick, sending Virgo crashing against the control console. Virgo struggled a couple of times, but ultimately couldn't get back up. On the other side, Monet was still engaged in a magical clash with Caesar. Monet couldn't find a way to counter Caesar, but Caesar was similarly hindered, as all the toxic gas he released was sealed away by Monet's ice and snow. Seeing the two, stalemated Luo Xiu, who was sitting in a chair, sighed, and his figure instantly vanished. The next moment, Luo Xiu appeared mysteriously behind Caesar and delivered a spin kick that sent Caesar flying. He then teleported to intercept Caesar's trajectory, grabbing his head and smashing it into the ground. Caesar, receiving such a heavy blow, immediately spat out blood and a few of his teeth shattered. Luo Xiu lifted his foot, seemingly intent on stomping Caesar's head. Fearing for his life, Caesar closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Spare me, Lord Blood Asura, please spare me." After waiting a moment, when the anticipated pain didn't come, Caesar cautiously opened his eyes, only to see a Shu soul looming larger in his vision. Luo Xiu did not stomp on Caesar's head, but instead kicked him next to Virgo. Caesar, enduring the agony on his face, sat up and began to curse Luo Xiu internally. Damn, Blood Asura, weren't you supposed to stay out of this? But he still forced a grim smile on his face, and with slurred speech said to Luo Xiu, Lord Blood Asura, you've finished your beating, can you now tell me what you want? Did I not say? There's nothing else, I just wanted to give you a beating. However, if you insist on asking me why I'm here, I do indeed need to ask you for something. You say it, and if I have it I will surely give it to you. Luo Xiu smiled slightly, and leaned down to whisper in Caesar's ear, what I want is your heart. Caesar's eyes widened in terror as he looked at Luo Xiu. Wanting his heart was no different from wanting his life. My lord, you truly have a sense of humor. Luo Xiu's smile instantly vanished, followed by a frown. Do you think Caesar swallowed hard. It seemed Luo Xiu was indeed not joking. At this thought, the cold sweat on Caesar's body flowed uncontrollably. Luo Xiu reached out and patted Caesar's face, a smile returning to his face, but to Caesar that smile was terrifying. The death surgeon Trafalgar Law, you should recognize him. He will be coming to find you soon. What you need to do is notify me at the first opportunity and find a way to keep him here until my people arrive. Do you understand? Caesar quickly nodded in response. I understand. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction, and then gave Virgo a meaningful glance before taking his leave with the others. This time Luo Xiu had achieved his goal in Punk Hazard, and the next step was to reclaim Jasmine's throne in Cernala, then quietly await Big Mom's tea party. On the way back to the judgment, Luo Xiu scolded Monet harshly. Monet, feeling wronged, followed Luo Xiu, secretly vowing to become stronger and not remain a decorative vase. P.S. There is a baby's name that the author really doesn't know how to type, so I express my gratitude in this short review. After leaving Pankasade, Luo Xiu and his companions embarked on a journey that lasted more than half a month, finally catching a glimpse of the Jasmine's homeland, the shadow of the Cernala Kingdom. During this time, Luo Xiu learned from the newspaper about the main officers under the notorious pirate, the old ghost Warren, who was one of the 7 warlords under the king. Thus, Luo Xiu obtained evidence that Warren was indeed the old ghost behind the group of pirates who invaded the Cernala. Warren had a total of 3 major officers and 6 or 7 minor officers. Among the 3 major officers were the 2 individuals that Rayleigh had mentioned during their time on Sabati Archipelago, the Fishman Zaire and the Giant Dork. In addition to those 2, the last major officer was named Moss. According to Tina, he was previously a naval officer, seemingly holding the rank of Rear Admiral, but was expelled from the Navy for a mistake. The royal city of the Cernala Kingdom is located on the northern side of the island, while the place where Luo Xiu and the others docked is on the southern side. Jasmine, come with me. Let's first see what the situation is on the island. The 2 disguised themselves and stealthily left the judgment, finding a small tavern located in a relatively secluded area where Jasmine had once hidden for a period. As soon as they entered the tavern, Luo Xiu saw Jasmine's wanted notice placed on the counter. It seemed that Warren intended to exterminate the royal family of Cernala. The tavern owner was a woman in her 50s. Jasmine informed him that the owner's daughter was a maid in the palace, and it was indeed she who had brought Jasmine here when she was fleeing. Luo Xiu ordered 2 glasses of whiskey from the owner and sat down in a corner of the tavern. The tavern was not very large, and with Luo Xiu's superhuman hearing, he could clearly hear every word spoken by everyone inside. Hey, did you know that all the guards in the palace have been replaced? Not just the guards, everyone in the palace has been replaced by I hope Princess Leia can survive and never come back here. After listening for a while, Luo Xiu could tell from their words that both Jasmine and her father were still deeply loved by the people of this country. In addition to this, he also learned that Warren had been searching for Jasmine throughout the country, dispatching all the minor officers, while leaving only the 3 major officers stationed in the 3 directions of the royal city. Jasmine, how many troops does your country have? Jasmine lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Most of the people in her country were engaged in the jewelry industry and paid a significant amount of heavenly gold every year, so the world government stationed a navy in their country. As a result, the number of troops in her country was very small, and most of them were likely imprisoned within the royal city. After her uncle usurped the throne, he refused to pay the heavenly gold, which led to the withdrawal of the world government's navy, and her uncle had no intention of forming an army. Luo Xiu nodded, finishing the drink in his glass before taking Jasmine away from the tavern. As they exited, a woman, she turned to look at the backs of Luo Xiu and Jasmine, unable to believe her eyes. Your Highness, is that you? Hearing that familiar voice, Jasmine's steps halted for a moment. She looked up at Luo Xiu, seemingly asking whether to acknowledge her identity. Go ahead, after all, I will help you reclaim your country today. Jasmine excitedly nodded, shedding her disguise. Seeing Jasmine standing before her unharmed, the woman burst into tears and rushed over to embrace Jasmine. Whoa, your Highness, it's so good to see you alive. Whoa. All right, Nana, I'm back now. The tavern owner, seeing this scene, hurried out from inside, and upon seeing that Jasmine was safe and sound, she was also extremely happy. Suddenly remembering something, she glanced around and quickly pulled Luo Xiu and Jasmine back into the tavern. The customers inside the tavern reacted with immense excitement upon seeing Jasmine, followed by profound concern. They worried that Warren's men might come here to search, fearing that Jasmine's whereabouts would be exposed. Your Highness, you must leave here. It's too dangerous. Yes, your Highness, as long as you stay alive, that's enough. Upon witnessing the crowd's reaction, Luo Xiu realized why the tavern owner dared to bring Jasmine inside. All the customers here were the most loyal subjects of Jasmine. However, judging by their expressions, they likely did not yet know that Jasmine had become one of his Blood Asura. The two resumed their seats in the corner while Nana and the tavern owner incessantly asked Jasmine about her experiences during this time. When they learned that Jasmine had been sold as a slave to be auctioned at Sabeti Archipelago, their eyes filled with uncontainable sorrow. At this moment, they finally noticed the tall and handsome young man beside Jasmine, who had been silent, causing them to, "Your Highness, who is this? Let me introduce him. He is my, captain. I am already a pirate." Upon hearing that Jasmine had become a pirate, the tavern owner and her daughter were first stunned, then quickly accepted it. Given that Jasmine had been sold as a slave before becoming a pirate, now could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At least she was free. "Your Highness, captain looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it." One of the sharper-witted individuals ran to the abandoned newspaper box at the tavern entrance, dug out an old newspaper, and hurriedly returned. He slapped the newspaper on the table and cautiously spoke Luo Xiu's identity. He seems to be the latest of the four emperors. Blood Asura. Upon hearing this, the tavern fell into an instant silence. The unusual behavior of a few quickly attracted the attention of other patrons, who soon learned of Luo Xiu's identity. At this moment, Jasmine was telling Luo Xiu about her and Nana's story. Nana was 2 years older than Jasmine and had entered the palace as Jasmine's maid at the age of 10. They had grown up together as close friends. After Jasmine's uncle usurped the throne, the two fled together. Unfortunately, they were separated, and in the end Jasmine was caught while Nana, being just a small maid, fortunately escaped disaster. After Warren attacked the palace, Jasmine took advantage of the chaos to escape for the second time. During this period, she fortuitously encountered Nana, who then brought her to hide in her family's tavern. However, Warren had been sending his subordinates to patrol nearby. In order not to implicate Nana and her mother, Jasmine secretly left the tavern and eventually entered the sea with some fleeing civilians. At this moment, the tavern owner and Nana also sensed something unusual in the tavern. They glanced around at the patrons, noticing that everyone was looking at them with a terrified expression. As residents of the New World, they are well aware of the true meaning behind the term for emperors. In the New World, for a nation to avoid being disturbed by pirates, there are two main paths. One is to become a member of the world government, paying a tribute known as heavenly gold each year to seek protection from the navy. The other is to submit to one of the four emperors, raising their flag on their own island. Thus, before pirates attempt to pillage, they must consider if they can withstand the wrath of the four emperors. Their kingdom of Serenora had just abandoned its status as a member of the world government when a group of pirates seized the... Now, with Blood Asura appearing before them, seemingly closely related to their beloved princess, they wondered if they could seek the protection of Blood Asura. They cautiously approached Luo Xiu, exchanging glances before tentatively speaking. "Lord Blood Asura, the princess is now your crew member, so we dare to implore you to drive away that Valen." Upon hearing this person refer to Luo Xiu, the landlady and Nana stood up from their chairs in shock. Lord Blood Asura." Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to sit down and not to make such a fuss. "I came here specifically for this matter. Since Mo Li is my crew member and her country has been taken from her, I will naturally help her reclaim it." "Thank you, Lord Blood Asura. Thank you, Lord Blood Asura." Luo Xiu led Mo Li back to the judgment, planning to capture all of Valen's subordinates alive, regardless of whether they were officers or ordinary members, and incorporate them into his own subordinate pirate crew. If they are unwilling to submit, it won't be too late to kill them later. The three main officers of Valen are on the outskirts of the royal city. Split into 3 groups to deal with them, and then let them guide you to recruit their other members. Hancock, you go with Barrett. Tina, you go with Antoine. Monet, you go with Lore. I will take Mo Li directly into the royal palace to find that old Valen. Blake, you stay on the ship and make sure no fish slip through the net. After hearing their tasks, everyone sprang into action. Blake leapt to the lookout tower, his observation hockey instantly covering the entire southern port. Luo Xiu entered from the south of the royal city with Mo Li, while Hancock and the others set off in 3 directions towards the royal city. On the way, Luo Xiu sensed something was amiss. The pirates under Valen seemed to have only one goal: to search for Mo Li, with no intention of plundering the civilians. This piqued Luo Xiu's curiosity even more. What had happened between Valen and the Serenora royal family back then that made Valen so intent on complete annihilation? He thought about asking Mo Li, but considering Valen's age, it was likely something that happened during her grandfather's time, and she probably wouldn't know either. Thus, the two of them walked slowly, observing the public's opinions on Mo Li and Valen. By the time they reached the royal city, the others had already engaged with Valen's 3 main officers. First was the southern direction of the royal city, the most crucial one, guarded by Valen's most trusted ally, and the ones dispatched to this location were Monet and Lore. At this moment, Lore was already locked in battle with Zaire. Though Zaire was advanced in years, being a fisherman, he relied on his rich combat experience and domineering aura, holding his own against Lore in a back-and-forth exchange. "Kid, you must be the strongest and most talented fisherman to emerge in decades." Lore ignored Zaire's praise, focused only on completing the task assigned by Luo Xiu. Zaire sighed internally. After repelling Lore once more, he rubbed his wrist. Lore's strength was truly overwhelming, and even with the buffering of armament hockey, it still caused him considerable pain. After observing for a while, Luo Xiu decided to bypass the two and head towards the royal palace. "Master, shouldn't we help?" Luo Xiu shook his head. Zaire couldn't defeat Lore, and their current stalemate was only temporary. Meanwhile, battles were also taking place simultaneously in the eastern and western directions of the royal city. Guarding the east side of the royal city was the giant Dorg, while Hancock and Barrett had come here. Hancock looked up at the large figure before her, having no intention of making a move and leaving it to Barrett. Barrett stepped forward silently on the ship. Besides Luo Xiu and Blake, only Hancock truly commanded him. Even Tina's orders were only selectively executed. However, Tina generally didn't command others to do things. Having once been part of the Navy, she preferred to take matters into her own hands. This is also why Luo Xiu paired Hancock with Barrett. Hancock found a spot to sit down and leisurely waited for Barrett to deal with Dorg. Facing the 20-meter-tall giant Dorg, Barrett smirked disdainfully, his hands covered in armament hockey as he plunged them into the ground. Then Barrett activated his devil fruit abilities, decomposing everything around him and gradually piecing it back together onto himself, resulting in a humanoid monster over 20 meters tall. Hancock watched Barrett curiously. It was her first time seeing him use his abilities. Dorg's heart sank. His size and strength advantage had been effortlessly negated by the opponent's devil fruit power. Guarding the west side of the royal city was the former Marine Vice Admiral Moss, and coincidentally, the one who came here was also Tina, who had once been part of the Navy. When Antoine attempted to step forward to deal with Moss, Tina raised her hand to stop him. During her previous battle with Virgo, she hadn't exerted her full strength. She wanted to see what her limits were against a Marine from decades ago. Antoine hesitated for a moment, but agreed. After all, Tina was one of the two female masters on the ship. With him there, Moss wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Tina took the initiative to attack Moss. Seeing Tina's familiar attacking style, a hint of nostalgia flashed. Girl, so you were also a Marine. I wonder how that old guy Carp is doing, ha ha ha. Tina was somewhat surprised, as she hadn't expected this person to know Carp, and they seemed to have a good relationship, but that wouldn't be a reason to hold back. Luo Xiu used his observation hockey to observe the battles. Apart from Tina's situation being a bit uncertain, the outcomes of the other two battles were already clear. What do you mean uncertain, kid? Don't get too cocky. Ultimate move, Demon Tile Straight Punch. Zaire roared, unleashing his strongest strike. Zaire assumed a posture to deliver a straight punch, seemingly light, yet it made Lore sense a hint of danger. The next moment, Zaire unleashed a massive water pressure straight punch from a distance, crashing into Lore's body. Although Lore crossed his arms to block in time, the immense force still sent him flying, crashing into the wall. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of this strike was not the immense impact, but the destructive power that acted directly. Lore pushed aside the debris, pressing down on him, coughing up blood. He admitted that he had indeed underestimated this. Kid, you are indeed on Syndicate's talent, but the last one like you was me. Luo Xiu staggered to his feet, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with some fragments of internal organs. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Luo Xiu's gaze sharpened. Apart from the injuries inflicted by Carp 13 years ago, this was the first time he had suffered such harm. Monet saw Luo Xiu get injured and immediately wanted to rush up to help, but was stopped by Luo Xiu. You belong to the captain. If you get hurt, the captain won't spare me. Then Luo Xiu's body trembled. The weak aura from before completely vanished. He stretched lazily, his eyes fixed intensely on Zaire. Old man, come again. With that, Luo Xiu's body suddenly accelerated, crossing the distance between them in less than a second, appearing right in front of Zaire. Luo Xiu's right fist tightened, mercilessly smashing towards Zaire's face. Zaire narrowly dodged this blow, but immediately after, another heavy punch from Luo Xiu was already on its way. Unable to evade, Zaire could only brace himself. Zaire's body was violently pushed back, his feet carving two long, deep trenches into the ground. He suppressed the shock within, looking at Luo Xiu in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Luo Xiu had suddenly become so much stronger. Both his speed and the power of his attacks were worlds apart from before, as if they were two different people. Luo Xiu didn't care about Zaire's thoughts. All he wanted was to quickly deal with Zaire, vent his anger, and then find Luo Xiu to regroup. Luo Xiu's observation hockey sensed something unusual here, and he stopped to look toward Luo Xiu's direction. This Zaire is quite strong. He can actually force Luo Xiu into a berserk state. One could say he truly deserves to be a former member of the Rocks Pirates. Luo Xiu's berserk state was something they had inadvertently discovered while serving time in Impel Down. Entering this state was like him entering a semi-ascended form, allowing him to temporarily enhance his strength and speed. Luo Xiu's berserk state was something they had inadvertently discovered while serving time in Impel Down. Entering this state was like him entering a semi-ascended form. Luo Xiu's berserk state was something they had inadvertently discovered while serving time in Impel Down. Entering this state was like him entering. Until Luo Xiu stepped through the palace gates, they hadn't seen a single soul along the way, whether it be pirates under Warren or former servants of the palace. Luo Xiu followed Monet, reaching the highest garden of the palace, where they finally encountered the old ghost. At this moment, Warren had his back to them, his fists clenched, eyes scanning several directions of the royal city. Noticing the movement behind him, Warren turned around. Seeing Warren's appearance, Luo Xiu was slightly taken aback. Rayleigh had once mentioned that Warren joined Rocks a long time ago, and was about the same age as him. Now Warren and Rayleigh should both be in their 70s. Although Rayleigh looked somewhat youthful, his hair had already turned gray, making him seem slightly overwhelmed when facing figures like Kizaru and Blackbeard. However, Warren in front of him still had hair of the same gray-white hue as in his youth. Luo Xiu could still distinguish between grayish-white and pure white. Looking at Warren's mental state, he clearly did not resemble a frail old man, but rather appeared comparable to Kaido. Then thinking about the fisherman Zaire he had encountered earlier, his physical condition also did not seem to match his age. Could it be that the Warren pirates had been to some place that delayed their aging? Luo Xiu dared not draw a conclusion, but he did not dismiss this possibility. The pirate world is full of wonders, and the chance of such a place existing is not zero. Of course, it could also be due to some devil fruit ability. However, Luo Xiu leaned more toward the first possibility. If there were indeed a devil fruit that could permanently delay aging, it would have long been claimed by the celestial dragons. Warren turned around and immediately saw Monet beside Luo Xiu. His breathing suddenly quickened. Hand her over. Luo Xiu smirked disdainfully, pulling Monet behind him. Are you talking to me? Seeing Luo Xiu's actions and recalling the news about Monet being auctioned in Sabeti Archipelago, Warren was even more convinced that Luo Xiu had forcefully taken Monet for himself. Warren didn't care about Luo Xiu's status as a Yonko. All he wanted was to snatch Monet back. He raised the sea battle curved sword in his hand and charged at Luo Xiu. Facing Warren's attack, Luo Xiu remained calm, dodging skillfully. After placing Monet in a safe spot, he finally looked at Warren seriously. Why don't you old-timer pirates find a place to retire? Why must you come to the new world to wreak havoc? Whitebeard is dead. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Warren's eyes, for he had once sailed on the same ship as White, but the disappointment was quickly replaced by fury. He wanted to teach this disrespectful, arrogant junior a lesson. Two-sword style Duanlong. Warren leaped into the air, twirling two curved swords in a flourish, then brought them together and spun around, using the inertia to unleash a powerful sword chi towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu's gaze sharpened. This sword chi was mixed with Warren's fruit ability. To him, Warren's sword chi had transformed into a towering wave crashing towards him. Luo Xiu dared not be careless and instantly entered the semi-ascended form. Ferraris may age, but they are still Ferraris. Blood Fiend Asura Fist. Luo Xiu punched out, easily shattering Warren's sword chi. However, immediately after the shattered sword, chi surprisingly reformed, and Luo Xiu hurriedly sidestepped, narrowly dodging this attack. Strangely, when Warren's sword chi struck the palace wall, it transformed into a puddle of water. Luo Xiu couldn't help but marvel at how Warren could blend swordsmanship with natural abilities so intricately. Before he could gather his thoughts, Warren's blade sliced through the moisture left in the air, once again aiming for his head. This blow came without warning. Luo Xiu sidestepped, and the blade grazed his chest, severing a button from his shirt, which fell onto the slightly damp ground. Luo Xiu looked down and lifted his foot to stomp the ground. How much water did you pour into the garden beforehand? He felt as if he were stepping in muddy soil. Warren did not respond. His legs transformed into a swirl of murky waves, quickly advancing across the ground. Luo Xiu tried to evade, but the ground severely limited his movement speed. Warren's blade path became even more dense, the left blade sweeping low towards his knee, while the right blade aimed high at his throat. Luo Xiu bent his knees and lowered his shoulders, almost rolling along the ground, feeling the hum of the crossing blades at the back of his neck. After standing up, Luo Xiu brushed off the mud and white rose petals clinging to him, his eyes slightly angered. This outfit had just been washed by Monet. Valen did not notice Luo Xiu's expression and continued to wield his twin blades to attack Luo Xiu. Facing the domineering strike, Luo Xiu chose not to dodge. He activated the armed color to its utmost, combining it with his blood energy, and forcefully received the blow with his palm. Valen tried to retract his blade, but it seemed as if his knife had fused with Luo Xiu's palm. No matter how much strength he exerted, his blade remained completely still. Valen reacted swiftly. It was fine that one blade was restrained, as he still had another one. He immediately raised his left hand high and struck at Luo Xiu's shoulder. Luo Xiu's observation color had already anticipated Valen's movement. He dodged to the side, and seizing the opportunity, he charged his right fist with power enveloped in the Conqueror's haki, and delivered a heavy punch to Valen's abdomen. What? Valen suffered a severe blow to his abdomen. He should have been thrown back, but because his blade connected him to Luo Xiu, Valen's lower body buckled under the immense force, and he painfully knelt on the ground. Conqueror's haki. A storm had already risen within Valen's heart. He had seen many wielders of Conqueror's haki. There were plenty on Rock's ship back in the day. However, he had only seen two individuals reach such a level. One was Rock's, and the other was Roger. He looked up at Luo Xiu in disbelief, questioning if this person was on the same tier as those two. Luo Xiu did not give Valen any chance to breathe, delivering punch after punch to Valen, who could only activate his armed color to defend. However, Luo Xiu's attack power was simply too high. After enduring a few blows, Valen could no longer hold on, and had to discard his curved blade, retreating from Luo Xiu's range of attack. Valen clutched his abdomen, coughing violently, and cast a fearful glance at Luo Xiu's fist. If he did not discard his weapon, Luo Xiu's fist would undoubtedly dismantle him. Luo Xiu tossed Valen's curved blade aside and examined his hand, noticing a deep 1 centimeter cut on his palm. No wonder he is close to the black blade. He actually managed to break through my dual defenses of armed color and blood energy. Blood energy. Luo Xiu disregarded Valen's question, moved his hand, and instantly lunged forward, aiming a right fist at Valen's face. Having lost one curved blade, Valen clearly struggled to keep up with Luo Xiu's attack frequency. Under Luo Xiu's relentless barrage, Valen gradually could not hold on any longer, and finally Luo Xiu delivered a knee strike that pinned Valen against the garden's railing. Valen fell from the railing, painfully kneeling on the ground, with pain surging through his body. He cast a reluctant glance at Jasmine before ultimately closing his eyes. Luo Xiu picked up Valen's two curved blades, pondering whether he too should acquire a weapon, as it seemed that the top-tier powerhouses all possessed a suitable weapon. After assessing for a while, Luo Xiu tossed Valen's twin blades aside. Though these blades were excellent and had been refined to near black blade level by Valen, they were not suitable for him. The compatibility between a weapon and its wielder is crucial, just like the abyssal blade rewarded by the system, which was perfect for black. Perhaps in the future he would encounter a blade that suits him. Then Luo Xiu activated his observation color, and discovered that Lore and the others had also concluded their battles. However, they had each expended considerable effort, as Valen's subordinates were at least on par with the 7 warlords. Before long, the group arrived at the palace's summit to regroup with Luo Xiu. Lore was carrying the already unconscious Zaire, while Black held Moss. As for Dog, being a giant, Barrett simply tossed him below the palace. Bind them up, I have a few questions for him later. Lore nodded, found some ropes, tied the individuals up, and dragged them like cargo, following Luo Xiu back into the palace. Jasmine, go look for the former servants and guards in the palace. They might still be alive. Antun, go with her. Earlier in the tavern I heard those patrons say that Valen replaced all the personnel in the palace with his own, but suspiciously, since entering the palace, I haven't seen a single pirate. Moreover, aside from a few faint scents of blood which likely dated back several months, I have not detected any fresher bloods. After consuming the Blood Asura fruit, he had become highly sensitive to the smell of blood. Thus he suspected that Valen had not killed anyone in the palace. It was even possible that Jasmine's uncle, the current King Randavi, was still alive, only confined somewhere. Additionally, the look Valen had given Jasmine earlier was not one of hatred, rather it contained a hint of respect and pity, while his gaze towards Luo Xiu was filled with hostility. Thus he felt it was necessary to clarify why Valen had attacked the Sel Nora palace, and what exactly had transpired between Valen and the Sel Nora royal family. Meanwhile, Jasmine and Antun wandered throughout the palace. Each time she opened a room door with hope, she was met with disappointment. Jasmine searched every corner of the palace, but found no one. Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly recalled the underground prison her father had mentioned before. However, she did not know exactly where the entrance was, only vaguely remembering that it was down some staircase. The staircase. Jasmine searched all the staircases in the palace again, but unfortunately, there was no sign of the underground prison. I've searched everywhere, why is there nothing? Jasmine was feeling a bit vexed. She had checked every place in the palace she could think of except for her father's study. The study. Remembering her father never allowed her to enter the study, Jasmine felt a surge of excitement. This study was only accessible to the kings of past generations. Perhaps the entrance to the underground prison was there. With this thought in mind, Jasmine hurried towards the mysterious study from her memory, with Antun closely following her. Soon they reached the end of a corridor. At the end stood a somewhat worn door, behind which lay a place she had never set foot in before. Jasmine gently pushed the door open, and the scene inside was quite different from what she had imagined. She had expected numerous bookshelves with neatly arranged books, but the reality was that the room contained only a table. Jasmine examined the table, finding nothing unusual. If the table was fine, the only suspicious thing left in this room. Jasmine approached the mirror, looked at her reflection, and then carefully searched for any hidden mechanisms. Found it. Jasmine felt a button behind the mirror. Pressing it caused a click sound to emanate from behind the mirror. Jasmine tried to move the mirror, and was pleasantly surprised when it actually worked. Antun quickly came forward to help, and after moving the mirror, a downward passage appeared before them. Jasmine glanced at Antun, beside her, mustered her courage, and stepped down. The passage was dark and long, and the damp air seemed to carry a hint of the smell of blood. Jasmine felt nervous, fearing that what awaited her at the bottom might be the corpses of those people. No matter how long the passage was, it would eventually lead to an end. The two pirates guarding the area quickly noticed them. Who goes there? Before the two could clearly see Jasmine's appearance, Antun had already put them to sleep. Jasmine stepped over their bodies and gazed at the underground prison, which she too was seeing for the first time. Jasmine, is that you? Hearing the familiar voice, Jasmine's tears flowed uncontrollably. She hurriedly followed the sound to find her last remaining relative in this world. Mother, are you all right? Jasmine rushed into Luo Xiu's embrace, looking at her mother, who appeared exceedingly haggard, causing an uncontrollable pang of heartache within her. Jasmine, how did you find this place? Were you captured as well? And that red-haired person, what are they up to? In response to her mother's continuous questions, Jasmine earnestly answered one by one. Luo Xiu was so shocked that she was at a loss for words, as she never expected that during her brief months of confinement, so much had transpired outside. One of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard, had fallen, only to be replaced by a pirate named Blood Asura. What was even more unbelievable was that her daughter had become a core member of this new faction of 4 emperors. This meant that as long as Blood Asura was alive, they need not worry about the safety of Selmwara anymore. After comforting her mother, Jasmine looked at the other individuals in the cage, all of whom were her father's former concubines, later forcefully taken over by her uncle. Even Jasmine and her mother were not spared if fortunately the Valen pirates arrived in time to thwart the villain's schemes. Mother, what about that person? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu's expression turned cold as she gazed toward a cell not far away. Jasmine followed her mother's gaze and saw the face that made her feel utterly nauseous. Jasmine found it strange that her mother and the concubines looked merely haggard, seemingly not suffering much physical harm. However, the villain was different. He was covered in wounds, his body a mess, and he leaned weakly against the wall. When their eyes met, Jasmine could clearly sense the shock in his gaze. Jasmine stood up and exited the cell, glancing around the palace where guards and servants were present. Upon seeing Jasmine safe and sound, they felt genuinely happy. Unfortunately, several loyal ministers who had served her father were killed while protecting her escape, leaving behind only a group of cowards fearing for their lives. Jasmine approached her uncle, looking down at him who resembled a dead dog, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. You have your day now. King Landa V looked at Jasmine with venomous eyes, believing that it was Jasmine who had colluded with that old pirate, allowing him to invade the palace and imprison him. Then Anton opened all the cages, freeing everyone. Jasmine instructed several guards to escort her uncle to the palace, leaving his fate to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu wanted to rise, but her prolonged malnutrition left her frail, and she stumbled forward after just. Anton reacted swiftly, supporting Luo Xiu. Upon entering, Anton saw her. Although she was over 40 as the queen, she was exceptionally well maintained, appearing to be only in her 30s, much like a ripe peach. Anton knew that Luo Xiu favored such appearances. Even though he had Jasmine, he couldn't be certain whether Luo Xiu would. With this thought, Anton quietly withdrew his hand after ensuring Luo Xiu was stable. Jasmine led everyone back to the palace where Luo Xiu sat on the throne, Tina beside him, tending to his injured. Hancock sat next to Luo Xiu while Monet stood quietly behind him. Lord and Barrett stood on either side. Valen, Zaire, and Moss had awakened, aware that they had become prisoners. Jasmine first approached Luo Xiu with her mother to greet him. Luo Xiu sized up Luo Xiu. Had Jasmine not mentioned it, he would have thought she was Jasmine's sister. Thank you, Lord Blood Asura. If you need anything, Selmwara will do its utmost to fulfill your requests. Luo Xiu waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Luo Xiu's flattery. To put it bluntly, Selmwara was entirely his now. Luo Xiu sat down nearby, casting a worried glance at her daughter. The three women beside Luo Xiu were more beautiful than the last, and they seemed to possess greater strength. Her daughter was just an ordinary person. Could she truly survive in such a team? Luo Xiu glanced at King Landa V, who lay on the ground, then at Jasmine's mother, clearly treating them differently. King Landa V, under Luo Xiu's scrutinizing gaze, trembled in fear. That old man of broken waves could easily handle him, and now there was another character evidently more formidable than Valen, who seemed to be invited by his niece. With this thought, cold sweat drenched his back, and the sweat trickled down his wounds, sending sharp stabs of pain to his brain, causing him to wince. Dare to wince. Jasmine, go find a doctor and tend to his injuries first. Although Jasmine was somewhat reluctant, it was still Luo Xiu's order, and she dared not defy it. The palace employed dedicated doctors. Having just escaped from the cell, one trembled as he approached King Landa V and performed basic treatment on his wounds. A look of surprise flashed across King Landa V's face, unsure of Luo Xiu's intentions. Luo Xiu tightened her fists at the sight. She wanted to speak out against it, but hesitated, seeing Barrett beside her. Before long, the wounds on King Landa V were simply treated, and his complexion had improved significantly. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Luo Xiu, he heard a sentence that shattered him. Jasmine hit him, just don't kill him, he still has some use. King Landa V needed to remain for Jasmine's ascendance, and the earlier treatment was to prevent Jasmine from killing him outright. Jasmine cast a grateful glance at Luo Xiu, realizing she had misjudged him, and inwardly berated herself. Then Jasmine rolled up her sleeves and walked step by step toward her uncle. Seeing Jasmine approach, King Landa V kept retreating, while several guards swiftly restrained him. Luo Xiu nodded slightly. These individuals were quite capable and deserved to be promoted. You better not come near. You wretch, colluding with outsiders to invade your own country, you won't have a good end. Before King Landa V could finish his sentence, Jasmine dashed forward and slapped him. King Landa V cried out in pain. He remembered Jasmine as a frail little girl, unable to comprehend why this slap hurt so much. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. Half a month ago, Jasmine truly was a defenseless woman, but after leaving Punk Hazard, Luo Xiu had begun training her. Even if she couldn't become a powerhouse like Hancock, possessing some strength for self-defense would suffice. After half a month, Jasmine hadn't learned much in martial arts, but her strength had increased significantly, making it easy for her to deal with a debauched royal like him. After slapping him, Jasmine still felt unsatisfied and continued to deliver slap after slap to her uncle's face, filling the palace with the sound of slaps. Luo Xiu watched Jasmine's hands becoming a bit reddened from slapping, muttering to himself, I told you to hit him, why are you rewarding him instead? After delivering more than 20 slaps, Jasmine, perhaps exhausted from the effort, returned to her mother after kicking the opponent. King Landa V lay on the ground, his hands frantically groping for something, occasionally putting his hands in his mouth. He never expected Jasmine to possess such strength. Now, he could only pick up his scattered teeth from the ground, tears welling in his eyes. At this moment, Jasmine signaled the guards to bring forth the few ministers who had turned against King Landa V. Jasmine looked at the kneeling figures with disappointment. Not only did they fear for their lives, but after King Landa V usurped the throne, they had betrayed her, revealing her whereabouts and causing her to be captured and brought back to the palace. Jasmine glanced at Luo Xiu on the throne, inquiring how to deal with these people. If possible, she wished to kill them right. Luo Xiu reclined on the throne, rhythmically tapping his other hand on Hancock's thigh, contemplating how to handle the situation. His first thought was to kill them. Such people had no reason to live. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. They would eventually be dealt with, but not at that moment. Jasmine was certainly poised to inherit the throne, which also meant that Selnorla had seen 3 different kings in just 1 year. If he killed these ministers now, there would be no one left to govern the country. This was not what he desired. He wanted a stable nation, a place that could serve as his stronghold. It was impossible for him to manage everything himself, so these people could not die in the short term. Luo Xiu needed them to govern the country, and once stability was restored, he could deal with them then. Luo Xiu beckoned to Jasmine and shared his thoughts with her. After hearing him, Jasmine naturally had no objections and readily agreed. When these people heard that they could still live, they hurriedly knelt down and bowed to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu sneered, observing the revolting expressions on their faces, knowing without a doubt that they had acted the same way when Prince Lon Wu usurped the throne. After dealing with these individuals, Luo Xiu turned to Warren and the others, noticing that Warren no longer looked at him with malice, but rather with a complicated expression. Lol, release them, he ordered. Lol immediately complied, unconcerned about any risk of Warren and the others escaping. Once the 3 regained their freedom, they cast wary glances at Luo Xiu and his companions.
Seeing this, Tontian said no more. Though he and Yuanshi sprang from the same source, their aspirations diverged. His wish was to enlighten all beings. Naturally, he imposed no...
Warren took a deep breath and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone knelt on one knee to show his submission, but directed his attention towards Jasmine. At the same time, he signaled for Zaire and Moss behind him to kneel as well. Warren arrives late to save the princess. Please forgive me, Princess Liao Laya. Jasmine was taken aback by this sudden scene, as she glanced at Luo Xiu only to find him equally bewildered. She quickly approached Warren and helped him up. She was not foolish. From the moment she noticed the different treatment between her uncle and mother, she realized that Warren meant her no harm. Perhaps his attack on the palace was actually to rescue her. However, because she had escaped amidst the chaos and eventually boarded Luo Xiu's ship, Warren mistakenly believed she had been taken by Luo Xiu, who had come back to rescue King Landa V. After Warren got up, he quietly asked Jasmine a question. Your Highness, did you willingly choose to follow him? If not, I will risk my life to rescue you. Hearing Warren's words, she realized he had misunderstood, but she hurriedly explained that she had willingly boarded the ship and that Luo Xiu had treated her well, causing her no grievances. Seeing that Jasmine did not appear to be lying, Warren ultimately accepted the truth. He then turned to Luo Xiu, sincerely apologizing. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Warren revealed the reasons behind his seemingly bizarre actions. Decades ago, when Warren was very young, King Landa I of Selnorla worked hard for the welfare of his people, leading them to live prosperous lives, which earned Warren's utmost respect. Unfortunately, this good fortune was short-lived. King Landa I lost his life in an unexpected calamity, and his eldest son ascended the throne, becoming King Landa II. This second king was indulgent and tyrannical, committing numerous atrocities. Furthermore, his refusal to pay the heavenly gold led to frequent pirate raids on Selnorla, causing the citizens to suffer immensely. Warren's family also perished during this time, brutally beaten to death by the men of King Landa II for their inability to pay exorbitant taxes, and many shared similar fates. Warren became a homeless orphan, beginning his life as a drifter until he was fortuitously saved by Rocks, and from then on he followed Rocks. After the battle at the Valley of the Gods, Warren left the Rocks pirates. At that time, he had become immensely powerful, which led to his desire to return to Selnorla and kill King Landa II. However, when he returned to Selnorla, King Landa II was already a thing of the past. His brother had killed him and ascended as King Landa III. This third king was Jasmine's grandfather. After ascending to the throne, King Landa III followed in the footsteps of King Landa I, governing Selnorla in peace and regaining its status as a member of the world government under the protection of the Navy. Moreover, Warren learned from others that to make amends for the mistakes of King Landa II, King Landa III exempted the families of victims from taxes for the next 10 years and helped them find jobs, including Warren. However, having become a pirate, Warren did not accept the job offered by King Landa III. Seeing King Landa III's actions, Warren felt relieved and thus disappeared into the sea, only occasionally returning to observe the situation in Selnorla. After King Landa III's death, the fourth king ascended, who was Jasmine's father. He was also a wise and virtuous king, and his daughter Princess Liao Laya Jasmine was beloved by the people who wished to see her become their future queen. Just when Warren thought things would develop positively, a year ago, the youngest son of King Landa II, Jasmine's uncle, killed his brother and usurped the throne, becoming King Landa V. News of his tyranny quickly reached Warren. Upon learning of the situation, he immediately took his men to the palace to imprison King Landa V. However, he could not find Jasmine's whereabouts. For this reason, he ordered his subordinates to continuously search for Jasmine in the Selnorla residential areas. Later, when Luo Xiu appeared with Jasmine combined with some information he had seen in the newspaper, he assumed that Luo Xiu had forcibly taken Jasmine and had come here to rescue King Landavi. Then a series of events unfolded. After hearing Warren's story, Luo Xiu felt a tickling sensation on his head. It seems like him gaining some brains. Everyone began to reflect on what Warren had just recounted. Even though they were natives of this country, they did not know much about them. After Luo Xiu's reflection, he reached a conclusion. So among the two sons of King Landa, your side Jasmine's grandfather has shown you kindness while the other side has shown you animosity, is that right? Warren nodded. That was indeed the case. Thus, after breaching the palace, he harmed no one aside from King Landa, merely imprisoning the others. He also strictly instructed his subordinates to search only for Jasmine, forbidding any violence against civilians. After all, among his crew of pirates, some had once been residents of this country or were their descendants. In that case, what are your plans? Serenora is in my hands now. Do you intend to stay here and fight me to the end or find a place to retire? After pondering for a moment, Valen revealed a grin showing his yellowed teeth. Only children make choices. I want them all. Luo Xiu was somewhat puzzled. Why wasn't this old man following the script? I choose to stay in Serenora to retire. I am already old, and Zaire and the others, including my crew, have mostly grown weary of the wandering life at sea. Having returned this time, I never intended to set sail again. Since His Highness is safe and sound, I can rest easy. The Valen pirate crew is willing to submit to Her Highness the Princess and settle in Serenora to protect this place. Looking at Valen before him, Luo Xiu recalled a saying, old people are always nostalgic. Leaves eventually return. Molly was somewhat taken aback. She stepped in front of Valen and said, but I am currently a member of the Blood Asura pirate crew. Your submission to me is equivalent to submitting to the Blood Asura pirate crew. Are you willing? Valen glanced at her. He harbored little hatred toward the one who effortlessly defeated him, especially since the latter was considered Molly's savior. Moreover, he saw a trace of the former locks in Luo Xiu. Valen nodded solemnly, indicating his willingness to submit to Blood Asura and become a member under the Blood Asura pirate crew. Luo Xiu stood up. He indeed needed to expand his manpower, and the arrival of the Valen pirate crew could serve as a... Besides, he couldn't stay in Serenora forever, but with the Valen pirate crew present, at least he could ensure that his rear wouldn't be ambushed. He walked up to Valen. With him around, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Moreover, Valen could help Molly manage Serenora, which was truly a win-win situation. Seeing this situation, Molly ordered a servant to bring out her father's treasured wine and poured a glass for Luo Xiu and Valen. The two raised their cups and drank in one go, marking the formal submission of the Valen pirate crew to the Blood Asura pirate crew. From now on, you will station your people at the port south of Serenora. I will have Molly clear an area for you. Those with families, let them go back and reunite with their loved ones. In the future, such situations will no longer happen. Valen nodded. If he could have a peaceful life, who would want to be a pirate? In this world, commoners are the most numerous. Everyone go prepare. In 3 days, Molly will become the first queen of Serenora. Valen left the palace with Zaire and Moss. He needed to gather all his crew members and ask about their future plans. Currently, he had over 500 pirates under him, and he estimated that nearly half would return to the life in Serenora. Molly and her mother also needed to manage the palace. Many of the guards and servants had gradually left over the past year, and they needed to rehire some. Luo Xiu offered them a suggestion. The group of guests they encountered today at Molly's Maid's Tavern would be very suitable to enter the palace as guards. He had already seen their loyalty. Furthermore, the tavern's landlady could be given a new position, such as the chief steward within the palace. Nana could also be promoted. After all, they had provided genuine help when Molly was fleeing in despair. Now that Molly was in power, she must not... Even in the brutal world of pirates, there is a code of kindness. Under the management of Molly and her mother, the palace gradually resumed operations, and Molly began learning the duties required of a king. Outside the palace, many residents of the royal city witnessed Lore and the others defeating Valen's high-ranking officers, especially the battle between Barrett and Dog. Their figures could be seen throughout the royal city. They speculated whether another pirate crew had taken over the palace. For a time, the entire royal city fell into panic. Their country had changed hands so many times in such a short period. Did they really need to continue living here? As many planned to flee Serenora with their families, a piece of news spread from the palace. Princess Leola had reclaimed the palace. King Landavi had surrendered, and the Valen pirate crew had also submitted to Princess Leola, who announced she would inherit the throne in 3 days. This news quickly spread from the royal city to the entire Serenora. When they learned of it, what made them happiest was not that Princess Leola had reclaimed the palace, but that she was alive and well. All the residents ceased their attempts to escape. They believed Princess Leola would be a good queen who could bring them happiness and a peaceful life. Moreover, they all unanimously decided to visit the royal city to witness Princess Leola's coronation ceremony in 3 days. There was not a single opposing voice throughout the nation. Whether in character or status, Princess Leola was the most suitable one in their hearts. 3 days swiftly passed, and all citizens of Serenora were eagerly anticipating this day. In the morning, after having breakfast, the residents hurried toward the royal city, and some who lived farther away even left without having time to eat breakfast. In the garden atop the palace, Moli, dressed in luxurious clothing, looked down at the bustling crowd below. On her left stood Luo Xiu, and on her right stood Valen. The identities of these two needed to be clarified at this moment. Besides the three of them, there were members of the Blood Asura pirate crew, the main officers of the Valen pirate crew, as well as some surviving ministers, and Moli's mother present. Of course, most importantly, King Landavi was also there, but he had no need to stand at that moment. He was kneeling on the execution platform that had been set up in advance. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the start of the ceremony. Even if some residents were unable to reach the royal city in time, their places of residence had live broadcast insects transmitting the event in real time. At 10 o'clock, over 100 cannons in the palace sounded simultaneously, marking the official start of the coronation ceremony. Moli took a deep breath and stepped forward. Everyone, I am so glad to be alive to see you all. First of all, I sincerely apologize to everyone on behalf of the royal family for my uncle's actions, the consequences he caused, the harm done to the country, and the suffering brought to you all. After saying this, Moli deeply bowed to the people. Luo Xiu, seeing this, nodded subtly. Moli's words were not mere show, but came from her heart. Your Highness, you needn't do this. It wasn't your fault. Yes, Your Highness, we don't blame you. If anyone should be blamed, it should be that wretched bug Lord Luo. That's right, we have never blamed you or your father. We remember the kindness you both showed us. Hancock, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but wonder what she was thinking. Like Moli, she was a ruler of a nation, yet she seemed unable to connect with her people as Moli did. Her subjects admired her for her strength and beauty, but it seemed she had never truly approached her people. Meanwhile, Moli soothed the crowd and turned to Luo Xiu beside her. Everyone, I believe many of you already know that I have joined the Blood Asura pirate crew. This person beside me is my captain, the 4th Emperor Blood Asura. Furthermore, he has personally promised that the Blood Asura pirate crew will protect our Serenora, and all you need to provide is some living supplies when our pirate crew is in need. You need not worry about paying protection fees, nor do you need to fear the heavenly gold issue, because we no longer require it. Everyone turned to Luo Xiu, seeking confirmation of Moli's words. If it were true, their quality of life would be raised a whole level. Luo Xiu did not keep them in suspense and nodded in affirmation. Instantly, cheers erupted from the crowd. Nothing could make them happier than being able to live safely without paying exorbitant heavenly gold. Moli, seeing the crowd's reaction, couldn't help but smile. She cast a grateful glance at Luo Xiu. Although Valen as a Shichibukai could also protect Serenora, it was never as reassuring as Luo Xiu's protection. After introducing Luo Xiu, Moli turned her gaze to the right towards Warren. This one should be familiar to everyone. He is Warren. Upon hearing Warren's name, a stir arose within the crowd below as opinions about him varied. Some deemed him a downright criminal for having seized the royal palace. Others believed that by eliminating King Landavi, he had put an end to a brutal regime, feeling he was not at fault. However, the majority still harbored some resentment towards Warren, as he had been relentlessly searching for Moli. In any case, their acceptance of Warren was far inferior to that of Luo Xiu, even though Luo Xiu was a fearsome presence upon the seas, known as one of the 4 emperors. Everyone listen to me. As Moli spoke, the crowd instantly fell silent, waiting attentively for her next words. Warren invaded the palace to save me. Aside from that criminal, he harmed no one. Furthermore, Warren's pirate crew is now affiliated with the Blood Asura pirate crew, and they will be stationed at the southern ports to ensure the safety of Serenora. I assure you all that none of the members of Warren's pirate crew will attack the residents of Serenora. Additionally, what you may not know is that many of the people in Warren's pirate crew, including Warren himself, were once our compatriots. At this moment, those who had left Warren's pirate crew and returned to their families stood up to affirm that what Moli had just. Soon word of the truth spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and the authenticity of the matter gradually gained acceptance among the crowd. After introducing the two, Moli's expression turned cold as she pointed to her uncle on the execution platform. This man is the root cause of Selnora's current plight. He is my uncle, King Landavi. Your Highness, he is unworthy of the title of King Landa. Indeed, this man is unworthy. Hearing the outrage from the crowd below, Lord Luo realized that he was surely not going to survive today. He cast a venomous glance at Moli. Even if he was to die, he wanted to disgust her one last time, and then he began to shout loudly to the crowd below. Do you know this shameless woman? Before he could finish, Anton, acting as the executioner, knocked his jaw off, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds. In the face of Lord Luo's desperate struggles, no one in the crowd below was willing to believe him regardless of what he said. Luo Xiu cast a disdainful glance at him. They say that a dying man speaks good words, but this person was nothing short of garbage. Looking at the obstinate Lord Luo, Moli immediately issued a death warrant. Everyone today, I Liao Lia, shall rid the people of harm before all citizens. Having said this, Moli took the ancestral royal sword of the Selnwar royal family from her mother's hands and walked straight toward the execution platform. Only then did Lord Luo feel fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, but found he could only make muffled sounds as he helplessly watched Moli raise the sword in her hand. Moli showed no mercy. The blade struck down, and Lord Luo's head rolled from the execution platform to the feet of the crowd below. The crowd, feeling unsatisfied, cursed him further, wishing him eternal damnation. Just then a big yellow dog approached, sniffed Lord Luo's head, and lifted its hind leg to mark it. I marked a spot. The big yellow dog barked at the head twice, and then walked away. Seeing that even the dog despised him, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Luo Xiu also found this scene amusing. A person whom even a dog looks down on cannot be a good person. Once the crowd quieted down, it was time for the crucial moment. Liao Weila brought forth the crown, symbolizing the throne from the palace, and solemnly placed it on Mo Li's head. Selnwara is now in your hands. Your father would be proud of you. At this moment, Mo Li became the first queen in Selnwara's history, Queen Liao Lia. Afterward, Mo Li began issuing new regulations while optimizing or eliminating some unreasonable existing ones, which drew cheers from the crowd. After the ceremony, the crowd reluctantly departed from the royal city. Warren and his men stationed themselves at the southern port, where Mo Li had already designated a plot of land for them. The others then returned to the rooms Mo Li had arranged for them in the palace. Luo Xiu instructed Mo Li to withdraw all the guards from the palace. With Blake and the others around, there was no need for guards. Inside the palace, Luo Xiu sat sideways on the throne while Monai obediently stood beside him, and Mo Li sat in his lap, making her feel shy with a flushed face. Although she knew deep down that she could not escape Luo Xiu's grasp, being in this position before so many people was something she was still not quite accustomed to. The several ministers reporting below kept their heads down throughout, not daring to look up at the scene above. In their hearts, they had long suspected the relationship between Mo Li and Luo Xiu, but upon witnessing it firsthand, they dared not speak further. After the report, Luo Xiu waved his hand, and they quickly left this place of trouble. Soon only the three of them remained in the palace, with Luo Xiu sitting up straight and pulling Monai into his embrace. Now that Selnwara is stabilized, you two should focus on your cultivation. Luo Xiu then began selecting opponents for simulated battles for the two, and for Monai, it was very simple. No one was more suitable as her combat opponent than Aokiji. Not only were they both nature-type abilities, but they also shared the same attribute. Although the snow fruit is a lower-tier freezing fruit, if developed well, its power could rival that of the freezing fruit. Moreover, Aokiji's martial arts were also quite good, which could help make up for Mane's shortcomings in that area. As for Mo Li, Luo Xiu chose Hancock for her. There are not many female powerhouses in the pirate world, and the ones he knew the most were Big Mom Hancock and Yamato. Among them, Big Mom and Yamato were not suitable for Mo Li, leaving only Hancock. It was just right for Hancock to teach Mo Li about hockey and some basic martial arts. If she wished to learn the Marine 6 styles, either Hancock or Tina could teach her. That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Mo Li quietly opened her eyes and stealthily made her way to the room where Luo Xiu was. She gently pushed open the door, wanting to see if Luo Xiu was asleep, but heard a few sounds that made her face flush. Mo Li's face instantly turned bright red, even the blush creeping up her neck. Just as she was about to close the door and leave, her wrist was grabbed. "Since you've come, stay with me." Mo Li's small action could not escape Hancock's observation. She was a bit tired herself and was about to wake Tina, but unexpectedly Mo Li had come to her. Mo Li followed Hancock to the bedside, feeling Luo Xiu's fiery gaze upon her, and she shyly dared not meet. However, she also understood that having been bought for such a long time, what was meant to come would eventually come. Thinking of this, Mo Li summoned her courage, wrapping her arms around Luo Xiu's neck and lightly blowing warm air. And, "Master, be gentle, I'm afraid it will hurt." 2 months quietly passed, and the lives of the residents of Selnwara returned to normal. They no longer had to pay taxes or any heavenly gold, and many people from neighboring countries envied the citizens of Selnwara. As a result, there were many who wanted to join Selnwara's citizenship, but the entry threshold set by Mo Li was very high. She knew that an increase in population was not necessarily a good thing. During these 2 months, both Mo Li and Mo Nai made remarkable progress, especially with the presence of Luo Xiu and other skilled experts who could solve any problems they encountered. Unlike the years they spent in the Advancement City, where they had simulation combat features, but no powerful beings to answer their questions, they had to explore on their own. Mo Li had initially mastered both the armed color hockey and the observation color hockey, while Mo Nai had also made significant progress in her martial arts training, and Tina had completely familiarized herself with her fruit abilities. Only Hancock was still somewhat at a loss regarding the cultivation of the Conqueror's color. One day, just as Luo Xiu finished his meal and prepared to find Mo Li for some post-dinner exercise, Mo Li took out an invitation. "Master, the invitation from Big Mom is about to expire. Shouldn't we prepare?" Upon seeing the invitation, Luo Xiu remembered that it was indeed a matter. Luo Xiu took the invitation and pondered whom to bring along. Mo Li certainly could not go. She had many affairs to handle every day, and it was uncertain how long she would be gone. Since Mo Nai and Tina's training was on the right track, he wouldn't disturb them. It was just right that Hancock had been feeling a bit bored lately, so he would take her out for some fresh air. In addition to Hancock, Luo Xiu also planned to bring along Low Air, Barrett, and Warren. Low Air was the helmsman, and had to be included wherever they went. He couldn't let him sail the ship himself. Besides that reason, he was also a key figure in the alliance between the Blood Asura pirate group and Big Mom's pirate group, so he definitely needed to be brought along. Next was Barrett, whose temperament was most suitable as a bodyguard. Then there was Warren, who had previously told him that he had a good relationship with the members of the Rocks pirate group. This would be a good opportunity for him to catch up with Big Mom and strengthen the friendship between their two pirate groups. After finalizing the candidates and replenishing the necessary supplies, Luo Xiu and the others set off from Sel Nora towards the Island of Nations. In the waters a distance from Sel Nora, they encountered many pirates. Because of Whitebeard's statement about the countless pirates entering the New World, the number of pirates in the New World had surged. When they saw the luxurious exterior decorations of the Judgment, they began to harbor inappropriate thoughts. It wasn't until they got closer and saw the flag of the Blood Asura pirate group that they realized who they were facing. Some timid pirates immediately turned their ships around to flee, while some bolder pirates confident in their own strength chose to stay and observe. A pirate who claimed to have a bounty of over 100 million, named Ahau, actively instructed his subordinates to bring the ship closer. "Hey Blood Asura, let's have a fight. If you lose you must give up your position as one of the 4 emperors." Luo Xiu glanced at Ahau, ignoring him. There were far too many self-righteous individuals like him in these waters, and they all shared one common trait: they wouldn't live long. Seeing that Luo Xiu was ignoring him, Ahau assumed Luo Xiu was afraid of him. After all, he was a strong fighter with a bounty exceeding 150 million berries, proficient in both armed and observation color hockey. With such a small heart you might as well give up your position as one of the 4 emperors, and what about the pirate lady next to you? Before he could finish mentioning Hancock's name, Luo Xiu suddenly appeared in front of Ahau and gripped his throat. He had initially not wanted to engage with these lowly scum. They could covet his position, but as long as they could defeat him, what would it matter if they took the position of one of the 4 emperors? However, his woman was not something anyone could covet. Do you really think the New World is a place where you can run wild? Luo Xiu's grip tightened, causing Ahau's face to turn red, and then purple as he could only emit a rasping sound. Ahau's crew attempted to rescue their captain, but all collapsed under Luo Xiu's conqueror's color, with some even suffering instant brain death. Watching his crew fall one by one, he wanted to plead for mercy, but unfortunately, he couldn't utter a single word. With a slight increase in pressure, Luo Xiu crushed Ahau's neck and then returned to the Judgment. "Low Air, since they want to come to the New World, let's let them stay here forever." After receiving the order, Low Air entered the control room of the ship and operated the main cannon of the Judgment, aiming at the pirate ship. "Low Air, since they want to come to the New World, let's let them stay here forever." After receiving the order, Low Air entered the control room of the ship and operated. The remnants of the ship burned continuously, as if telling tales of their regret. The surrounding pirates immediately scattered like birds and beasts, with only 2 or 3 pirate ships remaining. Luo Xiu glanced at them, frowning slightly. "What? Do you all want to sit in my position?" The captains of the 3 pirate groups quickly shook their heads. Although they had some strength, it was just a little strength. No, we want to join you. Please accept us." "That's right, we've admired you for a long time. Please accept us." No, we want to join you. Please accept us." "That's right, we've admired you for a long time. Please accept us." Hearing the last person's words, everyone, including Barrett and Warren, paused and turned to look at this person with a somewhat complicated appearance. Then they turned to Luo Xiu with incredulity. Hancock even came closer to Luo Xiu, her eyes showing concern. "Honey, if you don't have money, you can tell our sisters. There's no need to sell yourself, especially to someone like this." Luo Xiu's forehead twitched slightly. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to address this person. "I say this, big brother or sister." Luo Xiu summarized this person's physical features and could only use this to describe them. The lower half of the person had a pair of long, straight legs with white lace stockings on the calves and a super short skirt that revealed an enticing absolute territory. The upper half wore a tight sailor suit showcasing their beautiful figure to the fullest. If it ended there, the person's appearance would completely meet Luo Xiu's standards. However, the person had a round face, a circle of stubble around their lips, and wore an exceptionally bright red lipstick. More importantly, it had a male voice. "Lord Blood Asura, my name is Away." Luo Xiu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly closed his eyes, not daring to look at it anymore. "You show me that photo you mentioned. Ooh, I want to see who took a picture of me." Away shyly pulled out a bounty notice of Luo Xiu from an indescribable position in their skirt. "My lord, look at how sexy you are." Before Away could finish speaking, Luo Xiu used his conqueror's color to stun him, fearing that if he continued, he would not be able to restrain himself. "You all, quickly take your captain and leave here, or I will lose control and kill it." Awai's crew clearly understood their captain's power and quickly turned to flee. Once Awai's ship had left, Luo Xiu leaned in close to Hancock's neck and took a deep breath to calm down. "Hee, honey, isn't this what you like? A big chest and long legs." Hearing Hancock's teasing, Luo Xiu pretended to be angry and smacked her on the backside. He then pinched her cheek and turned to look at the remaining 2 pirate groups. He suddenly remembered that during their time in the Sabati archipelago, he seemed to have promised some people that if they could see him alive in Punk Hazard, he would accept them as his subordinates. He recalled that during the time they landed on Punk Hazard, he indeed hadn't seen a single person. So it was no wonder he had set the conditions, and those people could not fulfill them, thus they were not worthy to follow him. "If you want to follow me, it's not impossible, but there are conditions. First, tell me your current bounties and what types of hockey you can." The 2 exchanged glances and reported their bounties. 65. 8 million berries, proficient in observation color hockey. 73. 9 million berries, proficient in armed color hockey. Luo Xiu pondered. Among this group, the previously mentioned Ahau had the highest bounty. Luo Xiu actually didn't want to accept this group. Their strength was just too weak. Even Emoli could now use dual-color hockey, while they could only use one. Don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity. Within a year bring me the head of anyone with a bounty twice yours to sell Nora, and I'll accept you. The two nodded excitedly in agreement. A pirate with a bounty twice theirs would be around 150 million berries, and they felt it wasn't completely impossible. Soon the two went their separate ways looking for their targets to hunt. Luo Xiu shook his head trying to dispel the memories related to Away, but the more he tried the deeper they became. So I should go ask that Bryn for help. A few days later the judgment ship entered the waters surrounding the Island of Nations. The nearby pirates had increased in number, but none were as reckless as the earlier pirate Hao. These pirates were either under Big Mom's command or participants of the upcoming Tea Party. They all held status and could instantly recognize the flag of Blood Asura. The news of Blood Asura's appearance on the Island of Nations quickly reached Big Mom, who immediately sent Smoothie to welcome Luo Xiu and his companions. Smoothie's expression turned sour. She was quite reluctant to engage with Blood Asura's group as the shadow left by Law was still too great for her. Whenever she thought of the harm Law had caused her that night, she felt a dull ache in her chest. Yet fearing Big Mom's orders, she had no choice but to head out to greet Luo Xiu and his companions. Meanwhile, the life card within the invitation in Luo Xiu's hand also began to react. The Totland Sea where Big Mom resided was complex, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the Island of Nations using just a compass. Therefore, the distributed invitations typically came with the life card of one of Big Mom's children, making it easier for guests to find their way. It was unclear whose life card they had received, judging by its reaction, its owner was likely on their way. Not long after Luo Xiu and his group saw a small boat approaching them. The lead figure, unmistakably Smoothie, was easily recognizable by her long legs. Smoothie brought a squad of patrolling guards close to the judgment ship and boarded alone. She glanced at the members of Blood Asura's group. Although there were only half the numbers, they would still likely pose a challenge if a fight broke out. Lord Blood Asura, please follow me. Luo Xiu nodded and boarded Smoothie's ship with Hancock and the others. Since they were within Big Mom's territory, there was no need to leave anyone on board. If anyone attempted to seize his ship, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Big Mom would handle everything. Once on board, Luo Xiu curiously examined the patrolling guards Smoothie had brought. Aside from a few humans, most were homies created by Big Mom. Big Mom's fruit was indeed powerful. With enough souls, she alone could constitute an army. Soon Smoothie led them to the venue of the tea party. Upon seeing Luo Xiu's arrival, everyone present except for Big Mom seated at the top stood up to welcome him. After all, he was someone who stood on equal footing with the host of this tea party, Big Mom. Luo Xiu scanned the room. In addition to some officers from Big Mom's pirate crew, there were also members from the Beast Pirates led by the Disaster Imbue. Additionally, several captains of other pirate crews under Big Mom were present, such as Jinbei, captain of the Sun Pirates, and Capone Beach, captain of the Fire Tank Pirates. Luo Xiu glanced at Beach, who was smoking a cigar, calculating that he was likely about to marry Big Mom's daughter. Perhaps this tea party was for that purpose. Other kings of the underworld were also in attendance, including Stussy and Morgans, though he could no longer remember the names of. Luo Xiu nodded to each of them as a greeting, and then took a seat beside Hancock at the place Big Mom had arranged for them. Barrett and the others sat behind them in order, while Warren was stunned by Big Mom's current appearance, feeling that it differed greatly from the alluring Lin Lin he remembered. Upon seeing Warren, Big Mom initially froze before getting up from her seat and walking directly toward him. Uncle Warren, what are you doing here? After all these years, I hadn't heard a thing about you at sea. I thought you were dead. Warren smiled bitterly and shook his head, wishing to leave the past behind. Where's Kaido? Didn't he come? Hearing Warren mention Kaido, Lin Lin's expression instantly soured. He has never attended my tea parties. We haven't seen each other in decades, that ungrateful guy. Warren chuckled, reminiscing about the days on the ship. Lin Lin and Kaido were among the younger ones on the ship back then, especially Kaido, who was still a child at that time. Thus Warren had taken care of both of them, never expecting that those two little kids would grow up to be emperors of the sea. Warren estimated that he could no longer match either Lin Lin or Kaido in strength. Lin Lin glanced at Luo Xiu, puzzled as to why he was with Warren. Uncle Warren, why not move to Totland and live here? Warren laughed and shook his head. He was living quite well in Cernola. With Luo Xiu around, no one dared to cause trouble there, allowing him to enjoy a retired life. Every day was spent sipping tea and fishing, while he looked forward to when Jasmine would give birth to a little prince. Seeing Warren decline, Lin Lin didn't press the issue, but privately resolved to give Kaido a good beating when she napped. After all, she had gifted him a mythical Zoan fruit, yet he hadn't visited her even once in decades. With the main guests now gathered, Lin Lin announced the official start of the tea party. Soon rows of homies brought various desserts, first placing most of them in front of Big Mom before distributing them. Luo Xiu picked up a piece of red bean cake to taste. To be honest, during his years in this world, he had not eaten many of these desserts. It tastes pretty good, you should try it. After saying this, Luo Xiu brought the bitten red bean cake to Hancock's mouth. She didn't mind, opened her mouth to eat it, and even licked Luo Xiu's finger. Before we leave, let's ask Big Mom for some cooking homies to put on our ship so they can make some desserts for Tina and the others to try. Alright, after sampling 5 or 6 kinds of desserts, Luo Xiu began to feel a bit overwhelmed and set them down, observing the people around him. Big Mom completely disregarded her image and showed no intention of hosting the guests, and upon seeing the desserts, she began to shovel them into her mouth one after another. Luo Xiu couldn't understand why she hadn't gotten tired of eating for decades, but perhaps it was due to her constitution. Enbu, representing the Beast's pirate, sat there drinking by himself, looking accustomed to this scene, as if he was merely passing through each time. Jinbei and Beej were somewhat reserved. Having recently joined Big Mom's crew, they surely didn't want to make any mistakes. As for the others, they sat stiffly, well aware of the notorious reputation of the four emperors, especially with two of them. They were very familiar with Big Mom, who was known for her capriciousness. They dared not provoke her lightly. As for Blood Asura, while they weren't as familiar, they had heard of him and didn't dare to offend him either. However, there was one exception. She proactively raised her glass and walked over to Luo Xiu. "Lord Blood Asura, my name is Stussy. If you go to Pleasure Street, you can mention my name." Luo Xiu nodded, clinked glasses with her, and after downing his drink, he didn't continue to engage with her. Stussy, seeing this, wasn't angry. She smiled slightly and returned to her seat. "Hubby, don't you like her?" Luo Xiu shook his head and leaned closer to Hancock's ear. "She is from the world government." Hancock was somewhat surprised, glancing at Stussy discreetly, not expecting someone from the world government to infiltrate. Curious, she wondered how Luo Xiu knew her identity. Upon seeing Hancock's puzzled expression, Luo Xiu smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret." About an hour had passed, and while others had grown tired of the desserts, Big Mom continued to indulge her pace quick. Even the speed at which the homies brought desserts couldn't keep up with her voracious appetite. Luo Xiu could somewhat understand why she had transformed from a stunning, seductive beauty into her current state. At this moment, Perospero glanced at the time, approached Big Mom, and conjured a puddle of candy to support his body, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Mom, it's about time." Hearing Perospero's words, Big Mom visibly showed her impatience, as she detested being interrupted while enjoying her sweets. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, she reluctantly set down the dessert in her hands. "Bring your sister over here." Perospero nodded and left. All the guests witnessed this scene and began to speculate about the reason for Big Mom's invitation to the tea party. In usual tea parties, Big Mom would never invite so many people, let alone have another emperor present. This stirred a sense of unease among them. Morgan was particularly excited. Perhaps today would bring a significant news story. Before long, Perospero returned with two women, one of whom was Smoogie, and the other had the same pink hair as Big Mom and was dressed in a wedding gown. Upon seeing the woman in the wedding dress, Luo Xiu turned to Capone Beej, beside him, thinking that it was just as he had imagined. Big Mom nodded in satisfaction at the arrival of her two daughters. Perospero stood next to Big Mom and began to address the true theme of the tea party. "Ladies and gentlemen, the main purpose of inviting you all today is twofold. First, to witness the wedding of my sister Charlotte Chiefing and the captain of the fire tank pirates, Capone Beej." After saying this, Perospero gave Beej a knowing glance, and Beej understood, rising to stand beside Perospero. Perospero then looked at Chiefing, who, sensing her brother's gaze, reluctantly walked over to Perospero's side. "Do you two wish to join together in marriage and grow old together?" "I do." Although both said they were willing, everyone present could see that neither Beej nor Chiefing were truly enthused. Beej chose to ally with Big Mom, and the simplest method to gain her trust was through marriage. Luo Xiu looked at Beej with a certain admiration, his memory of him quite vivid. Beej, along with Luffy and Zoro, was known as one of the supernovas of the same era, but in terms of age he was the eldest among them aside from that winged one. His age was sufficient to be Luffy's father, though that wasn't what truly impressed Luo Xiu. What he respected and remembered about Beej was his loyalty in matters of the heart. Although his marriage to Chiefing was a strategic union intended to facilitate his assassination of Big Mom, it couldn't be denied that he was one of the few good husbands in the pirate world. Much better than that certain crossdresser. Luo Xiu glanced at Chiefing, and when he thought of her, he first recalled her twin sister Lola, a woman filled with legendary tales. To this day, Luo Xiu couldn't fathom one question. Why would a woman like Lola, who proposed to any man she met regardless of their race, even a reindeer or a mere skeleton, refuse the proposal of the giant Prince Loki? Had Lola accepted Loki's proposal, Big Mom might have already set her sights on Wano, first forcing Kaido to bow beneath her might, and then uniting the new world to become the pirate king. But this was the pirate world, full of the unexpected, including their tastes. While Luo Xiu was lost in thought, Beej and Chiefing had already completed their wedding ceremony. Applause erupted around them. No one knew if it was sincere or not. However, this was unimportant enough for Big Mom. As long as others were aware of the event, that was enough. Beej and Chiefing exchanged a shy glance, timidly took each other's hands, and returned to their seats. Soon after, Big Mom stood up, ready to announce the next matter herself. Mom, since Chiefing's wedding has concluded, I will announce another matter. The Big Mom pirates will enter into an alliance with the Blood Asura pirates. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Beej joining the Big Mom pirates stirred no waves on the sea. Not to mention that he was merely a minor supernova. Even if the former warlord Jinbei had joined the Big Mom pirates, few would have cared. However, the Blood Asura pirates were different. They were also one of the four emperors. Did this alliance imply that they formed? Morgan swallowed hard. This information is quite significant, but what do the four emperors plan to do with their alliance? Everyone then turned their attention to Smoogie, who was likely the target of the alliance along with Chiefing. No one expected Big Mom to be so generous as to offer one of her top fighters, Smoogie, for an alliance. Didn't that mean she was essentially giving Smooji to the Blood Asura pirates? Mom, Blood Asura, I wonder how you feel about Smooji. Luo Xiu stood up, gently sighing. Big Mom had. He walked up to her, looked up at Big Mom's heavily made-up face, and slowly shook his head. Upon seeing Luo Xiu shake his head, everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. Morgan suppressed his wildly beating heart. Blood Asura publicly rejecting Big Mom. Could this mean a war between the two emperors was about to erupt? The members of the Big Mom pirates looked at Luo Xiu with discontent. Big Mom's expression darkened, her brows furrowed, and her conqueror's haki began to uncontrollably surge forth. Blood Asura, are you toying with me? Ignoring Big Mom's visible anger, Luo Xiu was unconcerned. As long as he wanted to leave, she could not stop him, including Ro and the others. The matter of the alliance was raised by him, so naturally he needed to take the lead. Big Mom, you misunderstood. The alliance will surely proceed, but the target is not me, but my crew member Ro. After saying this, Luo Xiu waved at Ro, who cooperatively stepped behind Luo Xiu, glanced at Big Mom, and then turned. Everyone present turned to look at the seemingly simple-minded fishman, but no one dared to underestimate him, as he was the fifth member of the Blood Asura pirates, with a bounty of 3 billion. Big Mom contemplated for a moment, before finally nodding. It can be arranged, but I have one condition. If he can withstand my attack, then I will agree. Luo Xiu chuckled lightly, and immediately agreed, turning to Ro. I've secured the opportunity for you. Whether you succeed depends on your own abilities. Alright boss, leave it to me. Luo Xiu nodded and returned to his seat, and he was not worried at all about whether Ro could withstand Big Mom's attack. Luo Xiu returned to his seat, habitually squeezing Hancock's small hand in his own. He was fully aware of Big Mom's scheme, but she merely wanted to marry Smooji to elevate her status in their relationship. If it was just about making Smooji his woman, that wouldn't be a problem, but if it meant marrying her, he could only say sorry. He still hadn't held a wedding with Hancock. How could it be Smooji's turn? The main issue was that it was Lore who was interested in Smooji, and it was because he approached Luo Xiu first that this marriage alliance was proposed. Coincidentally, Smooji and Lore held similar positions in their respective pirate crews, making them a suitable match. However, it seemed that he was partly to blame for not clarifying who the marriage alliance was for, combined with his reputation for liking beautiful women, which indeed led to misunderstandings. But that wasn't important. Anyone who dared to bring it up would have to deal with his fists. Big Mom glanced at Lore, and left with. Lore stepped forward, casting a glance back at Smooji. Smooji felt as though the sky had fallen, and she had always thought that as Big Mom's sweet star, she would never be sent off for a marriage alliance. After witnessing her sisters being forced into marriage just to solidify their mother's rule, she began to feel a fear of marriage alliances. Although their husbands didn't dare to act against them due to their mother's power, she knew her sisters were not living well, and perhaps soon she would have to live the same way. Thinking of Lola, who had run away to avoid a marriage alliance, Smooji began to contemplate whether she should do the same. But the thought of marrying that person made her feel trapped. Meanwhile, Lore followed Big Mom to an open area. They stood facing each other, and Lore understood that whether he could win the heart of the beauty depended on this moment. Big Mom was clearly aware of Lore's strength. After Smooji returned, she had mentioned that he could defeat her with a single blow, and she was merely trying to save face. However, despite her words, she still needed to vent her anger on Lore. Napoleon, Prometheus, Zeus. Here, Mom. The hat atop Big Mom's head transformed into an emperor's sword as Prometheus and Zeus infused their powers into the sword's blade. The emperor's sword gradually morphed into a gigantic blade of light, with lightning and flames flickering with. This was not the end. Big Mom then began to unleash her conqueror's haki, the black-red aura gradually wrapping around the giant sword. Mingwang's sword. Big Mom raised the giant sword high above her head and swung it down fiercely towards Lore. Lore did not dare to be careless, crossing his arms and activating his armament haki to its fullest. Clang. The blade collided with Lore's arms, producing a thunderous roar as layers of shockwaves radiated outward. The massive commotion quickly reached the tea party. Everyone turned to look at Luo Xiu, trying to gauge the outcome of the strike from his expression, but Luo Xiu was currently busy playing with Hancock's jade-like hands, and had no time for them. This old hag is serious now, even using Conqueror's haki. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Hancock glanced in the direction of the voice, recalling Luo Xiu's earlier statement that mastering Conqueror's haki was the ticket to becoming a top powerhouse. Smooji felt an overwhelming complexity within as she hoped that her mother's strike would kill Lore, so she wouldn't have. Yet at the same time she feared that this would provoke the wrath of Blood Asura and lead to war between the two pirate crews. Thus the best outcome in her heart was that her mother's strike would severely injure Lore without endangering his life, thus terminating the marriage alliance. In the nearby open space, Lore was pushed back by Big Mom's brute force, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Big Mom roared, exerting her strength once more. This strike finally broke through Lore's defenses, but due to the dissipated force, it only left a shallow wound on his arm. However, Lore was still sent flying by Big Mom's immense power, crashing through several buildings before landing in. Lore pushed aside the chocolate wall that had fallen on him, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and rubbed his slightly swollen arm. He nodded at Big Mom, and then walked towards the tea party without looking back. Big Mom gritted her teeth, not expecting that this fishman beside Blood Asura possessed such strength. She quickly adjusted her mindset and returned to the tea party first. Upon seeing Luo's condition, everyone felt incredulous. Just from the commotion, they could sense how powerful Big Mom's strike was, yet Luo had only sustained minor injuries. Luo Xiu was satisfied as he glanced at Luo. The fact that he could withstand a strike from Big Mom's conqueror's haki indicated that Luo's strength had surpassed that of most vice admirals. Facing a powerhouse of Big Mom's caliber evading her for a while could be considered easy, but a true life-and-death struggle would still be a bit too much. However, if Luo wanted to escape, it was unlikely that anyone could stop him. As long as he entered the sea, he would not face any life-threatening dangers. Mom, I keep my word. Since he could withstand my strike, let's make him the marriage partner for the Big Mom pirate crew. Although Big Mom still harbored some dissatisfaction, she could not go back on her word in front of so many people. There was nothing wrong with a marriage alliance with the Blood Asura pirate crew. Exchanging a daughter for a powerful ally was a good. Blood Asura, you can decide the date of the wedding. Luo Xiu nodded in agreement. Weddings were not a big deal for him, just a seeing that the two parties had settled the marriage matter, the others present did not dare to say much. They had essentially witnessed the alliance process between the two emperor crews. Morgans was already contemplating how to embellish this news before spreading it. Luo returned to his seat, and Big Mom shot Smooji a glance. Smooji was somewhat reluctant. After struggling for a moment, she still walked over to Luo's side and sat down with her long legs crossed. Noticing Smooji's somewhat aggrieved expression, Luo moved a bit closer. I'm sorry, I was just following the orders of my big sister, so I may have been a bit rough. I apologize. Seeing Luo earnestly apologize to her, Smooji's heart trembled slightly. He had always given her the impression of being extremely fierce, yet unexpectedly, he had this side to him. Do you not oppose the marriage alliance? Upon hearing Smooji's question, Luo was momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. Actually, it was me who said I liked you, and that's why the boss proposed the marriage alliance. He like me. Smooji lowered her head. She had never understood such things over the years, as her sisters had been forced into marriage, causing her to feel some resistance. Faced with Luo's sudden confession, Smooji felt a bit flustered. I don't know what liking someone means, so I don't know how to respond to you, but I will marry you according to my mother's wishes. Luo didn't say much more. Based on the experience he learned from Luo Xiu, he believed that in such moments words were useless and actions were what mattered. However, he had yet to learn what specific actions to take. Noticing that Luo's arm wound was still bleeding, Smooji wanted to help him stop the bleeding, but then gave up, thinking about her own abilities. If she were to use her abilities, Luo would likely turn from a fishman into dried fish. At that moment, the other guests began to look at each other and stood up to bid farewell to Big Mom. Having attended the wedding of Chiefing and witnessed the successful alliance between the two pirate crews, they felt there was no need to remain. Jean also stood up to say goodbye. At this time, he needed to return quickly to report the events here to Kaido. Soon everyone left, and only a few key members of the Big Mom pirates remained, along with several captains of affiliated pirate crews. Aside from them, only Luo Xiu and a few others had yet to depart. However, Luo Xiu was not in a hurry to leave. Big Mom had achieved her objective, but his own goal had yet to be fulfilled. Noticing this, Big Mom spoke with some confusion. Blood Asura, do you have something else to discuss? Luo Xiu smiled slightly and stood up, pulling Hancock with him. Of course, we traveled all this way, so we can't leave empty-handed. I wonder if we could take a tour of Whole Cake Island and perhaps receive some homies as well. Big Mom was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed it was just a tour, nothing too significant. As for the homies, she could provide as many as they wanted. She then called over another daughter, instructing her to take Luo Xiu and the others on a tour. Really take them on a tour and don't neglect them, or you'll be in for it. The one called was a girl around 14 or 15 years old who was hiding behind everyone and didn't understand why she was. However, being born into the Charlotte family, she always remembered that she could not defy her mother's orders. She timidly made her way through the crowd, her fingers gripping her skirt so tightly that they turned pale. The other children of Big Mom, with a few exceptions, were mostly watching Broly with an expectant gaze, as if waiting for some. Luo Xiu instantly recognized who this girl was: Broly of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Her siblings had disdain for her because of her unique eyes. Luo Xiu scoffed at this, unable to comprehend their mindset. Broly's appearance, aside from her third eye, could be described as the most normal among Big Mom's children. When her bangs covered it, one could hardly tell. Ironically, those with bizarre appearances were the ones who found fault with Broly. Truly a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Luo Xiu glanced back at Valen and Barrett, estimating they had no interest in touring Whole Cake Island, so he let them return to the ship and wait. Seeing the two leave, Luo also wanted to follow them back, but Hancock quickly pulled him back. What's wrong, big sister? Hancock felt a vain throb on her forehead, sensing a tension at her temples. She shot Luo a glare, indicating with her eyes that he should join Smoker for a tour. However, Luo did not understand Hancock's intentions, glancing at Smoker, confused by why Hancock was looking at him that way. Smoker noticed and chuckled, surprised to see the powerful Luo acting so differently in private. She approached Luo, inviting him, while seizing the opportunity to learn more about him. Seeing Luo leave with Smoker, Hancock nodded in satisfaction. If Luo were to behave like Luo Xiu, she wouldn't have. Luo Xiu smiled and looked down at the trembling Broly. Let's go to show us around. Okay, please follow. After saying that, Broly lowered her head as she passed by her older siblings. As they walked by, one of Big Mom's sons whispered to Luo Xiu, "Sir, she's a monster. She has a third eye on her forehead." Luo Xiu glanced at him, but said nothing more. He had no impression of this son of Big Mom, likely just born for the sake of Whole Cake Island. Hancock also shot a disdainful look at him. If it weren't for the fear of causing trouble for Luo Xiu, she would have acted long. After catching up to Broly, they could distinctly sense her growing nervousness. Luo Xiu quickened his pace and blocked her. Broly looked up fearfully at Luo Xiu and Hancock, her eyes welling with tears, as if she might cry at any moment. Hey, am I really that scary? Broly hurriedly shook her head. No. Then what are you afraid of? Are you scared I might suddenly hit you, or that I will— Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Broly shuddered, raising her head with a deer-in-headlights expression, her voice trembling, as she asked how. How did you know? Luo Xiu smiled slightly, saying nothing more, then bent down, revealing what he considered a kind smile. Could we take a— Broly hesitated a bit, but seeing Luo Xiu's sincere gaze and Hancock's curiosity beside her, she finally mustered the courage to part her bangs, revealing her third eye. Hancock also bent down to get a closer look at Broly. She had been curious about what a three-eyed person looked like. Being stared at so intently by both, Broly felt shy and forgot her fear, her cheeks slightly flushed. After a while, Luo Xiu and Hancock straightened up. Luo Xiu ruffled Broly's hair, saying very cute. Hancock chimed in with cute too. Hearing their compliments, Broly felt it was almost unreal. Her siblings had always regarded her with contempt, calling her a monster, and even her mother said her eyes were disgusting. She had never encountered anyone who praised her eyes as beautiful. Even if Luo Xiu and Hancock were lying or deceiving her, she still felt it was the most beautiful lie. Luo Xiu looked down at Broly, realizing she was a pitiful girl. She had been despised and ostracized in her childhood, and as she grew up she was treated as a pawn for marriage, later kidnapped by Blackbeard to serve as a tool for translating historical texts. Thinking of Hancock and Monet by his side, he recognized they too were unfortunate beings whose paths had changed due to his presence. Since he had encountered Broly, he decided to help this poor girl. Consider yourself lucky to have met me. Broly looked confused, unsure of what Luo Xiu meant. Hancock glanced at Luo Xiu, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although Broly was a beautiful girl, she had yet to fully mature, so it was unlikely Luo Xiu would be interested. Luo Xiu indeed did not have any romantic interest. While many women in the pirate world matured early, he could never quite overcome that mental barrier. He felt a tingling sensation all over. He pulled Hancock closer to him and spoke to Broly. From now on you shall be Hancock's sister. With us protecting you, they won't dare to bully you. Hancock nodded in agreement. Broly couldn't believe her ears as she pinched her arm, wanting to confirm whether she was dreaming. Today not only had she met two people who didn't mind her eyes, but they even praised her for them and claimed she would be their sister. Really? Can that really be true? Of course Blood Asura speak with authority. Luo Xiu smiled, nodding. Broly reminded him of Hancock years ago, stirring a protective instinct within him. Broly was incredibly happy. Although she had dozens of sisters apart from Lola, she had never felt cared for by them. Now that Lola had also left Whole Cake Island to escape marriage, there was no one who truly cared for her here. But today this man she had only known for a few hours made her feel a long-lost sensation. This feeling was called safety. After formally acknowledging Hancock as her elder sister, Bloom visibly brightened. After all, she was merely a girl of 14 or 15, brimming with innocence and vivacity. She then led Luo Xiu and the others on a tour of their cake castle, the very venue hosting the tea party. Next, she guided them through several confectionery factories where they witnessed firsthand how these sweets were crafted. Bloom, may we take some of these homies with us? You may, but if these homies remain separated from Mama for too long, they risk losing vitality. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. That mattered little to him. He intended to have Nai study their creation. Should they fade, it was inconsequential, for Big Mom could effortlessly generate countless more. After touring several more islands, Bloom escorted them to Chocolate Town on Cacao Island, where she ran a modest cafe. The moment Bloom pushed open the cafe door, a jelly-like homie and a blanket-shaped homie fluttered toward them. Let me introduce you, this is Nitro and Rabian. They're among the few friends I have, and they help me manage the cafe. Luo Xiu nodded silently. These two homies were almost certainly dispatched by Big Mom to monitor Bloom. Ultimately, all homies remained under Big Mom's absolute dominion. After seating them, Bloom hurried off to prepare coffee. Luo Xiu surveyed the surroundings. Evidently, Bloom's life under Big Mom was far from easy. Even her cafe was strikingly small. Likely due to sparse patronage, the entire cafe held only Bloom and the two homies. Moments later, Bloom arrived bearing a tray, placing a cup of chocolate-infused coffee before each guest. Then she leaned forward onto the table, gazing back and forth between Luo Xiu and Hancock. Hancock extended a finger and gently poked Bloom's cheek. What are you staring at? Bloom's cheeks flushed faintly. She couldn't explain it. Though both she and Hancock were girls, she had just felt an inexplicable stirring infatuation. Elder sister Hancock, you're absolutely stunning. Hancock chuckled warmly and ruffled Bloom's hair. Luo Xiu savored the coffee Bloom had brewed herself. Infused with chocolate, it possessed a richer, deeper aroma than the coffee served at the Mermaid Cafe. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed from afar, and the ground trembled faintly beneath them. Luo Xiu and Hancock exchanged a glance. Both sensed the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. Bloom instantly understood the cause, and her face paled in terror. It's Mama. Her Suishoka syndrome. She turned urgently to Luo Xiu, her voice trembling with near-begging desperation. Lord, please, help us calm Mama down. Hancock watched Bloom's fear with quiet curiosity. What precisely was this Suishoka syndrome that reduced her to such dread? Once Mama's Suishoka syndrome takes hold, she slips into unconsciousness and attacks anyone who draws near. Each episode leaves devastation in its wake, buildings razed, civilians slain, and even our own siblings often suffer grievous injuries. Hancock nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it was terrifying. A Yonko unmoored by madness left her offspring paralyzed. Her sympathy deepened for this fragile girl, ostracized within her own family, yet still consumed with concern for them. Hancock, stay with Bloom. I'll assess the situation first. With that, Luo Xiu vanished in a blur of motion, streaking across Cacao Island toward Big Mom's location. By the time Luo Xiu arrived, the landscape lay in ruins. The colossal cake castle had collapsed halfway. The earlier thunderous crash had surely been its crumbling spire. Several of Big Mom's most formidable children circled her warily, seeking an opening to subdue their mother. Katakuri, his triplet siblings Perispero, Cracker, Jinbe, and others formed the vanguard, while lesser siblings provided support from the periphery. Yet the gulf in power was insurmountable. Their efforts proved utterly futile against Big Mom. Katakuri spotted Luo Xiu's arrival first, and inwardly exhaled in relief. If this man intervened, their burden would lighten considerably. Ducking one of Big Mom's blows, he melted into Machi form and reappeared beside Luo Xiu. What's happening? The cake for the tea party's base layer was always prepared by Chiffon, but she delegated the task to several workers ahead of. Inexperienced as they were, the cake collapsed en route, and Mama, denied her dessert, succumbed to her Suishoka syndrome. Lord, please intervene to restrain Mama until the replacement cake arrives. Luo Xiu suppressed a wry sigh. Big Mom's children truly endured a cruel fate, subjected repeatedly to such unpredictable violent episodes. If memory served, during Luffy's rampage on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom had personally slain one of her own offspring, though Luo Xiu could no longer recall which unfortunate sibling met that end. Luo Xiu gazed upon Big Mom raging at the island's heart. Her destructive force was nothing short of apocalyptic. So even against Lord, she'd held back, just slightly. He stepped forward, resolved to test the limits of her frenzied strength. With explosive force, he launched himself forward and drove his fist squarely into Big Mom's abdomen. So dense. Pain flared across her midsection, and with a roar, Big Mom swung her Napoleon saber downward at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu evaded effortlessly. Though her raw power remained fearsome, her speed had dulled dramatically in this state. Moreover, her sheer size rendered her movements ponderous and unwieldy. When her strike missed, she pursued Luo Xiu relentlessly, as though determined not to cease until she struck true. As he dodged blow after blow, Luo Xiu weighed strategies to subdue her. Frustrated by his elusive maneuvers, Big Mom gnashed her teeth and instinctively unleashed both Conqueror's haki and her devil fruit powers in a bid to overwhelm him. Luo Xiu responded in kind, his own Conqueror's haki surging forth to collide head-on with hers. The resulting clash sent shockwaves rippling outward. Big Mom's children dropped like felled trees. Even the strongest among them, Owen and his peers, could barely endure the backlash. Katakuri shielded Brule behind him, straining to project his own Conqueror's haki against the maelstrom. Such terrifying haki. Is this truly a being who stands equal to Mama? The clash of their Conqueror's haki came to an end. The two appeared evenly matched, yet Katakuri keenly sensed that Blood Asura still had some strength in reserve. Big Mom's eyes reddened, seemingly displeased with Luo Xiu's interference. She swiftly swung Napoleon, unleashing a series of slashes towards Luo Xiu. As the winds surged beneath his feet, Luo Xiu evaded Big Mom's strikes, and when he did not wish to dodge, he forcefully shattered them with his fist. Seeing this, Big Mom soared into the air, gripping her sword with both hands, delivering an even larger slash. Luo Xiu crossed his arms in front of him to block this blow, then shook his arms, pondering whether he should really find a suitable weapon. Among all the four emperors, Big Mom wielded the emperor's sword, Kaido had the kanabo, and Shanks possessed the griffin, while it seemed he was the only one fighting barehanded. Even Whitebeard, who possessed the top-tier Paramecia Tremor fruit, wielded a supreme-grade Naginata that Songyun. In Luo Xiu's moment of distraction, the furious Big Mom summoned Zeus and Prometheus. After discarding Napoleon, she grabbed one of them with each hand. With a blast of fire from the left and a bolt of lightning from the right, she hurled them towards Luo Xiu as if they were free. Luo Xiu continuously dodged, weaving between the buildings. He managed to avoid the attacks, but this left the buildings behind him pitifully reduced to ruins under Big Mom's onslaught. Luo Xiu shrugged his shoulders. These matters had nothing to do with him. He wouldn't be compensating. The next moment, his expression turned serious. Blood-shattered star. With this strike, Luo Xiu fused his blood energy with Conqueror's haki, its power now comparable to that of. Though Big Mom was in chaos, her years of battle experience allowed her to sense the impending danger. She raised Napoleon, similarly wrapping her Conqueror's haki around the sword, and swung it fiercely to meet Luo Xiu's attack. Boom. Katakuri was astonished to find that Blood Asura's fist did not actually make contact with her mother's sword. Yet a circle of terrifying shockwaves rapidly expanded from the two, blowing away some of his already unconscious brothers and sisters. The terrifying Conqueror's haki from the two wreaked havoc across the island, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even the sky seemed to crack from this strike. In the distant cake factory, Chiffon and others also sensed the booming sound from afar. The Longbread and others were hurriedly preparing the cake that Big Mom needed. At this moment, one of Big Mom's sons began to blame Chiffon for her inaction, stating that if she had personally made the cake base, today's events wouldn't have unfolded. Chiffon's body trembled slightly, as she did not explain anything, for the facts were indeed as stated. Seeing Chiffon remain silent, Big Mom's other children began to become more aggressive, spewing all sorts of harsh words. Hancock watched coldly from the side. Since making the cake required brulee's chocolate, Brule had brought her here, and unexpectedly she witnessed this scene. She originally thought that everyone in Big Mom's pirate crew came from the same family, that they should be united, but she didn't expect so much internal conflict. Becky listened as the crowd berated his wife, his brows furrowing deeper. Though he was an adopted member, he felt a sense of anger at how they bullied his wife. A clay figurine still has 3 points of anger. I say, all of you, if you have the energy to talk here, why don't I see you dealing with Big Mom? Upon hearing Becky's words, the subordinate pirates instantly turned their attention towards him. Just as the two factions were about to clash, Hancock could no longer watch and coughed in discontent. Becky calmed down, first snorted in dissatisfaction, then stepped aside to continue plotting their next move. Big Mom's several children also quieted down. They could ostracize Chiffon, look down on Becky, but they dared not show the slightest disrespect towards Hancock. After Brule finished her work, Hancock took her away as she could no longer bear the atmosphere of Big Mom's family. Meanwhile, at the battle site between Luo Xiu and Big Mom, except for Katakuri, who remained conscious, everyone else had long fallen into a coma. Big Mom raised her sword high and swung it down towards Luo Xiu. He dodged this strike by sidestepping, but Big Mom flipped her wrist and delivered another horizontal slash. Luo Xiu raised his arms to block it, but Big Mom's strength was simply overwhelming, forcing him to continually Just as he was about to retreat to the end, Luo Xiu pushed off with his right foot, leaping over Big Mom's Emperor's sword, then activated Moonwalk to stay suspended in the air. He rubbed his fists. Big Mom's defense was incredibly strong, truly deserving of her steel balloon talent. Big Mom continued to swing her sword towards Luo Xiu. After dodging her attacks in midair, he arrived behind Big Mom. Luo Xiu began to mobilize the blood energy within his body, concentrating all of it onto his right leg, covering it with armament hockey. Taking advantage of Big Mom's momentary lack of reaction, Luo Xiu delivered a spinning kick to the back of her head. Katakuri's eyes twitched at this sight. They had previously attempted to strike Big Mom's head, but the result only made her more frenzied. After taking a heavy blow to the back of her head, Big Mom staggered, her pupils beginning to fade slightly. Seeing this blow had an effect, Luo Xiu continued his frenzied assault on the back of Big Mom's head. Blood Void breaking kick. With the final whip kick, Big Mom's form swayed. Napoleon fell from her hand, and her head tilted back, slightly mouth agape, pupils completely white, clearly short-circuited by Luo Xiu's kick, her mind entering a standby state. Luo Xiu landed on the ground, stamping his slightly numb right foot. Big Mom's head was even harder than other places. Kicking it felt like hitting a steel plate. Seeing Big Mom temporarily stop, Katakuri let out a slight sigh of relief. This time the loss was quite significant. Although Blood Asura had intervened, it was precisely because of that intervention that many of Big Mom's attacks were imbued with Conqueror's Haki, making their destructive power even greater than before. Moreover, during the recent clash of Conqueror's Haki, all of his brothers and sisters had fallen unconscious, still unaware of whether they were in danger of life. At that moment, Longbread pushed the completed cake here, and upon seeing that Big Mom was not causing destruction, Hancock also brought Brule to Luo Xiu's side. Brule looked at her siblings scattered all around her mind, unknown to what thoughts were stirring. You all get ready, or Big Mom may wake up at any moment. Longbread nodded and ordered someone to place the cake next to Big Mom's hand so she could eat it as soon as she woke up. About 2.5 minutes later, Big Mom twitched her nose. It seemed she sensed a familiar smell. Following that, she groped around with her hands and stuffed the cake, made by Longbread and the others, into her mouth. Once she tasted the cake, Big Mom finally calmed down. Once Big Mom finished her cake, she gradually regained consciousness. Upon waking, she saw the cake island had turned into ruins, realizing that she had suffered another episode. Just as she was about to say something, a sharp pain shot through the back of her head, causing her to grimace. She quickly reached back to assess what was wrong. Big Mom, I think you have more important matters to attend to right now. Let's stay on the ship for a few days. Oh, by the way, Bryn will be staying with me for a few days, so you needn't worry. After saying this, Luo Xiu led Hancock and Bryn back to the judgment. Along the way, he felt as though he had forgotten something, but could not recall what it was. It wasn't until they returned to the ship and saw Waylon and Barrett that he remembered. Throughout the entire time from Big Mom's episode to her awakening, he hadn't seen Lore and Smuggy at all. Has Lore not returned at all? Waylon and Barrett exchanged glances and shook their heads. They hadn't seen Lore since leaving the... How strange, where has that guy gone? Didn't they hear all this commotion? Luo Xiu shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. With Lore's strength, no one on the Island of Nations besides Big Mom could stand against him. Then Luo Xiu looked at Bryn beside him and bent down to rub her little head. Bryn, can you help me with something? Bryn looked up with her big eyes, unable to fathom why someone as powerful as Luo Xiu would need her help. However, she nodded. She would definitely be willing to help Luo Xiu. In a bit, use your fruit ability to help me erase a memory. It should be from a few days ago regarding someone who is neither male nor female. Erase everything about them. Bryn looked a bit confused, but still nodded. Luo Xiu then closed his eyes to facilitate Brin's operation. Brin took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from her palms on her skirt, and then extended her 2 fingers to rest on Luo Xiu. Soon a film carrying Luo Xiu's memories from the past few days was carefully extracted by Brin, who then located the memory of the androgynous person as Luo Xiu instructed. Brin took out a pair of scissors and cut that segment of the film away, then pieced the remaining memories back together and returned them to Luo Xiu's mind. Alright, you can open your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu opened his eyes and carefully felt his mind. He only remembered asking Brin to help him erase a memory, but he couldn't recall what specifically needed to be erased. Luo Xiu smiled. Not being able to remember meant that Brin's ability was effective. However, while Luo Xiu felt pleased, Brin's little face fell. She would have to review everything to find the memory Luo Xiu mentioned. Thus, Luo Xiu successfully forgot the androgynous person, but she deeply remembered someone named Away. Luo Xiu shyly pinched Brin's little face. He had forgotten this detail. Brin could only erase others' memory. For the next 3 or 4 days, everyone lived aboard the Judgment. The Cake Castle was undergoing urgent repairs due to the destruction caused by Big Mom. Luo Xiu regretted not bringing Anton along. They had been eating pre-prepared food along the way, and it was nearly... They could only prepare some simple dishes, but fortunately Brin's cooking was quite good, and with the help of those homies the meals were decent. One day, while everyone was idly passing the time, Lore suddenly returned to the Judgment with Smuggy after being missing. After not seeing each other for days, the relationship between the two seemed to have grown significantly closer. Smuggy appeared visibly more relaxed than before and was not as resistant. It was unclear what Lore had done to change Smuggy's perception of him in such a short time. Brin also curiously looked at Smuggy. In her impression, Smuggy was the stern pastry star under her mother's command and had always worn a serious expression. She had never seen this side of Smuggy. Boss, the castle has been mostly repaired. We can head over now. Luo Xiu nodded and led Hancock and Brin down the ship back into the castle. Seeing Brin and Luo Xiu together, Big Mom found it somewhat unbelievable, but she didn't say much. Mom, Big Mom, thank you for everything before. If you need anything, just let me know. Luo Xiu waved his hand, saying he had nothing much to do here. He just wanted to borrow someone and clarify Brin's... Luo Xiu scanned the crowd and pointed to Becky at the back. I just need to borrow him for a bit. I'll return him to you soon. Seeing Luo Xiu asking for Becky, Big Mom was somewhat surprised, but after thinking she agreed. Then Luo Xiu pulled Brin close to him and addressed Big Mom's children, saying, I don't care how you used to treat her or excluded her, but from now on she is my sister Blood Asura. If anyone bullies her and I find out, you can consider whether you can withstand my wrath. Brin looked up at Luo Xiu, tears welled up in her eyes. For the first time since her birth, she felt what it was like to be changed. Big Mom's expression darkened, but she found herself powerless against Luo Xiu and could only tacitly accept this. Big Mom's children exchanged glances, unsure why Blood Asura cared so much about this monster named Brin. However, since he had clearly stated it, they needed to weigh whether they could withstand his wrath. They were uncertain of Brin's standing in Blood Asura's heart, and equally unsure of their own standing in Big Mom's, but they were certain that Big Mom would not offend Blood Asura for any one of them. Seeing that Big Mom's pirate crew had said nothing, Luo Xiu decided to leave. Before departing, he glanced at Becky behind the crowd. Becky knew he had no right to refuse, and quickly followed Luo Xiu's footsteps. Few people came to see them off, only Smuggy, Brin, and Chiefing. Lore and Smuggy were chatting about something, while Becky and Chiefing were also exchanging some words. Hancock left Brin her transponder snail number, telling her to call if anyone bullied her, and Luo Xiu would bring people. Brin happily nodded, then dove into Hancock's embrace, hugging her tightly. Moments later, Lore and Becky returned to the Judgment, which slowly sailed away from the port, while Smuggy and the others waved them goodbye from the shore. Brin's eyes were filled with thoughts of Luo Xiu, the man who was incredibly gentle with her, yet fiercely protective of her family. But thinking of Hancock beside Luo Xiu, Brin felt a pang of disappointment, as she had never wanted to grow up so quickly. Brin watched the Judgment gradually disappear from view, silently thinking, Lord Blood Asura, wait for me to grow up. A few days later, the Judgment returned to Selnorla with Luo Xiu and others aboard. During the voyage at sea, Bulin would occasionally call, sharing snippets of her life. Big Mom had secured a larger storefront for her cafe, which was thriving, so she hired a few employees and became a small business owner. Moreover, her siblings no longer displayed their previous disdain towards her, although it was all feigned. Bulin felt quite happy. Additionally, Luo Air and Si Muji seemed to have entered a passionate phase, spending hours on the phone each day, leaving Luo Xiu puzzled about their endless conversations. Upon returning to Selnorla, Luo Xiu summoned Anton, instructing him to take Baiki to Punk Hazard to utilize his fruit ability to bring back Feizai. What is Feizai? Oh, my little pet, you don't need to worry, he's very well behaved. Baiki suspected Luo Xiu wasn't being entirely truthful, but he dared not argue. By the way, Anton, see what Caesar is up to while you're there, and give him another beating on the side. At that moment, Caesar, who was dozing in the laboratory, suddenly shivered. I have an ominous feeling. Soon Anton, along with Baiki and Luo Air, piloted the Judgment towards Punk Hazard. After returning to the palace with Hancock, Luo Xiu encountered Tina and her companions, whom he had not seen for a long time. Missing them felt like being apart for 3 autumns, and the first thing he did was take Tina into his room. A few hours later, Jasmine obediently entered the room, leaving Hancock and Monet outside. Monet appeared somewhat distracted as she had not been with Luo Xiu for long, still serving as his personal maid, which included the duty of warming his bed. Yet she had not truly become Luo Xiu's woman, and even Jasmine had surpassed her, causing her to worry whether Luo Xiu did not like her. Hancock immediately saw what Monet was thinking, stifled a laugh, and leaned in to whisper in her ear. "Your young master prefers proactive maids." Hearing this, Monet's face flushed red, and she shyly glanced at Hancock before mustering the courage to head towards Luo Xiu's room. When she noticed the door to the room being pushed open, Luo Xiu thought it was Hancock, who hadn't eaten enough, only to find Monet entering. Her face turned as red as a baboon's backside upon seeing the scene inside. However, she encouraged herself internally and stepped closer to the bed. Jasmine, feeling a bit tired, graciously made. Though Monet was a novice, under Luo Xiu's guidance they gradually found their rhythm. Time quietly slipped away, and by the time they emerged it was already dinner time. After dinner, Luo Xiu intended to rest, having worked hard all day. However, Hancock, with a sly smile, noted that her younger sisters were full, while she herself was not. Luo Xiu internally lamented, but for the sake of his dignity, he steeled himself to conquer the formidable Hancock. Meanwhile, Luo Air and his companions, after several days of sailing, arrived back at Punk Hazard. Shortly after they landed on the island, Fei Zai followed Anton's sent over. Baiki, seeing the massive dragon that was several dozen meters long, was informed by Luo Xiu that it was just a little pet. Baiki felt a surge of anger, but quickly suppressed it, knowing he couldn't compete against either Luo Air or Anton. Baiki could only obediently use his fruit ability to gradually shrink Fei Zai and stuff him into his castle. However, due to Fei Zai's enormous size, he filled the entire castle, leaving Baiki with no choice but to let his subordinates exit the castle. After securing Fei Zai, Anton remembered Luo Xiu's orders and went to the underground laboratory of Ice Island, where confused Caesar received another beating. Caesar lay on the ground, as if broken, utterly devoid of life. "Wu, you are simply red eggs, red eggs." Upon returning to Selnorla, Luo Xiu set up Fei Zai in an open space behind the palace where there was enough room for him to move without disturbing the residents of Selnorla. Hancock and Jasmine saw Fei Zai for the first time. Hancock thought him both fat and ugly, which made Fei Zai feel sad for several days. While Luo Air returned Baiki to Cake Island, he took the opportunity to spend some time with Si Muji before heading back. For a while the entire sea seemed to quiet down, with only a few people still active. Luo Xiu spent his days either cultivating with Hancock and the others or supervising their training, living a relatively peaceful life. Months passed, and nearly a year had gone by since the Summit War. On this day, Luo Xiu lay on the throne of Selnorla, holding the fragrant and soft Monet in his arms. Jasmine was beside him, reporting on recent events that had occurred at sea. Looking at the increasingly mature Jasmine, Luo Xiu felt a sense of satisfaction. After Jasmine finished her report, Luo Xiu summarized the key points. Firstly, related to him, the entire New World had come to know that Selnorla was his territory. Furthermore, the Blood Asura pirates seemed to have formed an alliance with Big Mom's crew. Valen lost his title of Warlord of the Sea as a result of joining his ranks. To counterbalance the four emperors, the world government once again recruited warlords of the sea. Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law orchestrated the Rocky Port incident, securing a position as a warlord of the sea after presenting 100 pirate hearts. Aside from Law, a self-proclaimed Whitebeard too emerged, launching a massive attack on the remnants of Whitebeard's crew. During this time, he severed an arm of former Marine Admiral Zifa and nearly wiped out his students. However, he was ultimately recruited by the world government and became a warlord of the sea. As a result of this incident, Zifa announced his resignation from the Marines and led a group of students to form the Inyo Marines, determined to eliminate all pirates. Meanwhile, led by Marco, the remnants of Whitebeard's crew sought out Blackbeard, resulting in a decisive battle, which ultimately saw Marco's side defeated as they retreated to Whitebeard's homeland. On the Navy side, aside from Zifa's departure, the world conscription had come to an end and the vacancies for admirals were filled, although the specifics of the two new admirals had not been disclosed. Tina, in the room, appeared somewhat distracted after hearing this. Following Kuzan's departure, Zifa had also left the Navy, a teacher who had helped her considerably. Additionally, she wondered whether the new admiral might be her Aunt Guillaume. Upon learning that Luo had become a warlord of the sea, Luo Xiu knew it wouldn't be long before he reached out to Caesar, signaling the time for him to set sail again. There was still a year until the Straw Hat crew would re-emerge, and he felt a sense of anticipation regarding this. After more than 2 months had passed, Luo Xiu suddenly received a call from Caesar while he was guiding Mo9 in her forehead, glistening with sweat, and breathing lightly, lay on Luo Xiu's body. As Luo Xiu answered the call, a fawning expression instantly appeared on his face. "Lord Blood Asura, that Luo is right here with me. What should I do next? Find a way to keep him here. My men will arrive in a few days, and they will instruct you on what to do." Okay. After hanging up the call, Luo Xiu realized that things were just as he remembered. Luo was secretly investigating Don Quixote da Flamingo and Caesar under the guise of the 7 warlords of the sea, preparing for a future alliance with Luffy. Luo Xiu initially considered sending someone else, but after some thought he decided to go personally, which would also allow him to take Luo to Dressrosa and obtain Doflamingo's heart. Then Luo Xiu patted Mo9's backside, telling her to get ready, as he would only take her this time. Mo9 was overjoyed and skipped off to pack her clothes. After getting dressed, Luo Xiu found Hancock and the others, informing them that he would be away for a while. Soon, aside from the ever-necessary law, he set sail, with only Mo9. He had been one of the 4 emperors for some time now, and anyone with a bit of power would surely recognize him. Even if there were some reckless little pirates, Mo9 would be able to handle them with ease. It was a perfect opportunity to test Mo9's progress over the past few months. Throughout the journey, Law and Smoker were constantly chatting on the transponder snail, their relationship, now incredibly close, just a wedding away. In the past few months, Law had often secretly taken the polarizer to Whole Cake Island, staying for a few days before. However, each trip took several days, and how could Luo Xiu not notice? It was merely because he temporarily had no use for the polarizer that he chose to turn a blind eye. Watching the two of them in love, Luo Xiu felt a sense of relief. After all, Law had been with him since childhood, and now it had been over 10 years. A few days later, the polarizer docked near Punk Hazard's ice island, and Luo Xiu brought Mo9 to find Caesar, leaving Law to watch the ship, giving them a bit of space. Having been here before, Luo Xiu easily located the entrance to the underground research facility. Caesar, having received information from an unknown source, had opened all the doors in advance, allowing Luo Xiu to access his laboratory without obstruction. At this moment, Luo was secretly gathering intel on the trade chain of artificial devil fruits between Caesar Doflamingo and Kaido, completely unaware of what would happen next. Earlier, to gain Caesar's trust and allow him access to the core production of Sad, Luo had voluntarily offered to hand over his heart as collateral. However, contrary to his expectations, Caesar not only refused his heart, but also enthusiastically offered to show him around, albeit only a small part each day. Luo did not understand Caesar's motives for doing this, but he knew that the other party certainly had ulterior motives. Nonetheless, he was confident in his devil fruit abilities, believing that even if Doflamingo came personally, he might not be able to capture him. Thus, he decided to play along and see what Caesar was truly up to. One day, after returning from yet another part of the tour, Luo found Caesar standing rigidly in front of the laboratory door. His expression held a glimmer of hope mixed with fear. Luo was puzzled, unsure of what Caesar was up to. "What are you doing? Is someone coming here?" Caesar glanced at Luo with a hint of nervousness, but insisted on saying nothing. Luo frowned. Could it be Doflamingo? But Luo quickly dismissed this possibility. Of Caesar's attitude towards Doflamingo couldn't be like this. Just as Luo was deep in thought, he spotted 2 unfamiliar figures appearing in the distance. Luo had been here for several days and had never seen these 2 people. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see who they were. Blood Asura. Upon recognizing their faces, Luo's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why Blood Asura would appear. According to the division of the 4 emperors' powers, this area should belong to Kaido of the Beast, shouldn't it? Before Luo could ponder the reason, Luo Xiu had already stepped forward, with Mo9 closing the distance to the 2 figures. With a smile in his eyes, Luo Xiu looked at Caesar, who bore some bruises, and nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Antoine's mission. Then he turned to Luo, standing beside Caesar. The 2 major culprits behind Mo9's tragic fate were now here. Warlord of the Sea, Trafalgar Law, user of the surgery fruit, once served under Doflamingo. Am I wrong? Luo's face turned serious, instinctively sensing that Blood Asura's visit here was not merely for a greeting. Luo Xiu paid no heed to Luo's vigilance. "Since both of you are here, then use your devil fruit abilities to hand over your hearts to me." Luo's pupils constricted, unable to comprehend why Blood Asura would demand this. There should be no connection between them. Luo swallowed hard, glancing at Caesar beside him, and Virgo to the side, calculating that the 3 of them together should be able to barely face Blood Asura. Thinking this, Luo reluctantly questioned, "Why should I?" Hearing this, the one who reacted the most was actually Caesar, who was trembling uncontrollably on the side. He had personally experienced the terror of Luo Xiu, a feeling he did not wish to endure a second time. Why should he? What's there to explain? As soon as Luo Xiu's words fell, he instantly vanished from his spot. Luo reacted quickly, hurriedly, using his devil fruit ability to teleport. Too slow. Luo Xiu's disdainful voice echoed in Luo's ears, and the next moment a whip kick struck Luo's abdomen, sending him flying. Luo Xiu quickly followed, arriving behind Luo, first delivering a powerful punch to his lower back. Luo's entire body flew out once again, crashing into a nearby experimental table, and he fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his waist had been shattered. Luo lay on the ground, watching Blood Asura walk towards him step by step before squatting down in front of him. Luo Xiu grabbed Luo's hair, pulling him up. "Now do you still want to know why?" Luo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words, resignedly shaking his head. Luo Xiu tossed Luo down at Caesar's feet and dusted off his hands. It would have been better to do this earlier, no need to complicate matters. Mo9 obediently brought over a chair for Luo Xiu to sit on. Standing beside him, she offered one of her hands. Luo Xiu smiled satisfactorily as he held Mo9's small hand, pleased that his little maid was obedient. On the other side, Luo used his devil fruit ability to temporarily stabilize his waist before extracting both his and Caesar's hearts. Mo9 curiously watched the 2 hearts in Luo's hands, astonished that they could still beat normally after leaving the body, and that a person could still survive. Caesar respectfully placed their hearts into separate containers and presented them before Luo Xiu. Inside, Luo cursed Caesar, repeatedly, shocked that he had colluded with Blood Asura. "Fool, what good does it do to curry favor with him when you can't even save your own heart?" At the same time, he began to doubt whether the gap between the warlords of the sea and the four emperors was truly insurmountable. Luo Xiu took the hearts from the two, and without even glancing at them handed them over to Monet. You can keep them, but if you don't want them, just throw them away like trash. Monet was momentarily perplexed by Luo Xiu's intentions. He had come specifically to obtain their hearts, yet now he was leaving the handling of them to her. Luo, Caesar. Luo was filled with anger, but dared not express it. The other party had unceremoniously demanded his heart, and even beaten him. The key point was that after he had given it, the other side didn't seem to care much, instead passing it to a woman for casual disposal. Did that not mean that his and Caesar's lives were now in the hands of this green-haired woman? Monet glanced at the two, pondered briefly, and decided to keep the two hearts for now in case they proved useful in the future. After acquiring Luo and Caesar's hearts, Luo Xiu directly took Monet and left. Before they departed, he instructed Luo to follow as they were now heading to Dressrosa to retrieve Doflamingo's heart. Luo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to obey his heart. It was absolutely not because he was afraid of Luo Xiu. Upon returning to the judgment, Luo Xiu also saw Luo's submarine and the chubby white bear Beepo. What a cute polar bear. Monet was instantly captivated by Beepo's adorable appearance. She had little resistance against such fluffy creatures. Beepo praise showed a shy expression, his blush standing out against his white fur. But when he saw the two hearts Monet was holding and Luo's weakened state, his shyness vanished in an instant. He hurriedly rushed over to support Luo, and with a worried expression asked, "Captain, are those hearts in her hands yours?" Luo weakly nodded. Beepo's eyes widened, and then he revealed an angry expression showing his trademark little fangs. He immediately wanted to demand Luo's heart back from Monet. Sensing Beepo's intentions, Luo quickly panicked and grabbed him. "Don't go. You'll die." Luo Xiu's strength was terrifying. With just one punch and kick, he had rendered him completely incapacitated. At that moment, Beepo rushed forward akin to delivering a teddy bear. Set sail law to Dressrosa. The judgment slowly sailed out of Punk Hazard's harbor heading towards Dressrosa. Luo dared not entertain thoughts of escape and could only let Beepo and the others follow him in the submarine. All the way, Luo was pondering why Blood Xiu would do such a thing. He believed he had never offended Blood Xiu. In fact, they had never even met. Moreover, why was Blood Xiu heading to Dressrosa? Was it because he had struck some deal with Doflamingo intending to capture him? Thinking of this, Luo felt this possibility was quite high. It seemed that both Doflamingo and Blood Xiu were on the same side. He wanted to escape, but he knew he couldn't. Setting aside whether the fisherman on Blood Xiu's ship could catch up to his submarine, he still had his heart in the other's hands, so there was nowhere for him to run. The distance between the two islands was quite short. It took less than a day for the judgment to dock at Dressrosa's harbor. Monet placed the two hearts in the collection room of Luo Xiu's loft. Then Luo Xiu led Monet and Luo towards Doflamingo's palace. The three walked along the path in Acacia Town, where the air was fragrant with flowers, and the surrounding residents appeared to live blissfully. However, all three knew well that this was merely a facade. The true nature of this country was filled with oppression and slavery governed entirely by violence. On the way, Luo Xiu and the others encountered some members of the Doflamingo family. When they saw Monet standing beside the four emperors, Blood Xiu, their expressions became somewhat unnatural. In the past, although Monet was a Logia-type user, her status within the family was not high. She was even inferior to her. After all, sugar was a crucial part of Doflamingo's rule over Dressrosa, while Monet had been a dispensable character. But now it was different. Monet, as a core member of the Blood Xiu pirates, had a status that was no longer comparable. Even Doflamingo had to be respectful when he saw her. Monet naturally noticed the reactions of these people. Although she did not have a strong desire for power and status, who would want to be a mere pawn for others? Everything she currently possessed was granted to her by Luo Xiu. Monet happily linked her arm with Luo Xiu's, feeling that being Luo Xiu's little maid was the luckiest thing in her life. Meanwhile, in the palace atop Dressrosa, Toripol hurriedly pushed open the door. Seeing Toripol's appearance, Doflamingo was somewhat impatient. "Toripol, didn't I tell you? Don't panic when something happens, stay calm." Toripol leaned on the table with both hands, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat dripping onto the table. After catching his breath, he barely managed to speak. Doff, he's coming." Doflamingo couldn't care less about the goo Toripol had dripped on his table, frowning as he inquired. "Who is coming? Speak clearly." "Blood Xiu. It's Blood Xiu who has come." Just as Toripol finished speaking, Monet kicked open the palace door. As for why it was Monet who kicked it open, it was naturally because Luo Xiu had instructed her to do so. Upon seeing Monet kick open his door, Doflamingo's first reaction was anger. No one had ever dared to kick his door. Just as he was about to explode, he noticed the man standing behind Monet. Doflamingo immediately stood from his chair, and ignoring Torpol, approached Luo Xiu to greet him. "Greetings, Lord Blood Xiu." Then glancing at Monet beside Luo Xiu, he hesitated for a moment before bowing his head. "Greetings, Miss Monet." Luo Xiu nodded, naturally bypassing Doflamingo and sitting down at his position, while Monet obediently stood by. Doflamingo dared not voice any complaints, standing respectfully to the side and signaling to Violet to hurry. Violet obviously hadn't yet recovered from the shock. The last time they met, Monet was still that poor girl treated as a year later. Seeing each other again, Monet's identity had undergone a dramatic upgrade, becoming someone even Doflamingo had to respect. Seeing that Violet was still dazed, Doflamingo coughed in annoyance. Violet seemed to wake from a dream, fleeing from the palace. As she exited, she caught sight of a familiar figure. However, she still needed to brew tea, so she didn't think much of it, and hurriedly left. Soon Violet returned to the palace with a pot of tea and respectfully poured a cup for both Luo Xiu and Monet. Luo Xiu took a sip, placed the teacup in Monet's hand, and said, "It's a bit hot." Monet understood and conjured a few snowflakes to place around the teacup. "Come in." Doflamingo felt somewhat puzzled, unsure of who else Luo Xiu had brought with him. He curiously turned to look at the door, just in time to meet Luo's gaze as he entered. "It's you. Is it you?" Seeing Luo appear here, Doflamingo was quite surprised. Upon seeing Doflamingo, a fierce killing intent was unmistakable in Luo's eyes. He was constantly thinking about how to kill his opponent. Doflamingo merely chuckled at the killing intent emanating from Luo, not taking it to heart. He acknowledged Luo's talent, but felt it was still insufficient to threaten his life. However, remembering that he had come with Blood Asura, Doflamingo felt a bit uneasy. If Luo had enough leverage to enlist Blood Asura's help, wouldn't that spell his doom? "Make your move." Hearing Luo's words, Luo silently nodded, and then activated his abilities against Doflamingo. Doflamingo's heart sank. The situation he feared most had indeed come to pass. He could no longer care about the four emperors. While he was wary of Blood Asura, it didn't mean he would let himself be easily manipulated. Doflamingo exerted force with his feet and swiftly appeared behind Luo. Due to his injuries, Luo was unable to defend himself against Doflamingo. With a swipe of his fingers, 5 bloody wounds appeared on Luo's back. Luo furrowed his brow, finished the tea handed to him by Monet in one gulp, and slowly stood up. Noticing Luo rising, cold sweat involuntarily trickled down Doflamingo's forehead. He had never seen Blood Asura make a move, but the very name was terrifying. He opened his mouth to plead one last time, but Luo did not give him the chance to speak. Luo's right hand formed into a claw, instantly gripping Doflamingo's mouth, the immense pressure causing Doflamingo to be unable to utter a sound. Then Luo exerted force with his right hand, embedding Doflamingo's head into the palace wall. Torpol wanted to rush forward to save him, but the next moment he felt a bone-chilling cold. He turned to look at Monet beside him, his eyes filled with disbelief. A year ago, Monet was just a lucky subordinate in his eyes, possessing a natural devil fruit, but with mediocre abilities. But now Monet made him sense the danger of death. Looking at Monet's smiling face, Torpol dared not act rashly. Luo withdrew his hand, brushing off the debris on his palm. After giving Luo a glance, he returned to his chair. Without hesitation, Luo used his devil fruit ability to effortlessly extract Doflamingo's heart. Torpol and Violet watched the whole process, but neither of them dared to move, let alone intervene. Luo took the heart and tossed it to Monet without even looking. Monet said nothing more and obediently accepted it. After a while, Doflamingo pulled his head out from the wall and saw that Monet was holding a heart. Instinctively, he touched his chest, realizing he felt no familiar heartbeat. Doflamingo stumbled, nearly falling to the ground with Torpol's help. "Lord Blood Asura, could you please return my heart? I am willing to exchange it for a natural devil fruit." Luo propped his feet on the table, taking an interest in Doflamingo. "Natural devil fruit. Show it to me." Doflamingo gritted his teeth, signaling Torpol to fetch it. Luo grabbed one of Monet's small hands, pondering which natural devil fruit Doflamingo had. Most likely the Mara fruit. Not long after, Torpol returned with a tray, the devil fruit covered by a red cloth. After Doflamingo revealed the red cloth, an orange devil fruit appeared. "Lord Blood Asura, this is the Mara fruit of Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. I am willing to use it to exchange for my heart." Luo thought for a moment. Although it was called a fruit even dogs wouldn't eat, it was still a natural type, and keeping it for collection wasn't a bad idea. Moreover, his desire for Doflamingo's heart was merely to relieve Monet's grievances. Now that the goal was achieved, keeping it was of no use. Thus, he readily agreed to Doflamingo's request. Seeing Luo's acquiescence, Doflamingo let out a huge sigh of relief. Under Luo's devil fruit ability, Doflamingo retrieved his heart. Feeling the familiar heartbeat, Doflamingo finally relaxed. Luo had no further business here, so he stood up and left. Seeing this, Luo hurriedly followed. Luo turned back to glance at him, asking, "What are you following me for?" Luo felt a bit awkward. His heart was still in the other's possession, and he too wanted it back. "What do you have a natural devil fruit to exchange?" "Well, not really." "Then get lost. Are you still waiting for dinner?" Watching Luo and Monet's retreating figures, Luo clenched his fists. He found that he no longer harbored such strong killing intent towards Doflamingo. But he was acutely aware that the gap between him and Doflamingo was far too great. He could never defeat him on his own and needed to plan for the long term. Just as Luo was about to leave, he discovered that his body had already been ensnared by Doflamingo's threads. I can't defeat Blood Asura, but can I defeat you?" Torpol, lock him up." Luo felt a wave of unease. By the time he tried to break free, it was already too late. He was still too weak in Doflamingo's eyes. On the other side, Luo returned to the judgment with Monet completely indifferent to Luo's fate. Ignoring the anxious Beepo and the others, Luo directly took Monet back to the attic and placed the Mara fruit into the collection room. His collection room now held 2 natural devil fruits, one Mara fruit, and another steam fruit he had obtained earlier. At night, Monet lay resting on Luo's body, previously curious about why Luo insisted on taking their hearts. The last time they came to Punk Hazard, she had come with Tina. But this time Luo only brought her along and had entrusted the hearts of Luo and Caesar to her for disposal. If it weren't for Doflamingo having a natural devil fruit, she would now hold the fates of 3 people in her hands. Young master, may I ask you a question? Luo gently stroked Monet's hair, knowing what she wanted to ask. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Did young master predict something? Luo nodded and recited the response he had prepared in advance. It was about how when Monet first arrived, Luo had made a prediction and discovered that if he did not accept Monet, her fate would be dire, ending in a tragic death. The main culprits were Doflamingo and the others, so to help Monet, Luo had them surrender their hearts. Although there was some embellishment on Luo's part, most of it stemmed from actual events in the plot. He merely added a bit of flair, portraying the 3 of them as unforgivable. Moved to tears, Monet now regarded Doflamingo as her enemy. To repay Luo, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Young master, I can continue." A few days later, the judgment ship returned to Selnora. As Luo Xiu stepped off the vessel, he saw Warren approaching. Upon seeing Luo Xiu, the stranger's excitement was unmistakable. He hurriedly rushed to Luo Xiu, carrying a package in his hands. "Lord Blood Asura, my name is Jess. I have done as you instructed. Can I follow you now?" Looking at Jess' eager expression, a question mark popped up above Luo Xiu's head. "What do you mean you've done it? What did I say?" Upon seeing Luo Xiu's reaction, Jess' heart sank. Warren suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly pulled Luo Xiu aside. "Captain, do you remember at Ling Ling's place, you asked Miss Bruin to erase a segment of your memory?" Luo Xiu nodded as he indeed remembered. "Are you saying that what I said is in that deleted memory?" Warren nodded, confirming that this was the case. He recognized Jess as the young man who claimed he could master the armament. It was unexpected that at that time Aowei had already left and Bruin had deleted that memory as well. Warren then recounted the events, deliberately omitting the part about Aowei. After hearing this, Luo Xiu found it a bit strange. There was nothing particularly special about that memory. Why did he ask? Luo Xiu did not dwell on it too much. He rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. If this got out, it could tarnish his reputation. "So you were Jess, right?" Jess nodded excitedly and quickly jogged over to Luo Xiu. He was quite familiar with Warren Lore and Monet beside Luo Xiu, greeting each of them. Luo Xiu secretly nodded. Putting aside everything else, Jess was quite polite, making him suitable for training. As Luo Xiu glanced at the item Jess was holding. Noticing this, Jess hurriedly opened it, revealing a round object, and Warren looked at it, noting the bounty was 189 million berry, meeting the conditions Luo Xiu had set, and within the stipulated time. He nodded at Luo Xiu, indicating there was no problem. "Alright, you can serve as a trainee member on the ship for a while, and see if you qualify to become a core member. If you do not meet the requirements, you will only be considered an auxiliary member." Upon hearing Luo Xiu's arrangement, Jess was overjoyed. He initially thought it would be great to become an auxiliary member, but unexpectedly, he now had the chance to become a core member. Thinking about the possibility of being recognized alongside Black and the others who had bounties exceeding 3 billion, Jess could hardly contain his excitement and began to tremble. Luo Xiu had his considerations in this decision. There were still too few people on his ship. Aside from Hancock and a few others, there were only 4 members, Black and his crew. He had considered making Warren and Zaire core members, but they had declined, citing their age as a reason. They only wanted to protect Selnora well. Luo Xiu did not push them. They were indeed older. Although the giant Doge was in his prime, his size was not suitable for staying on the ship for long. Just then Jess appeared, and Luo Xiu intended to train him. During their last meeting, Jess had said he only knew how to use armament hockey, but in a few months he had already mastered observation hockey, demonstrating his solid talent. Lore explained the ship's rules to him and arranged a room for him. Lore agreed in a deep voice and took Jess aboard the ship. As soon as Jess boarded the ship, he eagerly began to explore. He had previously gathered a lot of information about the Blood Asura pirates, which naturally included the Blood Judgment ship. What he read about in newspapers was definitely different from first-hand experience. Lore led Jess to the cabin and helped him. Since Luo Xiu and Hancock lived in the loft at the stern of the ship, there were plenty of rooms available in the cabin. Usually only the 4 of them lived there, which felt a bit lonely. With Jess' arrival, it could liven things up. Then Lore took Jess to introduce the basic facilities of the Judgment ship, including the locations of the kitchen and other functional rooms. By the way, the loft at the stern is where the captain and the big sister live. You can't go there without important matters. If you need anything, you can talk to Black. Jess nodded, taking note. He knew there were a few female members in the Blood Asura pirates, each of whom was a beauty, so he was not surprised by this rule. After briefly touring the Judgment with Jess, Lore took him toward the palace. "Let's go, I'll introduce you to the others." Along the way, Jess excitedly asked Lore various questions, and Lore patiently answered each one. If Luo Xiu saw this, he would definitely find Lore a bit strange, as he was not the type to be very patient. Lore expressed that if Jess stayed, he would no longer be at the lowest rank on the ship, and could also delegate tasks to others. Upon entering the palace, Jess finally met Black and the others as he wished. Luo Xiu sat on the throne, watching Jess below, whose eyes were sparkling. "Jess, as a newcomer benefit, if you want to become a devil fruit user, I can help you find one. Whether it's a Paramecia Zoan or Logia, it can be arranged." Jess, after hearing this, first thanked Luo Xiu, but then declined his kindness. "Captain, to be honest, I only managed to hunt my target and fulfill your request because I consumed a devil fruit." Luo Xiu nodded, understanding why Jess' strength had grown so much in just a few months. He was indeed lucky. "What kind of fruit did you eat?" "I ate the Zoan-type bird fruit, ancient species, black ancient eagle form." Luo Xiu stroked his chin, wondering why he had never heard of such a bird. Ancient species. Not bad, I suppose. He had intended to give Jess the 2 Logia fruits he had, but since Jess had already eaten one, he had to abandon that thought. Luo Xiu waved his hand, indicating they could leave. Standing here was of no use, it was just delaying his reunion with Hancock and the others. After an impassioned exchange, Tina lay in Luo Xiu's arms and began to share some recent news with him. Honey, previously you had someone inquire about Admiral Aokiji's whereabouts, and there are some updates now. Someone saw him recently lingering near Hive Island, and besides that, Teacher Zephyr is often nearby as well. I wonder if they have gathered again. Aokiji and Zephyr are both spotted near Hive Island. Luo Xiu chuckled, patting Tina's perky bottom. In the next few days, get ready, and he'll take you to Hive Island for some excitement. All right. Tina felt a sweetness in her heart. Previously, Hancock and Monet had gone out with Luo Xiu for some time, and now it was finally her turn. 2 days later, the judgment ship, having just returned to Sel Nora, set sail again. This time, in addition to Tina and Laura, Anton and the newcomer Jess were accompanying Luo Xiu on the journey. The reason for bringing Jess along was to train him. Anton now also took on the role of Jess' teacher, helping him cultivate his domineering aura physical techniques and the development of his devil fruit powers. After all, they were all Zoan-type users. Although Luo Xiu and Tina were, as well, Luo Xiu had no time and Tina was not suitable for this task, so it had to be entrusted to Anton. Additionally, Valen was also aboard with Zaire and some of his crew members, sailing alongside Luo Xiu towards Hive Island. After all, Hive Island used to be the territory of rocks, making this a return to familiar grounds for him. After sailing for a few days, Luo Xiu suddenly arrived on Valen's ship. At that moment, Valen was drinking with Zaire, and upon seeing Luo Xiu, he quickly invited him to join. After Luo Xiu sat down and had a drink, he turned his gaze towards Valen and Zaire. Both of them were veterans of the Rocks Pirates, and Luo Xiu had some questions he wanted to ask them. Valen, Zaire, how much do you know about Blackbeard? Upon hearing Luo Xiu's question, the two exchanged glances and set down their cups. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach lurked on Whitebeard's ship for many years just to obtain the Yami Yami no Mi. Later during the Marineford War, he seized Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi, becoming the first person to wield the powers of 2 devil fruits. Now he is known as the 5th Emperor of the Sea, on par with you. Luo Xiu chuckled and shook his head. You know, Valen, what I want to hear from you is not just this. Valen's beard trembled slightly as he looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief, then lifted a barrel of wine and took a heft. Teach is indeed the son of rocks. Luo Xiu understood and downed his drink in one go. He had watched the storyline many times in his past life, and each time he saw Whitebeard's attitude towards Blackbeard, he found it odd. Moreover, when Blackbeard seized the Yami Yami no Mi, Luo Xiu could not believe that Whitebeard had no inkling of it. Furthermore, after the incident, he explicitly forbade anyone from pursuing Teach. At that time, Luo Xiu suspected that Whitebeard already knew about Teach's identity. Now that Valen had confirmed this directly, Luo Xiu was even more puzzled as to why Whitebeard would take him in despite knowing his identity. And this acceptance lasted for more than 20 years. He couldn't believe that Whitebeard took Blackbeard in out of respect for Rock. Seeing Luo Xiu lost and thought Valen assumed he was worried they might side with Rock's son, and quickly stood up to express his loyalty to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu was taken aback for a moment, then calmed his hand and reassured Valen and the others. You don't need to worry like this. Since I have taken you in, it is because I trust you. By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Although you and Rayleigh are about the same age, why do I feel like you seem much younger? Valen's eyes dimmed a bit as this topic always brought back some unpleasant memories. Many years ago, we were adrift on the sea. While passing through a fog-filled area, an enormous anglerfish suddenly appeared and swallowed our entire ship whole. Once inside its belly, we discovered a whole new world, even an entire island. We were trapped inside for over 10 years, during which many of our comrades died. In a stroke of luck, we were eventually expelled from its belly. Fortunately, our ship remained mostly intact, allowing us to sail normally and avoid perishing in the sea. At that time, we realized that our bodies seemed to have undergone no changes for many years, as if our growth had come to. After listening, Luo Xiu nodded slowly. He might have an idea of where that place was and why Valen and the others appeared. Pure gold. The treasure said to be able to buy the entire world, the thing that can grant eternal life. Surprisingly, calculating the time, Luffy and the others had not yet entered that fish's belly, meaning that the enormous pure gold in that laboratory was still there. He could easily claim that pure gold for himself, creating rings for him and his crew to slow down aging and remove them whenever he felt it was no longer interesting. In fact, Hancock and the others were somewhat anxious about their age. Except for Jasmine, they were all around 30, and Tina had even reached 33. They were indeed very beautiful now, but they feared that after a decade or so, Luo Xiu might not love them anymore. Especially Hancock, who was very concerned about her appearance. She feared that one day, as Luo Xiu embraced 2 younger women, he might say something like, "You've aged, I know." Although Luo Xiu repeatedly assured them that he would not abandon them, they still felt anxious. Luo Xiu had also been troubled by this for a while, not just with Hancock, but even Robin and Charlie, who had not yet boarded the ship, had reached this age. If he could obtain pure gold, it would completely solve this issue, allowing Hancock and the others to remain in their most beautiful. It seemed he needed to pay close attention to Luffy's future actions, or he might miss out on many good things. After obtaining the answers, he sought Luo Xiu return to the judgment ship. Upon entering the loft at the rear of the ship, Tina was brewing tea for him. Compared to alcohol, he preferred tea, perhaps due to the customs of his hometown. So in addition to the little maid, Monet Hancock and the others had also learned to brew tea. The study in Luo Xiu's loft was filled with various types of tea. After taking a sip of tea, Luo Xiu pulled Tina into his arms. Tina, if possible, would you be willing to stay with me? Tina wrapped her arms around Luo Xiu's neck, gently resting against his chest, listening to the strong and powerful heartbeat within. Of course, Tina wishes to stay by Xiu's side for a lifetime, but in a few years Tina will become an old lady. Luo Xiu smiled lightly and gently kissed Tina's forehead. It was convenient not to wear sunglasses while kissing. Don't worry, I won't let any of you become old ladies, not even one. Tina smiled back, understanding that aging and death were natural laws that couldn't be defied. She regarded Luo Xiu's words as mere comfort. For a period afterward, the two did not mention this matter again, but Luo Xiu had already begun planning how to enter the safest method would be to follow Luffy closely, and once the plot was triggered, enter alongside the Straw Hat crew. As for whether he could come out, he was not worried at all. With Luffy around, he was sure to emerge safely. After sailing for more than 10 days, Luo Xiu and his companions could finally see the outline of Hive Island in the distance. Luo Xiu came here to recruit Qing Ji and did not plan to go to Hive Island. Of course, if Blackbeard insisted on provoking him, he wouldn't mind adding another natural-type devil fruit to his collection. Valen, take your people to explore Hive Island. Anchuan, take Jace and Valen with you. If Blackbeard dares to cause trouble, don't hesitate. Just deal with him. If anything happens, I will take the blame. If it feels a bit overwhelming, let Jace come find me on the judgment. Anchuan could easily handle Blackbeard on his own, as Blackbeard had yet to fully grow in strength. The remaining crew were essentially a ragtag bunch, with only one troublesome character, Shiryu, but the Valen pirate crew could easily manage them. Even if they couldn't win, they still had Luo Air with them. Subsequently, the Judgment docked at a small island, and Anchuan took Jace onto Valen's ship, continuing towards Hive Island. Leaving Luo Air to watch the ship, Luo Xiu and Tina stepped onto this unnamed small island. Anyway, with Luo Air and Samoji accompanying him, he wouldn't feel lonely. As they ventured deeper into the island, no foolish individuals appeared to harass Luo Xiu, which left him a bit disappointed. After all, this was deep in the New World, still within Blackbeard's territory, and they were well aware of the strength of the 5th Emperor of the Sea, not to mention the 4 emperors above him. The two of them strolled around the small island, but did not find any trace of Zephyr and Qing Ji. Before coming, Luo Xiu glanced at the map and saw that there were many small islands near Hive Island, with over a dozen of them having pirate activity. If he searched one by one, he didn't know how long it would take. Thus, Luo Xiu looked around and randomly picked a lucky soul to ask for directions. Blood Asura. Sir, what can I do for you? Seeing the pirate in front of him trembling like a sieve, Luo Xiu was a bit puzzled. Oh, was he really that intimidating? I heard that Qing Ji has been seen around Hive Island recently. Have you seen him? Yes. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's question, the pirate seemed to transform, no longer trembling, standing tall and speaking. He then eagerly shared everything he knew. From this person, Luo Xiu learned that Qing Ji had been drinking at a tavern on another small island, and that Blackbeard had visited him more than once. After asking this person for the tavern's location, Luo Xiu left with Tina. According to what this person said, Qing Ji had not yet formed a partnership with Blackbeard. Arriving at the shore of the small island, Luo Xiu initially wanted to find a small boat to cross, but Tina pulled him and then spread her wings, holding Luo Xiu in her arms and flying over. Luo Xiu adjusted his posture slightly for a better sense of the softness. Tina's ears were slightly red, but she did not stop Luo Xiu. Upon reaching the small island mentioned by the person, Luo Xiu indeed felt that it was colder than the previous one, indicating that Qing Ji might be here. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at the tavern mentioned by the person. Luo Xiu took a look. The tavern was not very large, and upon entering it seemed somewhat deserted with not many patrons. After surveying the surroundings, Luo Xiu's gaze locked onto a figure in the corner with their back to him. After ordering 2 bottles of wine from the owner, Luo Xiu took Tina's hand and walked toward the corner, then regardless of whether the person agreed, sat down opposite him. Qing Ji lifted his head, lazily glancing at Luo Xiu and Tina. Alas, you're not ignoring me, Tina. Senior brother, it's been a while. Both had once been disciples of Zephyr, so it was not out of place for Tina to call him senior brother. Qing Ji took a sip of his drink, looking somewhat tipsy as he gazed at Luo Xiu. Alas, the illustrious Blood Asura has come all this way. Is there something you need? If you intend to go to war with Blackbeard, rest assured, I will choose to observe. Luo Xiu chuckled lightly and stated the purpose of his visit. Kazan, come aboard my ship. Qing Ji's hand froze in midair as he looked at Luo Xiu in surprise, then shook his head in refusal. Alas, I'm sorry, Blood Asura, but I have my own matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I can't join you. Luo Xiu was not surprised by Qing Ji's outright refusal. In fact, if the other party agreed immediately, he would feel something was off. Do you think you can achieve what you want on your own? Faced with Luo Xiu's question, Qing Ji momentarily didn't know how to. He looked down at the empty wine bottle in his hand, the lenses of his glasses glinting coldly. After seeing through the essence of the Marines, he was thoroughly disappointed and began to doubt the justice he once clung to. He wanted to overturn all of this and explore the century of lost history on his own. But Blood Asura's words awakened him. Could he really do it alone? The answer was no. Not to mention that among the Marines besides the already promoted Admiral Akainu, the newly appointed 3 admirals were all formidable opponents. Moreover, there were many seasoned powerhouses within the Marine system, such as Garp and Sengoku, whose strength could not be underestimated. As a former Marine admiral, he was well aware of the power of the world government. Aside from the supreme ruler on the Gorosei and the God Knights were each formidable opponents. To oppose such a force alone was indeed too difficult. Seeing Qing Ji hesitating, Tina provided a timely assist. "Senior brother, I have a way to restore your leg." Hearing Tina's words, Qing Ji looked up in shock at her. In the battle against Akainu, he had completely lost his left leg. Although he could use the fruit's ability to create a prosthetic leg, a fake is still a fake. No one would willingly accept being disabled. What method? Are you going to use the surgery fruit to piece together a leg for me? If so, then forget it. Tina shook her head. "Senior brother, you know, I rejected the Paramecia-type devil fruit the Marines offered me. Later Ashu gave me a mythical Zoan-type fruit, and my fruit ability is related to healing injuries. If my fruit can awaken, I'm confident I can help your leg grow back." Qing Ji was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected there to be a devil fruit with such abilities. Did that mean he could really be? Luo Xiu was equally astonished. When he obtained this fruit, the system hadn't mentioned this function. "Given that we've come this far, if I refuse again, it would seem like I'm being ungrateful. Very well then, I will board your Blood Asura ship." Seeing this, Luo Xiu's lips slightly curled, and he stood up to shake hands with Qing Ji. In his heart, he couldn't help but give Tina a huge thumbs up. Bringing Tina along was indeed the right decision. "Captain, what would you do if I insisted on refusing today?" Luo Xiu grinned. "If reason doesn't work, I have a bit of knowledge in martial arts as well." Qing Ji felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, he corrected himself in time, or he might have faced some trouble today. After Qing Ji agreed to board the ship, he and Luo Xiu shared a cup of wine as a toast to their embarkation. At that moment, the tavern door swung open and 2 figures staggered in. "Ha ha ha ha, Kazan, have you made your decision?" Luo Xiu recognized the voice of Blackbeard without needing to look. As Blackbeard approached Qing Ji, he noticed a man and a woman seated across from him. Blood Asura. Cold sweat began to bead on Blackbeard's forehead. When the war ended, he had witnessed how Blood Asura managed to fend off the entire red-haired pirate crew without lifting a finger, solely relying on his subordinates. Even the Marine Admiral Sengoku was deeply wary of him. At that moment, Blackbeard realized that unless absolutely necessary, he must avoid provoking such an opponent. Earlier, his subordinates had reported that Blood Asura had come to see him, and he had naively thought that the latter was merely passing through. He never expected that he was also here to find Qing Ji. "Oh, I'm sorry, Blackbeard, but I just promised Captain Blood Asura that I would board his ship. If you have something to discuss, please talk to my—" Luo Xiu cast a casual glance at Blackbeard. It was indeed unfortunate that the latter chose to appear at that moment. Blackbeard opened his mouth and slowly unclenched his fist. This time he had only brought Burgess with him and had no confidence in being able to detain Blood Asura. Moreover, he was uncertain how many people Blood Asura had brought. If the latter had mobilized his entire crew, he would have to consider whether to make a hasty retreat. He glanced at Luo Xiu and the others, ultimately saying nothing before leaving in a dejected manner. Once outside, Burgess felt humiliated and loudly questioned Blackbeard about his actions. "Until we ascertain Blood Asura's true strength and the number of his crew, we cannot recklessly engage them in battle. Have you forgotten what happened a year ago? He didn't even have to lift a finger. Just his subordinates alone could intimidate the entire red-haired pirate crew. Not to mention that the Blood Asura pirate crew has added several new members, though they are all women. Their strength should not be And there's that old man named Valent, who is a figure from the same era as Whitebeard. Keep a close watch on them, and inform me immediately if they make any moves." Burgess reluctantly glanced back at the tavern before following Blackbeard out. "Ah, Captain, did I get you into trouble?" Luo Xiu remained unfazed. If he were afraid of offending Blackbeard, he wouldn't have come here. "By the way, Kazan, I heard that Zephyr was here recently. Where has he gone now?" Tina, who had overheard, also looked at Qing Ji, concerned about Zephyr's whereabouts. "Teacher Zephyr did come here before. After capturing a pirate, he left, but I don't know where he went next. If you intend to recruit Teacher Zephyr, I advise against it. Teacher Zephyr hates pirates to the core, but don't even think about it." Luo Xiu was well aware of this. His inquiry about Zephyr's whereabouts was not to recruit him, but for his student, Ein, who possessed the reverse fruit. This was also another idea he had considered to alleviate Hancock and the others' anxiety about aging, periodically using the reverse fruit to maintain their youth. Since Zephyr and the others had already left, this idea would have to be temporarily shelved. However, Luo Xiu believed that as long as he followed Luffy's movements, finding Zephyr would not be a problem. 2 days later, the judgment ship departed from the waters of Hachi Island, bringing back the new member Qing Ji to Serndora. On board, Jess still found it hard to believe that Kazan, a former Marine admiral, was now part of them. As for Kazan directly becoming a core member, Jess had no objections. At the same time, he admired Luo Xiu even more for managing to convince Kazan to willingly become a pirate. In the aft loft, Luo Xiu leisurely sipped tea while observing Anton training Jess on the deck. Jess had decent talent, especially after consuming an ancient-type devil fruit. His potential was considerable. With proper training, he might not reach the level of Lowell and the others, but he would suffice. After these 2 days together, Kazan seemed to have completely shed the shackles of his admiral status and began to gradually blend into the Blood Asura pirate crew. Luo Xiu felt a hint of regret as Kazan was now interacting with Lowell and Anton, whereas he intended for Kazan to become like the stable Black and Barrett. Fortunately, after so many years under the influence of the ice fruit, Kazan still maintained his cool and laid-back demeanor. Upon returning to Sundora, Luo Xiu introduced Kazan to the others and entrusted him with helping Monet develop her devil fruit. Meanwhile, the news of the former Marine Admiral Qingji appearing in Sundora and seemingly joining the Blood Asura pirate crew quickly spread across the world. Various factions were shaken. The Blood Asura pirate crew, already immensely powerful, was now bolstered by a new admiral, causing many to grow even more wary of them. In the new world on Wanguo Island, Mom, that Blood Asura is really impressive. He managed to make that Kazan submit to him. Big Mom glanced at her seated children and issued orders to two of them. Smoothie, pick a date and hurry up and marry Lowell. Our alliance between the two pirate crews needs you to maintain it. Bruley, don't cut off your ties with Blood Asura either. Smoothie and Bruley exchanged glances, both feeling a deep sense of emotion. Their mother had never spoken to them so courteously before. Especially Bruley, who was now desperately wanting to grow up and repay Luo Xiu. Previously, her status in the family was very low. Now all her siblings treated her with great respect, and all of this was because of the man in her heart. In the new world at the former Marine G1 branch, now the Marine headquarters, also called New Marine Fort, Akainu sat at the main seat looking at the newspaper in his hand and angrily punched a hole in the table. Damn Kazan. A person with an unstable mind does not deserve to be a Marine. Just wait, if I meet you I will kill you. After saying that, Akainu unleashed a surge of magma, reducing the newspaper to ashes. The expressions of the high-ranking Marine officers below varied. Some understood, while others were puzzled by Kingsley's defection to piracy. Regardless, this news was entirely bad for them. Akainu glanced at the crowd. To his left, Kazuru was nonchalantly ignoring the newspaper content, casually trimming his nails. Next to Kazuru, Gion was seriously reading the newspaper, and when she saw Tina's happy expression, she genuinely felt happy for her, involuntarily smiling with a hint of longing in her eyes. She could somewhat understand why Tina and Kazan left the Marines in succession. If possible, she too wanted to cast off the shackles on her shoulders and live freely on the open sea. Recalling Tina's joyful appearance in the newspaper, Gion thought that perhaps joining Blood Asura would be a good choice, but she wondered if Blood Asura would accept an old woman like her. Akainu then glanced to his right. The new Admiral Fujitora sat there with a serious expression, holding the newspaper as if to show seriousness. Beside him, another new Admiral Green Bull was chattering incessantly, seemingly talking to himself. Further down was a lovesick Kappa, his eyes entirely focused on Gion across from him, completely oblivious to them. The other few vice admirals appeared serious, but their seriousness was futile. Sending them to capture Kazan was no different from sending them to deliver food. Crack, crack. Slurp, slurp. At that moment, the sounds of Carp munching on rice crackers and Sengoku sipping tea could be heard. Akaina's eyes darkened. In this entire conference room, besides him, only a blind man was seriously reading the newspaper. Those who slacked off were slacking off, and those who were infatuated were infatuated. This was far from his imagined position as a fleet admiral. Listen to me. Akainu quickly raised his voice. If this continued, Gion's resignation letter would likely be since Kazan has chosen to join Blood Asura, we must treat him equally. No one can have any sympathy. He must be brought to justice as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, a few scattered responses could be heard below, mostly from the vice admirals. Akainu clenched his fists, uncertain of what to say next. Seeing Akaina's awkward demeanor, Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle. Looking back, his decision to resign from his position was truly wise. Crack, crack, ha ha ha. Carp didn't care about the situation and laughed loudly. Carp. In Wano country. Oh ho ho ho, a Marine Admiral has become a pirate. How interesting, truly interesting. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hands, feeling numb. He hadn't slept peacefully since Blood Asura. At Punk, Hazard Law stared at the newspaper, clenching his teeth in frustration. He didn't know if he would ever reclaim his heart in this lifetime. For the first time, he understood what despair felt like. On an unknown, deserted island. Shanks, does the Blood Asura pirate crew intend to dominate the seas? What should we do? Shanks frowned deeply. The rapid rise of the Blood Asura pirate crew left him at a loss for how to deal with them. In Mariewa, is this Blood Asura the same slave who killed a celestial dragon over a decade ago and was captured by Carp and Sengoku? A CP agent beside him nodded. He was an eyewitness, one of the agents responsible for protecting St. Barlow. Saint Satan frowned, turning to the other four, and said, we cannot allow him to develop any further, otherwise he might become the second Roger. However, the Marines have just completed their large conscription. If we were to eliminate Blood Asura now, we would likely suffer severe losses. Let's wait a bit. Wait. Until when? Blood Asura's territory isn't that vast yet. If we delay further, it will be even harder to eradicate him. Blood Asura, Barrett, Kazan. Just these three alone are extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention the other members. Unless we mobilize the entire Marine force, I do not recommend engaging in battle. If the Marines were to mobilize, what would happen to the other Yonko? Moreover, the Blood Asura pirate crew is suspected to have an alliance with the Big Mom pirate crew. The Marines cannot take on two Yonko crews at once. As the arguments ensued, the five elders ultimately could not reach a consensus on the matter, and it was left unresolved. At Fishman Island, Neptune looked at the newspaper in his hands, grinning from ear to ear. His current backing was the Big Mom pirate crew, and the Blood Asura pirate crew was also an ally of Big Mom. Thus the Blood Asura pirate crew could also be considered his support. With both Yonko backing Fishman Island, no one dared to target them, and he no longer needed to worry about the safety of Fishman Island. Of course, this was predicated on his timely delivery of enough dessert tributes each month. In the Mermaid Cafe, after seeing the contents of the newspaper, Shirahoshi grew increasingly eager to grow legs. She could hardly wait to be by Luo Xiu's side. On Happy Street, Stussy licked her lips after reading the newspaper. She was very curious about the taste of Blood Asura's blood, but unfortunately, he seemed uninterested in her. At Sabaody Archipelago, Shiraki and Rayleigh exchanged glances, feeling a bit excited about what surprises the young man might bring them in the future. In Serndora, while other places reacted with shock, fear, and concern to the news, the residents here were completely happy. Since the news of Qingji joining the Blood Asura pirate crew spread throughout the New World, the entire sea has been quiet for quite a while. The once thriving Blood Asura pirate crew has fallen silent, with Luo Xiu and the others remaining in Selnora. Only Luo Xiu would occasionally visit Fishman Island to accompany Shaylee. During this time, Shaylee wanted Luo Xiu to announce that Fishman Island would become his territory. After some thought, Luo Xiu agreed, considering it was Shali's hometown. Besides going to Fishman Island, Luo Xiu would also attend Big Mom's tea parties, further convincing other factions that they had formed an alliance. During one of those tea parties, Lore and Smudge officially held their wedding. Luo Xiu brought all members of the pirate crew to attend and showed off his muscles in front of Big Mom. Luo Xiu took the opportunity to propose the division of Fishman Island. Big Mom did not want to lose this territory, but she also dared not offend Luo Xiu, ultimately suggesting a compromise. The Big Mom pirate crew and the Blood Asura pirate crew formed an alliance, with Fishman Island serving as a bond between the two pirate crews. Luo Xiu thought for a moment and agreed. Aside from that, Luo Xiu and his crew did not leave Selnora again. Luo Xiu spent his days sipping tea, nurturing his relationship with Hancock, and urging her and the others to train. The strength of the women steadily improved, and the newcomer Jess, under Anton's training, gradually developed impressive. Other factions were similarly quiet, whether it was the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, or the Navy. They all seemed to be waiting for someone to stir the sea again. Meanwhile, across the world, the Straw Hat crew concluded their 2 years of training and set sail towards Sabaody Archipelago after leaving their respective islands. Luo Xiu was constantly calculating the time, and when the moment was right, he left Selnora with Kazan and Lore. Passing by Fishman Island, he spent 2 days with Shaylee. There were only 3 months left until the time Shaylee had given him. In other words, after 3 months, Shali's tail would transform into human legs, allowing her to live normally on land and stay by his side. After Luo Xiu and Big Mom announced their alliance, Neptune hung the flags of both pirate crews on Fishman Island. Neptune initially thought Fishman Island would have to pay 2 tributes, but to his surprise, Luo Xiu not only refused any tribute, but also halved the amount of desserts Fishman Island had to provide to Big Mom each month. All Luo Xiu needed was a designated docking area near Fishman Island's Dragon Palace. In other words, Fishman Island would not only enjoy the protection of 2 4 emperors, but would also pay less than before, making Neptune extremely happy, even restless for many days. Neptune welcomed Luo Xiu with immense enthusiasm, making Luo Xiu feel a bit embarrassed. When he left, he sensed that Neptune's reluctant gaze was even deeper than Shali's. Luo Xiu shivered. He liked mermaids, but only the female ones. The next day, the Judgment docked at the port of Sabaody Archipelago. The news of Blood Asura's arrival quickly spread across the archipelago. Luo Xiu had no intention of hiding his whereabouts and single-handedly returned to Shaki's bar. When Shaki saw Luo Xiu, both she and Rayleigh were somewhat surprised, as they hadn't seen each other in the newspapers for a long time. Shaki glanced behind Luo Xiu and noticed he had come alone. "Where's little Hancock? Didn't she come with you? We haven't seen each other for almost 2 years. Do I miss her?" Luo Xiu shook his head. Hancock had been feeling unwell lately, and after Tina checked her without finding any issues, he decided not to bring her along. Shaki didn't say much more and poured a drink in front of Luo Xiu. "Hancock didn't come with me, so I can't pay for you." Shaki smiled, saying, "This drink is on me." "Blood Asura, is there a reason for your visit to Sabaody Archipelago, or are you here just to see us?" Luo Xiu shot a glance at the narcissistic Rayleigh. Even if he were free, he wouldn't come all the way just to see the old man. "I'm here to meet an old friend." "An old friend?" Rayleigh shook his head, unable to think of anyone besides the 2 of them in Sabaody Archipelago who would be an old friend of Luo Xiu. The few began to chat idly until the sun was about to set, and only then did Luo Xiu prepare to leave. Just as he was about to stand up, the wind chime at the bar door jingled. The bar door then swung open, and a figure walked in. Rayleigh and Shaki exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. "I didn't expect you to be the first one to arrive." The newcomer, hearing Rayleigh's words, began to complain impatiently. "What the hell, no one else has arrived? It's really frustrating." At this moment, the newcomer also noticed Luo Xiu inside the bar. "Is there a guest?" He walked into the bar, and when he saw Luo Xiu's appearance, he was instantly stunned. At the same time, he reached for the sword at his waist, ensuring he could retaliate at the first sign of any movement from Luo Xiu. "Don't be nervous, Rorinoa Zoro. I didn't expect the renowned Blood Asura to actually know the name of a nameless nobody like me." Luo Xiu smiled. Upon seeing the 3 swords at Zoro's waist, he instantly recognized him, as there was only one person in the pirate world who practiced the three-sword style. Zoro's arrival also meant that over the next few days the Straw Hat crew would gradually arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, including Robin. Rayleigh was somewhat surprised. Although Zoro had a bit of fame, he shouldn't be on the radar of someone like Blood Asura, especially since Zoro had been missing for 2 years. Moreover, Blood Asura only rose to prominence 2 years ago, so they shouldn't have any interaction. However, Rayleigh didn't ask further as he did not sense any killing intent from Luo Xiu, at least proving that Luo Xiu would not make things difficult for Zoro. Seeing that Luo Xiu did not make any moves, Zoro gradually relaxed. Besides, with Rayleigh here, he felt assured. After finishing the drink Shaki had given him, Zoro left as the others hadn't arrived yet, and he took this opportunity. After Zoro left, Luo Xiu followed suit. From here on, he only needed to wait for the other members of the Straw Hat crew to arrive. The bar became a frequent haunt for him, though he was a guest who didn't pay. On the third day after Zoro's arrival, Frankie came to Sabaody Archipelago, and after greeting Rayleigh and Shaki, returned to the Thousand Sunny. Regarding Luo Xiu, he only cast a wary glance, and seeing that Luo Xiu showed no intention of attacking, he ignored. A few days later, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Brook from the Straw Hat crew arrived at Shaki's bar one after another. Upon seeing Luo Xiu, they were equally wary. Especially Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, the timid trio nearly had their courage shattered upon seeing Luo Xiu in the bar. Rayleigh and Shaki were even more puzzled. Luo Xiu came here every day, but never mentioned who the old friend he wanted to see was. Each time someone from the Straw Hat crew showed up, they would be startled. On this day, Luo Xiu arrived at Shaki's bar as usual. Shaki had grown accustomed to his presence, and after mixing him a drink, she no longer paid him any mind. After a while, the bar door swung open, and a figure with a cigarette in his mouth walked in. He greeted Rayleigh and Shaki, and inquired about the whereabouts of the others. Upon hearing that Zoro was the first to arrive, the newcomer immediately became restless. What? That Ma's head was the first one here. I can't believe it. Luo Xiu glanced up at the newcomer. Among the Straw Hat crew, only Sanji frequently referred to Zoro as Ma. At this moment, Sanji also noticed Luo Xiu off to the side. His reaction was relatively calm, but it wasn't much better than anyone else's. Blood Asura. No need to be nervous. Why does everyone act this way when they see me? Am I that frightening? After saying this, Luo Xiu even touched his own face, which was clearly handsome enough not to lose to the readers. Everyone. Are you saying you've met my other companions? That's right. Including you, 7 of you have already arrived, though only Robin and Luffy are yet to come. Sanji thanked Shaki for clarifying, and left to find his Miss Nami. Luo Xiu also stood up to bid farewell, as Robin and Luffy probably wouldn't be coming into the bar. After leaving the bar, Luo Xiu followed Sanji from a distance, as he might be able to find Robin. After leaving the tavern, Sanji wandered aimlessly down the street, his brows twitching incessantly since earlier. He had an ominous premonition, as if he would lose something important today. He shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thought. They had endured 2 years of trials, and their strength had significantly increased, so there would be no repeat of the despairing scenes from 2 years ago. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far ahead. Green Algae Head. Upon hearing his name called, Zoro instinctively turned around, and immediately saw Sanji among the crowd. Huh, pervert chef. Do you want to fight? Let me show you my demon wind kick. Just what I wanted. Let's see if my sword is fast enough to chop you into bits. Thus the two began to fight publicly, but soon their attention was drawn to the explosion sounds in the distance. They exchanged glances. Aside from their captain, who could cause such an uproar, there was likely no one else. They quickly hurried towards the source of the explosions. After observing, Luo Xiu did not follow them. He had noticed several CP agents lurking about. Their sneaky demeanor suggested they were tailing someone. Among the Straw Hat crew, the only one worth being followed by CP agents was Robin. Luo Xiu vanished from his spot, and reappeared on a nearby rooftop, following the line of sight of the agents, where a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. Found you. Luo Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he swiftly approached her. At that moment, Robin wore sunglasses, and her alluring outfit showcased her figure perfectly. She turned her head slightly, as she had long suspected someone was following her. As she passed an intersection, taking advantage of the increasing foot traffic, Robin quickly slipped into a nearby alley. Seeing several agents running in other directions, Robin let out a small sigh of relief. Did I lose them? Just as she intended to turn and leave, she found herself colliding into a solid chest. Robin gasped as her body instinctively leaned backward. Luo Xiu opened his arms and embraced her waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Feeling his boldness, Robin wanted to resist, but when she saw his face, her mind went blank, and she forgot to struggle. You are Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded. It had been 15 years since they last met. Robin, I've come to take you away. Robin tried to break free a couple of times, but Luo Xiu's grip was simply too strong. Seeing that he had no intention of letting her go, she gave up. She looked up at Luo Xiu with mixed emotions. She clearly remembered their promise from years ago. Over the past 2 years, she had read many newspapers. Luo Xiu was now one of the 4 emperors in the New World, indeed capable of providing her with enough security to live freely. However, during her past, she had encountered a group of companions willing to risk their lives for her, truly accepting her. They might not have been particularly strong, but they were willing to stand against the world for her. Thinking of this, Robin felt conflicted. Should she go with Luo Xiu and live a carefree life, allowing her to research that history in peace, or continue to adventure with Luffy, living a life of uncertainty? Going with Luo Xiu would cost her body. Following Luffy might cost her life. The despair from 2 years ago was still fresh in her mind. Robin understood that life in the New World would be even more dangerous and brutal, with marine admirals and the 4 emperors looming over them like mountains. And then there was the world government ruling this world. Could she truly survive under the pursuit of the world government and the marines with Luffy and the others? Seeing Robin's hesitation, Luo Xiu didn't force her, but leaned in closer to whisper in her ear. Take your time to think. Or perhaps we can ask your companions. Hearing this, Robin felt uneasy about Luo Xiu harming Luffy and the others. Although they had trained for 2 years, they might still be outmatched against the 4 emperors, especially since there was more than one. Luo Xiu, please let me think it over without harming them, okay? Rest assured this time I won't touch them. Seeing Robin pleading with him, Luo Xiu reached out and ruffled her hair. For Robin Sake, who risked her life to save him, he indeed would not harm them. Although Luo Xiu had given his word, Robin still felt a bit anxious. Alright, let's go find your companions. With that, Luo Xiu wrapped his arm around Robin's waist and headed towards the site of the earlier explosion. Robin glanced down, but ultimately chose to comply. Luo Xiu was quite pleased with Robin's reaction. After encountering Brin, his need for Robin was no longer essential. With Brin around, he could still decipher the historical texts. After all, Robin was different from Hancock and Tina. There was no emotional foundation between them, only a transaction. Robin was indeed beautiful, but he was not lacking in beautiful women by his side. Soon the two arrived at a clearing where the Straw Hat crew fought against a group of pacifists. Robin felt a sense of nostalgia. 2 years ago they had to work together to contend against a single pacifist, yet now they could effortlessly handle them. However, if this was their only strength, it would likely be insufficient to contend with the entire Blood Asura pirates. In the face of this formidable force, they were still too weak. Battledome Maru looked incredulously at the Straw Hat crew. Not only had they survived, but they had also grown significantly stronger, making even the pacifists no match for them. At that moment, Sanji seemed to sense something and looked towards another direction. He happened to see Robin walking towards him. His face lit up as he raised his hand to greet her. But his smile quickly froze, and his raised hand halted midair as he saw Robin being embraced by someone, none other than the Blood Asura he had encountered at the tavern. Blood Asura. Sanji's veins bulged. Having lived with Robin for so long, experiencing so much together, and sacrificing so much for her, he had never even held her hand. Yet now this Blood Asura was wrapping his arms around her waist. He couldn't hold back, absolutely couldn't. Sanji's feet quickly rotated, creating friction as flames ignited around him. Demon Wind Kick. Robin thought to herself that this was bad. Sanji was the person she feared most, as she knew his nature well. If he saw her being embraced by someone else, he would undoubtedly be blinded by rage. Zoro, standing nearby, also noticed the situation. Although he was furious, he retained some sense of rationality and quickly pinned Sanji to the ground. Calm down. Sanji, pinned to the ground, was burning with rage. He was certain that Robin was not there willingly. He had read numerous reports about the Blood Asura, who had remained in the New World since the end of the war and could not possibly have any contact with Robin. At this moment, the sudden arrival of the Blood Asura at Sabaody Archipelago must have ulterior motives, and to his astonishment it turned out that the target was indeed Robin. The rest of the Straw Hat crew also noticed the commotion and saw Robin being embraced by Luo Xiu. Robin lowered her head, unsure of how to face her companions. At the same time, she felt some resentment towards Luo Xiu. His actions were clearly intentional, meant to provoke her friends and facilitate the kidnapping. If Luo Xiu knew what Robin was thinking, he would surely shout that he was wronged. He held Robin close simply because it was comfortable and he was used to it. After all, wherever he went there were always women. On the other side, Sanji gradually regained his senses. He understood that the other party was one of the 4 emperors of power beyond their current capability to contend with. Let me go, Green Algae Head. I won't act impulsively. Zoro glanced at Sanji, seemingly pondering the credibility of his words. Ultimately, Zoro stood up and released Sanji, returning to Luffy's side. How to handle the situation would require the other party's decision. Nearby, Bartolomeo wanted to say something, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure in a nearby alley. Bartolomeo slowly stepped back, trying to minimize his presence. While others might not grasp the strength of an admiral and a 4 emperor, he certainly did. Not to mention that these two were currently on the same side. If he dared to act rashly, he would undoubtedly meet a sudden demise. Aokiji rushed over upon hearing the explosion. When he saw it was the Straw Hat crew, he did not rush to reveal himself until he spotted Luo Xiu. And that poor little girl. Robin raised her head, looking pitifully at Luo Xiu. Can I talk to them for a moment? Of course. Luo Xiu smiled, releasing his hold and watching Robin step towards the Straw Hat crew. You are my companion. No matter who the other party is, I will defeat them and bring you back. Hearing Luffy's words, Robin felt a stir in her heart. He was still, as he had always been, so innocent. Robin shook her head at her companions, then deeply bowed. I'm very sorry for keeping this from you all. In fact, I made a pact with him over 10 years ago. He provided me with a safe environment to study that part of history. In exchange, I would stay by his side to interpret historical texts, and Luffy and everyone, he is not someone you can defeat. Right now, listen to me and leave this place. The road in the New World is still long. You do not stop for me in a place like this. Luffy gritted his teeth. 2 years ago they had indeed suffered a crushing defeat, unable to do anything against the Admiral. But now it was no longer 2 years ago. They had trained for so long, and were not the same Straw Hat crew as before. Now facing any Admiral or 4 Emperor, they no longer needed to flee. He slowly raised his right hand. His body began to glow, red steam billowing from it. Seeing Luffy's action, the others instantly understood that today Luffy must bring Robin back. Zoro was the first to react, drawing his 3 swords from his waist with Wado Ikemonji clenched in his mouth, ready to strike in his strongest form. Sanji also began to rotate, creating friction, the flames beneath him burning even more fiercely fueled. Others also drew their weapons, Nami's weather stick, Usopp's slingshot, Chopper's rumble ball, and so on. Robin saw this and desperately shook her head, wanting to stop them. Don't. We're going. Robin can only be our companion. The Straw Hat crew passed by Robin, launching an attack towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu sighed, but had no intention of intervening. He was a man of his word. He would not strike if he said he wouldn't. However, his lack of action did not mean his men would refrain from acting. As the Straw Hat crew charged forward, they suddenly felt the temperature around them plummet, a chill wafting from afar. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and the others were instantly frozen, while only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji managed to avoid it, though they were barely holding on. Alala, Robin has already advised you to leave. Why are you so unwilling to take her advice? The 3 turned to see Aokiji leisurely walking towards them. The 3 managed to break free and turned to attack Aokiji. Meanwhile, Robin, anxious, helplessly crossed her arms over her chest and activated her Devil Fruit ability, targeting Luffy and the others. The 3 had no defense against Robin's ability and were promptly controlled, falling to the ground. Robin. Why? Robin said nothing. If she didn't do this, Luffy and the others would surely die here today. Luo Xiu, I will go with you. Aokiji turned to Luo Xiu, asking if he should release them. Luo Xiu nodded. After all, Luffy was his treasure mouse, and he needed Luffy to trigger the plot and guide him. So Luffy cannot die, at least not now. But if he just let them go, that would certainly not do. Seeing Luo Xiu nod, Aokiji retracted his ability, freeing Nami and the others. Robin also withdrew her ability and returned to stand behind Luo Xiu alongside Aokiji. The restored Straw Hat crew quickly gathered together. Nami and the others had terrified expressions, having truly felt they were about to die. It turned out that when Aokiji was serious, his strength was so formidable. Luo Xiu stepped towards Luffy, finding his stubborn gaze somewhat amusing. What's wrong? Don't you accept it? Luffy gritted his teeth, his expression showing that he was conflicted. Luo Xiu swept his gaze over the Straw Hat crew, ultimately fixing his attention on the little thief Nami. He liked mature beauties, but occasionally changing tastes wasn't out of the question. Nami's eyes were filled with fear as she instinctively shrank behind Usopp, but Usopp was no better off, trembling uncontrollably. Luffy and the others were furiously enraged, especially Sanji, who found it intolerable that after taking Robin away they were now targeting Nami. Seeing this, Robin took a deep breath and voluntarily walked to Luo Xiu's side, linking her arm with his, pressing against his softness. Luo Xiu, do you remember our agreement? I no longer need you to kill for me. I am willing to be your woman, and I will give myself to you tonight. Just please spare them, okay? Being so close, Luffy and the others overheard Robin's words. Robin. This left Luffy and the others feeling deeply ashamed. They had thought that after training for so long they could roam the seas freely, only to realize that their first challenge required their companion to sacrifice her body to ensure their survival. Luo Xiu looked down at Robin's pleading eyes, considered for a moment, and agreed. After all, no matter how it turned out, he wouldn't lose anything. Straw Hat Kid, I advise you all a word. To be reckless, you must have the capital to be reckless. This time it was Robin who saved you, next time it will be your lovely navigator, ho ho ho. Luo Xiu turned away, embracing Robin as he left. Aokiji glanced at Luffy and the others before following. Leaving Luffy and the others in a daze, Nami was more frightened than ever, realizing how close she had come to being taken, but if Robin hadn't voluntarily sacrificed herself, she might have been. Nami dared not think further. Fear gripped her heart as she questioned whether she should continue on this path. The others also fell into deep self-doubt. Rayleigh and Shaki witnessed the entire scene from the side. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but rather that they were unable to. Even if they joined forces, they would likely still not be a match for Blood Asura and Aokiji, let alone the formidable Lord on the Judgment, who was not weaker than them. This was precisely to make Luffy and his crew understand that the New World was not like the first half of the Grand Line. It was not a place for playing house. After Law and his crew departed, Rayleigh and Shaki approached Luffy's group. Do not let Robin down, the road ahead will only grow more difficult. The ship's membrane has been coated for you, and you can set sail at any time, but my suggestion is to wait a few days after they leave before departing. Luffy and the others looked up at Rayleigh, somewhat confused as to why someone so powerful had not intervened to help. Luffy even directly questioned Rayleigh. Rayleigh, why didn't you help us take back Robin just now? Rayleigh sighed. Luffy was a young man he had high hopes for, and was his nominal disciple. However, Law had a unique relationship with him. He was Hancock's man, and the protector of Amazon Lily. With Hancock in the picture, it was impossible for him to take action against Law. If anything, his relationship with Law was actually closer. In a few years he would have to return to Nine Snake Island with Shaki to enjoy retirement, and they would still have to rely on each other. I am getting old, whether it's Blood Asura or Aokiji, I am no match for either. Moreover, Blood Asura was right. Once you enter the new world, do not be too ostentatious before you have absolute power. Having said this, Rayleigh did not linger and left with Shaki. That was all he had to say. What happened to Luffy's group afterward was no longer his concern. Luffy and the others watched Rayleigh and Shaki's departing figures, unsure of what to think. If even the legendary Dark King Rayleigh admits he can't defeat them, can we really take Robin back from them? Faced with Usopp's doubts, everyone fell silent. Perhaps they would have answered without hesitation before, but now they really needed to weigh their options carefully. Thus the Straw Hat crew completed their reunion in such a heavily oppressive atmosphere, albeit an incomplete one. On the other side, Law and his companions returned to the Judgment, where Robin greeted Law. It had been 15 years since Robin could never have imagined that the 4 boys who once shared a cell with her had now grown into beings that ruled the sea. And then there was Kazan, the former admiral who had now become a pirate and was serving under that man. Mentioning Kazan, Robin suddenly recalled that 15 years ago Law had told her that Saul was still alive, which was a significant reason for her choice to survive. Kazan, is Saul still alive? Kazan was momentarily taken aback, as if he finally understood why Law had come to recruit him himself. Indeed, Saul is still alive. He entrusted me to take good care of you back then. However, at this point, I fear you no longer need me to look after you. Hearing Kazan personally confirm that Saul was still alive, the knot in Robin's heart that had been there for 15 years finally unraveled. She covered her face and began to cry. No one knew how she had endured all those years. If it weren't for Law telling her back, then she might have long since perished in that prison. Laurel let set sail for Fishman Island. After Laurel responded, the Judgment departed from Sabaody Archipelago, slowly disappearing beneath the wave. Laurel skillfully navigated the Judgment to the underwater passage of Fishman Island. The Fishman guards were already familiar with the Judgment, so they skipped the questioning and let them through. After stopping at the exclusive docking area near Ryugu Castle, Neptune had been waiting there for a long time. Lord Blood Asura, you have returned. Law glanced at Neptune with curiosity. Wasn't it obvious that he had returned? Neptune awkwardly smiled. We will stay here for a while. Unless it's urgent, please do not disturb us. You may return. Neptune nodded and led his men back into Ryugu Castle. That evening after dinner, Law and Aokiji returned to their rooms while Law went back to the attic, leaving Robin alone in the dining room, appearing somewhat at a loss. No one had arranged a room for her, and she didn't know where to go. It was only when Laurel stealthily went to the kitchen for a midnight snack that he discovered Robin slumped over the table. Laurel shook Robin awake and asked why she was sleeping there. Robin felt a bit embarrassed as she was new here and didn't dare to move around freely. You should go to the attic at the stern. The big sister and her crew all reside there. Robin nodded, thanked Laurel, and the they he mentioned must refer to the female members of the Blood Asura pirates. Robin walked into the attic. The first floor was where Law and the others usually lived, including Law's study. Robin climbed the stairs to the second floor where there was a master bedroom and several smaller bedrooms. The master bedroom should be where Law slept. Robin arrived at the door of a small bedroom and had her hand on the doorknob when a voice suddenly came from the master bedroom. Come in. Robin's body trembled, her pearly teeth biting her red lips, and she turned to push open the door to the master. Upon entering the room, she was greeted by a massive bed. Law was sitting on the bed with his upper body bare, flipping through. Robin's cheeks flushed slightly as she knew she couldn't escape today, and then, as if resigned to her fate, she gently removed her dress. She carefully lifted the blanket and slipped under it, then lay down beside Law, shyly burying her head in the covers. At that moment, Robin's face was as red as a ripe apple. After a while, she realized that Law was not as impatient as she had imagined, pouncing on her and tearing her clothes. Curious, Robin poked her head out and discovered that Law was seriously reading a book, seemingly uninterested in her. She propped herself up, wanting to see what Law was reading, but due to the angle, she could only see part of it. Driven by curiosity, Robin crawled under Law's arm, lying sideways on his arm. To her surprise, the book Law held was about history, as she never would have guessed that someone like Law would be interested in such a dry subject. She thought that all he cared about were women. The reason Law was reading was that he had intended to devour Robin tonight, but since he had been waiting for her for so long and was somewhat bored, he casually picked up a book. Unexpectedly, he continued reading until just now when he heard Robin's arrival. Law closed the book and rubbed his eyes. He really wasn't suited for reading. After reading for just a little while, he felt incredibly tired, even more so than after battling with Hancock and the others for 300 rounds. Let's sleep. Law turned off the light, pulled Robin into his arms, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the darkness, Robin's face was pressed tightly against Law's chest, feeling his steady breathing and powerful heartbeat. A smile unconsciously formed on her lips. The feeling of being surrounded by safety was wonderful. For so many years, she had never felt as secure as she did today. No need to worry about being attacked in her dreams, nor about exposing her whereabouts the next day, continuing to hide and flee. Although she would eventually become one of Law's women, she felt that this was also quite good. The next morning, when Luo Xiu woke up, Robin was no longer in the room. Luo Xiu frowned and threw the book he had read last night out of the window. You little thief, how could you mislead me? At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open and Robin, dressed in a new outfit, walked in holding a breakfast plate. You're awake. Come eat breakfast. I made it myself, though it may not taste very good. Robin felt a bit shyer. It was her first time cooking for a man. Luo Xiu got out of bed and sat down at the table without putting on any clothes. He picked up the sandwich from the plate, took a bite, and tasted it. After a while, Luo Xiu swallowed and slowly nodded. How is it? You weren't wrong, but really doesn't taste very good. Robin lowered her head in disappointment, thinking Luo Xiu's nod meant her cooking had improved. Luo Xiu reached out and pinched Robin's cheek. What made you think of making me breakfast? Did you poison it? Robin quickly shook her head and waved her hands. No. How could I poison you? She thought Luo Xiu didn't trust her until she saw the teasing expression on his face and realized he was joking. Robin stood up and sat down next to Luo Xiu, resting her head gently on his shoulder, confiding her feelings. I'm afraid you'll laugh, but last night was the best sleep I've had in many years. I've also realized that I no longer want to live a life of hiding and fear every day. Instead of exhausting myself just to survive, I'd rather stay by your side, peacefully enjoy the future, and do as long as you are willing to accept me. My person, my heart, will belong only to you. Luo Xiu glanced at Robin. If it were Hancock or Monet saying these words, he would believe them. But if Robin said these words, he believed her, though not entirely, especially after everything Robin had been through. Luo Xiu smiled, finished the milk from breakfast, and stood up. Let's go, I'll show you around Fishman Island. Okay. Robin obediently agreed, and then actively helped Luo Xiu dress. The two of them arrived on the deck where Lore and Kazan were lounging in beach chairs basking in the sun. A transponder snail was beside Lore. It was obvious that Smoker was on the other end. Luo Xiu even felt a bit sorry for the transponder snails belonging to the two of them. They had to work at least 12 hours a day, 24 hours in total. Then Luo Xiu took Robin away from the judgment and headed towards the hard-shell tower in the northeast direction of Dragon Palace City. The two quickly arrived at the base of the tower. Robin looked at the various weapons inserted into the tower door, perplexed as to why they were designed this way. The seahorse guards patrolling the surroundings recognized Luo Xiu and did not approach to drive them away, merely observed. Do you want to go inside and take a look? Huh, is that allowed? Luo Xiu smiled. There were indeed very few places in this world that he couldn't go. Seeing that they genuinely wanted to enter the hard-shell tower, the leading Dragon Palace Right Minister under pressure still stopped them. Sorry, Lord Blood Asura, without the king's access pass, no one can enter. Oh, do you think if Neptune were here he would dare to stop me? Yeah. Luo Xiu took a step forward, enveloping the Right Minister in his Asura's might. Cold sweat streamed down the Right Minister's forehead. He felt as if a prehistoric beast was staring at him. If he uttered another no, the other party might kill him in the next moment. Faced with Luo Xiu's relentless advance, the Right Minister ultimately chose to compromise and stepped aside. Luo Xiu reached out and patted the Right Minister's shoulder, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Don't worry, I won't harm your princess." The Right Minister looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief. They had never mentioned that the one inside the hard-shell tower was Princess Shirahoshi. How did he know? At that moment, Luo Xiu had already taken Robin past him, and with a gentle push, the door to the hard-shell tower opened. Just as Luo Xiu was about to step inside, it seemed like he sensed something and stopped in his tracks. Amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, Luo Xiu slowly raised his right arm. Robin was about to ask what was happening when she saw Luo Xiu catch an axe that had flown in from somewhere. Luo Xiu gripped the axe tightly, crumpling it into a lump of scrap metal, then turned to look in the direction from which immediately a wave of Conqueror's Haki mixed with his Asura's might surged in that direction, bursting through the bubble barrier of Fishman Island and landing directly on a pirate ship. On the Flying Dutchman's deck, Vander Decken 9 immediately rolled his eyes back, frothing at the mouth, and fainted on the ship. The surrounding fishmen looked at their captain, who had suddenly fainted, glancing at each other, unsure of what had happened. They didn't dare to approach and check. Luo Xiu turned his head and snorted coldly. Conqueror's Haki. What's wrong, Luo Xiu? Robin clearly hadn't reacted to what had just happened. All she saw was Luo Xiu catching an axe that had come from nowhere, and then inexplicably releasing a wave of Conqueror's Haki. It's nothing, just a bug. Let's go in. Oh. Then Robin obediently followed behind Luo Xiu and entered the hard-shell tower. The Right Minister, seeing the two figures disappear, quickly instructed a nearby seahorse guard to inform King Neptune. Then he looked down at the lump of scrap metal on the ground. Robin didn't know where it came from, but he knew. It was because of the axe's owner that their mermaid princess had locked herself in this tower for a full 10 years. Recalling Luo Xiu's reaction earlier, the Right Minister had a premonition that their mermaid princess might no longer need to hide in this tower. On the other side, Luo Xiu and Robin, after entering the hard-shell tower and passing through a dry coral corridor, officially arrived at the tower's center. What appeared before their eyes was a gigantic platform. Under the platform was an unfathomable sea, and various pieces of furniture were arranged on top. However, all the furniture was enormous, especially the bed, which was several times larger than Luo Xiu's bed. Wow, what a huge bed. Who would sleep on such a bed? A giant mermaid. Well, the one living here is Princess Shirahoshi. Although she is indeed quite large, she is not a giant mermaid. She is just a bit bigger than the average mermaid. Princess Shirahoshi. Robin was a bit curious. The tower didn't seem like it was meant to be the prince's chamber, but rather a prison. Moreover, there were people patrolling outside, and Luo Xiu referred to the other party as the Right Minister, suggesting a position of some importance. But why would the mermaid princess live here? And that axe that had suddenly flown in, could it be related? While Robin was still lost in thought, there was suddenly a disturbance in the sea below the platform. The two looked towards the sound, and after a while a large head slowly emerged from the water, cautiously, sizing up Luo Xiu and Robin. Bai Xing shrank her head and timidly greeted Luo Xiu. Why you? Hello. Lord Blood Asura. Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the other person actually knew him. After a few questions, he learned that Neptune had mentioned him to her. He had described him as the protector of Fishman Island who had helped lighten the burdens of its people. This made Bai Xing eager to meet the Blood Asura her father spoke of. Robin looked at Bai Xing in the water. She was definitely the largest mermaid she had ever seen, with just the size of her head being larger than her entire body. Hello Princess Bai Xing, I am Robin. Bai Xing looked at Robin and weakly replied hello. Robin found it strange that such a large mermaid seemed so timid. In fact, Bai Xing wanted to say that if it weren't for being alongside Luo Xiu, she would have already escaped into the water. Lord Blood Asura, is there something you need from me? Luo Xiu smiled and waved his hand. Oh, what could he need? He merely came to meet the mermaid princess, or rather to meet the contemporary Sea King Poseidon. Afterward, Luo Xiu went to the lookout on the top level, gazing towards the southwest at Dragon Palace City. Soon things would become chaotic here. Princess Bai Xing, may I ask you a few questions? Bai Xing hesitated, her fingers fidgeting with her skirt underwater. She glanced up at Luo Xiu and ultimately agreed to. Robin was curious. Clearly based on gender and appearance, Luo Xiu seemed more intimidating, so why was Princess Bai Xing not afraid of him, but seemed a bit scared of her? Princess Bai Xing, why are you here instead of living in Dragon Palace City? Upon hearing Robin's question, Bai Xing's tears came before her response. Seeing Bai Xing cry inconsolably, Robin felt helpless. If others saw her like this, they might think she had harmed. Robin quickly used her fruit ability to grow 2 hands on Bai Xing's cheeks to wipe away her tears. When Bai Xing saw 2 hands suddenly sprouting on her face, she was so startled that her tears flowed even more. Hearing the commotion below, Luo Xiu curiously came down. He had just left for a short while. How could Bai Xing be crying? What happened? I just asked Princess Bai Xing why she lived here, and then she started crying. I wanted to use my fruit ability to help her wipe her tears, but it only made her cry harder. Now even Luo Xiu didn't know what to do. He had seen timid people before, like Jasmine, who was also very timid when she first boarded the ship, cautious in everything she did. But compared to Bai Xing, Jasmine could be considered quite bold. Alright, stop crying. If you keep crying, I won't protect Fishman Island anymore. Hearing this, Bai Xing immediately covered her mouth, trying hard not to make a sound. After a while, Bai Xing finally calmed down and began to answer Robin's questions with a sobbing voice. After listening, Robin understood that Bai Xing was not trapped here, but had chosen to hide. The cause of all this was a perverted fishman named Vander Decken 9, who had been harassing Bai Xing, proposing to her and wanting to possess her. After being rejected, he became furious and began to attack Bai Xing. Left with no choice, Bai Xing had to take refuge in the hardshell tower. Even so, he continued to use his devil fruit ability to throw various weapons at Bai Xing. The axe that Luo Xiu had caught earlier was also thrown by him. Have you really not gone outside for 10 years? Bai Xing nodded, feeling wronged. After all, she was just a 16-year-old girl. After hearing this, Robin felt sympathy for Bai Xing. She looked at Luo Xiu, hoping he could help Bai Xing. Perhaps Vander Decken 9 was difficult for Neptune and his allies to deal with, but she believed that as long as Luo Xiu was willing to intervene, all problems could be easily resolved. Bai Xing, do you want to see your mother? Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, Bai Xing excitedly nodded. The scene of her mother's tragic death was still fresh in her memory, and because of Decken, she had been unable to attend her mother's funeral. For 10 years, she had not seen her mother even once. She had so much to say to her mother, but her father and several brothers would not allow her to leave here. Now Luo Xiu's arrival seemed to give her hope of leaving. Lord Blood Asura, can you take me away from here? Please. Luo Xiu was about to nod when he sensed Neptune and his group rushing towards the hardshell tower. No, Lord Blood Asura, you absolutely cannot. Once Bai Xing leaves here, Decken's weapons will target her, and she will— Father. Luo Xiu turned around to see a panting Neptune. Are you saying that I, Blood Asura, cannot protect a little? That's not it. But Lord Blood Asura, Decken's ability is very strange. His attacks will hit Bai Xing no matter where she— Luo Xiu was becoming impatient. Oh, why was old Neptune so dull? If he provoked him, he might just stew him in a— Alright, it's just a target fruit. Look at how scared you are. Here's the deal, send someone to the judgment ship to find my crew member Law. You all take him to find Decken, whether to capture him alive or to kill him directly, just let him know. Just say this is my order. Neptune hesitated for a moment, but still instructed the left minister to do as Luo— Seeing the left minister leave, Luo Xiu found a place to sit. As long as he could see Decken, Neptune would obediently let Bai Xing go with him. Meanwhile, the left minister rushed to the place where the judgment ship was docked. He mustered his courage and boarded the ship. Standing on the deck, he looked around, but saw no one. Ah, dear mermaid minister, what brings you here? Hearing a voice from behind, the left minister quickly turned around and saw 2 people lounging in beach chairs in the distance. I am here to find Mr. Law. Upon hearing that he was looking for Law, Kazan put on his eye patch again and went back to sunbathing. Law stood up, set down the transponder snail, and looked at the left minister with impatience. Mr. Law, could you please come with me to deal with someone? This is Lord Blood Asura's order. Upon hearing it was Luo Xiu's order, Law immediately relaxed, and after hanging up the transponder snail, signaled for the left minister to lead the way. The left minister breathed a sigh of relief. The name of Blood Asura was indeed effective. Law followed the left minister out of Fishman Island, and in the deep sea surrounding the island a pirate ship was drifting there. Mr. Law, that is the Flying Dutchman Vander Decken IX's ship. If possible, we hope you can capture him alive. Law nodded and quickly swam towards it, soon disappearing into the dark depths of the sea. The left minister anxiously waited in place. About 5 minutes later, he saw Law swimming back with someone in his hand. As Law got closer, the left minister confirmed that the person he was carrying was indeed Vander Decken 9. The left minister felt a bit wistful. The opponent who had troubled them for 10 years was so easily dealt with, and the entire process took less than 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Law. Law shook his head. He was merely completing the task Luo Xiu had assigned. Afterward, the two returned to Fishman Island. Law went back to the judgment ship to continue speaking with Smoker, while the left minister took Vander Decken 9 towards the hardshell tower. Not long after, the left minister hurriedly brought the unconscious Vander Decken 9 to the hardshell tower. Seeing this, Neptune and the others were overjoyed, dancing with excitement, yet also feeling a bit ashamed. The problem they had struggled with for a decade was resolved so easily by Blood Asura. Neptune even felt a bit regretful. Had he known it would be like this, he should have asked Blood Asura for help as soon as they met. When Bai Xing saw Vander Decken 9, she was so frightened that she hid behind Luo Xiu, peeking out with one eye. Only after confirming that he was completely unconscious did she cautiously stick her head out. I've brought you the person, and you can dispose of him as you wish. If you want to kill him, you can do it now. Neptune thought for a moment, and ultimately decided not to kill him. If he killed him so easily, it would be too merciful. The opponent had tormented his daughter for 10 years. If he didn't retaliate, he wouldn't deserve to be the king of the Fishman Kingdom. He then ordered someone to put sea tower stone handcuffs on Vander Decken 9 and lock him up in the western prison tower. Since Vander Decken has been dealt with, can I take Bai Xing away now? Yes, of course. Neptune quickly agreed, and then led everyone away from the hardshell tower, never to return. Luo Xiu turned to Bai Xing, who was eager to leave this place. Let's go. Okay, thank you, Lord Blood Asura. Bai Xing then gathered some things, including some of her mother's favorite snacks. After that, Bai Xing dove into the water. Shortly after, she resurfaced accompanied by a seemingly silly large shark. Lord Blood Asura, Lord Robin, this is Meika Luo, my good friend. Shot. Bai Xing packed the things she had gathered and hung them around Meika Luo's neck. Luo Xiu and Robin exchanged glances, both seeing the pity in each other's eyes. In her most innocent and carefree years, the only companion she had was a silly great white shark. Shot. Seeing that Bai Xing was ready, Luo Xiu led Robin out of the tower. After they exited, they turned back to look at Bai Xing, who had hidden inside for 10 years and seemed a bit scared to leave. It's okay, little Bai Xing, I'm here. Luo Xiu's words, I'm here, seemed to give Bai Xing a sense of reassurance. She gathered her courage and left the hardshell tower that had confined her for 10 years. For the first time in 10 years, breathing the outside air, Bai Xing appeared to be somewhat unaccustomed. Thank you, Lord Blood Asura. As soon as Bai Xing's gigantic form emerged, it quickly drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers. They had just witnessed Vander Decken being imprisoned and looked at Bai Xing, leaving the hardshell tower with tears in their eyes. Bai Xing swam timidly along the way, feeling both familiar and strange. Although this was her kingdom, soon they arrived at the near sea of Dragon Palace City, and Bai Xing noticed a huge pirate ship parked not far away. Lord Blood Asura, is that your ship? Luo Xiu followed Bai Xing's gaze and saw Laurel and Kuzan leaning over the railing, waving at them. Luo Xiu nodded and greeted the two. Bai Xing quietly compared if she boarded the ship, it would likely seem a bit crowded. Thinking of this, she felt a bit disheartened. Then Bai Xing took out a bubble coral from her bag, gently squeezed it a couple of times, and created 2 air bubbles that could accommodate Luo Xiu and the others. After the two dived into the bubbles, they followed Bai Xing into the water. Robin curiously looked around. Since she became an ability user, she hadn't experienced the sensation of being surrounded by seawater. The two followed Bai Xing as they swam toward the sea forest. Meanwhile, Neptune announced to the entire Fishman Island that Vander Decken 9 had been captured, and that Princess Bai Xing could move about freely now. As the news spread, all the citizens sincerely rejoiced for Bai Xing. When Bai Xing and the others passed through Coral Hill, many citizens saw her and greeted her warmly. However, some people seemed discontent with what they saw. Quickly, Bai Xing brought the two to the deep sea in the northeast direction of Fishman Street, where Luo Xiu and the others saw the Sun Tree, Eve, the magical giant tree that brought light to Fishman Island. They followed the branches of the Sun Tree, Eve, downwards, eventually arriving at the sea forest known as the Graveyard of Ships, located at the roots of the tree. This place was filled with various giant coral jungles, and shipwrecks could be seen everywhere, which is why it was called the Grave. They continued to delve deeper until they came across a cemetery wrapped in bubbles. After passing through the bubbles, they saw the scene inside the cemetery. The outer area of the cemetery was for ordinary fishermen, while in the center there was a coral highland. Neptune told Bai Xing that it was the resting place of Princess Odoheim. As Luo Xiu and the others walked up the highland, they found a blue fat man sitting next to Princess Odoheim's tombstone. Master Jinbei. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jinbei opened his eyes. After seeing Bai Xing, he was somewhat surprised. Princess Bai Xing, how did you end up here? Earlier, his observation Haki sensed someone approaching, and at first he thought it was ordinary fishmen coming to pay their respects, but he didn't expect it to be Bai Xing. At that moment, Jinbei also noticed Luo Xiu and Robin beside Bai Xing. He quickly got up and greeted Luo Xiu. Lord Blood Asura. Luo Xiu nodded. He was not surprised to encounter Jinbei here as he was a loyal supporter of Princess Otoheim, so it was not strange for him to be present. Jinbei then looked at Robin beside Luo Xiu. He had known about Robin from his previous conversation with Luffy and had seen her bounty notice, but it was their first time meeting in person. Robin clearly recognized Jinbei's identity, and the two nodded to acknowledge each other. Jinbei did not ask why Robin, originally part of the Straw Hat Pirates, was now beside Luo Xiu. He was a smart man and knew better than to ask what should not be asked. Although he refrained from asking about Robin, he had to inquire about Bai Xing. Lord Blood Asura Princess Bai Xing may be in danger after leaving the Hardshell Tower. You must be aware of this, right? Master Jinbei, that bad guy has already been dealt with by Lord Blood Asura. I am safe now. After hearing Bai Xing's explanation, Jinbei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then deeply bowed to Luo Xiu. Bai Xing approached Princess Otoheim's tomb. She had so many things to say to her mother. Seeing this, Luo Xiu took Robin's hand and walked a little further away, giving the mother and daughter some private space. Jinbei also wisely walked over to Luo Xiu's side. There were some matters he needed to clarify with him. Lord Blood Asura, may I have a word with you? Soon the news of Bai Xing's regained freedom spread throughout Fishman Island. While the entire island celebrated, little did they know that a conspiracy against the royal family was quietly brewing. Hody Jones, who had been hiding in Dragon Palace as a soldier, secretly noted the location where Vanderdecken was imprisoned. As a fervent follower of Arlong, he had secretly formed the new Fishman Pirates over the years to prevent fishmen and humans from coexisting peacefully. Now that Vanderdecken had been captured, he saw a perfect opportunity. Lord Blood Asura, may I have a word with you? Luo Xiu glanced at Jinbei, having roughly guessed what the other party wanted to. Robin is my woman. Whatever needs to be said can be discussed here. Jinbei reacted differently from Robin upon hearing Luo Xiu's words. Robin felt a surge of joy in front of outsiders. Luo Xiu acknowledged her identity. Jinbei, on the other hand, felt his mind go blank, never expecting Robin to have such a connection with Lord Blood Asura. But this was not something he should concern himself with. Lord Blood Asura, although you are currently protecting Fishman Island, and have also aided Princess Shirahoshi, it would be best if you kept a distance from Princess Shirahoshi due to your human identity. I fear that some of the populace might cause unnecessary trouble for you. Robin was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. What's wrong with being human? Jinbei sighed and began to recount some events regarding Queen Otoheim. For instance, Queen Otoheim went around collecting signatures from fishmen to promote peace between fishmen and humans. Later, Queen Otoheim saved a celestial dragon, and upon returning to Mariawa with him, received many friendly signatures from the world's nobles. However, after returning to Fishman Island, she was assassinated by humans during a speech. All the signatures she had painstakingly collected were burned to ashes. Before this, the fishman hero Tiger, who had single-handedly scaled Mariawa to rescue many human slaves, also died at the hands of humans due to betrayal. Thus, many citizens of Fishman Island harbor intense hatred towards humans. After hearing Jinbei's words, Robin felt an overwhelming sorrow for Queen Otoheim's death. She was such a kind-hearted person. She had also heard of Tiger's story, and if she remembered correctly, it was during that incident that Luo Xiu escaped from Mariawa. She turned to look at Luo Xiu, curious about his reaction. Luo Xiu chuckled softly and shook his head slowly. He found it difficult to judge Queen Otoheim. She was indeed a very kind person, always striving for a happy life for Shirahoshi and the others, but she was in this world of the survival of the fittest. Friendships and peace achieved through reasoning would not last long. Only strength is the foundation for survival in these seas. As for the hatred towards humans, Luo Xiu could somewhat understand it. For instance, the case of Arlong, the most severe. If he were to put himself in their shoes, he too would harbor hatred towards humans. However, this hatred was not something he deemed worth concerning himself with, as they were far too weak. Among the entire Fishman Island, there were few he cared for, primarily just Shirahoshi and Chopper. If those fishmen dared to show their teeth at him, he would certainly not hold back. Furthermore, regarding Queen Otoheim's death, Luo Xiu felt some sympathy for Neptune and the others being kept in the dark for a full 10 years. If it weren't for that fool Hody's self-detonation, given Shirahoshi's personality, she would probably never have revealed it, and Neptune and the others would continue to be misled. Fishmen and humans would never have a day of peaceful coexistence. However, with his presence now, he might as well let this matter be revealed to the world ahead of time. Jinbei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Luo Xiu's reaction. Queen Otoheim was the person he respected the most, yet Blood Asura showed her disrespect. Seeing Jinbei's expression, Luo Xiu smiled slightly and proceeded to say something that left Jinbei stunned. Jinbei, what if I told you that the one who killed Queen Otoheim is your own fishman? Would you believe it? Well, what? Robin's eyes widened as she did not expect the story she had just learned from Jinbei to take such a rapid. What? You don't believe it? If you don't trust me, you can ask Shirahoshi. Looking at Luo Xiu's confident demeanor, Jinbei also began to doubt the truth of what he was saying. Moreover, Princess Shirahoshi was right beside them, and there was no necessity for her to lie. Jinbei fell silent. Once Princess Shirahoshi finished speaking with Queen Otoheim, he would ask her whether Blood Asura's words were true. After about half an hour, Shirahoshi wiped the tears from her eyes and came over with Meika to Luo Xiu and the others. Lord Blood Asura, I'm okay now. Little Shirahoshi, your Jinbei has some questions for you. Let's wait for you over there. Shirahoshi nodded blankly, watching Luo Xiu as the two walked to the other side of the mausoleum, then turned to Jinbei. Jinbei, what's the matter? Jinbei looked at the innocent Shirahoshi, momentarily unsure how to start. Princess Shirahoshi, do you know anything about Queen Otoheim's death? For instance, who is the real killer of the queen? Facing Jinbei's questioning, Shirahoshi instinctively wanted to lie, as Queen Otoheim had once told her to endure. Yet she had endured for 10 years, resulting in a life akin to a prison, trapped every day in the dark hardshell tower. Now things were different. Luo Xiu's appearance had opened her eyes to something called hope. She no longer wanted to endure. Jinbei, the one who killed my mother isn't human, it's Hody Jones. This was told to me by Meika. She witnessed Hody Jones kill my mother. What? Only after hearing the truth from Shirahoshi's lips did Jinbei have to accept that the one who killed Queen Otoheim was not human, but their own fishman. No wonder he was so certain at that time that the killer was human. Jinbei clenched his fists, his body trembling with anger. He wanted nothing more than to rush back to Fishman Island and kill that damned Hody. 10 years. The killer of Queen Otoheim had been at large for a full 10 years. Even now he was still a soldier of Fishman Island. Thinking of how Neptune and the others had lived alongside the killer for 10 years, Jinbei felt a wave of fear wash over him. No, I must quickly inform King Neptune about this. Jinbei immediately decided to report this matter to Neptune. He approached Luo Xiu, bowed respectfully, and then left the sea forest. If it weren't for Luo Xiu, they wouldn't know when they would learn the truth. Watching Jinbei's hurried departure, Luo Xiu's eyes fell. Once Jinbei learned the truth, he would certainly inform Neptune to guard against Hody's group. If that were the case, the Straw Hat crew would have no opportunity to showcase their 2 years of training results. Thus, based on the world's correction capabilities, perhaps Neptune was already tied up by Hody at this moment. The Straw Hat crew might have already arrived at Fishman Island. Luo Xiu shook his head. None of this mattered to him. Shirahoshi was now by his side, and as long as they did not endanger Chopper, he would allow them to stir up whatever they wished. After summoning Shirahoshi, the three continued to delve deeper into the sea forest. After passing through the cemetery and walking for a while, the three arrived at the center of a dense forest. It was very spacious here, with nothing but a square stone tablet placed in the middle. This is the historical text. Historical text. What is that? Bai Xing, with her big head and big confusion, had known since childhood that there was a stone tablet here, but she could not understand the words on it. Robin cast a curious glance at Luo Xiu, wondering how he knew there was historical text here. Luo Xiu smiled and walked towards the stone tablet first. Robin pouted and muttered softly, pretending to be mysterious. It still relies on me to know what's written on it. She quickly followed behind, beginning to decode this part of the historical text bit by bit. Luo Xiu and Bai Xing quietly waited nearby. After a long time, Robin completed her interpretation. As if suddenly recalling something, she secretly glanced at Bai Xing and pulled Luo Xiu aside. Luo Xiu was somewhat perplexed, not knowing what Robin was doing, but he still instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Robin did not mind Luo Xiu's action, as it paled in comparison to what she wanted to say. Luo Xiu, what I am about to say is very important. You must listen carefully. I have previously interpreted several pieces of historical text which recorded that in ancient times there was a gigantic kingdom that possessed 3 ancient weapons: the King of Heaven, the King of the Sea, and the King of the Underworld. In Alabasta, I learned the coordinates of where the King of the Underworld is hidden in the Sky Island. I know. You know. You know. Luo Xiu smiled, leaned closer to Robin, and his warm breath brushed against her face, causing her cheeks to feel slightly flushed. I know where the King of the Underworld is hidden. I also know Bai Xing is the King of the Sea, and furthermore, I know where the King of Heaven is. But you surprised me. I didn't expect you to tell me all this. Looking into Luo Xiu's eyes, which were so close, Robin felt her mind go blank. She was very sure that Luo Xiu had never been to the places where those historical texts existed. How did he know all this? You? Luo Xiu gazed at Robin's delicate red lips and couldn't help but kiss her. After a while, Robin felt her body go a little weak, shyly pushing Luo Xiu away. She hadn't even figured out the problem before he suddenly kissed her. Right now, she only felt her head getting warm, completely losing the ability to think. All right, tell me what this apology text really says. Robin's mind was like a thunderclap. You can understand. Luo Xiu shook his head. Of course he could not. Then how do you know? Secret. Robin looked at the man before her, feeling for the first time that he seemed a bit Previously, Luo Xiu had given her the impression of being a powerful and domineering man, but now this man seemed to carry an additional air of mystery that made her unable to resist wanting to explore. The two returned to the stone tablet, and Bai Xing also came over, blinking her big eyes. This is a confession letter written by someone named Joy Boy to the Mermaid Princess. Huh, written to me. Luo Xiu fondly glanced at Bai Xing and playfully rubbed her little nose. This was written to the Mermaid Princess from 800 years ago. Oh, Bai Xing's little face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. It recorded the promise made between Joy Boy and the Mermaid Princess. The Mermaid Princess summoned the Sea Kings to lift Noah's Ark, taking all mermaids and fishmen to live on land. Unfortunately, he lost in that war and failed to fulfill the promise. Feeling deeply guilty, he wrote this apology letter. He also predicted that in the future there would be a person who, together with the future Mermaid Princess, would complete the promise made back then. At that time, Noah would be able to fulfill its mission. Bai Xing nodded her little head. She didn't know who Joy Boy mentioned by Robin was, but she knew that the mermaid princess from 800 years ago must also have wished for the fishmen and mermaids to live on land. She also possessed the ability to summon the Sea Kings. Could it be that the future mermaid princess mentioned there refers who would be the one to fulfill the promise together with her? Thinking of this, Bai Xing secretly glanced at Luo Xiu, hoping that if possible this person would be her beloved Luo Xiu. At this moment, Bai Xing noticed that a new pirate ship seemed to have been swept over by the current not far away. Lord Luo Xiu, there's a ship over there that seems to have washed up recently. Luo Xiu followed Bai Xing's pointing direction, but due to the obstruction of the coral forest, he could only see the ship's mast. Let's go take a look. Because Bai Xing was too large, Luo Xiu asked her to wait there while he took Robin through the coral forest to the place. Isn't this the Sunny? Have Luffy and the others come here too? Robin immediately recognized whose ship this was as she wanted to go up and see how Luffy and the others were doing, but recalling that Luo Xiu was still there, she chose to stay by his side. There's no one inside. Luo Xiu slightly used his observation haki, and then told Robin that there was no one inside the ship. Robin nodded, showing neither joy nor disappointment. Let's head back, we shouldn't keep Princess Bai Xing waiting. After saying that, Robin turned around to prepare to return. Luo Xiu flashed a charming smile, pulling Robin into his embrace and kissing her again before she could react. After a while, Robin's cheeks were flushed, her legs felt weak. If Luo Xiu hadn't been holding her, she would have fallen to the ground. Kissing Luo Xiu beside the Sunny stirred a strange feeling in Robin's heart, a mix of resistance and anticipation. Even though there was no one on the Sunny, Robin still felt incredibly shy. Moreover, Luo Xiu's large hands were becoming increasingly restless. Nevertheless, Robin felt a small sweet. After tidying up her clothes a bit, Robin linked her arm with Luo Xiu and returned to the earlier spot. Back beside Bai Xing, Luo Xiu suggested that they return. Since the Sunny had appeared here, it meant that the Straw Hat crew had already arrived at Fishman Island. Cody Jones was also about to launch a coup. As they were leaving, Luo Xiu's observation haki suddenly detected two people boarding the Sunny, but he paid it no mind. Not long ago, Frankie suddenly remembered that his master's brother seemed to live in the forest of the sea. So after bidding farewell to his companions, he came alone to search for him and unexpectedly found him. Frankie then informed him of his identity. Frankie learned from Dan that the ships swept away by the current generally end up in the forest of the sea, so he took the opportunity to ask him about the Sunny. After hearing Frankie's description, Dan immediately confirmed that the Sunny was stranded in the forest of the sea and then took Frankie to search for the Sunny. Just as Luo Xiu and the others left, they found the Sunny shortly after. Frankie took the opportunity to ask Dan to help repair the Sunny and recode it. The scene shifts back to the Sabedi archipelago a day ago. After Rayleigh and Shaki left, the already departed Bartolomeo returned with a large contingent of the Navy to capture the Straw Hat crew. One must pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. The bloodthirsty pirate crew and the Dark King Rayleigh are not to be trifled with, and can the Straw Hat crew truly afford to offend them? Faced with the pursuit of the Navy, the Straw Hat crew had no choice but to set sail immediately. Thus, with the help of Rayleigh, the Ghost Princess, Perona Sanji's good friends, and others they met over the past 2 years, the Straw Hat crew left the Sabedi archipelago. Once submerged underwater, the Sunny was eerily quiet. Even Luffy, who usually made a ruckus, sat quietly. Frankie piloted the Sunny, trying to lower the speed of the descent. Nami and the others quietly prayed that the bloodthirsty pirates would not linger at Fishman Island, but would head straight back to the New World. Even if they had to stop, they hoped to leave first thing in the morning. They felt a sense of despair, with the bloodthirsty pirates ahead, and the Navy behind them. Zoro looked at the lifeless crew, a surge of anger swelling in his chest. Hey, cheer up. The New World has just begun. If you all feel this way, you might as well go back and let the Navy. At this, the crew suddenly awakened. Indeed, the New World had just begun. Since they had come this far, there was no reason. Luffy was the first to emerge from the gloom, reigniting his fighting spirit. Following him was Sanji. Robin was still waiting for him to rescue her, and he couldn't fall here. Next, Frankie, Brook, and Chopper also regained their spirits. Only Nami and Usopp still appeared fearful. Hey, Nami, get it together. Without you, I can't become the Pirate King. Nami squatted in a corner, her hands tightly covering her ears, Luffy's voice echoing in her mind. Pirate King. Pirate King. Yes, I still want to help Luffy become the Pirate King. Ooh, I can't fall here. Memories flashed through Nami's mind, and ultimately, she was able to overcome her inner fears and regain. However, Usopp remained in his state, sitting aside, muttering, I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Luffy looked at the dazed Usopp, instantly filled with frustration, stepping forward to deliver a punch. Usopp, didn't you say you wanted to be a brave warrior of the sea? Are you going to let this little hardship defeat you? Feeling the sharp pain on his face, Usopp's eyes gradually focused, recognizing Luffy's face and the disappointment. He looked down at his hands. Yes, if this little hardship could defeat him, how could he ever become a brave warrior? Usopp stood up, glancing at his companions. So many trials had not defeated them before, and this time would be no. Thus the Straw Hat crew reignited their hope and set off on the path to the New World. But was it truly that simple? Only they knew the truth in their hearts. After a long while, Fishman Island appeared in their sights, now deep into the night. After some discussion, they decided to enter the next day. However, things did not go as planned. While the Straw Hat crew was sleeping that night, the sea monster Kraken discovered the Sunny. It extended a tentacle and struck the hull of the Sunny with great force. The massive impact instantly jolted the Straw Hat crew awake, and before they could comprehend what was happening, the Sunny began uncontrollably plunging towards Fishman Island. Frankie, leave it to me. Super. 10 minutes later, the ship's membrane shattered, and the raging currents of the island swept everyone and the Sunny apart. Luffy, Chopper, and the others were pushed to Mermaid Bay, where they were rescued by the mermaid Cammy the next morning. Zoro drifted to the outskirts of Ryugu Kingdom, waking up to fight with the Fishman soldiers, only to be captured by the Neptune royal family. Frankie and Nami were swept to the outskirts of Fishman Island. After waking up and wandering around for a while, Frankie suddenly remembered about Den and left alone for the sea forest. Nami also embarked on a journey to find the others. Meanwhile, during the time that Rosho was escorting Shirahoshi to the sea forest, Ryugu Kingdom had already descended into chaos. Inside Ryugu, Hody realized he could no longer wait after seeing Shirahoshi leave the hardshell tower. Thus, he secretly released Dekken, and after reaching a cooperation, they mobilized 100,000 fishmen, launching a coup to seize Ryugu. Poor Neptune, after announcing to the public that Shirahoshi was safe, had just returned to Ryugu when he was captured by Hody. Aside from the Neptune royal family, Zoro also became a captive of Hody's crew. Zoro was extremely frustrated. He couldn't exert his full strength underwater, and that Hody was even taking drugs, leaving him no choice but to accept his fate. After occupying Ryugu Kingdom, Hody activated the Den Den Mushi, announcing to all the citizens of the island the overthrow of the royal family and the new fish pirate crew's rule over Fishman Island. And in 3 hours, a public execution would take place at Giltanka Square. The execution list included Neptune, the left and right ministers, and Jinbei, among others. Indeed, when Jinbei returned to Ryugu Kingdom, Hody had already seized control, and Jinbei was forced to become a captive of Hody due to the need to avoid collateral damage. At this time, the Straw Hat crew also spotted the captured Zoro, and all decided to go rescue him. Time passed second by second, with less than half an hour until the execution. Rosho also brought Robin and Shirahoshi back to Fishman Island. Upon seeing Shirahoshi, the citizens hurriedly approached her to inform her about Hody's takeover of Ryugu, and after hearing this, Shirahoshi's tears streamed down her face. They had left in good condition. How could everything change so drastically in such a short time? At that moment, Shirahoshi remembered Rosho beside her. She extended her hands to bring Rosho in front of her, crying and sniffling as she pleaded, "Lord Bloodthirsty, please save my father." Rosho reached out to wipe Shirahoshi's tears, comforting her not to worry. Law and Kazan were in Ryugu Kingdom, and with them present, Neptune would not be in danger. At most, Neptune would only suffer some minor injuries. "Don't worry, when we get to that square, I promise you will see a safe Neptune." Wiping her tears, Shirahoshi reluctantly agreed to Rosho. The group then headed towards Giltanka Square, arriving just 10 minutes before the execution. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had already rescued Zoro and Jinbei, and were currently facing off against Hody and the 100,000 fishmen. Shirahoshi also found her father Neptune at this time, and upon seeing him safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. Neptune was now standing in a corner of the square, next to Kazan and Law. "Thank you, Mr. Kazan. Also, is it really unnecessary for you to help? Hody has 100,000 men after all." Kazan waved his hand. Rosho had told them that if there was any unrest in Ryugu Kingdom, they only needed to ensure Neptune's safety. As for the ones causing unrest, it was up to the Straw Hat crew to handle, and they did not need to intervene. Kazan had initially wondered why Rosho mentioned the Straw Hat crew. It was not until they rescued Neptune that they saw Zoro nearby. Only then did Kazan realize that everything happening in Ryugu Kingdom was anticipated by Rosho. "Is it observation, Haki?" Jinbei stood together with the Straw Hat crew, glaring furiously at Hody across from them. Just moments ago, the latter had admitted that the murderer of Princess Otoheim was not a human, but rather he himself a fishman. Even though Jinbei had learned the truth not long ago, his body trembled uncontrollably with anger upon hearing. The Neptune royal family also came to a sudden realization after learning the truth, feeling a wave of fear. The murderer of Princess Otoheim had been hiding beside them for 10 years, and he had been completely unaware. Hody looked disdainfully at the Straw Hat crew across from him. "What can you 9 weak little pirates do? I have a whole army of 100,000 on my side." With that, the surrounding 100,000 fishmen erupted in a roar, responding to Hody's words. Then at Hody's command, the 100,000 fishmen charged towards the Straw Hat crew with a clamor. Shirahoshi watched Jinbei in the center of the square with concern. She knew Jinbei was powerful, but after all, there were 100,000 opponents. The Straw Hat crew beside him also did not seem very formidable. "Lord Blood Asura, are Jinbei and the others really going to be okay? Please help me, I beg you, I beg you." Rasha turned to Shirahoshi, seeing her big watery eyes and hearing her somewhat petulant voice, and he softened not. Then with a look of delight on Shirahoshi's face, he instantly vanished from her sight and reappeared in the center of the square. Both groups halted upon seeing Rashu suddenly appear. The Straw Hat crew became immediately alert upon seeing Rashu. Even facing 100,000 fishmen had not made them this tense. "This is our business, stay out of it." Rasha glanced back at Luffy, let out a disdainful smile, and said, "Your business? Fishman Island is the territory of Blood Asura. When did it become your affair?" Hody felt an overwhelming sense of tension upon seeing Rashu, but he dared to initiate a coup at this moment, because he surely had made preparations in advance. Hody was very self-aware. He knew he could not possibly be a match for Blood Asura, but since Fishman Island was the latter's territory, he needed to go through Blood Asura to launch his coup. Therefore Hody had long since thought of a way to deal with Blood Asura. Lord Blood Asura, as long as you do not interfere in this matter, I Hody guarantee that my new Fishman pirate crew will deliver tributes to you on time every month from Fishman Island. In addition, I will provide you with young female fishmen. Oh, as long as you wish, you can have as many as you want. Rashu ignored Hody's barking and simply stared at him in silence. Hody thought Rashu was intrigued and immediately added to his bargaining chips, hoping to win over Blood Asura. Lord Blood Asura, if you agree to stay out of this, I can bring the new Fishman pirate crew under your command. I have a full army of 100,000. Seeing that Rashu was ignoring him, Luffy became furious and was about to rush up to argue with him, but Zoro quickly intervened and stopped him. Kazan observed the situation, lightly exhaled a breath of cold air, and instantly appeared before Luffy's group. The captain is currently busy. You can talk to me about anything. As Zoro held on to Luffy, he remained wary of Kazan. He exchanged a glance with Sanji, and they began to retreat in unison. Since Blood Asura had personally intervened, this was no longer their affair. Meanwhile, Hody was still chattering away, painting rosy pictures for Rashu. Rashu, feeling somewhat annoyed, spoke up to stop him. Enough, saying so much is pointless. Although Neptune is foolish, he has managed Fishman Island quite well. Moreover, a little crybaby asked me to solve this for you, and I have already promised her. So you can kneel now? As Rashu's voice fell, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted, radiating outward in waves centered around him, quickly enveloping the 100,000 fishmen. Some fishmen who were closer immediately foamed at the mouth and fainted, while those nearby, still confused about the situation, also collapsed. Soon the 100,000 fishmen fell like dumplings, one row after another. Even Hody and his few fishmen officers could not withstand it and fell to their knees. Hody looked around in terror. In an instant, his 100,000 subordinates had been easily dealt with, and the other party had not even moved from their spot. He had just wanted to raise his head when an even more terrifying pressure surged towards him, forcing him to kneel on the ground with his face pressed tightly against the floor. On the other hand, the Straw Hat crew was also struggling as Rashu's Conqueror's Haki enveloped them as well. The moment Rashu unleashed it, Luffy activated his own Conqueror's Haki to resist. Under the coverage of Rashu's Conqueror's Haki, Luffy managed to create a small shield of protection for his companions. The others were sheltered behind Luffy. Although Luffy's Conqueror's Haki provided some buffer, they still felt the pressure. The weaker ones like Nami and the others were the first to succumb, kneeling on the ground. Luffy and his companions were struggling with all their might, while Jinbei beside them felt somewhat helpless. Because he was standing with Luffy and the others, he too was affected by Rashu's Conqueror's Haki. Kazan stood behind Rashu, being the closest person. Even though Rashu's Conqueror's Haki was not aimed at him, he still felt a twinge of unease. Soon Rashu withdrew his Conqueror's Haki. In the entire square apart from him and Kazan, only Luffy remained standing. Zoro, Sanji, and Jinbei had all knelt on one knee, unable to withstand the pressure. Hody's face was pressed tightly against the ground. Even when Rashu's Conqueror's Haki disappeared, he did not dare to lift his head. The vast square was eerily quiet. Rashu approached Hody, his footsteps sounding particularly clear at this moment. Hody's body trembled. Rashu's footsteps were like alarm bells, striking his heart with every step. Rashu stopped in front of Hody, looking down at the trembling figure. You don't kneel upon seeing me, and who gave you the courage to stand and negotiate terms with me? I'm sorry, Lord Blood Asura. Rashu smiled, and Hody thought he had been forgiven. In the next moment, Rashu's smile vanished as he raised his foot and stomped Hody Jonas' head into the ground. What I hate the most is an apology after the fact. After dealing with Hody, Rashu turned his gaze to Dekken nearby. Isn't it better to stay in jail? Why come out to seek death? Dekken had yet to comprehend what Rashu meant when he felt a sharp pain on his head and then fainted. From afar, Shirahoshi watched Rashu in the center of the square, her eyes sparkling with stars. She never expected that the gentle Lord Blood Asura would have such a domineering side. After dealing with the two culprits harming Fishman Island, Rashu turned and approached the Straw Hat crew. It's good to see you again.